Chapter 1 Death. Slap. Suin struck Fu Yuzhuo's face with fierce intensity, pointing at her nose and berating, "Wretched woman. It's all because of you." Fu Yuzhuo staggered from a blow, stars dancing before her eyes, gazing at Suin in disbelief. In that moment, Suin could only see her vacant expression. The brilliance and vivacity that once captivated him had utterly vanished, replaced by loathing. "If you hadn't sought assistance from your father, I would have been spared punishment. Our two children are the progeny of a sinner. There is no hope for a future. Have you thought of that?" The emperor was furious over disaster relief issues, and Suin, as an official, feared repercussions. It was for this reason he had endured the displeasure of his aging wife. The once noble demeanor of Fu Yuzhuo had entirely dissipated. Her beauty had faded. Her hair streaked with gray. How could one believe she was merely 18? Merely the sight of her turned his stomach. Thinking back to recent days, he had suppressed his aversion towards Fu Yuzhuo and feigned affection to persuade her to intercede on behalf of their children's future. Yet she refused. Igniting his anger further, Fu Yuzhuo was taken aback by Suin's sudden violence. Infuriated, she trembled and protested. "When I concealed our marriage from my family, I declared that I would never return or have any ties with them. Now you want me to smack? Wretched woman, do you dare to retort?" Suin's mother, Madame Zhang, was incensed by Fu Yuzhuo's defiance and struck her as well. At first, considering Fu Yuzhuo was the daughter of a first-rank minister, she had reluctantly agreed to hastily arrange her son's marriage, hoping this union would benefit his career. Little did she know, Fu Yuzhuo had truly severed all ties with her family. How could Zhang not be furious? Fu Yuzhuo's cheek burned from the impact, swelling immediately. She felt both pain and fear. Although her mother-in-law had treated her poorly over the past year, her husband had always returned with tenderness and comfort. She had never imagined facing such a situation. "You have brought us no benefits over these years, merely consuming our resources, yet you occupy a position of a sixth-rank lady," Madame Zhang exclaimed, her anger deepening the creases of her face, making her appear increasingly menacing, her voice sharp and grating. "You are a venomous woman." Tears welled in Fu Yuzhuo's eyes as she recalled the scorn from her mother-in-law and the disdain from the servants. She gritted her teeth, enduring the humiliation, and asserted, "For the sake of the Su family, I have honored my mother-in-law, and I have borne a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. I do not merely occupy this latticed position without merit. Defying your mother-in-law, is that your way of showing filial piety?" Zhang was livid, delivering a kick to Fu Yuzhuo's leg. Not satisfied, she kicked her knee, causing Fu Yuzhuo to stumble and fall to the ground. Tears streamed down her face. She clenched her fists, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Zhang, hands on her hips, scolded, "If it weren't for my son's soft heart, you would have been divorced long ago. Do you truly believe you have the fortune to bear dragon and phoenix twins? All you gave birth to was a girl. The mother of Zhao Gear is the true benefactor of the Su family." Fu Yuzhuo was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Zhang's words. Remembering the dangers she faced during childbirth and the hardships of raising the children over the past year, she felt a surge of anger. She forcefully rose, grasping Zhang's collar, shaking her vehemently. "That child is mine. What nonsense are you spouting?" Suin, witnessing this, rushed over, yanking Fu Yuzhuo away and forcefully pushing her to the ground, his tone cold as ice. There is no benefit in further discussion. For years, regardless of how he had coaxed or tempted Fu Yuzhuo, she had stubbornly refused to reconnect with the ministerial family, wasting his efforts. Suin had long since lost his patience, glaring at Fu Yuzhuo, gritting his teeth. "If you are unwilling to consider my future, then for the sake of our children's lives, will you plead with your father?" The imperial decree had been issued, yet the transfer orders had not been dispatched. There was still a chance. The emperor's intention was severe punishment, but the specifics of the punishment would be determined by the minister, who was none other than Fu Yuzhuo's father, Fu Cheng. "If you persist in your refusal," Suin strode to the cradle, seizing their barely year-old daughter by the neck and threatening, "Do not blame me for my heartlessness." His violent actions startled their son awake, and he began to cry loudly. "What are you doing?" Fu Yuzhuo was filled with terror, leaping up to snatch the child back. Yet Suin, a man of greater stature and strength, held the baby aloft by the neck with one hand while gripping Fu Yuzhuo's throat with the other, his gaze as venomous as a serpent, his words chillingly cruel. If you do not go, I shall strangle our daughter, separating you two forever. How would that be? You've lost your mind. Fu Yuchua screamed in despair. That is our daughter, your flesh and blood. Oomph. Just a girl, a worthless burden. Zhang scoffed from the side. The Su family has plenty of sons. Seeing her daughter struggle for breath, her face turning from red to purple, Fu Yuchua understood that he was capable of such cruelty. Her heart chilled as the realization struck her she had gravely erred in her life. Yet, the child was innocent even if it meant her death. She would never allow this beast to harm her child. Driven by thoughts of her child, Fu Yuchua suddenly found a surge of strength, clawing at Su Wen's hand to reclaim her daughter. Su Wen was taken aback by Fu Yuchuo's unexpected vigor in a fit of rage. He seized her hair and forcefully slammed her head against the pillar, demanding, "Will you go or not? Will you go or not?" The sound of her head striking the pillar echoed thud, 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 each impact resonating amidst the cries of the children and Su Wen's curses. Gradually, Fu Yuchua felt her strength wane, warmth trickling down her forehead into her eyes, blurring her vision in crimson as she succumbed into unconsciousness. "Stop!" Zhang, sensing something was amiss, quickly intervened. "Do not truly kill her." Su Wen, panting, tugged Fu Yuchuo's hair, tilting her head up to reveal blood oozing from her scalp. Her face smeared in crimson, her eyes closed, her body limp, their daughter barely cradled in her arms. Seeing Fu Yuchua in such a state, Zhang panicked, hastily tossing the wailing granddaughter into a nearby crib, leaving the siblings to cry out in distress. Although Fu Yuchua had severed ties with her family over the years, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Fu household, and they dared not let her die in their home. "What shall we do?" Zhang looked anxiously at her son. "Should we not find a doctor to check on her? We would gain nothing and might provoke a legal case." Su Wen, consumed by the need to compel Fu Yuchua to plead for him, felt that if the transfer order was issued, his life would be over. He saw the dire situation and felt utterly cornered. He did not feel regret or fear, but rather a rising agitation. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he shook his head, rejecting his mother's suggestion. "No, we cannot summon a doctor. This matter cannot be concealed." "What then?" Zhang was growing more frantic, pacing the room. "This is unacceptable, and that is unacceptable are we to let her rot here." Su Wen's eyes flickered with a thought. "Let's find Yumin. The doctor who attended to us during her pregnancy knows our secrets and has already been compensated. He can be of use." "Of course. How could I have forgotten her? We are family. She will surely assist us." Zhang exclaimed with newfound hope. At this moment, Fu Yuchua was engulfed in excruciating pain, her consciousness fading as she succumbed to the terror of death, oblivious to Su Wen's intimate reference to her. Half-sister, Fu Yumin. The doctor arrived. After taking the pulse and examining the injuries, he left behind a single remark: "Administer ginseng soup to sustain her. Perhaps she can endure a few more days before shaking his head and departing with a sigh." "Ginseng is precious. Where will we procure ginseng soup to prolong her life?" Mother Zhang muttered, reluctant to part with the ginseng. "Prepare the ginseng soup immediately, and have the maid attend to her grooming," Su Wen declared with a stern expression, entirely devoid of the anxious affection and humility he had displayed in the doctor's presence. His words were frigid and cutting. "To prevent the Fu family from inspecting the body, we must leave no trace." Lying unconscious on the bed, Fu Yuchuo's face was as pale as paper. Su Wen cast a sinister glance at her, contemplating. Living is more advantageous than dying. Remaining unconscious is preferable to waking. The outcome rests entirely upon his words, and perhaps there exists a glimmer of hope. Thus, he commanded his servants to prepare the ginseng soup. Just as Zhang was about to intervene, Su Wen interrupted. "I have my own considerations. Mother need not worry. You are tired as well. Please rest. What use is ginseng for this useless woman? It is truly a waste." Zhang scolded as she stormed out. Su Wen turned back to see tears streaming from the corner of Fu Yuchuo's eyes, and he chuckled softly. "You can still weep. It seems you can still hear. Then let me inform you. Your twins are a fabrication. The premature birth was induced by me administering labor-inducing medicine to the doctor to ensure that Miss Ying and my son could be recognized as legitimate heirs, transforming the son of Liu Xianghua into the legitimate grandson of the Prime Minister. What do you think of my methods?" Alas, no reaction. How dull. Then allow me to entertain you with a grand performance. Fu Yuchua lay in a stupor, terrified by Su Wen's repugnant words, uncertain of his intentions. Before long, hurried footsteps approached. How did it come to this? It was a woman's voice, one that Fu Yuchua recognized all too well. Yet, Su Wen commanded the servants to withdraw and subsequently close the door to "My dear, you have finally arrived. I thought I would perish. What are you doing? There are so many people outside. No matter the women outside are loyal." As he spoke, Su Wen began to kiss her noisily. You smell delightful. There is still one more." The woman playfully protested. "What did the doctor say?" "She will not survive the ginseng soup. May extend her breaths for a few more moments." Su Wen embraced her again, kissing her fervently, and "Oh, my brother is returning." Before the woman could finish, Su Wen silenced her with his lips, and after a prolonged kiss, he promised, "I assure you she will be interred before your brother returns, so you need not worry." With that, he began to tear at her clothing, and the woman sweetly replied, "There is still one more inside me. It has been over 3 months. The fetus is stable. There is no harm." Su Wen leered. "Let our son get an early glimpse of his father's prowess." "You are insufferable." The playful retort sent shivers through Su Wen, igniting a restless desire within him. "You little enchantress." What followed was the rustling sound of garments being shed, and soon only the sounds of soft moans filled the air. If she dies, the Fu family cannot conceal it. Do not leave any evidence for them to discover. Rest assured, we will sustain her with ginseng soup until her head wound heals sufficiently. Then we will style her hair to conceal the injury before sending her on her way. Su Wen. Assured. By then, there will be 2 children. You must assist me in navigating the complexities with the Fu family. You need not worry. The sounds of their illicit rendezvous pierce the air like daggers, each thrusting deep into the heart. 20 days later, the long-awaited return of her brother arrived, and Fu Yuchua finally released the breath she had been holding, departing this world. In her final moments, she heard the anguished cries of her brother, Fu Yumu, tearing through the air. Chower. Chower. Chapter 2. Rebirth. In the eastern part of the capital, the Su residence was adorned with bright red lanterns, and crimson silk fluttered in the wind. It was the day of the marriage of Su Wen, an official of the 6th rank in the Ministry of Revenue. The couple exchanged vows and entered the bridal chamber. As the congratulatory songs concluded, the guests erupted in a chorus of blessings, and the festive music played, creating a jubilant atmosphere. "Su, let us behold your bride, a noble lady of remarkable lineage and beauty." The guests clamored with excitement. "Is she truly of noble birth? No wonder Su hastily wed. Such an opportunity is rare." Upon hearing this, the crowd grew increasingly curious, urging to see the bride. Beneath the red veil, the bride, Fu Yuchua, felt a tightening in her chest. She was already anxious about eloping to marry. Now, knowing that her groom, Su Wen, had been discussing her background with friends, her unease deepened. Su Wen was always considerate and courteous. They had agreed to elope and live together, severing ties with the Prime Minister's residence. Why, then, would he speak of her origins? No. Fu Yuchua reassured herself. He was not one to value status. Perhaps he had indulged a little too much in drink and spoke carelessly. Yet, the more she sought comfort, the more her anxiety grew. Amidst the clamor, the guests jostled, inadvertently bumping into the bride. Fu Yuchua stumbled, losing her balance and crashing against a nearby table, her head striking the corner with a sharp pain. A piercing agony shot through her, blurring her vision. In that moment, a torrent of memories flooded her mind, despair and resentment crashing over her like a tempest. The agony of her impending demise, the suffocating despair of lying in bed awaiting death, overwhelmed her. Was this, on the day of her marriage to Su Wen, had she been reborn? The sounds of celebration, Su Wen's gentle inquiries, and her mother-in-law, Madame Zhang's anxious commands to summon a doctor all confirmed it. She had returned. She had been reborn on the very day that marked the beginning of her previous life's nightmare. Tears of joy streamed down Fu Yuchua's face. In her past life, she had been blind to the truth, betrayed and deceived, only to discover the Su residence's dark and filthy nature at her death. Had it not been for someone rescuing her from that wretched place, she might have become a forgotten corpse. Now, given a second chance, she vowed to make those who had wronged her pay in blood. There was still time, and Fu Yuchua trembled with exhilaration. Noticing her distress, Suwen softly comforted her. "Do not be afraid," as he gently adjusted her veil to prevent it from slipping, a bad omen. That man, how tender he seemed now. Yet he had been ruthless when it came to taking her life. This time, she would not allow them to harm her again. With newfound resolve, Fu Yuchua took several deep breaths, rapidly formulating her plans. Oblivious to her thoughts, Suwen assisted her to a nearby room, dismissing the guests. Once inside, the room fell silent as he accepted the auspicious scales from the matchmaker and cautiously lifted her veil to inspect her forehead. Fu Yuchua gazed through tear-filled eyes at the man before her, whose expression was filled with affection, while memories of his true, monstrous nature from her past life surfaced in her mind. How convincingly he feigned tenderness. Who would suspect that beneath such a gentle facade lay a heart full of ambition? Unable to suppress her revulsion, Fu Yuchua forcefully pushed away his hand, contemplating her escape. Suwen was taken aback, mistaking her reaction for anger at the earlier noise, and was about to soothe her with gentle words. "Leave me be." Fu Yuchua's voice was icy. In an instant, she steeled herself and rose to stride toward the main hall. Chapter 3. Who in the Grand Hall? Fu Yuchua cast a glance towards the entrance where a renowned man in a silver robe leaned against the doorframe, gazing idly at the sky. The positioning was perfect. Fu Yuchua thought she intended to use him as a distraction to create turmoil at the wedding, thus earning herself a chance to escape. At that moment, her mother-in-law, Zhang, approached with a beaming smile. "Oh, dear daughter-in-law, are you all right? No time to waste. It and Appos. It's time to consummate the marriage. I am eagerly awaiting the arrival of a plump grandson." Such a view of her daughter-in-law, as merely a vessel for childbirth, made Fu Yuchua feel nauseated. In her previous life, she failed to see the hypocrisy and malice in Zhang. Even during her confinement, when Zhang had deliberately replaced her caring nurse with a demanding and negligent maid, she remained respectful and dutiful. Little did she know that the nurse had been reassigned to serve the wealthy daughter of Suwen's clandestine marriage. Suwen and Appos' father had passed away, leaving the family in modest circumstances, yet he shamelessly pursued the girl and Appos' substantial dowry, sacrificing both face and reputation. A mother aiding her son in hiding a concubine from his legitimate wife was truly unprecedented. Fu Yuchua scoffed inwardly, stepping aside to ignore Zhang and striding directly towards the silver-robed man. Seeing Fu Yuchua disregard her, Zhang's smile faltered. She longed to confront her and impose discipline. Yet, she hesitated. Her son had mentioned that this bride held an esteemed status, and his future prospects hinged upon her. They needed to consummate the marriage quickly to secure her. Zhang felt slightly reassured, hastening to grab Fu Yuchua's arm, but the latter shrugged her off. Feigning tears, Fu Yuchua exclaimed, "Here I am, alive and well. Yet the old lady cares nothing but for an imaginary grandson. Am I to perish only after ensuring your desire for a plump grandchild is fulfilled?" Zhang was momentarily speechless. "What nonsense is this? You are perfectly fine." Ignoring her, Fu Yuchua rushed forward, halting before the silver-robed man, pointing at him. "Let this man push me. What are your true intentions?" Regardless of who had pushed her earlier, her aim was to draw the commotion to this location, facilitating her escape. As for the falsely accused gentleman, he would have to bear the brunt of her actions for now. Suwen would clarify matters later. Indeed, Suwen promptly approached, seizing Fu Yuchua's hand in a fluster. "It was not him who pushed you. I failed to protect you." Suwen dared not offend the guests nor neglect her, resulting in a muddled explanation. Ultimately, the identity of the one who had pushed her would remain unknown, and the incident would fade into obscurity. With a sharp motion, Fu Yuchua freed herself from Suwen's grasp and struck him forcefully across the face. Her voice laced with indignation. "You allow outsiders to act violently on this joyous occasion, and yet the matriarch remains unconcerned. Why deceive me into this marriage? Only to be humiliated? If you disdain my status, why then deceive me for silver?" As she wept, her cries evoked deep sorrow. In her previous life, Suwen had beaten her into unconsciousness, yet she had heard everything. It was then she discovered that the true mother of her child was Ying. a courtesan from the flower-picking house. Thus, Fu Yuchua resolved to utilize her identity as a beauty from Lu Alley to entangle Su when in scandal. Veiled by a beaded curtain and a festive red veil, her face remained obscured from the onlookers. No one recognized her. She was determined to create chaos at the wedding, seeking retribution for past grievances. This time, she would collect interest on her previous suffering before plotting to destroy everything he cherished. Meanwhile, Su stood stunned, having never anticipated Fu Yuchua would strike him, nor did he expect her accusations. He had indeed had dealings with Ying, a popular figure from the flower-picking house, whose enchanting voice captivated many, including Su himself. As the guests murmured about Fu Yuchua's lamentations, confusion spread. Isn't the bride a noble lady of the capital? Why then is she called Ying? Nobility would never bear such a name. It seems she hails from the streets. Su aspirations to ascend the social ladder were now exposed, as Fu Yuchua made it known that he was involved with a woman of the alleys. Did you hear that? She claims to have been deceived for money. Indeed, she said he tricked her into parting with her silver. The crowd and Oppos, disdain for men who squandered women and Oppos, wealth, especially that of a courtesan, was palpable. They regarded Su with scorn. Su, your heart is as vast as the sea, to endure what others could not. You truly are a man of great ambition. Their taunts echoed around him. Recovering his composure, Su hastily shook his head and gestured for attention. It is not as it seems. Please, allow me to explain. Yet, no one listened or believed him. Amidst the clamor, Fu Yuchua felt a familiar voice amidst the crowd, a voice belonging to the benefactor who had rescued her from Su Oppo's home in her previous life. The attendants referred to him as the second young master, but she knew neither his name nor his appearance, only his voice. She quickly lifted her head, partially concealing her eyes with her sleeve while scanning the crowd, but with so many present, she could not discern the source or recognize his face. She reluctantly accepted that this was not the time to seek her benefactor. Upon hearing the guests and Oppos, discussions, and realizing her son and Oppos' explanations were falling on deaf ears, Zhang grew anxious and hurried over to placate the bride. After all, the money spent could not be wasted. Moreover, Zhang was no fool. She understood that the courtesans of Lu Alley were quite profitable. She needed to secure the bride first before devising further plans. Whether the bride was a noblewoman or a street girl, she would accept it. Power and wealth must yield some returns. Thus, Zhang approached Fu Yuchua, grasping her hand with a forced smile. Dear child, having just wed, you are now my own daughter. If he mistreats you, I shall advocate for you. Huh! As if she were truly a daughter. Fu Yuchua scoffed inwardly. In her past life, she had endured great hardship, raising 2 children alone while her mother-in-law permitted others to bully her. At that time, Su was often away on official business, leaving her with no outlet for her grievances. Did she not suffer until she became haggard and gray, continuing her pretentious weeping? Fu Yuchua shook off Zhang's grasp and turned away, taking another step towards the entrance. Today's paramount objective was to escape. As for her rescuer, she would find a way to locate him later, knowing he was present at the banquet. Seeing Fu Yuchua and Oppos' behavior, Zhang and Oppos' heart seethed with resentment. She had devised numerous ways to establish rules for the future. However, with guests present, she had to maintain appearances. She quickly turned to reprimand the groom. This is all your fault. Hurry and console her. The guests, witnessing the turmoil, joined in to mediate. Some shielded the groom from Zhang's reprimands, while others pulled Zhang away, begging her to cease. Even the attendants at the entrance came in to witness the commotion. In the ensuing chaos, the courtyard was nearly deserted. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yuchua dashed away. Chapter 4. The escape in an instant. Fu Yuchua dashed onto the bustling street outside the Su residence. With a throng of people created a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a bride emerged, drawing curious gazes from the onlookers. As she ran, Fu Yuchua opened her wedding pouch, a clever tool for her escape. Meanwhile, Su finally grasped the situation. He had painstakingly deceived his way into marrying the daughter of the esteemed prime minister, only to have her flee during the wedding. This could not stand. He resolved to make this wedding infamous. Even if the Prime Minister's household refused to acknowledge him as a son-in-law, they would have no choice but to recognize the commotion he would create. Determined, Su Wen hurried after her, calling out her name, Chao Yuzhuo. As he reached the threshold, something struck his calf, causing him to stumble and fall. Alas, not only did Su Wen tumble, but he also took down those who followed closely behind him, creating a scene of chaotic confusion. Quickly, bring her back, Su Wen commanded urgently, scrambling to his feet to continue the pursuit. As the crowd helped one another to rise, they found it difficult to advance onto the street. It turned out that Fu Yuzhuo, noticing the Su household and Appo's pursuit, was scattering money as she ran. The pouch contained a string of copper coins tied with a red ribbon, exactly 100, symbolizing a wish for a harmonious union. Additionally, there were 10 silver ingots, signifying perfection. Fu Yuzhuo tugged at the red string, scattering the coins with abandon, all the while cursing, "To hell with harmonious unions. To hell with perfection." She reveled in the act of throwing money. At the other end of the street, a carriage came to a halt. The young master inside lifted the curtain and inquired, "What is happening?" The coachman bowed his head to report, "Master, the road ahead is blocked. It seems a bride is fleeing." The young master glanced at the raucous street and spotted a woman in bridal attire running toward them. A runaway bride, brazen and unrestrained. Not wishing to attract trouble, he instructed, "Take another route." Understood. The coachman had just guided the carriage into a side alley when suddenly, a red-clad figure tumbled into the vehicle. It was none other than the fleeing bride, her veil now fallen away. In that moment, Fu Yuzhuo felt elated and smiled at the occupants of the carriage, her expression radiant like sunlight, illuminating the interior. However, upon realizing her veil had dropped, her smile faltered. If her true identity was recognized by ill-intentioned individuals, what would become of her? Fu Yuzhuo hesitated to speak, scrutinizing the young man in white attire within the carriage. He was slender, fair-skinned, and his simple yet elegant clothing made him even more handsome than many women. Could he possibly be a gigolo? Fu Yuzhuo pondered, carefully choosing her words. This humble girl has been deceived into marriage and thus fled. I implore you, noble sir, to lend me your assistance and allow me a ride. Fearing he might refuse, she shook the pouch urgently, producing 3 silver notes. A small token of gratitude, please accept it. These were Su Wen's private savings. In a rush to arrange the wedding, Su Wen had hastily placed his personal funds in the pouch to appease Fu Yuzhuo, using a scoundrel's money to pave her own escape. How splendid. Master? The coachman inquired from outside the carriage. The young man in white remained silent, continuing to observe Fu Yuzhuo. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from running, and a thin sheen of sweat adorned her forehead. Although her makeup was somewhat heavy, it could not conceal her exquisite beauty. When she smiled, she resembled a blossoming hibiscus, familiar yet elusive in memory. Recalling her vibrant demeanor as she sprinted down the street, he felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "There is no need for such formality. Where do you wish to go, my lady?" To the tailor shop near the South City Gate would suffice. She needed to change her attire before seeking assistance from Zio. In her previous life, her elder brother was due to return to the capital the following day, entering through the South City Gate. Having left home without permission for 2 days, she wished to return with her brother to explain her absence and silence any gossip. However, she could not stay out overnight alone. It was far too perilous. Fortunately, Zio owned a country estate south of the city where they could spend the night together. The Su residence lay to the east, allowing her to evade any pursuers. Then let us be on our way. The carriage resumed its journey, distancing itself from the commotion behind them. Had this truly come to pass? Fu Yuzhuo felt somewhat dazed. Rest assured, my lady, I am not a wicked man. I merely find myself under the weather and cannot bear the wind, so I humbly request your company. He then coughed discreetly, releasing a faint, pleasant fragrance. Indeed, he was a gigolo. Fu Yuzhuo recalled her past escapades in male disguise, aware that many young men in the capital's pleasure houses feigned delicate, ailing personas to elicit compassion from their patrons. Thank you, noble sir, Fu Yuzhuo murmured, maintaining her vigilance while keeping an eye on the outside world, her mind swirling with memories from her previous life. It was often said that marrying up was akin to swallowing needles, while marrying down could lead to death. Had she not perished in her last life due to such a misguided union? Had it not been for that benefactor who rescued her from the Sioux residence and sustained her with the promise of longevity, she could never have awaited her brother's return. Reflecting on these thoughts, Fu Yuzhuo clenched her fists. Thankfully, fate had not been unkind to her. She would repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Chapter 5. Exiting the city, the streets of the capital buzzed with life. The clamor outside, starkly contrasting with the tranquility within the carriage. A brisk autumn breeze slipped through the curtain seams, brushing against the faces of the two occupants and whisking away traces of warmth. Fu Yuzhuo and Appos, as Hart gradually found solace. The carriage came to a halt. As expected, the gentleman had escorted Fu Yuzhuo to a spot near the South City Gate. Peering outside, she noted the location was rather well chosen, sparsely populated with unassuming shops. The young man was indeed considerate. Rising from her seat, she approached the carriage door, turning to place the auspicious bag entirely into the gentleman's hands. Your kindness today, sir, shall not go unrewarded. This silver is for your liberation. The gentleman hesitated, politely refusing the money, but Fu Yuzhuo insisted. A young man ought to have some silver for a better life. The gentleman, dressed in white, held the auspicious bag with a look of confusion, momentarily perplexed by Fu Yuzhuo's words. Fearing for her family's safety, she hesitated before adding, My family has some connections in the capital. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to share the name of your establishment, so I may repay your kindness. Those young men favored by the powerful are indeed precious. It is not merely money that can resolve their predicaments. Such a handsome gentleman would surely attract the attention of those wealthy and frivolous young lords. Otherwise, how could he have sent a carriage solely for her? Yet, Fu Yuzhuo was acutely aware that many who operated such establishments often met grim fates, succumbing to various unspeakable vices, or worse, contracting diseases that led to their untimely demise. Having just rescued her, she cannot turn a blind eye. But as a young woman, she ought not to be privy to such matters, let alone speak of them so openly. Fu Yuzhuo felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly clarified, You need not take offense, sir. I harbor no disrespect. My family can indeed offer some assistance. How could he have been mistaken for that kind of person? The gentleman in white also felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. You misunderstand. I am not. He faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Please, miss, you should go. He rapped gently on the carriage window. The driver, Chun Quan, had already dismounted and was waiting nearby. Upon receiving the signal, he promptly lifted the curtain. Say, miss, please. Seeing this, Fu Yuzhuo realized the gentleman required no further assistance and, with a flushed face, darted into a nearby shop. The gentleman held the auspicious bag, and after a few exchanges, he found the new bride increasingly familiar. As Fu Yuzhuo swiftly exited the carriage, he finally processed the moment, pausing in disbelief. Could it truly be her? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It couldn't possibly be her. Regaining his composure, he casually placed the auspicious bag on the seat and instructed Chun Quan to the city exit. Inside the tailor and Appos' shop, Fu Yuzhuo had changed into a simple, dark outer garment and had darkened her face, rendering her an inconspicuous errand girl. She had few friends, with Yuzhuo being her closest confidant. Her elder brother, Fu Yumu, was serving under General Intention and Yuzhuo and Appos' father in the Southwest Army. In her previous life, her brother returned to the capital, only to have General and face the Emperor's wrath over a military misjudgment, leading to the family's exile. At that time, she was confined to the Fu residence, knowing little. This time, she was determined to assist the family. Exiting the shop, Fu Yuzhuo hastily made her way to the side door of the inn residence to send a message. Moments later, Yuzhuo, accompanied by her maid, Chunyu, rushed out, instantly recognizing Fu Yuzhuo. Yuzhuo, you're not. Fu Yuzhuo had intended to elope, and Yuzhuo was aware of this. Unable to dissuade her, she had secretly provided her with silver notes, knowing that she dared not attend the wedding. The situation in the capital was complex. Her father held military power in the Southwest, and she could not afford to jeopardize her family. We're heading to your family's estate outside the city to stay for the night. We'll talk on the way. All right, let us first go inside to change. And Yuzhuo ushered her in, instructing Chunyu to inform her mother and prepare the carriage. Once everything was arranged, the two set off in the carriage. I fled from the wedding, Fu Yuchua said with remarkable calmness. My brother returns to the capital tomorrow, and I must accompany him home. I'll just say I want to fetch him these past few days. Otherwise, my absence would raise questions. That scoundrel Su has bullied you, hasn't he? Just wait until I deal with him. And Yuzhuo clenched her fists, ready to take action. Do not be so agitated. Fu Yuchua knew her friend's fiery temperament. If Yuzhuo learned how Su had treated her in her past life, she would surely storm the Su residence. Nobody knows that the bride today was me. Fu Yuchua reassured Yuzhuo, just pretend it never happened. It is all in the past. Seeing Fu Yuchua and Appo's demeanor, Yuzhuo understood that Su must have wronged her and could not help but ask, what happened? You insisted on being with him, disregarding your family. And with the feelings you held for him, he should not have dared to betray you. What if he only coveted the Fu family? Fu Yuchua regarded Yuzhuo. Yuzhuo grasped the implications. In the capital, everyone aspired to ascend the social ladder, employing any means necessary for power. It seems Su had never truly cared for Fu Yuchua. While ambition is not inherently condemnable, deceiving a young woman's affections is indeed reprehensible. Has there been any correspondence from Uncle recently? Fu Yuchua sought to shift the conversation, wishing to learn about the elder general. Just the other day, a letter arrived. He advised me to avoid mingling with the young ladies of the capital and to stay indoors. As she spoke of her father, Yuzhuo became animated. Isn't it strange? The idea of dressing as a man to go out was his. He has never made such requests of me before. I thought it was someone else writing it first. Strange occurrences are often a sign of something amiss, Fu Yuchua pondered. Perhaps General had become aware of something troubling. As they conversed, the carriage had already exited the city gates. We should first notify the relay station and the station master, Yuzhuo suggested. Otherwise, if Fu Dage is in a hurry, we might miss him. Upon reaching the relay station, Chunyu dismounted to inquire. She soon returned, beaming. Young Master Fu has already arrived at the relay station. Fu Yuchua was taken aback. My brother arrived today? Why did he return home tomorrow in my previous life? Chapter 6. The male wind in the private room on the second floor of the post station, the eldest son of the Fu family, Fu Yumu, stood by the window, weary and travel-worn, waiting quietly without taking the time to wash his face. Soon, a peculiar knock echoed from the door, indicating the arrival of the person he awaited. He inhaled deeply and stepped forward to open the door, revealing a young gentleman clad in white. Fu Yumu nodded slightly, gesturing for the white-clad gentleman to enter. To avoid prying eyes and ears, the gentleman's attendant remained downstairs, while Fu Yumu's own attendant stood guard at the door, preventing eavesdropping. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Fu Yumu greeted. Please rise, General Fu. I am grateful for your guidance over the years. I have greatly benefited from your counsel, the gentleman replied. At the post station's entrance, Yuzhuo lightly tapped her companion's arm. Are you feeling joyfully foolish? Hurry inside, she urged. Thank you for leading the way, young sir, she added. As they ventured outside the city, both donned hooded cloaks, following the post attendant inside. Chow and Appo's. Or you go ahead. I will take care of the carriage and arrange some food, Yuzhuo suggested, understanding the siblings had matters to discuss. Very well. I shall return with a large bowl for you, Fu Yuchua replied without formality, following the post attendant upstairs. Oof. You can have 2 large bowls. Yuzhuo shot her a glare as she and Chunyu retreated. Knock, knock. After leading the guests upstairs, the post attendant bowed and withdrew, while the attendant at the door knocked. Young master, a young lady is here to see you. Fu Yuchua stood at the door, feeling somewhat tense, clutching the small pouch that contained the letters her elder brother had written to her over the years. Her brother had always cherished her, writing her more letters than he had to their father. When she fled home, she had taken only these letters and her personal savings, placing them in the joyous pouch for her wedding. On the wedding day, the bride traditionally carries a small pouch filled with blessings from elders and love letters exchanged between couples. She had included her brother's letters, while Su had rather sourly remarked that her brother was more important than he, wishing to exchange their private correspondence. Fortunately, she had not fallen for that. Suddenly, an odd noise emanated from within the room, and after a moment, Fu Yumu opened the door. Fu Yuchao quickly lowered her head to bow. Elder brother Fu. From childhood to adulthood, only her elder brother had truly cared for her, and she was most attached to him. However, he was rarely home due to his military duties. In her previous life, she had seen him only once after marrying, enduring 20 days of abuse from Suwon, simply to await her brother and Appo's return. Now, upon their reunion in this different life, the echoes of her brother's heart-wrenching cries before her death resonated in her ears. Fu Yuchao's eyes turned slightly red. Her brother had returned, and it was truly wonderful. Fu Yumu, puzzled by the unexpected visitor, was taken aback when she bowed and then stepped aside to reveal her face by lifting a corner of her hood. Recognizing Fu Yuchao, he felt both astonished and elated. After 2 years apart, during which he had fought valiantly in the southern borders, he had been eager to establish himself in the military for Chaore's sake. The perils of war were arduous, yet he relished every moment, deeming it all worthwhile. Stay at the door and ensure no one enters, he instructed the attendant. Sensing the urgency in Fu Yuchao's demeanor, he swiftly pulled her into the room. What brings you outside the city? Have you been well? Is there trouble at home? His inquiries were filled with concern. Having been reborn and fleeing from marriage, Fu Yuchao had been tense all afternoon, unsure whether her previous life had been a dream or if her current existence was but an illusion. Only upon seeing her brother and hearing his caring words, feeling his warmth, did her heart finally settle. Do not worry, elder brother. Everything is well at home, she quickly reassured him, contemplating how to share her recent experiences. Fu Yumu observed her thoughtfully, noting how she had grown taller and shed her childishness, her complexion radiant, her features exquisite, her lips a delicate shade of red. Now a charming young lady. He instinctively released her arm and took a step back. Fu Yuchao succinctly recounted her recent events, mentioning her escape from marriage, attributing it to Su Wen's insincerity without revealing her rebirth. How could you be so reckless? To act in such a manner? Fu Yumu exclaimed, shocked by her elopement, feeling a strange pang of discomfort. Upon hearing her describe Su Wen's lack of sincerity, his anger ignited. You sacrificed wealth and status for him, and he dares to betray you. He must only desire your status as the daughter of a prime minister, does he not? Now that you have quarreled with your family, he fears losing the support of the prime minister's household and treats you poorly. I shall take his life. Fu Yumu, a scion of a noble family, quickly deduced that Su Wen's intentions were likely motivated solely by her prestigious identity, wishing to ascend through her connection. Eloping without parental consent was considered an affront to familial honor, particularly for those of noble lineage. Su went into Appo's greed had revealed his true nature, prompting Fu Yuchao to decisively flee from the marriage. Sigh, I knew it. You mentioned a person of interest in your letters. I cautioned you to wait for my return to discuss matters, wary of those shameless individuals who seek shortcuts to deceive you, he lamented. Yet, I never expected you to act so hastily. Do not be angry, elder brother. I recognize my mistake. Fu Yuchao quickly admitted upon seeing her brother and Appo's fury. As for that heartless scoundrel, I have my own methods to deal with him. You need not sully your hands on him. In her previous life, her brother would have undoubtedly avenged her death upon returning from the southwest. But this time, she wished to spare him from being stained by the blood of such a villain. Her elder brother, a paragon of valor and honor, deserved to wield his sword against the enemies of the nation, not to settle personal grievances on her behalf. Her vendetta was hers to pursue. In that moment, Fu Yuchao and Appo's expression reflected no sentimentality, only cold disdain, glimmering with resolute determination, even hinting at resentment and lethal intent. It was evident that she had seen through Su Wen's facade and was prepared to take matters into her own hands. Fu Yumu's anger subsided somewhat as he sighed helplessly. You, upon returning home, must behave and stay out of trouble. I shall handle Su and myself. Fu Yuchao could not allow her brother to take action. She was determined to exact her own revenge. How could she entrust such a task to another? Not even her beloved brother. Elder brother, truly, It is unnecessary. I have my own plans. Simply allow me to relieve this burden myself and learn a lesson, if you will, she insisted, her resolve evident in her expression. Seeing her steadfastness, Fu Yumu recognized her independent spirit and ceased his insistence. After all, she would still need to borrow from the Prime Minister's household. Their servants would be no less capable than those at his command. He could wait to hear her elaborate later. Why the urgency to marry? Fu Yumu shifted the conversation. Did you not receive my letters? I had said to wait for my return before making plans. Fu Yuchao noticed her brother's expression darkening again as he posed this question. She gently tugged at his sleeve, looking up at him with a pitiful gaze. Next month, I will turn 16, and at that time, I will surely be betrothed to the crown prince. I had no choice but to hastily marry Su Wen to escape that engagement. It is not out of deep affection, merely to evade the prince and Appo's impending match, she clarified. Fu Yumu and Appo's heart ached slightly less upon hearing this, but he still pondered what would happen if she did not marry the prince in the future. Realizing her brother's brows furrowed deeply, Fu Yuchao quickly explained, I truly understand my mistake. Look, I even eloped while wearing a veil, so as not to trouble the family. Please do not be angry with me. With that, Fu Yuchao shook her small pouch. See, I even brought your letters with me while escaping. Seeing her treasure his letters so dearly brought comfort to Fu Yumu and Appo's heart, and he was about to speak. Why do you emanate such a delightful fragrance, dear brother? Inquired Fu Yu, playfully tugging at his hand. Her proximity allowed her to detect a subtle aroma, prompting her to stand on tiptoe and delicately inhale the scent emanating from Fu. The delicate fragrance of his sister enveloped him, causing a momentary tightening in his chest. The strands of her hair brushed lightly against his chin, creating a ticklish sensation akin to a cat and Appo's gentle paw. He dared not move, even his breath held captive in that moment. Fu Yu found the scent vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the aroma she had encountered within the carriage that had rescued her. Brother, could it be that you harbor an inclination towards male companionship? She inquired, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she recalled the sounds emanating from within the room. No wonder you have consistently declined the marital prospects presented by our family over the years. What are you implying? Fu responded, jolted back to reality. Do not utter such nonsense. I speak the truth. She retorted, I detect the fragrance of a male courtesan upon you. What knowledge does a young lady like yourself possess of the scent of male courtesans? He countered, I am indeed familiar with it. She exclaimed, the individual who rescued me today was a comely male courtesan, and his carriage bore the very same aroma. Fu Yu proceeded to recount the events of her escape in vivid detail to Fu. After a moment of contemplation, Fu retrieved a folded piece of paper from his bosom and gently waved it before Fu Yu's nose. Is this the scent to which you refer? He inquired. Precisely that fragrance. She exclaimed. Deny it no longer. Chapter 7. The window jump in an unexpected twist of fate. Fu Yumu found it astonishing that it was none other than Prince Wenwang who had rescued Chao. The individual he had been in clandestine discussions with was the 5th Prince of Dayu, His Highness Han Min. The Fu family held significant connections as they were the maternal family of both the Empress Dowager and the Empress, the former being his great-aunt and the latter his aunt. They were firmly aligned with the Crown Prince faction. The 5th Prince, born to concubine Yun, had been sent to mourn at the royal tombs for 3 years and had only returned to the capital last month, receiving the title of Prince Wenwang. He was not favored and remained uninvolved in the court and Appo's political strife. Their private meeting was motivated by Wenwang's desire for self-preservation and Fu Yumu and Appo's aim to gain leverage in the political landscape. Chao and Appo's mysterious lineage, if revealed, would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar, causing turmoil within the court and beyond. Fu Yumu understood that should that day come, he must possess sufficient power to safeguard Chao and the Fu family. His noble status forbade him from speaking indiscriminately. He playfully flicked his foolish sister's forehead and solemnly declared, Moreover, I have no inclination towards men. Her father was a close minister to the emperor, and only members of the royal family could afford to speak of such esteemed status. Is that really Prince Wenwang? Fu Yuchao gasped in astonishment. Given the status of the prime minister's residence, the daughters born there had some awareness of the princes. The emperor had few offspring, with only the second prince, Hung Wang Han Yao, the fifth prince, Wen Wang Han Min, and the sixth prince, Taizi Han Hui, reaching adulthood. Not entirely foolish. Fu Yumu smiled as he helped her arrange her slightly disheveled hair after removing her veil. ISN and Amp. Oppos, T elder brother returning home tomorrow? Fu Yuchao finally found a moment to ask, reflecting on the fact that in his previous life, he had indeed returned home the next day. It puzzled her why, although they had arrived at the inn today, they would linger for another day. It was originally planned that I would return to the city at a different time from Prince Wen Wang to avoid raising suspicions. Fu Yumu explained, meeting Fu Yuchao and Amp. Oppos as questioning gaze. The interactions between noble families and the princes were often extreme. They either maintained close ties through marriage and friendship or remained completely neutral, avoiding any semblance of favoritism. Their family belonged to the former, openly aligned with the crown prince faction, while the Yin family was part of the latter, preferring to remain homebound. Even unmarried daughters seldom participated in the capital and Amp. Oppos as social events, such as flower viewing banquets and poetry gatherings. Thus, Fu Yumu and Prince Wen Wang had exercised great caution in their clandestine meetings, leaving no trace for anyone to discover or suspect. After his explanation, Fu Yuchao understood. She recalled that Prince Wen Wang and her brother had been inside moments ago and surveyed the room, confirming there were no hidden passages. Only a window facing the stable in the backyard. Hesitating, she pointed at the window. Did Prince Wen Wang jump out? The meeting between Fu Yumu and Prince Wen Wang had indeed been shrouded in secrecy. When the stableman had come to report, both had felt a twinge of anxiety. Exchanging glances before Prince Wen Wang humbly chose to exit through the window. Below, his carriage awaited in the stable, with someone ready to assist him as he departed the inn for the royal tombs. Remembering the scene, Fu Yuchao couldn't help but chuckle mischievously at her brother, wondering if they had shared an awkward moment. I wonder if they felt as though they were caught in an illicit affair, she mused. Fu Yumu chuckled in agreement, nodding in acknowledgement of Prince Wen Wang's rather unceremonious exit. Stop overthinking it. After a day of travel, you must be famished. Sit down and rest for a while. I shall have something brought to eat to tide us over before we head home. At that moment, Yuzhuo arrived with food, and the three sat together for a meal. Thank you, Missin, for your generous assistance. I offer you tea in place of wine, as a token of my gratitude. Fu Yumu said, rising to pour tea. Let us not stand on ceremony. We shall not finish this meal with all this formality. And Yuzhuo replied with a smile. Chao and Amp, Oppos, and I are friends, so let us speak freely. Indeed, the young lady possesses the forthright spirit of her father and brothers. Fu Yumu genuinely admired Tianxiong, who had devoted years guarding the southwestern borders, a loyal and dutiful commander. However, contemplating the news he had brought back, Fu Yumu felt a conflict within himself. This was military business he could not reveal, and the outcome would await the emperor's decree, leaving him uncertain of what would ultimately transpire. With this thought, Fu Yumu could only vaguely assure Yuzhuo, should you ever require assistance in the future, I, Fu, shall certainly lend my support. Very well. If that day ever comes, I shall not hesitate to call upon you. And Yuzhuo responded, taking Fu Yumu's words as gratitude for aiding Chao. Fu Yuchao smiled as she observed the cordial exchange between her brother and Yuzhuo. Once the tension of the day had eased, she finally found the mental space to reflect. The tragedies of her previous life would not repeat. In this rebirth, what she desired was precisely this simple yet warm existence. With her brother's care and the mutual support among friends, life could be serene and stable. Why then would she seek out the elusive notion of love? Human hearts are fickle. Who can guarantee the permanence of love? It is far better to hold steadfast to one's true feelings and cherish the familial and friendly bond at hand, for they are far more reliable than the intangible nature of love. First, I shall take revenge and release my grievances. Thereafter, my life shall hold no regrets. With this realization, Fu Yuchao felt a sense of relief, smiling as she lowered her head to eat. Though the inn's fare was not particularly appetizing, she savored it with a profound sense of peace and happiness. as they finished their meal amidst light-hearted conversation. Fu Yuchao changed back into her servantess attire before they each returned home. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, she found it inconvenient to discuss them while riding, and thus, she held her tongue until they reached the Fu residence. Chapter 8. The Su residence in the bustling streets. Su Wen, breathless from the chase, paused to rest his hands on his knees. After pursuing for so long without catching a glimpse of Fu Yuchua, he resigned himself to the fact that it was futile to continue and instructed his attendants to return to the Su residence. Unbeknownst to him, the silver-robed man whom Fu Yuchua had attempted to confront had been trailing them from a distance. Seeing that they could not catch up, he chose to retreat to the shadows of the alleyways, disappearing from sight. Back at the Su residence, the guests lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Su Wen return alone with his attendants, they approached him with curiosity. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Su Wen seized upon the truth of Fu Yuchua's fall as a convenient excuse. He apologized to the crowd, expressing his gratitude for their presence that day. Regrettably, the bride sustained minor injuries during the commotion and has returned to the Yu family for recuperation. I hope you can forgive this unforeseen circumstance, and I shall make amends on another occasion. With a deep bow, he concluded his address. The guests, observing Su Wen's explanation and respectful gesture, exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Ah, the noble ladies of the capital and the courtesans of the flower streets are worlds apart, one celestial and the other terrestrial. The bride has fled, and now not even a trace remains. Who knows her true identity? Such rare excitement was a phenomenon seldom witnessed, and the onlookers were relentless, clamoring for news, eager to catch sight of the bride, even more so than the groom himself. Where could the bride of the Yu family be? Since we are all relatives, we ought to pay her a visit. Yes, indeed. I have some excellent medicinal ointment for her injuries. Shall I deliver it? Su Wen hurriedly responded, "Thank you for your kindness, but the bride requires peace and quiet to recover. I must insist that you all return home for now." His desperation was palpable, wishing to kneel before them to plead for silence and a swift departure. The chatter continued unabated, and Su Wen's throat grew parched from his explanations. Finally, they reluctantly vacated the Su residence, departing while still speculating amongst themselves. It seems the bride must have truly fled. Where can we find a girl to come and apologize on his behalf? It said that the bride might be found in those alleyways. If she was redeemed, then there is surely someone available. In my view, if the bride has indeed run away, she must be of noble birth. Should a new bride come to apologize later, she will undoubtedly be a courtesan from the streets. Exactly. That must be the case. Their voices rose, deliberately loud, as if to ensure the Su family heard their remarks. And naturally, these words pierced Su Wen's ears, embedding themselves in his heart, leaving him in anguish. In a state of turmoil, Su Wen finally managed to restore some semblance of calm to the courtyard. Yet it remained a source of distress. At that moment, the furious voice of his mother, Zhang, rang out, "Unfilial son, tell me, who is this bride truly? Given today's circumstances, it is likely she is of questionable character." With the guests gone, Zhang allowed her frustration to surface. Su Wen, already frazzled, replied impatiently, "Did you not see for yourself? She is Fu Yuchua, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household. Even now, you attempt to deceive me. I know who she is. It's all as you said. How could I have ever believed you? I thought you were hastily arranging a marriage with someone of status. And yet you bring home a wretched creature from the filthy streets." Zhang, equally incensed, understood her son's prideful aspirations and had shielded him from countless matchmakers, delaying his marriage until he was 20. She had confidence in his abilities, believing he would eventually secure a worthy bride to elevate their status, only to see him enchanted by a lowly harlot. All her efforts seemed for naught. Zhang, trembling with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Wen. "Marriage is a serious matter. Even if you truly fancy that wretched girl, you must keep her as a secret mistress. You are destined for greatness. How can you associate publicly with such a lowly woman?" Last month, Su Wen had been deeply enamored with Ying, and now, as their feelings blossomed, he could not bear to hear his mother speak so crudely of her. Enraged, he interjected, "Enough. Though Ying hails from Flower House, she is pure and virtuous. Even now, she feels she tarnishes my reputation and refuses to step into my home, wishing to remain a secret mistress, as long as I cherish her. She even uses her own money to help me. Otherwise, how could I afford to entertain friends? How could I have funds for our marriage? Henceforth, you must cease this disrespect toward her. Zhang, taken aback by her son's defense of a courtesan, felt a mix of anger and relief. The hastily arranged marriage was indeed orchestrated by Su Wen himself, and he had not sought her financial assistance. It seemed this lowly girl was somewhat sensible, using her resources to pave the way for her son. Your status as an official allows for a mistress far superior to a mere singer in a brothel. Zhang reflected. Though the money spent was tainted, being the proceeds of her sordid profession, she rationalized that it could bring fortune to her son's career. Contemplating the substantial funds that would soon benefit her son, Zhang's tone softened considerably. As for the rest, I care not. But your legitimate wife must come from a family that will enhance your prospects. Any other women must either be kept discreetly as a mistress or brought in as a concubine, adhering strictly to decorum in my presence. Su Wen assured her, that is only natural. I have long aspired to marry a woman of noble birth, using the Yu family's influence to ascend in my career. This will not change. So do not worry, mother. Seeing her son's resolute attitude, Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, reflecting on today's chaotic events, she pondered. But what of this bride? Su Wen, overwhelmed with frustration, waved his hand to interrupt her inquiry, sending her to tidy up the disorderly courtyard while he retreated to his chamber to collect his thoughts. Master, what shall we do now? Inquired Lai Shi, Su Wen's devoted servant, who had been by his side throughout the tumultuous day, having not caught sight of the bride. Su Wen, his expression dark, furrowed his brows in contemplation, casting a suspicious glance at Lai Shi. How could Fu Yuzhuo have learned of my connection with Ying, given that my interactions with her have been minimal? Fearing his master's distrust, Lai Shi quickly knelt and bowed his head. Master, please believe me. I swear I have not revealed a single word. Noticing Su Wen's continued silence, Lai Shi grew anxious, fearing he might take out his frustration on him, and hastily added, it must be that someone is envious of you, employing underhanded methods. That Miss Fu is the only legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister. Who could resist such envy? Those who follow you can only rejoice. They would never dare sabotage your good fortune. Lai Shi's reasoning struck a chord, and Su Wen recalled the day they had agreed upon the wedding date. In his excitement, he had celebrated with colleagues over drinks, perhaps boasting about marrying the Prime Minister's daughter. Seeing Su Wen's demeanor soften, Lai Shi seized the opportunity, in my opinion. It could very well be one of your colleagues. Consider this. Your peers all married into lesser families. And now they witness you poised to become the Prime Minister's son-in-law, soaring to new heights. They must be deeply resentful. If this union comes to fruition, you will undoubtedly overshadow them. Su Wen pondered this deeply, realizing the truth in Lai Shi's words. By marrying a woman of noble lineage, his future held immense promise, paving the way for his ascent in society. Moreover, at the flower pavilion where everyone gathered, Miss Ying remained aloof towards others, only drawing close to him. He had the fortune of marrying a legitimate wife who could bolster his career, while also enjoying the companionship of the enchanting Miss Ying. One must wonder, among his contemporaries of equal standing, who possesses such remarkable capabilities? None. Only Su Wen stands alone. Surely, those others must be filled with envy and resentment. Alas, he lamented, he was so close to achieving his lofty aspirations. Frustrated, he pounded his weary legs. Had he known, he would have abstained from alcohol. Otherwise, how could he have been so restless? Drinking hinders progress. Now, Fu Yuchao must have returned in anger to the Prime Minister's residence. Yet he possessed nothing to prove her identity, only a collection of letters exchanged between them, which held little practical value. The urgent matter at hand was to see Yuchao and clarify the misunderstanding. Her feelings for him were genuine, as long as he could grasp that truth. He need not fear her turning away. This union had been meticulously planned for nearly a year, and he could not afford to let it slip away. She must be his. Resolute in his decision, Suwen rose to wash his face and tie his hair, changing into a fresh outfit, grooming himself to appear charming and refined, in hopes that Fu Yuchao would find it even harder to part from him. Once prepared, he rummaged through the table, seizing a letter, tucking it into his bosom, and hurriedly set off. He intended to wait at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, determined to see Fu Yuchao. Chapter 9. Bathing the afternoon sun cast a warm glow as Fu Yuchua and her brother Fu Yumu returned to the Fu residence. Fu Yuchua made her way to her courtyard, while Fu Yumu headed to the study to await their father's return. "Miss, you're back," exclaimed the maids Huaxin and Shuxin, their faces brightening with joy. "Where have you been these days? You didn't even take us with you, and we were so worried. I want to fetch my elder brother and get some water. I need to take a bath," Fu Yuchua replied with a gentle smile. After a long day's toil, despite the onset of autumn, she was still drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and unclean. Most importantly, it had been over a year since she felt truly refreshed, as if a century had passed without a proper bath after her rebirth. In the Su family, resources were scant, and there were few servants to attend to her. She had but one personal maid and a rough servant woman, often overwhelmed with tasks and unable to fetch hot water in time. In contrast, at the Prime Minister's residence, she enjoyed the company of 4 devoted maids and a total of over 20 servants for cleaning and chores. Bathing was a simple affair. Even at times when cooking was not underway, the large kitchen would have hot water prepared for its master's use. Although her Tinglan courtyard was somewhat distant from the kitchen, it merely required a bit of effort to have hot water delivered via the estate's special carriage. Comparatively, the Su household lacked even the means for transportation, let alone water fetching. They only boiled a pot of hot water for bathing on alternate days after dinner, a meager and paltry arrangement. Reflecting on these contrasts, Fu Yuchua couldn't help but smile bitterly. In her previous life, she had truly not suffered, remaining oblivious to reality and thus inviting her own misfortune. To take a bath, she first needed to release her hair, so she walked to her dressing table and sat down. "How has everything been in the residence lately?" she inquired. "Nothing of great concern, except that the madam learned you had run away and punished the servants and footmen. You probably want to be able to go out for a while," Huaxin replied, deftly loosening Fu Yuchua's hair as Shuxin stood nearby, ready to take over the items and garments Huaxin removed. Hearing this, Fu Yuchua's lips curled into a slight smile. "If I can't go out for now, it's just a temporary matter. I certainly can't be confined forever. There are debts to settle, grievances to avenge, and obligations to fulfill. Miss, you still intend to go out? You know how the madam feels about you." If this continues, Shuxin, straightforward by nature, expressed her concern. Fu Yuchua waved her hand lightly. "I have my own plans." Huaxin and Shuxin exchanged glances, choosing not to press further as they focused on assisting their mistress with her hair and attire. At this moment, Fu Yuchua gazed into the mirror, seeing a visage both familiar and foreign. The reflection revealed her untouched beauty, skin as smooth as jade, and her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. This was her true appearance, one she scarcely remembered. What lingered in her mind was the image of herself after marrying into the Su family. Worn and weary from the burden of raising 2 children alone, her hair graying prematurely, her complexion pale from sleepless nights, her eyes sunken, and fine lines marking her youthful face. She was barely past her teenage years, yet appeared as a woman aged by hardship. Staring at her reflection in a daze, Fu Yuchua shook her head slightly. "Enough of this. Since I have been granted a second chance, I shall embrace my new life and relish it without dwelling on the past." Her reverie was interrupted by the sound of the rough servant woman arriving with water. A cart laden with hot water had stopped outside the Tinglan courtyard, and 2 senior maids, Inshin and Taoxin, were diligently directing the laborers to bring in the water. Soon, the steaming hot water was poured into the bathing tub in her inner chamber. Once the tub was filled, Fu Yuchua rose and walked to the bathing room, shedding her garments and sinking into the pleasantly warm water, savoring the long-awaited comfort. It felt exquisite, as if every pore in her body was breathing, expelling the memories of hardship and pain, granting her a rebirth. After some time, she languidly asked, "Has anyone from my mother's side sent word?" "The madam only sent a matron once to inquire about you," But there has been no further communication, Huaxin replied as she gently massaged Fu Yuchua. Cold-hearted as always. Fu Yuchua thought of her mother, Kong, who had always maintained a distant demeanor towards her, a reality she had grown accustomed to. The second miss often comes to check if you have returned, Shuxin chimed in as she entered with petals and bath beans. Sometimes. She even brings pastries and waits in the courtyard, saying she wants you to be the first to taste her new creations. Miss, the second miss is here, announced a servant from outside the door. Ah, what a dutiful and sensible younger sister. She arrived swiftly, Fu Yuchua thought with a cold smile. The second miss of the Prime Minister's residence, Fu Yumin, was a born concubine, known for her understanding nature and popularity within the household. In her previous life, after severing ties with her family, only this younger sister had visited her a few times, offering comfort and warmth for which Fu Yuchua was grateful. It was only during her coma that she overheard the conversation between Su Wan and his mother, revealing that her younger sister was, in fact, the most venomous serpent disguised in a guise of kindness, having deceived everyone. Now that she had escaped, Fu Yumin could be seen as a willing accomplice. And Fu Yuchua, foolishly grateful, had helped count the money after being sold. Had it not been for that overheard conversation, she would remain unaware of her sister's true nature. Patience. Fu Yuchua inhaled deeply. The time had not yet arrived. There were still many things she needed to comprehend, such as how Fu Yumin had ended up marrying the prince as a concubine, an enigma that eluded her understanding. She would bide her time, as there would be ample opportunity to unmask her sister. Just as she resolved to speak, Huaxin interjected. Why the rush? Let her wait outside. Can't she see Our Lady is bathing? Let her serve outside. What is the matter? Fu Yuchua inquired, surprised by Huaxin's words. Miss, you don't know. These past few days you were gone. The second miss came frequently, Huaxin replied, scattering petals into the tub. With so many people in the house, rumors began to spread. They say the second miss is concerned for you. Yet here she is, simply sitting around. Fool! If she truly cared, she would have helped keep our departure a secret, rather than letting it be known that Our Lady has run away. Instead, she comes every day to sit idly in the courtyard. Huaxin responded indignantly. Now, they say the second miss is loyal and caring while Our Lady is thought to be willful and inconsiderate. Indeed, you've grown wise, Fu Yuchua chuckled. Seeing Fu Yuchua praise her, Huaxin beamed with pride, feeling a bit shy as she said, I don't know why. I just have a gut feeling the second miss harbors ill intentions. You are my personal maids. It is natural for you to consider my perspective in all matters. Your ability to see beyond appearances to the essence of things is indeed rare. Noticing Shuxin's slight distress, Fu Yuchua offered, Shuxin, you're straightforward. It's simply a matter of perspective. Don't feel disheartened. You have your strengths. Do not underestimate yourself. Hearing Fu Yuchua's concern for her, Shuxin felt a surge of happiness as she continued to assist her mistress, chatting with Huaxin about the recent happenings in the residence. After Fu Yuchua's bath, Huaxin and Shuxin helped her dry off and style her hair. Yingxin stood nearby, holding a tray adorned with soft, silky Su embroidery handkerchiefs, ready to present Fu Yuchua with hairpins. Taoxin offered a dry towel, prepared to replace the damp cloth at any moment. At that moment, a matron sent by Fu Yuchua's mother arrived with a message. Miss, the madam requests your presence in the Tranquil Heart Hall. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Please ask the matron to wait. After a simple grooming, Fu Yuchua, carrying her paintbrush and heart, rose to head towards the Tranquility Hall. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, she encountered her half-sister, Fu Yumin, who was waiting outside. Chapter 10. Jokes. In the 10th chapter, the elder sister, Fu Yumin, gracefully greeted her half-sister, Fu Yuchua. As she emerged, clad in a delicate yellow dress, she possessed a striking beauty, standing elegantly in the autumn breeze. Her slender figure reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the wind. Fu Yuchua felt an urge to assist her, reflecting on how she had been so easily deceived in her past life. During her previous unconsciousness, she had been preoccupied with concern for her sister, believing that Yumin always acted with her best interests at heart, embodying kindness. How could she have anticipated that they were both ensnared by a pack of wolves? Her genuine worries had turned into a jest, much like her own fate. A cold smile crept across Fu Yuchua's face. What was the second miss doing? Standing in the gusts of wind without entering for tea? One might think that Tinglan Courtyard was merely a place to hear the wind. The thoughts of Shu Xin recalled the recent behavior of the second miss, which had indeed tarnished the reputation of the eldest sister. Anger bubbled within her, and she spoke without reservation. Dear sister, do not misunderstand. The first time the maid publicly embarrassed her, Fu Yumin's skin was thicker than a city wall, and even under the watchful eyes of numerous maids and matrons, her cheeks flushed crimson. Fu Yumin was somewhat taken aback. In the past, Fu Yuchua had treated her with utmost kindness, and thus the maids of Tinglan Courtyard had shown her great respect. However, upon returning from an outing, it seemed as though things had changed. No, that couldn't be. She quickly dismissed the thought. Fu Yuchua was a fool. Just 2 days prior, when she had aided her in secretly escaping from home, Fu Yuchua had been tearful and grateful, uncertain as to why Shu Xin seemed to target her. Fu Yumin felt she could not express her anger and merely smiled awkwardly, approaching her sister. I simply thought the scenery at your courtyard gate was splendid, and in my moment of admiration, I momentarily forgot my manners. I hope you won't take offense. Fu Yuchua, observing the hand reaching out to assist her, swiftly evaded it, casting a cold glance at her sister's feigned demeanor. What business do you speak of? Fu Yumin, feigning understanding, replied. I was thinking of accompanying my elder sister to pay our respects to mother. It is always easier with company. Are you hoping to witness my misfortune, dear sister? Fu Yuchua countered with a smile that held an edge of frost. If I venture out to meet my elder brother without permission, mother will surely punish me. Do you think you can garner more favor in mother's eyes than I, her own daughter? Fu Yumin was caught off guard by Fu Yuchua's candid admission of her absence from the household, particularly when she openly referred to her as a child of lesser birth in front of the maids and matrons. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson as her voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Elder sister, please do not be angry. It is all my fault. Indeed, it is not appropriate for you to speak so, Fu Yuchua replied, struggling to conceal her disgust. We must not linger any longer, or we shall miss the time to pay our respects to mother. You may leave now. Fu Yuchua abruptly interrupted her, unwilling to spare another glance at the hypocritical Fu Yumin, and turned to depart. Seeing her sister's intention to leave, Fu Yumin hastily followed, tears flowing freely, resembling a weeping pear blossom, yet she did not forget to affectionately grasp Fu Yuchua's hand. Sister, do not worry, though I am lacking. I can still accompany you in your punishment, so will not feel so sorrowful. Fu Yuchua was astonished by her sister and Appo's audacity and weary of the charade. She replied somberly, if mother chooses to punish me, it is for my own good, and there is nothing for me to lament. Hua Xin, sharp-witted and perceptive, immediately sensed the inappropriateness of the second miss and Appo's words and quickly interjected, Second miss, the madam is the biological mother of the eldest miss, and it is only natural for her to educate her. Why does it sound as though you are deliberately sowing discord between the eldest miss and the madam? Fu Yumin was taken aback, her tears ceasing abruptly as she donned a look of grievance. Hua Xin, you misunderstand me. I merely wished to share the burden with my sister. Turning back to Fu Yuchua, she added, It is only my clumsy tongue. Please do not take offense. Then perhaps it would be best to speak less, for if anyone were to misinterpret your words and provoke mother's ire, neither of us could atone for the consequences. With that, Fu Yuchua chose to ignore her sister and continued on her way. However, just as she had taken a few steps, her path was suddenly obstructed by an angry voice that rang out loudly. Chapter 11. Unworthy, the venerable reputation of the Prime Minister's estate, tarnished by your actions. How dare you return, devoid of all decorum? Blocking her path was Fu Yubo, Fu Yuqiao's own younger brother and the second young master of the Prime Minister's estate. He glared at Fu Yuqiao, his face contorted with resentment. Over the past few years, Fu Yubo had not been close to her. When she lay unconscious for 20 days in her previous life, her eldest brother had rushed back from the southwest, yet he had never appeared. Clearly, he cared little for the honor, disgrace, life, or death of this elder sister of his. Now, he was berating her so harshly in front of the servants. Before Fu Yuqiao could react, Fu Yumin hurried over, her face etched with anxiety. Second brother, please, she is still our elder sister. Fu Yuba scoffed, turning his head and casting a disdainful glance at Fu Yuqiao. As an elder, one should set an example, adhere to etiquette, uphold family rules, and contribute to the family and Appo's glory. For what she has done, she is unworthy of being called an elder. Second brother, elder sister is still your sister. Even if she has erred, you should speak with restraint, Fu Yumin said, shielding Fu Yuba behind her, as if to protect him. She turned to Fu Yuqiao, her expression pleading. Elder sister, please don an amp. Amp, Appo's, blames second brother. He is young and impetuous. If he has offended you, I will apologize on his behalf. Fu Yumin and Appo's interference only seemed to incense her younger brother further. Fu Yuqiao could not help but sneer. Second sister is truly virtuous, taking on the responsibilities of a mother. Does a legitimate son and Appo's mistakes require a concubine and Appo's daughter to atone for them? Is our mother a bodhisattva in the Jingxin hall, only absorbing incense smoke, incapable of teaching her children? Fu Yumin choked, then burst into tears. It is I who am ignorant. Second brother is a legitimate son of noble birth. I am but a daughter born of a concubine, a mere miss in name, not even as worthy as a maidservant by elder sister's side. It is I who lacks respect and invites ridicule. Hearing this, Fu Yuba raged. You are utterly unreasonable. Second sister is only trying to mediate. Why do you bring up legitimacy and concubinage? You wish to use your status to suppress others, without even a hint of remorse. You are narrow-minded and unrepentant. He puffed out his chest, shielding Fu Yumin behind him as if Fu Yuqiao intended to devour her second sister. Fu Yuqiao gazed at Fu Yuba's youthful face, unperturbed. She merely glanced at him and said coolly, to reprimand one and Appo's elder sister, is this the etiquette of the Prime Minister and Appo's as second young master? It seems the tutors at your academy teach seniority in reverse. How novel. Perhaps your tutor should come to the estate and enlighten my father to broaden his horizons. Even though Fu Yuqiao had erred, Fu Yuba's disrespect for his elder sister would not hold up before their father. He could only glare at Fu Yuqiao, his eyes seemingly spitting fire, as if to incinerate her. In his haste, he had spoken rashly. Now, he was unable to refute Fu Yuqiao's pointed retort. He could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a sentence from between his teeth. I have no such shameless sister. Fu Yuqiao was puzzled. Although she was not close to Yuba, they were not enemies. Yet his attitude and words suggested he had resented her for a long time. Fu Yuqiao looked at him meaningfully. Alas, I am indeed your own elder sister. Huaxin, the second young master, seems to be suffering from excessive internal heat. Have the kitchen prepare some cooling tea for him, lest he burn out his brain and offend an elder. That would warrant a spanking, making him a laughingstock. Fu Yuba's face flushed crimson. He had forgotten all about rules and etiquette. He blurted out, heedless of the consequences, you have already committed the shameless act of elopement. How dare you still act like an elder? You are a disgrace to the family. In any other household, you would have been beaten to death. Hearing these words, Fu Yuqiao felt a chill in her heart. Did her own brother truly hate her so much? Was this hatred solely due to her elopement? Shuxin, seeing Fu Yuba's unseemly behavior and harsh words, felt a surge of anger rising to the top of her head. She could not help but retort. What is the second young master doing? You are acting as if you and the young lady are mortal enemies. One would think you were irreconcilable foes. Fu Yumin, weeping, stepped out from behind Fu Yuba and gently tugged at Fu Yuqiao and Appo's sleeve. No, second brother is just impetuous. He has no ill intentions. He only hopes that elder sister will not err again. Please do not misunderstand. Annoyed, Fu Yuqiao shook off Fu Yumin's hand. She gave a forceful tug, and Fu Yumin stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Fu Yuba was taken aback and roared, "What are you doing? Your heart is truly malicious. You actually pushed her. Mother was right. Someone like you deserves to die." He wanted to help Fu Yumin up, but Fu Yuqiao stood in his way, blocking his path. Her face was cold as she stared at him and asked, each word distinct, "You disown me and wish for my death?" Fu Yuba hesitated slightly. He had heard that his elder sister had eloped, and he saw how worried his second sister was, looking haggard. Now, he saw with his own eyes that his elder sister did not appreciate their concern and even publicly humiliated his second sister. His second sister's eyes were red and swollen from crying for her sake, yet she had the audacity to push her. It was then that Fu Yuba lost control and lashed out. He was angry that his elder sister could not be as kind and sensible as his second sister. He was also jealous that his elder sister was favored by their father and had developed a fearless nature, unafraid of punishment even after committing such a grave offense. Anger and jealousy burned within him, making him miserable. He thought that by saying hurtful words, he could make her sad and feel better. Faced with Fu Yuqiao's question, Fu Yuba dared not admit his thoughts and did not know how to answer. He stammered, I. Seeing the stalemate, Fu Yumin quickly got up and stepped between Fu Yuqiao and Fu Yuba, pulling Fu Yuba back to shield him. Elder sister, please show mercy. Even if you are angry, do not push second brother. He is still young. You can teach him later. Vent your anger on me. I will take the blame for my brother. Fu Yumin's hand was in front of Fu Yuba, and he saw a scratch on the back of her hand, with blood oozing from the wound. It must have been from when she fell to the ground. A surge of anger rose from Fu Yuba's chest, and he roared for committing such unbrotherly and disrespectful acts. You deserve to be beaten to death. Fu Yuqiao and Appo's heart was ice cold. Although she did not expect her brother to be as close to her as her eldest brother, she never imagined that he would hate her and curse her. Provoked by Fu Yuba and Appo's harsh words, Fu Yuqiao reached out and twisted his ear, pulling it toward her. Fu Yuba winced in pain and cried out, How dare you pinch me? Let go. If you don't let go, I'll tell mother to punish you. He tried to swat Fu Yuqiao's hand away. Fu Yuqiao was unmoved, increasing the pressure on his ear. She said coldly, Listen well. You have no right to decide my fate. If you dare to speak insolently again, I will beat you until you crawl on the ground. When you have the ability to become the head of the Fu family, then you can decide my fate. Now, you are not worthy. With that, Fu Yuqiao clenched her fists, resisting the urge to punch her foolish brother in the face. She turned and walked away without looking back. Chapter 12. The younger brother, as they made their way to their mother's tranquil hall, after walking for a short while and noticing that no one was pursuing them, Shu Xen indignantly exclaimed, How could the second young master be so insufferable, while outsiders have yet to intercede? He is already eager to cast aspersions upon the eldest young lady. Such behavior is truly disheartening. Seeing her speak so recklessly, Hua Xen gently tugged at her arm, offering comfort to Fu Yuqiao. My lady, the second young master is still quite young. Over the years, you have not involved yourself much in the affairs of the household, and he has naturally grown closer to the green bamboo courtyard. It stands to reason that he would favor them. This time, it is likely the second young lady who has instigated him. It may not have been the second young master's intention at all. Please do not take it to heart. Perhaps you should engage with him more in the future. In time, as he matures, he will come to appreciate your kindness. Fu Yuqiao walked in silence, pondering the change in her younger brother, who now regarded her with a disdainful expression akin to that of Crow. Once, when he was still quite young, he had adored her, following her around and calling her sister with genuine affection. When had this shift occurred, Fu Yuqiao lowered her gaze, well aware of the rules and decorum expected of her. It was evident that he no longer regarded her as a true sister. Soon, he would be 11 years old, not a child anymore. Noticing the frost upon her lady's countenance, Shu Xian sought to divert her attention, cautiously voicing her confusion. My lady, why does the second young lady appear to mediate, yet seems to provoke the second young master further? While she seemingly makes sense and attempts to smooth things over, it feels as though she only adds fuel to the fire. The tension between you and the second young master has escalated. How does she manage this? Pondering this, Shu Xian found herself bewildered. Fu Yuqiao scoffed. Even you can see through her facade. My foolish brother remains oblivious, swayed by their pretentious sibling affection. Hua Xian, her brow furrowed with concern, replied, In these past 2 years, your thoughts have not been focused on the household. While the green bamboo courtyard has diligently cultivated their rapport with the second young master, it is disheartening that he favors the illegitimate second young lady over his own sister. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yuqiao calmly responded, Though we may share blood ties as family, there exist varying degrees of closeness. If they harbor no regard for me, then I shall not trouble myself with thoughts of them. Shu Xin suggested, perhaps you should refrain from venturing out for a while. Why not engage more with the second young master? Time reveals true hearts. He will eventually come to recognize your worth. Fu Yuchu gently shook her head. There is no need. I am disinclined to expend such effort. Let us remain unbothered by one another, and I shall find solace in tranquility. Having returned to life, she had no desire to waste her thoughts on those who did not cherish her. However, she remained wary of her half-sister from the green bamboo courtyard, who had concealed her true intentions for years and possessed a cunning mind. In her previous life, Fu Yume had married the Prince of Hong and, during her pregnancy, engaged in an affair with Su Wan. Every decision she made contradicted the future plans of the Prime Minister's household. Although Fu Yuchu was unaware of the reasons behind these events, she sensed that matters were far from simple. With no clarity in sight, she resolved to remain vigilant, hoping to uncover any clues. Thus, Fu Yuchu instructed from now on, keep a close watch on the green bamboo courtyard. Report any developments to me, and exercise caution. Do not let anyone catch on. Yes, my lady, Hua Xian replied. But will the kitchen truly send over that purging tea? Of course they will. It must be the most bitter kind, brewed perfectly and presented to the second young master for him to drink, Shu Xian said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hua Xian frowned. Shu Xian, do not complicate matters. Delivering it would only slap the second young master in the face. It would only deepen the rift between you and him. He wishes for me to be utterly ruined. Our relationship cannot deteriorate further. Let us proceed as you suggested. Fu Yuchu said, gathering her thoughts and choosing not to dwell on her foolish brother. Chapter 13. At the entrance of Tinglanuan, Fu Yuba clenched his fists tightly, his small face flushed with anger, his chest rising and falling with furious breaths. He felt both enraged and powerless. His elder sister was indeed correct, regardless of her actions. As her younger brother, he had no right to criticize or punish her. All he could do was utter a few harsh words to vent his frustrations, hoping it might bring him some solace. Reflecting on these thoughts, he couldn't and oppose. He helped but resent his father even more. His father was exceedingly partial. His elder sister was so brazen because of it. Second brother, don't take my words to heart. It's all my fault. I couldn't help it all and only ended up making elder sister angry. Dragging you into this Fu Yuman's sobbing voice brought Fu Yuba back to reality. She, with her self-serving disposition, should be the one being comforted, yet here he was, trying to console her. Fu Yuman dabbed her tears with a handkerchief. Rest assured, second brother, as long as you study hard, you will surely carve out your own space in the future. You won't have to endure this nonsense because of me anymore. Seeing the injury on Fu Yuman's hand, Fu Yuba hurried over to inspect it. Elder sister, is your hand all right? How could she be so unreasonable, pushing you with such force? It's even bleeding. That must hurt terribly. Anxious, Fu Yuba turned to instruct a servant to summon the physician. Noticing that Fu Yuba referred to her simply as elder sister and not by her full title, Fu Yuman felt a surge of delight, though she masked it with a feigned expression of concern. There is no need for that. It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious. Let us not alarm the household. That would be improper. Absolutely not. Elder sister, do not belittle your own suffering. I must have the physician attend to you, and then I will report to mother so that she can punish her. No. My elder sister has the right to discipline me as the legitimate child. You must not make a fuss about this. Hearing his elder sister's prudent and considerate words only fueled Fu Yuba and Appo's urgency. I will personally fetch the physician and inform mother of this incident. She must be punished for your sake. Elder sister, please return to Yuzhuo Garden and rest while you wait. With that, he hurried away. Fu Yuman stood rooted in place, watching Fu Yuba rush off, wringing her handkerchief as she cried out, "Second brother, don't go, second brother," until he vanished from sight. She stomped her foot and sighed. I told him not to go. What a mess this will become. Wiping her tears with her handkerchief, she made her way back. Upon returning to Yuzhuo Garden, as soon as she entered, her maid Huching remarked, "Why has the eldest miss become so agitated after just one outing?" Seeing Fu Yuman's unsightly expression, she bit her tongue, refraining from further comment. Fu Yuman was merely acting for the servants. crafting an image of fragility and understanding, seeking to cultivate a reputation for sisterly affection. Once she returned to her private chambers, however, she unleashed her emotions, her face contorted with anger and resentment. Being publicly humiliated by her legitimate sister naturally incensed her, and she felt a sense of injustice, believing herself to be superior to Fu Yuzhuo in every regard. Previously, Fu Yuzhuo had been easily manipulated. She listened to everything Fu Yumin said. Even this time, when she ran away from home, it had been Fu Yumin's instigation. Back then, Fu Yuzhuo had shown no suspicion, gratefully accepting the substantial amount of private funds Fu Yumin had given her, tears of gratitude in her eyes. How could it be that, after just one outing, she returned with such hostility? It shouldn't be this way. Fu Yumin had concealed her true self so well over the years that even her biological mother, concubine Fong, had remained oblivious, let alone Fu Yuzhuo discovering anything. Going out was not akin to enlightening Fu Yuzhuo's foolish mind. Could she possibly become wise overnight? Most critically, events should not have unfolded this way. They ought to have proceeded according to her meticulously crafted plan. She was the protagonist of this narrative. Although she had managed to win over Fu Yuzhuo, he was still quite young. It would be several more years before he could be of any real use. Currently, Fu Yuzhuo was merely an impulsive child, a mouthpiece for harsh words and complaints to their mother. It was Fu Yushi whom she needed to sway for greater benefit. Alas, Fu Yushi consistently favored that foolish legitimate sister, showing no regard for her sensible half-sister. What was most disheartening was that after managing to persuade Fu Yuzhuo to elope, she had now returned alongside Fu Yushi. Fu Yushi, the legitimate eldest son, was astute and held significant sway in the household as a renowned young general in the Southwest Army. With him around, future schemes would become increasingly difficult. Fu Yumin quickly devised strategies in her mind, pinning her hopes on the upcoming double ninth festival banquet at the palace. She hoped the information she had learned beforehand would prove valuable, justifying her years of pretense and restraint. Chapter 14. Mother in the Tranquil Hall. Mrs. Sun sat at the head, sipping tea, while Fu Yuzhuo knelt on the floor, the mat absent, a deliberate punishment orchestrated by her mother. You have grown and your thoughts have multiplied. I can no longer rein you in, Mrs. Sun remarked, her expression cold and detached as she fiddled with the tea lid. Kneel here in meditation for the night. You shall return to your own quarters by dawn and not step outside again. Yes, Fu Yuzhuo replied obediently. Though her heart harbored defiance, she would find a way to escape. After all, her elder brother was there, and she feared nothing. Do not think to deceive me. Next month marks your 16th birthday, and the matter of your betrothal cannot be delayed further. You must not create any more disturbances that could bring ruin to the Prime Minister and Appo's residence. Perhaps, genuinely concerned about Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's potential flight, Mrs. Sun and Appo's voice grew increasingly harsh. Yes, I shall heed my mother's counsel, Fu Yuzhuo said, though sorrow welled within her at the reprimands. Alone as a daughter, having been away from home for several days without a word of concern from her mother, her mind was occupied solely with the futures of her father and brothers. Such was the tragedy of a noble family, rife with calculations and schemes. Amidst her melancholy, confusion arose. If her mother truly feared her actions would tarnish the family name, should she not have been sought out instead? Why had the household remained silent during her absence? In her previous life, she had not seen anyone in the house besides her elder brother until her very end, nor had she set foot within those doors again. Did my mother not send anyone to find me? Fu Yuzhuo could not suppress her bewilderment. Mrs. Sun, her face devoid of emotion, responded curtly, no. If you were so concerned about my tarnishing the Prime Minister and Appo's reputation, why not send someone to bring me back? You have chosen your own path of destruction. I will not waste my efforts searching for you. Setting down her tea, Mrs. Sun's gaze was complex as she regarded her daughter. Even your father remains unaware. I have kept it from him. He does not know you have not been in the residence these past 2 days. Her father, consumed by affairs of state, left early and returned late, only seeing Fu Yuzhuo once or twice a month. If her mother intended to conceal the truth, it was likely her father was genuinely oblivious to the household and Appo's state. The revelation that her mother had even concealed this from her father left Fu Yuzhuo more perplexed. Why keep such a secret? Though her father seldom saw her, he had always been stern and concerned with reputation. If he learned of her elopement, he would surely have sought to confine her. You must bear the consequences of your own actions. It is not your father's or the Prime Minister and Oppo's duty to clean up after you. Mrs. Sun, having spoken her piece, refused to elaborate further and began to exit. Clenching her hands tightly, Fu Yuzhuo's nails dug into her palms as she lifted her head to meet her mother's gaze, voicing her suspicion. So, mother, you deliberately allow your daughter to misbehave outside while concealing it from father, effectively severing any chance for reconciliation. You truly wish for your daughter to disgrace the Fu family's century-long reputation and abandon her, do you not? Mrs. Sun's face darkened, her eyes narrowing at Fu Yuzhuo, remaining silent, neither confirming nor denying, but tacitly accepting. From her mother's malevolent gaze, Fu Yuzhuo discerned a deep-seated hatred. She understood, from the very beginning, this had been her mother's design. For years, her mother had indulged her whims, fostering a wildness that provided opportunities for missteps. Though accustomed to her mother's indifference, the realization struck her like 1,000 icy arrows piercing her chest, rendering her breathless and trembling with cold. This was her own mother, calculating her misfortune while closing off her path to redemption. At that moment, Mrs. Sun approached her, looking down with gritted teeth. Unfortunately, you are inept. Inept? For not having erred and for not besmirching the Prime Minister's residence. I am deemed inept? Trembling, Fu Yuzhuo finally found her voice, unwilling to accept defeat. If I were to commit such an act, what then would you do, mother? Meeting Fu Yuzhuo's gaze, Mrs. Sun averted her eyes toward the door, her voice cold and indifferent as she walked away. If you were to truly bring disgrace upon the Prime Minister and Oppo's reputation, the household would find ways to dissociate itself. As Fu Yuzhuo absorbed these heartless words, a chilling realization settled over her. Her mother might even wish her dead. Though pain constricted her chest, a thought emerged unbidden. Is this truly her mother? What kind of mother harbors such hatred for her child? The venomous glare of her mother reminded Fu Yuzhuo of her brother, Fu Yubo, who had similarly looked at her with disdain. It seemed the brother's animosity stemmed not solely from the intrigues surrounding the green bamboo courtyard, but rather from their mother's insidious influence, filling his ears with slanderous words about her. In this so-called family, two sought her demise. They were her supposed kin. How could this not wound her heart, chill her spirit, and cause her pain? The autumn breeze gently swept into the tranquil hall, rousing Fu Yuzhuo from her despair, stirring her heart from its abyss. Recognizing the harsh reality, she resolved, despite their blood ties, since they were devoid of affection, she would sever her ties. Henceforth, she would acknowledge only her elder brother as family. In this life, she would live solely for herself and for her brother, determined to live brilliantly and boldly, compelling them to look up to her. Chapter 15. Mischief in the Study of the Fu Residence. Father Fu Yumu performed a respectful greeting. Well, you have endured a long journey, Fu Chang said, extending his hand to support his eldest son, gazing at Fu Yumu with delight. He appeared somewhat darker, a sign of his maturity. Upon learning of his son's return, Fu Chang, who had been on duty, hurried home, eager to converse after 2 years apart. How fare the southwestern troops? Fu Chang inquired while gesturing for a servant to change into everyday attire. The emperor, upon reviewing the apology submitted by General Tianxiong, has chosen not to impose immediate punishment. The military remains under the command of General Un, who is still at ease. Is His Majesty opting to withhold judgment until the situation stabilizes? Fu Yumu breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor had not acted with haste, suggesting a glimmer of hope for negotiation. The enemy has breached the camp gates. Punishment is inevitable. Perhaps the emperor wishes to hear your account first. Fu Chang turned and settled into a grand armchair as 2 servants hastily knelt, one massaging his legs while the other changed his shoes. Your return home should have been a time for family reunion, yet the situation has turned dire. The military reports should have arrived prior to your return. Why is it that the reports from the supervising officer have not reached the capital? The reports were meant to accompany General and S documents, Fu Yumu explained. The supervising officer claims there are discrepancies in the casualty figures that require further verification. Concern etched on Fu Cheng's brow. This matter appears suspicious. You must submit a report to the palace tomorrow to present your case, cautiously. Yes, Fu Yumu affirmed respectfully. He had submitted a leave request to the Ministry of War 3 months prior and received approval to return for personal matters. The emperor would surely understand that his urgent return was not meant for a claim. Next month, his sister Chaoer would turn 16, and Fu Yumu had come specifically to accompany her. He was not summoned by edict. Thus, he could return home directly without first visiting the palace. Once the servants had attended to their duties and exited, Fu Cheng inquired about the recent blunders. What precisely is the situation, if general and has indeed been negligent? The emperor should not exhibit such leniency. I too find this matter peculiar, Fu Yumu replied, furrowing his brow. General and has guarded the border for many years. He should not be so careless. Have there been any unusual occurrences in the military? I have not noticed anything amiss, except that 6 months ago, General and unexpectedly assigned me to lead the vanguard, diverting 10,000 troops from the central camp to simulate combat against the Wa troops. He granted us permission to advance into the mountains to enhance our soldiers' skills and reaction times. The military formations have also been frequently altered. Last month, when the Wa troops invaded, the central camp's 1st and 2nd battalions, which should have been stationed in the south, were relocated to the northern camp, leaving only the 3rd Battalion in the south. The 3rd Battalion is the weakest and due to General and S oversight. The 1st and 2nd Battalions were not recalled in time, allowing the Wa troops to reach the campus gates. I was conducting exercises in the mountains at the time, and upon sensing something was amiss on my return journey, I led our soldiers in a surprise attack on the Wa troops from behind, successfully burning their supplies and averting disaster. This complicates matters further, Fu Cheng mused, stroking his beard. The supervising officer in Oppo's report has not yet arrived. The emperor is unaware of your accomplishments, yet he seems inclined to bestow General An's daughter upon Prince Hung as a concubine. Father, has the decree already been issued? Fu Yumu inquired, astonished to hear the emperor's intentions regarding Yuzhuo. Historically, emperors are wary of princes forming alliances with military generals, as princes wielding military power pose a significant threat. To mitigate such risks, emperors typically prohibit their sons from marrying the daughters of military leaders. Princes, in turn, avoid close associations with them. Only princes from families with little influence might consider marrying a general and Oppo's daughter, while Prince Hung's mother hails from a prestigious lineage, having served as an imperial tutor and belongs to an esteemed clan. The decree was just drafted today by the Board of Rights. It will not be issued immediately. Fu Cheng sighed, recognizing that only Prince Hung and the Crown Prince held significant power at court. As the Crown Prince and Oppo's uncle, he was naturally inclined to strategize for him. Be cautious, my son. The rivalry between the two princes is fierce, and the emperor's intentions are increasingly enigmatic. When you report on military affairs tomorrow, refrain from seeking undue credit. Yes, I understand, Fu Yumu nodded. Come, let us see your mother and dine together. She has missed you greatly, and Bauer often speaks of you. Now that you have returned, we should enjoy a family meal. Yes, I too have longed for home, and have yet to pay my respects to mother. I shall go to the Jingxin Hall now. Noticing that his father had not mentioned Chaoer's mischief, Fu Yumu felt uncertain of his father's intent and sought an excuse to visit his mother. He was concerned about Chaoer's punishment and wished to intervene. Let us go together, Fu Cheng said, leading Fu Yumu toward the Jingxin Hall. As they approached the entrance, they encountered Sun Shi, who was delighted to see her son after a long absence. After greeting Fu Cheng, she eagerly took Fu Yumu's hand, inquiring, Why are you so lightly dressed? Have you been injured during your years in the military? You are not returning to the army now, are you? Fu Yumu responded to her questions, then turned to search for Fu Yuchao's figure. He found her kneeling in the middle of the hall, her back to the door, unmoving even upon their arrival. What is the matter with Chao? Fu Cheng asked, noticing her. Sun Shi hesitated, unsure how to respond. She was aware of Fu Yuchao and Amp, Oppo's clandestine elopement with Su Wensheng, but had deliberately kept it from Fu Cheng. Publicly, she had claimed that Fu Yuchao was unwell, suffering from a cough that rendered her unable to be in the wind. Even when she occasionally ventured out, she concealed her face with a veil. However, behind the scenes, Sun Shi allowed Fu Yuchao to misbehave, dressing as a boy to roam freely. Her intention was to indulge her daughter's ignorance of the world, hoping that one day she would cause a scandal and never return. Under Sun Shi's machinations, few had seen Fu Yuchao's face, allowing the Fu family to deny her existence should trouble arise. Yet now, with Fu Yuchao returning with Fu Yumu, the matter could no longer be hidden. Having been away for 2 days, the situation was delicate. Minimally, it could be explained as a visit to a friend's house, which would not cause alarm. At its worst, it would imply her whereabouts were unknown, tarnishing the family's reputation. However, since she returned with Yumu, who had always favored her, the incident would likely stir no significant backlash. Even if it reached Fu Cheng, she would face little punishment, possibly even gaining Yumu's further favor. Thus, the best course of action was to claim that Fu Yuchao had merely gone to fetch Fu Yumu. Such folly, a young lady wandering outside for 2 days. Fu Cheng exclaimed, furious as he approached Fu Yuchao, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. What if something went awry? How shall I explain this to the empress? You are to be wed to the crown prince. Fu Yumu quickly positioned himself to shield Fu Yuchao. Father, please calm your anger. Chao did not go far. She simply waited for me at the outskirts of Anfu City. The young ladies of Anfu accompanied her, and nothing untoward occurred. How can you defend such outrageous behavior? Fu Cheng retorted, his anger unabated. You cannot protect her after such a blatant disregard for propriety. Father has noted that Chao is to be wed into the royal family. This matter should not be publicized, Fu Yumu consoled. As long as she is unharmed, we can address this gradually. The empress has always favored Chao. Should there be any punishment, it would be difficult to explain to her majesty. Mentioning the empress slightly tempered Fu Cheng's ire. He turned to Sun Shi and commanded, from this moment forth, she is not to step outside even a single pace. She must remain at home and await the imperial decree. Yes, my lord, Sun Shi replied, lowering her head, concealing her true emotions. My lord, trouble brews outside. A servant rushed in, reporting urgently. Chapter 16. The bestowal of marriage in the 16th chapter. What has transpired? Upon the inquiry of the master, it was reported that a young lady from General An's household had injured His Highness, the Prince of Hong, causing a considerable loss of blood. Upon hearing that Yuzhuo was involved, Fu Yuchua hastily attempted to rise, only to be gently restrained by Fu Yumu, who shook his head in a subtle gesture. Realizing that she could still listen while kneeling, Fu Yuchua remained still, straining her ears to catch the unfolding events. Given the esteemed status of His Highness, it was inconceivable that the virtuous Miss and would act recklessly. What could have possibly transpired? A servant, kneeling on the ground, continued to explain. It is said that His Highness displayed frivolity, and given that Miss and is the daughter of a martial general, known for her fiery temperament and considerable skills, she ended up wounding His Highness. The servant elaborated that the incident occurred in a private chamber at the Treasure Pavilion, where the guards were stationed outside. By the time the guards heard the commotion, it was too late, and many witnesses noted the significant bloodstain on His Highness's chest as he was assisted out. Currently, it was rumored that His Highness was receiving treatment at a nearby medical establishment, while Miss and had already returned to the general's residence. What has caused His Highness to lose his composure so suddenly? Fu Cheng pondered, his brow furrowed in contemplation. I have heard that the emperor has issued a decree to bestow Miss and upon the Prince of Hong as a concubine, and the edict has already been dispatched to the household. What? Fu Cheng exclaimed, taken aback by the news of the imperial decree, as he began to pace within the hall. Is there any further information? Noticing his father's agitation, Fu Yumu recalled that his father had just claimed the decree would not be issued so swiftly, suggesting that there had been unforeseen developments. He urged the servant to continue. The Treasure Pavilion has reported the incident to the authorities, and the governor of Jingzhou has sent someone to oversee the general and Oppo's residence. While I have accompanied His Highness to ascertain the situation at hand, there is nothing more. Leave us, Fu Yumu instructed, dismissing the attendants until only Fu Cheng, Sun Shi, and the kneeling Fu Yuchua remained. Father, do you find this unusual? The emperor has yet to meet you, and yet he bestows a lady from the household upon the Prince of Hong. Fu Cheng stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering your achievements. This marriage is intended to balance the power between the Crown Prince and Prince Hong. Thus, you must be prepared to command the Southwestern Army. However, the Emperor's actions before even meeting you are concerning. Fu Yumu understood his father and Amp. Appo's implication. Regardless of whether he had proven himself, the marriage was to be granted. If he failed to resolve the situation successfully, the Emperor's intentions to bestow the marriage would effectively bolster Prince Hong's military influence. Although the Great Yu Kingdom boasts a significant military force, it is widely dispersed. To the north reside predatory, nomadic tribes. Fierce in combat, yet plagued by internal discord due to their long-standing habits of raiding one another, resulting in centuries of conflict. Consequently, Great Yu has stationed 600,000 troops from the northwest to the northeast across 4 fortifications, primarily for defensive purposes, enduring only minor skirmishes. In contrast, the southwestern forces, numbering 300,000, represent the kingdom and Appo's most substantial military strength, facing the Wa Kingdom, a formidable power in the southwest with a history of successful statehood. The Southwestern Army has engaged in numerous significant battles against them, gradually evolving into the most elite fighting force of the Great Yu Kingdom. With the issuance of the marriage decree, the Southwestern Army would effectively become aligned with Prince Hong, a troubling development for the Crown Prince's faction. Even if Fu Yumu were to lead troops in the future, he would never command the Southwestern Army again. Taking charge of other military units would not only be insufficient in strength, but would also require time for integration, rendering his years of strategizing in the Southwest futile. What shall we do now? Sun Shi asked anxiously, sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in their expressions. I shall change into court attire and await at the palace gates. It is possible the emperor will demand an inquiry tonight. Fu Cheng replied as he made his way outside. You should change your clothes and join me shortly to meet the emperor. With that, he exited the room. Fu Yumu assisted Fu Yuchua in rising. Return to the courtyard and wait. Do not fret. Mu and Amp, Appo's, your sister is being punished by kneeling. You should attend to your matters. Sun Shi remarked, agitated by her eldest son as evident favoritism towards Fu Yuchua. Mother, Chur is also your child. Please extend her some leniency and allow her to return to the courtyard to collect her thoughts, Fu Yumu implored, observing his mother's stern demeanor. He understood that she had managed the prime minister and Appo's household for many years without error, yet now she seemed to turn a blind eye to Chua and Appo's clandestine marriage, concealing it from their father. Fu Yumu had always known his mother was not particularly close to Chua and Amp, Appo's, but he had not anticipated the depth of her discontent. Fine. I shall neither interfere nor refrain from intervening. Perhaps I shall simply withdraw. Sun Shi retorted angrily, flinging her sleeve as she departed. Elder brother, Fu Yuchua began to speak, but Fu Yumu lowered his head and whispered in her ear, in a moment, I will arrange for a carriage at the side gate. You should return to the courtyard first. Understood. Realizing her brother intended to take her away, Fu Yuchua obediently agreed and returned to the Tinglan courtyard. Chapter 17. Complaints. As soon as everyone had departed, Fu Yuba hurried to his mother, Sun Shi, to voice his grievances. Although he missed his elder brother, his fear of his father loomed larger. Mother, what has happened? Why did my brother and father leave in such haste? Fu Yuba rushed into Jingxin Hall and threw himself into Sun Shi and Appo's embrace, asking with a hint of childish affection. Upon seeing her youngest son, who held her in such high regard, Sun Shi felt a warmth in her heart. After all, it was Yuba who was truly close to her. Unlike her eldest son, Mu, who seemed to be bewitched, perpetually preoccupied with that girl from Tinglan courtyard, showing her more affection than he did to his own mother. With tender affection, Sun Shi gently ruffled Fu Yuba's hair. Some matters have arisen outside. Your father and brother have gone out. Where have you been? Returning from school. I felt a bit hungry and went to my second sister and Appo's. As place to look for some pastries, Fu Yuba replied earnestly. Sun Shi did not mind her son's closeness to Fu Yumin, a mere servant girl seeking to survive by ingratiating herself with the mistress. If her humble demeanor brought a bit more joy to Yuba, it was her honor. Fu Yuba continued, I later encountered my elder sister, and she twisted my ear. How fierce she was. Mother, didn't you say that she eloped? Why is she so fierce when she has done something wrong? Isn't she afraid of father's punishment? Sun Shi and Appo's hands paused, and a fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed her eyes. Yuba was her heart and Appo's treasure. She couldn't and Appo's bear to reprimand him. How dare that girl lay hands on him? Did she twist her ear? Let me see, does it still hurt? Sun Shi exclaimed, concerned. It was quite painful at the time, but it doesn't hurt now. Fu Yuba replied with hopeful eyes. Since my sister has erred again and harmed me, father will surely punish her, right? Recalling her husband and Appo's favoritism towards Fu Yuchua, Sun Shi and Appo's expression grew cold. After a long moment, she said softly, your father will not punish her. Not punish her? Then it seems my sister can twist my ear without consequence. Fu Yuba felt an inexplicable disappointment. Since childhood, his father had always been particularly lenient with his elder sister, while he himself faced reprimands for even minor missteps, sometimes even physical punishment. From now on, you should keep your distance from her. Do not provoke her or engage with her, lest your words and actions displease your father, Sun Shi advised. Realizing that his mother had no intention of informing his father about this incident, Fu Yuba understood that it would be futile. Now that his elder sister had returned and father had seen her, there was no punishment in sight. Hence, the matter of her elopement had likely been quietly set aside. After all, she was still his elder sister. In truth, twisting an ear was hardly worth mentioning. Fu Yuba pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking, it's so nice to be a girl. She can make such a grave mistake without facing punishment. Nonsense. What is good about being a girl? They are merely pawns in the hands of their fathers and brothers, readily discarded for their ambitions. Sun Shi abruptly halted her thoughts. Girls are mere bargaining chips for their fathers and brothers, their futures always at stake, but such sentiments were not to be shared with her young son. With a sigh, Sun Shi gently reassured Fu Yuba, girls must be cherished. Your father has his reasons for acting thus. You are a boy, destined to enter the court and uphold the family's honor. You should not compare yourself to the daughters. Devote yourself to your studies. That is of utmost importance. Understood. I will study diligently and aspire to become a high-ranking official like father, earning a title from mother, Fu Yuba declared, envisioning future accolades. And then I shall earn a title from my second sister as well. She treats me very well and often makes me snacks. Yet, he dared not voice this to his mother. Although she did not despise the second sister, she remained distant due to her status as a concubine and Appo's child. After earning a title for my second sister, I shall boast before my elder sister, infuriating her. I want to earn one for her. Fu Yuba thought mischievously. His words brought a smile to Sun Shi and Appo's face as they proceeded to dine together. Later that evening, upon returning to his quarters, Fu Yuba found Huaxin, following Fu Yuchua's orders, delivering a bitter herbal tea to dispel heat. Huaxin was Fu Yuchua's foremost maid, and even Fu Yuba, the legitimate son of the chancellor, had to rise and greet her as Sister Huaxin. Huaxin smiled gently, bowing slightly as she said, Good evening, second young master. This is the herbal tea the eldest lady instructed me to deliver. Immediately, Fu Yuba's temper flared at the sight of the tea. How dare she send such a bitter concoction? I refuse to drink it, he retorted angrily. Huaxin maintained her sweet smile, her voice soft yet firm. It is a gift from your elder sister. It cannot be declined. Second young master, please drink it. Fu Yuba, infuriated, began to speak rashly. What makes her a longer? Seeing him about to utter more foolishness, Huaxin immediately dropped her smile and said sternly, Second young master, be cautious with your words. The eldest lady is your full-blooded sister. Naturally, she holds that position. Even if she has faults, she has the guidance of our Lord and Lady, and you need not concern yourself. However, your disrespect towards your elder sister could lead to trouble if it reaches our Lord's ears. Fu Yuba clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. After all, his elder sister had the advantage of being a sister. He realized his earlier slip of the tongue had cost him dearly. Knowing from his mother that his father would not punish Fu Yuchua, he comprehended that he could not outmaneuver his legitimate sister. Reluctantly accepting the bitter tea, he thought, "A true gentleman knows when to bend." He forced himself to take a sip and, with gritted teeth, said, "Is this satisfactory?" Huaxin smiled indeed. Second young master respects his elder sister. It is not in vain that the eldest lady holds you in her thoughts. With that, she bowed and took her leave, leaving Fu Yuba alone to stew in his anger. Chapter 18. The In-Residence. Tingly Orchid Courtyard, knowing she would soon be accompanying Yuzhuo and uncertain of the case in Appo's outcome, Fu Yuqiao hastily gathered some silver notes, anticipating any potential need. Before long, Fu Yumu, having changed his attire, arrived to escort her personally. The gatekeeper, Zhou, found herself in a predicament. "Young master," she implored, "the madam has decreed that the eldest miss is confined and not permitted to leave the premises. Please do not make things difficult for this old servant." Fu Yumu responded with a measured tone. "Henceforth, wherever Qiao and Appo's goes, the residents of this courtyard shall accompany her. I trust that you, too, will demonstrate such diligence in the future." Zhou comprehended the implicit threat. Having served in the Tingly Orchid Courtyard, she would be part of the eldest Miss's dowry. If she obstructed the eldest miss now, she could not expect favorable treatment later. Zhou promptly knelt, pleading, "If the madam were to discover that I allowed the eldest miss to depart, she would likely have me beaten to death without delay." Fu Yumu recognized the nanny's concerns. The fault lay with the mistress, and she would not be penalized. "Go and inform mother that I have forcibly taken Shower away." Without further ado, he grasped Fu Yuqiao's hand and strode away. Fu Yumu's palm, calloused and hardened from years of military training, though somewhat rough, imparted a profound sense of security to Fu Yuqiao. She gazed at her elder brother in Appo's profile. His hair was neatly tied high, and as he walked ahead, the ends fluttered. Adorned in leather armor and martial boots, he was the very image of a stalwart young general. "If only I could remain with my brother forever," Fu Yuqiao wistfully mused. "He could always protect me, and even if mother disapproved, I would still be the cherished eldest miss of the prime minister's residence." She chuckled ruefully, sighing to herself, "Brother will eventually marry, and I, too, will eventually be betrothed." Ceasing her reverie, Fu Yuqiao glanced back at Zhou, who remained kneeling in the distance. Affording them ample time to depart, she remarked with a smile, "These nannies are typically quite formidable. I did not realize that brother possessed such domestic prowess." At that moment, Fu Yumu clutched Fu Yuqiao's small hand tightly. Her hand was soft and seemingly boneless, and due to her anxiety, her palm was slightly sweaty and cool. Fu Yumu imperceptibly tightened his grip, his atom and amp. Appo's apple bobbing almost imperceptibly. Managing people is all the same. Unwilling to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere, Fu Yumu refrained from further comment. He hastened with Fu Yuqiao until they reached the side gate, where he helped her into a carriage and instructed, "Later, when you accompany Lady In, if it becomes necessary to enter the palace, you may implore the empress for leniency. She has always held you in high regard and may offer some assistance." Empress Fu Xinyue was the adopted daughter of her grandfather, Fu Xinian. She and her paternal aunt, Fu Qinxue, had married the current emperor. Not long after the emperor ascended the throne, her aunt Fu Qinxue passed away, and the emperor appointed Fu Xinyue as the successor empress. Over the years, the empress had taken great care of the Fu family and was particularly fond of Fu Yuqiao. "Only a little help from my aunt?" Fu Yuqiao pouted, displeased with the notion of limited assistance. "One must have justification," Fu Yumu explained. "The situation in the palace is complex. The crown prince and Prince Hung are adversaries. If the empress goes too far, His Majesty may perceive it as deliberate suppression of Prince Hung, potentially leading to factional strife." Crown Prince Han Hui was the empress and amp, Appo's eldest son, and shared the same age and birthday as Fu Yuqiao. Given the two families and amp, Appo's close ties, it was expected that Fu Yuqiao would be betrothed to the crown prince after her coming-of-age ceremony at 15. However, For some reason, His Majesty had changed his mind, and the position of crown princess was given to Qian Xiangxiang, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Consequently, Fu Yuqiao's marriage was delayed. It was rumored that the empress had engaged in a prolonged Cold War with His Majesty over this matter. I understand the importance of discretion, brother, Fu Yuqiao assured him. Families like theirs were interconnected, and while she was headstrong, she dared not act recklessly in public. Fu Yumu then provided Fu Yuqiao with a general account of General Enendapo's situation, instructing her to inform me and family so that they could prepare accordingly. I will leave the carriage and Feng Qi with you for any eventuality. Feng Qi, originally Fu Yumu's page, had accompanied him to the military and was now a junior officer who had led troops in battle. Thank you, brother, Fu Yuqiao remarked, appreciating the benefits of having a protective older brother. As they spoke, they arrived at the side gate of the in-residence. After watching her enter, Fu Yumu mounted his horse and rode toward the palace gates. The in-residence Qiao and Zio, having been informed by a servant, hurried to the courtyard gate to greet her. Upon seeing Fu Yuqiao, she grasped her hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not be afraid. I am here. Fu Yuqiao reassured her, returning the grip and entering the house to talk. That Prince Hung is such an impatient and uncouth man. Enendapo's mother, having dismissed the servants and leaving only the three of them in the room, lamented, wiping away her tears. The imperial decree for the marriage had barely arrived, and he was already behaving in such a manner outside. What exactly happened? How did you encounter him? Fu Yuqiao, unaware of the details, inquired closely. After parting ways with you at the post station, I took a carriage back to the city, intending to stop by the treasure pavilion to select a birthday gift for you, as your birthday is next month. I did not expect to encounter Prince Hung, and Zio recounted, her eyes reddening. He entered the private room I was in. At first, he was fine, but then he said that I was to be his concubine and that he wanted to give me a hairpin as a token of our meeting. He then took the hairpin and attempted to put it in my hair, and Zio continued, gritting her teeth. Who knew that he would then become physically aggressive? His impropriety is his fault, Fu Yuqiao asserted, clasping in Zio's hands and feeling her slight tremor. Think carefully, and let us examine the situation for any loopholes to prevent him from shifting the blame. As he was putting the hairpin in my hair, he leaned down and sniffed my ear, then touched my face, saying inappropriate things. I was frightened and indignant, so I pushed him away with all my might. Who knew that he would say that he liked my fiery nature and pull me into his embrace, attempting to kiss me? I was both anxious and afraid, and without thinking, I pulled out the hairpin and stabbed him with it. It struck him in the chest, and a lot of blood came out. And Zio began to sob as she recounted the events. What are we going to do now? Has the Kyoto prefecture sent anyone? Was a record of the case made? Fu Yuqiao considered the broader implications. This matter will undoubtedly alarm the emperor. We must not allow anyone to find fault with us. People have already come to question me and record the case. They said that the situation was urgent and required investigation, and I left before signing the statement. Oppo's mother said, breathing heavily and slapping the table as she cursed Prince Hung. That lecher. He is taking advantage of the fact that my daughter and I are alone in the capital, without considering that if it were not for my husband and son stationed at the border, the great you would not be enjoying peace and prosperity. Typically, when local authorities record a case, the documents require the signature of the involved parties, with each party retaining a copy. Since Zio had not signed the statement, if the document were to disappear, unscrupulous individuals could exploit this loophole, depriving them of the opportunity to confess and potentially reduce their punishment. Upon hearing an Oppo's mother and Oppo's words, it became clear that they were unaware of General An's situation. Fu Yuqiao decided to inform them first to prevent them from saying anything inappropriate that could be used against them, further complicating matters. Since Fu Yuqiao had not yet had the opportunity to discuss the matter in detail with her brother, she only provided a general account of the events to her aunt and Zio. That is impossible. My father is always cautious and would never be so careless. And Zio exclaimed, weeping even more profusely, there must be something amiss. Do not panic. His Majesty is aware of the military situation in the southwest, but has not yet imposed punishment. He has even betrothed you to Prince Hung as a concubine. Likely out of consideration for past services, Fu Yuqiao reassured her, gently wiping away her tears and carefully analyzing the situation. We must now emphasize His Majesty's consideration for past services and focus on how you and Aunt have been living in hardship in the capital, Fu Yuqiao advised. We must not say anything else. My husband has fought for His Majesty on the battlefield his entire life, and I do not even know what Xiao and Appo's looks like now. This is not a home, and now we have been reduced to this. And Appo's mother cried, lamenting their circumstances. Aunt, I have a plan, but I would like you to decide whether or not to use it, Fu Yuqiao said, seeing the mother and daughter weeping sorrowfully and quickly presenting her idea. And Yuzhuo and her mother cried as they considered and discussed the plan for a long time, ultimately deciding to adopt it and take a gamble. In such a precarious situation, employing cunning is indeed fraught with peril. Fu Yuqiao further conferred with the two of them to finalize certain details and precautions, striving to execute their plans flawlessly, leaving no room for others to exploit any weaknesses. Once the arrangements were thoroughly discussed, Fu Yuqiao expressed another concern. In light of the Hua state's incursion, my elder brother has narrowly escaped a predicament. Should your Majesty bestow any rewards, I beseech you, Yuzhuo and Aunt, to refrain from laying blame. Her elder brother's successful resolution of the crisis, coupled with his status as the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence, would undoubtedly necessitate their father and Appo's intervention, likely culminating in substantial rewards. She was most unwilling to see any rift develop with the Yin family as a consequence. Aunt, you need not worry so, and Yuzhuo replied tearfully, regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that my father's defensive oversight is undeniable. He cannot be faulted for the actions of others. Aware of the current military situation, Anne's mother shook her head with a sigh, assuring her, rest easy, Chow. We are not the type to harbor resentment over another's success. The battlefield is perilous, and each one of us earns our military merit at the cost of our lives. Anne understands this well, so you may find solace in that. With her worries eased, Fu Yuqiao offered further comfort and presented a banknote to Yuzhuo for any unforeseen needs before taking her leave, rising to seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Empress. Chapter 19. The Prince of Hung in the small medical clinic adjacent to the Treasure Pavilion. The atmosphere was grave and fraught with peril. Despite the cramped quarters teeming with a dozen individuals, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. The physician trembled as he tended to the wounds of Prince Hung. The injuries were not particularly severe, yet the prince and Appo's appearance instilled genuine fear. Prince Hung, the eldest son of Emperor Feng and the first among the princes to be granted a title, had always held a significant place in the emperor's esteem. Among his brothers, he alone possessed the capability to rival the crown prince, which naturally swelled his pride. However, in a cruel twist of fate, upon receiving the imperial decree of marriage, he was injured by none other than his future concubine. The fact that he was wounded by a woman, his intended, was enough to become fodder for gossip throughout the capital. The thought of those he had long looked down upon mocking him behind his back darkened Prince Hang's countenance to an almost oppressive degree. When he noticed the physician and Appo's unsteady hands, his anger ignited. He shoved the man aside, barking, "Get out! Your Highness, temper your wrath. It is imperative to attend to the wound," spoke Pang Jisheng, the esteemed Western guest of the Hung Prince and Appo's residence. Prince Hung had always valued the talents of those around him, gathering men of ambition and ability to discuss state affairs. And Pang Jisheng was among the most distinguished of them. "Your Highness, it is crucial to stabilize the Emperor's disposition at this moment," Pang Jisheng continued, administering the hemostatic powder with urgency. "Once this matter is publicized, no matter how we argue, the outcome may not bode well." How could I be unaware of this? Were it not for the Crown Prince's deliberate revelation of the marriage decree during court today, insinuating that my future concubine would find me lacking due to my age compared to that of Yuzhuo, I would not have acted impulsively. Prince Hung had battled with the Crown Prince for years. Despite the latter's position as heir apparent, Prince Hung held him in disdain. In terms of lineage, Prince Hung and Appo's mother hailed from an illustrious family, while the crown prince merely benefited from the Fu family as prestige, as the empress was merely an adopted daughter of the Fu household without any blood relation. In terms of capability, Prince Hung had achieved his current status through his own cunning, devoid of maternal guidance or support. The crown prince, on the other hand, relied heavily on the chancellor Fu Cheng and the empress. While Prince Hung was attuned to the emperor's frugality and refrained from extravagance, even hesitating to commission new garments, the crown prince reveled in ostentation and luxury. Yet, despite the crown prince's deficiencies, his status as the legitimate heir granted him favor with the emperor. The decree to wed Qin Xiangxiang as the crown princess effectively transferred the Ministry of Revenue to him, further aggravating Prince Hung's anxiety. Fortunately, Prince Hung had already begun to strategize within the military, for without the backing of the Ministry of Revenue and military power, he would find himself utterly bereft, unable to contend with the crown prince. No matter the cost, he must seize control of the southwestern military forces. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, shattering the medicine bottles upon the table. That crown prince, he knows I am eager for military power and seeks to provoke me. Prince Hung and Appo's encounter with Yuzhuo had not been coincidental. Upon hearing of the marriage decree, he had not dared to fully trust the crown prince and was reluctant to inquire at the central secretariat, leading him to wait in the southern part of the city. Little did he know the truth of the matter. By chance, he had spotted Yuzhuo's carriage and followed it to the treasure pavilion. The crown prince was privy to the imperial decree, while Prince Hung was left in the dark, rendering him at a disadvantage. Alas, where were the capable individuals within the palace? As he clenched his fists in frustration, he sighed, reflecting on his mother, who was preoccupied solely with reciting Buddhist scriptures. Your Highness, we have traced Yuzhuo and Appo's whereabouts. She left the city, supposedly heading to an estate outside, but for some reason, she has returned, reported Zhang Lin, the captain of the prince's guards, entering the room. Coincidentally, the eldest son of the Fu family had also entered the capital today, arriving within the span of a single incense stick. Oh, continue the investigation, Prince Hung replied, feeling a flicker of hope. If the two were indeed entangled, it might alleviate his predicament. Rest assured, Your Highness, our men are still investigating outside the city, and we will report any news promptly, Zhang Lin assured respectfully. Your Highness, this is not advisable, Pang Jisheng interjected, expressing his disapproval. Even if they are truly connected, now is not the time to reveal such information, nor can it serve as a means of escape. The best course of action is to inform the emperor that you wish to present a hairpin to Miss N, claiming that her impulsive nature led to the misunderstanding, thus allowing you to earn a reputation for magnanimity. Prince Hung, already irritated by today's events and still ensnared in his troubles, felt a surge of dissatisfaction at Pang Jisheng's urgent tone. Choosing not to engage with his words, he turned to Zhang Lin and inquired, Has the messenger sent to the southwestern military returned? There was a Fu Yumu station within the southwestern military, and this opportunity must be seized to secure military power in his own hands. The messenger's identity poses certain complications. He has refrained from openly reporting back, but he should be en route, Zhang Lin replied. Your Highness, Pang Jisheng attempted to persuade again, but Prince Hung interrupted, commanding, return to the prince and Appo's residence. Chapter 20. Emperor Feng in the Emperor's Study. Emperor Feng sat in contemplation after receiving reports regarding Crown Prince Hung and the young lady of the Yin family. Your Majesty, shall I summon someone to report back? Inquired the cautious eunuch Li Onfu. Do you think my sons have turned out well? Emperor Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, revealing no emotion. Your Majesty's magnanimity will surely be appreciated by the princes. Eunuch Li dared not speak freely, bowing even lower. Emperor Feng fell silent, picking up General and Appo's petition for forgiveness to read. He trusted in Tianxiong, yet the grave oversight that had occurred was indeed intriguing. It was highly likely that either Crown Prince Hung or the Crown Prince had extended their influence over the southwestern army, though the exact individual remained uncertain. Regardless, the result was that the forces of the Hua Kingdom had reached the camp and Appo's front, a consequence for which Tianxiong must bear responsibility. Before long, another eunuch reported, Your Majesty, the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence, the vanguard officer of the Southwestern Army, Fu Yumu, has returned to the capital and is waiting outside the palace gates. Ah, how fortuitous, Emperor Feng remarked, tossing the petition onto the table and ordering Fu Yumu to be brought in. After a moment and Appo's reflection, he commanded, "It seems inquiries at the Jingzhou prefecture are nearly complete. Summon both Crown Prince Heng and the young lady of the family as well. This matter involves womenfolk. We shall invite the empress later." Noticing that only the Jingzhou prefecture and the involved parties have been summoned, Fu Qing offered a few words of advice to his eldest son before returning home. Fu Yumu entered the palace to report the military situation to Emperor Feng in detail. The emperor praised him, saying, "Heroes have always emerged in their youth. You have grown and are now capable of safeguarding our lands. This brings me great comfort." This fortunate escape from peril was entirely reliant on General Appo's support and trust, as well as the bravery of our soldiers. "I dare not claim credit," Fu Yumu asserted, kneeling to plead for General N. "I beseech your majesty to show mercy and forgive the general for his many years of guarding the southwest, away from his wife and children. Given the instability at the borders, it would be unwise to disturb the military authority of the Southwestern Army. I ask your majesty to reconsider." "Oh, pray tell," Emperor Feng mused, intrigued by Fu Yumu and Appo's appeal for General N. He wondered whether it was genuine or feigned and sought to discern Fu Yumu and Appo's true intentions. General N has served in the southwest for many years without error. It is unlikely anyone understands the Hua Kingdom's army better than he does. This is one reason. The military has just undergone a significant battle. To change commanders now would destabilize the troops. This is the second reason. The matter is grave and warrants thorough investigation. This is the third reason. Emperor Feng lightly tapped his desk, recognizing that Fu Yumu's first 2 points were merely pretexts leading to the call for a thorough investigation. However, given Fu Yumu's recent victory, such thoughts should not have arisen. If it truly were not General and Appo's fault, Fu Yumu and Appo's merit should not pose a threat to General and Appo's position. A mere reward of gold and jewels would suffice. Conversely, if it were indeed General and Appo's fault, coupled with Prime Minister Fu Cheng and Appo's maneuvering, appointing Fu Yumu as the Grand General of the Southwest would not be unreasonable. After much contemplation, Emperor Feng finally spoke. "A thorough investigation? You possess quite the boldness. The Southwestern Army is in General An's hands, and I have also dispatched a military overseer. If it is not General N, then the overseer must be at fault. I do not dare make reckless assumptions." Fu Yumu replied, bowing. "I have merely reported as I sensed something amiss during my years in the military. You are still young, lacking the steadiness of your father." Emperor Feng remarked, his expression inscrutable. "The Prime Minister labors for the nation and Appo's affairs. I too shall share your majesty and Appo's burdens," Fu Yumu declared, refraining from addressing him as father and opting instead for Prime Minister. The Prime Minister concerned himself with state matters, while Fu Yumu's plea was to alleviate the emperor's worries. How intriguing, thought Emperor Feng, perceiving Fu Yumu's display of loyalty. What Fu Yumu expressed resonated with the emperor's own concerns. And due to the long-standing friendship between Emperor Feng and General N, he refrained from immediate punishment. Should the Southwestern Army require a new commander to consider the Empress, Dowager, and the Prime Minister, the only suitable candidate would be Fu Yumu. The Fu family aligned with the Crown Prince and Appo's faction, known throughout the court. And now Fu Yumu's display of loyalty left Emperor Feng uncertain of his true intentions. "You have endured much in the military, and now that you have returned, take some time to recuperate in the capital. We shall address other matters later. You may leave. Your servant thanks your majesty for your great kindness," Fu Yumu replied, bowing before exiting. Emperor Feng gazed thoughtfully at his retreating figure. Chapter 21. The Queen in a Hurried Manner. Fu Yuzhuo arranged for Yuzhuo and her mother before swiftly making her way to the palace to seek an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. "Why have you come at this hour? You should have arrived a bit later. The palace gates will soon be locked," the Queen remarked, her delight evident upon seeing Fu Yuzhuo, who was dressed in simple attire with her hair half up and lacking formal adornment. Concerned, she inquired, "Why are you dressed so lightly and in such plainness? Even if I were to adorn myself, it could never compare to your majesty's beauty. So I thought it best to come as I am and bask in your radiance." Fu Yuzhuo replied with a smile, feeling at ease. "You, with a tongue sweeter than honey, always know how to cheer others up," the queen laughed, playfully tapping Fu Yuzhuo's forehead. The queen, known for her gentle demeanor, had always been exceptionally kind to her from a young age. Once, during a severe illness when the household physician was at a loss, the queen personally brought a royal physician to attend to her, administering medicine and singing lullabies to soothe her. That warmth was a rare comfort in her childhood. Yet despite the queen's kindness, it was always separated by the palace's confines. "Are you aware that the crown prince has been injured by the daughter of the family?" Fu Yuzhuo did not conceal the truth, directly recounting the events to the queen. "This family girl is quite remarkable," the queen expressed her surprise. "What a pity. After this incident, her future will likely be fraught with difficulties. However, the blame does not lie with Yuzhuo. My foolish child. Let us not forget how many envy her position as a concubine. They will surely speak ill of her," the queen said, leading Fu Yuzhuo to a seat. Noticing that Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's hair had become somewhat disheveled from her worry, she began to comb it gently, stating, "As for the crown prince, this matter cannot simply be resolved. The crown prince holds a significant position, and now that Yuzhuo has injured him, this situation is indeed complex. Your Majesty, could you find a way to assist Yuzhuo? She is my dearest friend and has helped me immensely in the past," Fu Yuzhuo implored, gazing earnestly at the queen. "This matter will be handled fairly by His Majesty. You need not worry," the queen reassured her, stroking her hair. "As for you, I have mentioned your marriage to His Majesty several times. Yet he has always found excuses to defer, suggesting we wait and see." Upon hearing the queen mention her marriage, Fu Yuzhuo felt a flush of shyness. She lowered her head, not wanting to marry the crown prince, and felt guilty for disappointing the queen. "What? Are you shy?" The queen, mistaking her demeanor for bashfulness, smiled down at her. "There is no shame in marriage. It is a natural part of life. I have plans in this regard, and I assure you, you will not be wronged." With the queen's words, Fu Yuzhuo hesitated to voice her true feelings. If the queen were to discover that she did not wish to marry the crown prince, it would surely cause her great sorrow and disappointment, which she could not bear. "Here, wear this," the queen said, presenting Fu Yuzhuo with a delicate hairpin adorned with pearls and gold threads, which was originally a gift for her birthday, now perfectly suited for the occasion. The queen also had a maid bring forth a dress for her to change into, and once satisfied with Fu Yuzhuo's appearance, she remarked, "Now you look like a proper young lady." At that moment, a eunuch announced, "Your Majesty, the emperor requests your presence." Understanding the matter concerned the injured crown prince, the queen glanced at Fu Yuzhuo, hesitating. "I promise I will not speak out of turn," Fu Yuzhuo assured her, grasping the queen and Appo's concerns. "I will merely be present to reassure Yuzhuo, ensuring she feels secure and less easily intimidated. Do not rush to say anything. Observe how they conduct the inquiry. Everything will be managed by His Majesty and myself. He still holds a fondness for General In," the queen said as they walked together. On their way to the imperial study, the queen spotted the prince leaving the palace and swiftly devised a plan, instructing a eunuch to summon him. Hanmin approached, instantly recognizing Fu Yuzhuo. She was resplendent in a butterfly-patterned gown, her garments flowing elegantly, adorned with jewelry that shimmered softly, enhancing her fair complexion. Resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Hanmin's heart fluttered, prompting him to bow and greet the queen. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Fu Yuzhuo was equally surprised to see Hanmin, noting his princely attire and dignified demeanor, and she wondered how she could have once mistaken him for a mere attendant. "Ah, it was my poor judgment. Otherwise, how could I have ever been taken in by that scoundrel Suwen? Rise, why have you come to the palace?" The queen asked with a smile. "Your Majesty, I have come to accompany my mother, Consort Yin, for dinner, and I was just about to leave after our meal." Hanmin replied, unaware of the queen and Appo's intentions but reluctant to linger. "You see, you entered the palace without even greeting your father. Since his elevation last month, he has not seen you. and he misses you dearly. I was just about to visit him. Come along with me, the queen stated, not allowing Han Min a moment to respond, and she proceeded to walk away. Han Min, having entered the palace solely to dine with his mother, realized that the queen must have an ulterior motive but felt he could not refuse, so he reluctantly followed her. Chapter 22. The charges. When the queen and her entourage arrived at the imperial study, a considerable number of individuals were already present. In the open-minded culture of the Great Yu Kingdom, there were no screens set up. The queen approached the emperor seated on his throne and said, "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." Fu Yuchua knelt behind the queen and followed suit, declaring, "Your servant greets your majesty." The emperor, surprised to see the queen accompanied by a young lady, inquired, "Who is this?" "Your majesty," the queen replied, "this is Chao, the legitimate daughter of the chancellor's residence. She has come to pay her respects to me. I seldom have the opportunity to meet with Chao and Oppose, and unable to bear parting from her, I took the liberty of bringing her along. I hope your majesty will pardon my presumption." The queen bowed her head in apology to the emperor. Understanding that the chancellor and Oppose's daughter had been previously considered as a potential match for the crown prince by the queen, the emperor remained composed, lightly raising his arm and saying, "It is well. It is good to have these younger ones accompany you for conversation." The queen smiled gratefully and took her seat in a chair beside the dragon throne, with Fu Yuchua standing respectfully behind her. "Why have you come?" The emperor noticed Wen Wang following the queen and found it rather peculiar. "Father," Han Min replied honestly, "I came to have dinner with mother. On my way out of the palace, I encountered her majesty, so I accompanied her to pay my respects to you before departing. Since you are here, you may stay and listen and learn," the emperor said, giving a meaningful glance towards the queen. Once everyone had gathered, the emperor spoke. "Speak. What is the matter? Crown Prince, you shall begin." Having tended to his wounds and not yet changed his clothes, the crown prince stepped forward to respond. "Your majesty, today I intended to visit the treasure pavilion to select a gift for the empress dowager for the Chongyang festival. By chance, I encountered Miss In and thought to greet her. The marriage decree has already been sent to the in-residence, and I assume Miss In was there to choose her wedding jewelry, so I considered offering her some as a token of our meeting. However, upon seeing me, she expressed that she has always regarded me as a brother and wished for me to petition father to rescind the marriage decree." "You speak nonsense." And Yuzhuo, hearing the crown prince's accusations, hurriedly sought to defend herself, only to be silenced by eunuch Li's admonition, "You must not be rude before his majesty." At this moment, the emperor closed his eyes, leaning against the dragon throne, choosing not to look at anyone or speak. The onlookers could not fathom the emperor's thoughts. So the crown prince continued, "I understand that the decree cannot be changed, and I could only comfort Miss In, assuring her that once she enters the royal residence, she will be cherished and respected. Yet, she believed I was merely placating her and became angry when I refused to plead for her. In the ensuing confusion, I was injured." At this point, the crown prince knelt and pleaded, "Father, given Miss In and Oppose's behavior, it seems I have not won her favor. Now, with this misunderstanding, I earnestly request that you rescind the marriage decree." Fu Yuchua, observing the crown prince using the excuse of selecting a gift for the empress dowager to gain favor and subtly advocating for Yuzhuo, admired his astuteness. Zhao Zhixiao, the governor of Jingzhou, stepped forward, anxious as the emperor remained silent after the crown prince's statement. "Your majesty, we inquired about the attendees of the treasure pavilion on our way here, and they all stated that there was no one present in the private room during the incident. Thus they could not provide testimony. Since that is the case, we should also hear from Miss In. What do you think, your majesty?" The queen, unable to decipher the emperor's thoughts, ventured to ask. "Miss Yuzhuo is merely a young girl, and in the face of such an incident, she must be flustered. The necessary inquiries have been made, and if she chooses not to speak, so be it." The emperor finally lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Yuzhuo, before turning to Zhao Zhixiao and stating, "Very well, you shall submit the case to the Dali Temple for review tomorrow." Upon hearing that the emperor would not even consider her side of the story and was so biased towards the crown prince, Yuzhuo understood that the emperor was displeased with her father, and she realized that she and her father were to be punished. Unable to contain herself, She began to sob. Fu Yuzhuo, distressed by the emperor and Appo's, his evident favoritism, discreetly tugged at the queen and Appo's sleeve from behind. The queen, without turning, slightly shook her head. Your servant. Fu Yuzhuo dares to inquire, she said, her heart racing with worry. The emperor has clearly shown bias towards the crown prince. And if this case is indeed passed down for judgment, Missen is certain to face severe penalties, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Unable to restrain herself, she bowed to the emperor and asked, what charges will the governor impose? Upon witnessing Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's audacity in directly addressing the emperor, the queen hastily rose and bowed, explaining, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Chao is but a young lady, unfamiliar with decorum, and has disturbed Your Majesty. I shall take her away at once. It is of no consequence. Let them speak, the emperor replied coolly. Miss Zio has injured her fiancé, and naturally, this should be regarded as conspiracy to harm her betrothed. Furthermore, having fled the scene after the incident, she ought to be sentenced to a severe punishment, Zhao Zhixiao asserted, believing the emperor would show favoritism towards the crown prince. On one hand, the emperor's bias towards the crown prince was evident. On the other, should the emperor wish to avoid an embarrassing situation, a severe sentence could provide a means to mitigate the punishment for Zio, thereby showcasing the emperor and Appo's benevolence. At the time of the incident, the two had not yet wed. How could this be deemed conspiracy to harm her fiancé? After the incident, Zio fled in panic back to her home. And when the governor's men came to inquire, they found her there, having recorded the incident. According to the laws of the Great Yu, she confessed during the interrogation, which should be considered voluntary surrender. How can it be deemed a flight? Fu Yuzhuo argued with reason. Moreover, though the decree has been issued at that time, Zio was not in her household and was unaware of the marriage arrangement. The two had not yet performed the rites of marriage. Governor Zhao, you must not disrupt the laws and misinterpret titles. The marriage decree has been issued, and His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed Miss N's fiancé. Miss Fu, by denying that Miss N conspired to harm her fiancé, are you not denying the Emperor and Appo's decree and treating it as a jest? Zhao Zhixiao retorted, feeling angered by being contradicted by a young lady before the Emperor. Your Majesty and Appo's decree is indeed respected by me, but let us discuss the matter at hand. Governor, Zhao need not bring in other issues. Fu Yuzhuo remained calm in the face of Zhao Zhixiao and Appo's accusations. The Emperor and Appo's intent was to unite the two in marriage, hoping for harmony between them. However, now that Zio has harmed His Highness the Crown Prince and her mother, Lady N, has fainted from shock due to this matter. If they were to truly wed, it would not be a union but a source of animosity. A match meant to bring joy could instead turn into a grudge, which surely contradicts Your Majesty's original intentions. The Emperor observed Fu Yuzhuo as she adeptly defended Zio against Zhao Zhixiao, rendering the latter speechless. And with a semblance of amusement, he remarked, Indeed, you possess your father's spirit. The Chancellor has educated you well. Fu Yuzhuo, uncertain of the Emperor's intent, understood the precarious nature of her position and cautiously admitted, the Chancellor is burdened with official duties and seldom has the opportunity to instruct, hence my lack of decorum. I beseech Your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, noting her reference to the Chancellor, and remarked, It seems your relationship with your father is not particularly close. Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, it remains true that Zio has injured another and has fled the scene. To pass judgment based on this is merely a matter of fact. I implore you to impose a heavy sentence. Zhao Zhixiao seized the moment to interject. Your words, Governor, are misguided. The motive behind the injury remains unclear. Yet you have already rendered a verdict. Is this not rather hasty? If the reasoning is flawed, how can the outcome be just? Regardless of the motive, it is a fact that Miss Zio has harmed His Highness the Crown Prince. She is not a government official and is unfamiliar with the law. I have repeatedly refrained from engaging in debate with her. Zhao Zhixiao seethed with frustration at Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's obstinacy. By your reasoning, Governor, should we judge solely by the outcome? Then I ask you, if we assess cases purely based on results, what purpose do the judicial officers and the Dali Temple serve? Zhao Zhihao, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks and glared, while Fu Yuchua remained unperturbed and continued, "Your Majesty, if indeed His Highness the Hung Wang has behaved frivolously, and Zio, in a bid for self-preservation, has been compelled to harm another, then should such a judgment of guilt be rendered, how shall the women of our great Yu nation confront the unscrupulous? What assurance do they have regarding their safety and reputation? I humbly beseech your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation." At this, Zhao Zhihao attempted to press her with the imperial edict, but she countered with the plight of all women in the realm. "Raise a banner?" she declared. "I can do that as well." In that moment, the Hung Wang gazed at Fu Yuchua with a fiery resentment, wishing his very gaze could incinerate her to ashes. Meanwhile, Wang Hanmin regarded Fu Yuchua with admiration. She shone with a vibrant spirit, reminiscent of her childhood, embodying kindness and courage. Faced with injustice, she did not cower before authority, but stood her ground with reason and evidence. Even before the emperor, she boldly contested the ministers, managing to gain the upper hand against the cunning advisors, an audacity that many men could not muster. Yet here was a young lady of the inner chambers displaying such remarkable fortitude, earning her the respect of all. "Enough," Emperor Feng interjected, observing the heated exchange. He turned to Han Min and inquired, "What is your perspective?" "My foolishness prevents me from grasping the entirety of the matter, and thus I dare not speak rashly," Han Min replied, his cautious nature evident. Typically, he refrained from engaging in such disputes, but witnessing Fu Yuchua's brave discourse ignited a sense of justice within him. It is imperative to clarify the details, especially considering the involvement of the Crown Prince and Miss Enendapo's reputation, to resolve any misunderstandings. Emperor Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let the case be handed over to the Dali Si and the Xingbu. You shall preside over the investigation until the matter is elucidated. The Hung Wang shall remain in his residence for repose, as shall Zio." Upon hearing the emperor appoint the less favored Wang Hanmin as the presiding judge, the assembly gasped in astonishment. However, Emperor Feng did not allow for further discussion. He cast a meaningful glance at Li Gongong, instructing him to retrieve the wedding decree from the in-residence, for with the situation escalated to this point, the marriage would not be granted. "All of you may retire," he commanded. Li Gongong acknowledged the directive, bowing deeply before dispatching a clever young eunuch to the in-residence. The remaining attendees, each with their own thoughts, bowed and departed in an orderly fashion. Chapter 23. The Empress and Emperor. After everyone had withdrawn, Emperor Feng sat alone in the study, pondering the events of the day. The Empress had deliberately invited Prince Wen to witness the spectacle, executing her plans with finesse. Firstly, if Prince Wen were indeed honorable and impassioned, he would undoubtedly speak up for Zio, thus indirectly undermining Prince Hung. Secondly, even if Prince Wen chose to remain silent and merely observe, Prince Hung, being proud, would surely feel discomfort at being seen in such a disheveled state by Prince Wen. In either scenario, it would be increasingly challenging for Prince Hung to ally with Prince Wen in the future, which would ultimately benefit the Crown Prince. The Empress, in her endeavors for the Crown Prince, had truly exhausted herself, meticulously considering every detail. However, the Crown Prince remained unremarkable. Emperor Feng initially intended to gauge the Crown Prince's reaction and temperament, which led him to issue an expedited decree for Zio and Appo's engagement after the Prime Minister had concluded his court duties. He deliberately allowed a eunuch to convey this information to the Crown Prince, curious to see how he would react in the absence of the Prime Minister's guidance. Indeed, the Crown Prince proved to be rather impetuous. Moreover, Prince Hung and Appo's audacity astonished Emperor Feng. The notion that Prince Hung felt emboldened enough to act so recklessly suggested a certainty that the southwestern military forces were firmly under his control. This implied that the matters in the southwestern region were inextricably linked to Prince Hung. Reflecting on this, the Emperor and Appo's gaze darkened. He had supported Prince Hung too much over the years. Such support had led him to forget the boundaries of his own authority, even daring to extend his reach towards the southwestern military. The thought of a power-hungry prince stirred a sense of indignation within Emperor Feng. After all, he had given Prince Hung so much, yet he remained unsatisfied. Henceforth, the emperor resolved that none of it would be granted to him. His thoughts then shifted to the composed and righteous Prince Wen, who stood in stark contrast to Prince Hong. Prince Wen was indeed commendable, devoted and cautious in his dealings, but he had also become overly cautious, hesitating to take bold steps. However, today he seemed to have made some progress. With the Empress now having taken the initiative, it was certain she would not easily relinquish her attempts to win over Prince Wen. It would be more advantageous to have Prince Wen preside over Prince Heng's case, nurturing his own ambitions and making him more difficult to sway. On one hand, this would provide him with an opportunity for growth, rewarding him for his diligent service over the past 3 years. Regardless of what lay ahead, the ability to act decisively could not be neglected. On the other hand, it would serve to assess his character and determine whether he was fit for significant responsibilities. The opportunity had been presented. His performance would dictate the outcome. With a sigh, Emperor Feng reflected on his sons, none of whom provided him with peace of mind. Conversely, the children of Fu Chang piqued his interest. For some reason, Fu Yuma seemed eager to convey to the emperor that he was not aligned with the prime minister and Appo's as household. If this was indeed genuine, it could prove beneficial. The prime minister and Appo's office wielded considerable power, having held dominion since the previous emperor and Appo's reign, and now supporting the crown prince, which was a source of great concern for Emperor Feng. Thus, he had hastened to support Prince Hong to create a balance of power. Should Fu Yuma harbor ulterior motives, it might provide an excellent opportunity to weaken the prime minister and Appo's influence. Through their previous debate, Emperor Feng had come to recognize Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's courage and intelligence. Not only did he distance himself from the prime minister, but if utilized wisely, he could also diminish the prime minister and Appo's authority. Contemplating this, the emperor and Appo's expression softened. It seemed Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's marriage would require further consideration. Meanwhile, the empress gently reproached Fu Yuzhuo as they exited the study, saying, how could you be so rash? What if His Majesty had been displeased just now? Fu Yuzhuo lowered her head, acknowledging her mistake. Your Highness, I understand my error. I shall not act thus again. First, acknowledge your mistake, and we will address future matters later. Never act in such a manner again. Do you understand? There is no need for you to suffer punishment in my stead. Do you remember? The empress admonished, holding her hand. Yes, I shall remember. Fu Yuzhuo replied obediently. Very well. After a long day, I shall have someone escort you from the palace, so you may rest well. Yes, I take my leave. Fu Yuzhuo bowed and was led out by a eunuch. Not long after, she encountered Han Min, who had been waiting outside. The night had fallen, and Han Min stood tall under the palace lanterns. Prince Wen, Fu Yuzhuo greeted as she approached. Han Min smiled at her, his demeanor calm and gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier assertiveness. Everyone else may leave. I will accompany Miss Fu out of the palace and see her home. He instructed the eunuchs to return. Commending, in the study, you were quite formidable in your debate with the governor of Jingzhou. Miss Fu, you exhibit great courage. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance today. I misjudged your identity and owe you an apology, Fu Yuzhuo replied, recalling her previous misunderstanding with Prince Wen. As she prepared to bow, Han Min quickly extended his hand to support her. What are you saying? It is entirely my fault for not recognizing you, causing you to go in circles. At this, Han Min's handsome face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly inquired, how is it that you did not recognize me either? Thinking back to their childhood, Fu Yuzhuo chuckled, Your Highness, I have not seen you in 10 years. The last time I saw you, you were still missing teeth. Who would have thought the dashing Prince Wen of today was once that boy with a gap-toothed smile? Seeing Fu Yuzhuo laugh so heartily made Han Min feel even more bashful. His face reddened as he joined her laughter. Tentatively, he asked, May I still call you Chow and Appo's, or as before? In that case, I shall also call you Min Ge as I did in childhood. That seems fair, Fu Yuzhuo teased, winking mischievously. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like feathers, brushing softly against Han Min's heart, awakening feelings he had never known. His heart raced, the sound echoing in his ears. Suppressing his uncharacteristic emotions, Han Min replied softly, Very well, you may call me that whenever you wish. Prince Wen's agreement was straightforward, leaving Fu Yuchua feeling a tad shy. She assumed he was merely being polite. After all, they had not seen each other in years, and their bond was not so deep. However, since he had initiated it, she felt awkward rejecting him, resulting in a sheepish smile. As Fu Yuchua and Han Min walked side by side, the proximity allowed her to catch a whiff of the familiar fragrance he carried, subtle and pleasant, even if it was not the scent she typically preferred. The two engaged in light conversation as they exited the palace, refraining from discussing anything of significant import due to the setting, focusing instead on trivial matters. Occasionally, Han Min would glance at Fu Yuchua, who would either smile shyly or respond softly. He longed to gaze at her longer, but the constraints of propriety kept his eyes fleeting. He maintained an upright posture, taking measured steps, yet his mind was consumed with memories of Fu Yuchua's every smile and frown. This was not in accordance with decorum, causing him to tense his hands into fists, his palms slightly damp with sweat. The beauty beside him, framed by the soft glow of the palace lanterns, created a surreal blend of reality that left Han Min feeling disoriented. For the first time in 18 years, he felt a sense of confusion regarding the world around him. Lost in thought, he led her to the carriage, instinctively reaching out to assist Fu Yuchua as she mounted it. Just as they arrived at the palace gates, the distant sound of hooves approached, signaling the arrival of someone riding towards them. Inside the palace, news of Prince Wen accompanying a lady from the Prime Minister and Appo's household reached the Emperor and Empress, yet their reactions to this information were entirely disparate. Chapter 24. The Heart's Struggle in the Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial Study, Emperor Feng pondered for a moment after listening to the eunuch's report, then remarked, "It would not be unwise for the Duke to consider marrying a daughter from the Prime Minister and Appo's household." Lian Fu, observing the Emperor and Appo's lack of anger, inferred that His Majesty's decision to appoint Duke Wen as the chief judge today indicated favor, and thus he complimented, "Your Majesty, Duke Wen is a man of great prudence, and a young lady from the Prime Minister's estate is dignified. If you deem them a suitable match, it would surely result in a commendable union." Emperor Feng scoffed. "Only you can spin words so easily. Do you suggest I issue a marriage decree forthwith?" Knowing the Emperor was not genuinely irked, eunuchly chuckled, "Your Majesty, your mind is as clear as crystal. How could this old servant dare to meddle in matters of love? I merely see you burdened with concern for the princes and worry that you may tire yourself." After saying this, he approached the Emperor to knead his shoulders and massage his arms. The Emperor closed his eyes, relishing Lian Fu's skilled hands, and murmured, as a father, "I must plan for my children as futures. It is my duty, and I feel no fatigue. I only hope they understand the depths of my concerns." He continued, "Duke Wen has devoted 3 years to filial piety at the royal tomb, delaying his own marriage. It is time to compensate him. Furthermore, this incident will inevitably lead to the suppression of Prince Hung. Should the daughter of the Prime Minister become Duke Wen's consort, he may yet contend with the Crown Prince. However, while the idea of this union was appealing, actualizing it would not be simple. There was the Empress Dowager above, the Empress in the middle, and Prime Minister Fu Cheng below. None of them would consent. They all aspired for Fu Yuchua to ascend as the next Empress, thereby continuing the Fu family and Appo's glory. The marriage would require considerable effort to arrange, and as these thoughts crossed his mind, Emperor Feng could not help but pinch his brow, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. At that moment, a eunuch entered to report, "Your Majesty, the envoy sent to General An's residence to retrieve the marriage decree has returned. How fares the household?" The Emperor lifted his gaze toward the kneeling eunuch, replying, "To your Majesty, when I arrived at the inn residence to collect the decree, Madame An had just awakened from a faint, and the household was in disarray." The Emperor lowered his head in silence. The An family had remained discreetly in the capital for years, rarely mingling with the powerful elite, demonstrating the couple and Appo's caution and understanding of their position. Eunuch Li, aware of the bond between the Emperor and General An, inquired what could have caused such fright that they fainted. It was said that Madame An had already been greatly distressed due to the injury of the prince at the hands of an infamily daughter, and later, upon the arrival of the officials from the Jingzhou prefecture, she lost consciousness. Emperor Feng sat up and let out a cold laugh. "Ah, Xiao Xiao, I am still alive. Yet he has already found himself a new master. He had long suspected that Zhao Zhixiao was a loyal hound of Prince Heng. In that case, he need not sit in the position of Jingzhou prefect any longer. Meanwhile, in Fengwu Palace, the empress was equally troubled upon hearing the eunuch's report. She pondered the relationship between Fu Yuzhuo and Duke Wan, and if there were mutual feelings, it would complicate matters. With a sigh, she pressed her forehead with one hand and waved the other gently at the eunuch, dismissing him. The chief maid, Qing Su, approached to gently massage the empress and Oppos, as forehead, offering consolation. Your Majesty need not worry so. Over the years, you have shown great affection for Miss Fu. She surely holds you in her heart and will not disregard your wishes. You do not understand, the empress replied. For Chuer to marry the crown prince, she must do so willingly. Taking a deep breath, she continued. For the sake of her family and the foreseeable wealth and power, she can only marry the crown prince. This matter is of great magnitude. Without genuine willingness, the outcome will not be favorable. At best, she may find herself disheartened like the mother of Prince Heng and the favored consort. At worst, she may harbor resentment, leading to discord that harms not only herself but others as well. Qingsu remarked, I observed the conversation between you and Miss Fu regarding the crown prince. She did not refuse, which suggests she may indeed harbor feelings for his highness. Perhaps she is simply too shy to express them. The empress understood, well, that Fu Yuzhuo, having grown up surrounded by such matters, was aware that marrying the crown prince was her destiny. However, her pride prevented her from vying for the position of crown princess. Alas, she is still young and does not grasp the gravity of these matters. Even now, with Qian Xiangxiang as crown princess, should Fu Yuzhuo enter the crown prince's residence, she would have to endure being a secondary consort for the time being. Yet, if she bears a child, it would not be difficult for her to become the mother of a nation. Even if, by some unfortunate turn of events, she does not have children. With her and the Empress Dowager, as well as the Prime Minister, she could still ascend to the role of a national matron, albeit with greater difficulty. I can only hope she understands the depth of my concerns. Outside the palace gates, Fu Yumu approached on horseback. After greeting the emperor, he did not return home immediately, but waited at the palace gates for Fu Yuzhuo. Remembering she had not dined, he ventured into the streets to buy her favorite pastries to tide her over. Upon returning, he saw Duke when assisting Fu Yuzhuo into a carriage, which stirred a pang of discomfort within him. Dismounting, he saluted, Your Highness, Duke Wan. He then approached Fu Yuzhuo, taking her hand to help her into the carriage. Mindful of the wind outside, though they had maintained private correspondence, their public interactions were limited. Seeing Fu Yumu and Appo's arrival, Han Min stepped back, offering a slight nod and reluctantly gazing at Fu Yuzhuo. Since your elder brother is here, I shall not escort you further. Please be careful on your journey. Fu Yuzhuo, indeed feeling hungry, was eager to eat and smiled at Han Min as she hurriedly unwrapped the pastries, her eyes fixed on the delicacies. Han Min watched her with a fond smile, shaking his head as he made his way back to the Duke's residence. Chapter 25, Su 1. The streets near the palace were typically sparsely populated, and with nightfall, they were even more deserted. Inside their carriage, Fu Yumu and his sister discussed the events in the imperial study. As they neared home, a figure emerged from an alley, halting their progress. It was Su 1, the groom whose bride had fled. Aware of the Prime Minister and Appo's formidable influence and lacking concrete evidence of Fu Yu and Appo's identity, Su 1 dared not approach too closely. He had been covertly awaiting her return, hoping to persuade her to reconcile. He had spotted Fu Yu leaving with Fu Yumu earlier, but was unable to catch up. Recognizing the carriage's return, he knew Fu Yu was inside and promptly intercepted it, feigning concern. Are you feeling all right after such an eventful day? Upon reflection, Su 1 attributed Fu Yu and Appo's escape to the matter of the Yingying girl. His interactions with her were infrequent, perhaps only once or twice a year, limited by his meager finances. Patronizing the House of Blossoming Flowers, even just to listen to Yingying and Appo's melodies would cost him several months in Appo's salary, a truly extravagant indulgence. Moreover, he had been occupied with courting Fu Yu for the better part of the year, leaving him little time for other pursuits. It was only last month, when his relationship with Fu Yu had stabilized, that he finally sought out Ying. Perhaps she had imbibed too much wine that evening, for she was unusually loquacious, confiding her woes and weeping in his arms. Unable to resist her charms, Su Wen succumbed, and they shared a night of passion. Despite his apprehension, Su Wen harbored a glimmer of hope. Such matters were often devoid of irrefutable proof. He resolved to deny everything, feign deep affection, and vow fidelity, hoping to win back Fu Yu's favor. With contrived sincerity, Su Wen pleaded, "There is nothing between me and Ying. Please do not heed the slanderous rumors. I promise to stay by your side and never leave your sight. Please forgive me." Enraged by Su Wen and Oppo's audacity, Fu Yumu rebuked him. "Where did this scoundrel come from, daring to cause a scene here?" With a crack, Fu Yumu lashed out with his whip, striking Su Wen. The latter, feigning weakness, made no attempt to evade the blow, which landed squarely on his back. Undeterred, Su Wen clung to the carriage, calling out, "You and Oppo's." Hearing Su Wen and Oppo's voice and his mention of Ying, Fu Yu was reminded of her previous life when, during her pregnancy, Su Wen would often frequent the house of blossoming flowers under the guise of work, spending time with the pregnant Ying. Oblivious, Fu Yu had sympathized with his supposed work-related exhaustion, never burdening him with her pregnancy discomforts. Instead, she had strived to provide him with unwavering support, hoping to alleviate his worries and allow him to focus on his career. In reality, his career had stagnated, but it had afforded him the time and opportunity to bribe a physician, plotting to deceive her with a false diagnosis of twins. Disgusted by these memories, Fu Yu lost her appetite. She resolved to sever all ties with the treacherous Su Wen, placing the pastries aside. "Leave, and do not return." Hearing Fu Yu and Oppo's outright rejection, Su Wen panicked and attempted to climb into the carriage. Feng Qi, the coachman, swiftly kicked him away. Simultaneously, the sharp sound of whips echoed through the air. It was Fu Yumu, incensed by Su Wen and Oppo's shamelessness, who mercilessly struck him twice, landing blows on his head and back. The force of the blows caused Su Wen and Oppo's vision to blur, and he cried out in agony. Losing his grip, he tumbled from the carriage and crashed to the ground. Fu Yumu dismounted, pinned him to the ground with his foot, and thundered, daring to accost the Prime Minister's carriage at night. "What kind of petty thief are you? Such audacity!" Su Wen knew that his courtship of Fu Yu had succeeded solely due to her affection for him. Now that she refused to see him, he resolved to devise a new scheme. "I admire Miss Fu and came to express my feelings. Please, young Master Fu, do not misunderstand." He produced a letter from his chest pocket that he had pilfered from her desk earlier. It was a letter Fu Yu had written to Su Wen in the past, one with particular significance among their correspondence. Su Wen believed it would evoke the tenderness in Fu Yu and Oppo's heart. "My sentiments are all in this letter. Please, Miss Fu, give it your consideration." The letter was within Feng Qi and Oppo's reach, but he hesitated, glancing at Fu Yumu for guidance. Hearing the mention of a letter, Fu Yu recalled the correspondence she had exchanged with Su Wen and wondered what tricks he had up his sleeve. She instructed Feng Qi to retrieve the letter. After the letter was handed over, a long silence enveloped the carriage. Outside, each person harbored their own thoughts. Feng Qi wondered why a single letter would take so long to read. Fu Yumu fretted that Yu and Oppo's might be swayed by that black-hearted scoundrel once more. Su Wen rejoiced, certain that the letter had worked its magic. Inside the carriage, Fu Yu frowned as she perused the letter she had once penned. The words overflowed with youthful affection, expressing her desire to spend her life with Su Wen. The aspirations for the future and the anticipation of life together, once so beautiful, now seemed bitterly ironic. Su Wen had nothing to move her heart, so he sought to use her own emotions against her. How utterly ridiculous! How could she have failed to see that Su Wen had never done anything truly meaningful or affectionate for her in her past life? She had been utterly blind. Recalling her previous life, which was too tragic for words, Fu Yu gnashed her teeth and declared, "Brother, give him a thorough thrashing." Hearing the venom in her voice, Fu Yumu and Oppo's anxiety vanished. He stepped forward and unleashed a torrent of blows upon the scoundrel, venting his own anger in Yu and Oppose, and amp. Oppose as Su uncovered his head, cowering and twisting. Unable to evade Fu Yumu's relentless fists, like a person caught in a downpour without an umbrella. Su howled in pain, his words muffled. Ouch. Hear me out. There's nothing between me and Ying. Ouch. It hurts. Save me. Eventually, he could only beg for mercy. Stop hitting me. Stop. Su could not fathom why Fu Yu had ordered her brother to beat him after reading the letter. It was his most cherished letter. Su and Oppose, as public display of affection is scandalous and will tarnish you and Oppose, as reputation. Fu Yumu, seething with anger, delivered a final kick, sending Su sprawling. My sister is far beyond your reach. A toad lusting after a swan. If you dare show your face again, I and Oppose, LL kill you. Get out. The kick landed squarely on Su and Oppose's chest, causing him to cough up blood. The excruciating pain forced him to writhe on the ground like a worm. After delivering his tirade, Fu Yumu ignored the prone Su and escorted Fu Yu from the carriage into the Prime Minister and Oppose's residence through the side gate. Catching his breath, Su mustered the strength to stand, leaning against a street corner. He gazed at Fu Yu as she alighted from the carriage, her attire and bearing radiant and ethereal, leaving him mesmerized. He had always known Fu Yu was beautiful, possessing the refined elegance of a lady, but he had never witnessed such captivating and alluring beauty. He was filled with regret, realizing that a woman of such status and appearance was his true match. In a mere half-day, his bride had transformed from his betrothed to a stranger who refused to acknowledge him. Su refused to believe that Fu Yu could so quickly abandon their love. Their past affections had been genuine, and Fu Yu and Oppose, as anger indicated that she still cared for him, merely incensed by the rumors of his dalliance with another woman. This clearly indicates that in her heart, he holds paramount importance. Only profound love can instigate such a fervent desire to be his sole companion. Contemplating this, Su and Amp, Oppose's blood-stained lips curled into a faint smile. As long as Choi and Amp, Oppose, harbors feelings for him, what worries could there be about reclaiming his affection? He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with unwavering confidence despite his limp, made his way homeward. Chapter 26. Heartache. As soon as Fu Yumu entered the manor, he instructed the servants to prepare dinner for Fu Yuchua. Will my elder brother come to see me after he has finished his meal? Fu Yuchua inquired, her mind cluttered with matters she wished to discuss with him. Return first. I will visit you after I see father, Fu Yumu replied, nodding before heading to the study to find their father, Fu Chong. Back in her Tinglan courtyard, Fu Yuchua changed her attire, had her dinner, and contemplated how to broach the subject of Fu Yumin with her brother. Despite returning from her rebirth, she still found Fu Yumin inscrutable. The behavior of Fu Yumin today seemed solely aimed at crafting a favorable public image. Fu Yuchua couldn't and Oppose help but admire her ability to manipulate her emotions so adeptly. After all beings are merely mortal, susceptible to joys and sorrows. It is human nature, an innate instinct. However, Fu Yumin had the extraordinary skill to suppress and discard unnecessary personal feelings, wielding and performing useful emotions to achieve her goals, something not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. Fu Yumin had endured for over a decade, wearing a mask of meekness and fragility. And Fu Yuchua understood that her ambitions were far from simple. But what exactly did she covet? With beauty and a virtuous reputation already secured, did she still conspire to remove Fu Yuchua from the picture simply to secure a position as the crown prince's consort? Given the relationship between the Fu family and the crown prince, without Fu Yuchua, Fu Yumin would undoubtedly be wed into the Eastern Palace to perpetuate their family's glory. In time, should she bear offspring and the crown prince ascend the throne, Fu Yumin could very well rise to the status of a noble consort, or even empress. Yet in her previous life, Fu Yumin had married the Prince of Hong, who opposed the crown prince. It was said that during next month's double ninth festival banquet, the Prince of Hong had fallen for her at first sight and insisted on marrying her, to which the emperor acquiesced. If Fu Yumin were unwilling, her cunning should have prevented such a choice. Why then did she pursue the distant Prince of Hong? The question plagued Fu Yuchua, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Before long, Fu Yumu returned. Elder brother, Fu Yuchua rose to pour him tea. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fu Yimu took a sip, having just spent a considerable time conversing with their father and feeling rather parched. Today, I also encountered Su Wan. He is a man of considerable influence and greed. I fear he will not relent easily, Fu Yuchua stated as she sat down. Though no one witnessed my appearance on the day of the wedding, I departed from the east side of the city in a sedan chair, where my maids and attendants are familiar with my appearance. Moreover, there are letters exchanged between Su Wan and myself, some of which are in his possession. She had burned the letters in her own possession upon returning to Tinglan Courtyard, for seeing them would remind her of the past, causing her distress and unease. It is permissible for those who groomed you to recognize you, as there is no evidence otherwise. I will find a way to dispose of the letters in Su Wan's hands. If all else fails, you can simply cease writing from now on, as you have never been fond of it, Fu Yimu chuckled. These matters are not difficult to address. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the open mockery, Fu Yuchua considered Su Wan and Fu Yuman, then spoke earnestly to her brother. What if he has associates within our manor, persistently pursuing this matter? Who would dare? Fu Yimu exclaimed, incensed at the thought of anyone within the esteemed Prime Minister and Oppo's residence acting as an informant. This is merely my speculation. Do not be hasty, Fu Yuchua reassured him. When I first met Su Wan, he was unaware of my identity. How could he then have developed such ardor and attentiveness toward me? Chow and Amp, Oppo's, is the finest young lady in the world, deserving of anyone and Amp, Oppo's, sincere affection. Fu Yimu gazed intently at Fu Yuchua, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Elder brother, that sounds like self-promotion, Fu Yuchua laughed. Yet if someone has intentionally disclosed my whereabouts, how could he consistently encounter me in a city as vast as this? After multiple interactions, our interests align so closely. Su Wan is adept at masquerading. How could I not be deceived? An inexperienced girl, encountering a young man who shares her inclinations, how could she withstand such a lure? If this truly is someone close to you, whom do you suspect? Fu Yimu pondered, realizing that knowing Fu Yuchua and Oppo's comings and goings and preferences indicated a very intimate acquaintance. Yuman, Fu Yuchua did not conceal her thoughts. Very well, I shall immediately send someone to investigate the matter. Surprised by her brother and Oppo's unwavering trust, Fu Yuchua remarked, I have yet to explain my reasoning, yet you believe me so readily? Chower is astute. I am certain she has her basis for suspicion. Once I procure evidence, I will find a way to send her to the estate and ensure she does not return, Fu Yimu affirmed. Moreover, if you do not return to the manor, her gains will be maximized, and she will naturally be the most suspicious. Fu Yimu inquired, when did you first notice something amiss with her? Feeling warmth in her heart at her brother and Oppo's unwavering faith, Fu Yuchua hesitated to reveal everything, opting instead to fabricate. After my return, she recounted the words of Hua Xian and then said, Elder brother, I have no one to rely on. May I borrow your personnel? I wish to investigate when she began plotting against me with Su Wan and clarify other matters as well. Very well. I shall arrange this tonight and ensure you have ample assistance. Fu Yimu responded without hesitation. As thoughts of Yuzhuo and Oppo's predicaments surfaced, Fu Yuchua grew anxious. With his majesty favoring the Prince of Hung so openly, what shall become of Yuzhuo? I doubt it. If he truly favored the Prince of Hung, His Majesty would not investigate thoroughly, Fu Yuchua replied. But if His Majesty does not favor the Prince of Hung, why does he deny Yuzhuo even a chance to defend herself? Ah, you are becoming flustered with concern. Fu Yimu chuckled at her. Missin is but a young lady, and the Prince of Hung is a sought-after prince. If he had not acted disrespectfully first, she would never dare to harm him. His Majesty surely understands this, which is likely why he has not permitted her to speak. Realization dawned upon Fu Yuchua. Indeed, regardless of the reason, for Yuzhuo to take the risk of injuring the Prince of Hung, his actions must have been exceedingly reckless. If this were to be disclosed in the Grand Hall, it would tarnish Yuzhuo's reputation. However, if a thorough investigation is conducted later, it could simply be reported that the prince's behavior was inappropriate, and the matter could be suppressed altogether. Elated at the prospect of a resolution, Fu Yuchua thought that if this were to be contained, it would be the best outcome for Yuzhuo. Fu Yimu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Furthermore, regarding the Emperor and Appo's edict concerning General Un, it seems he has other plans in mind. Previously, elder brother mentioned that there were many suspicious aspects regarding General and Appo's situation. Is it possible that someone deliberately concealed military intelligence, leading to General and Appo's unawareness of the enemy and Appo's approach? No, the Southwestern Army has been with General and for many years. Their loyalty to him surpasses that toward anyone else. Fu Yimu asserted, gesturing towards the sky. Before returning, I spoke with General Un, who said nothing of concern, merely asking me to look after Miss Un and her mother. Thinking of the irate Aunt In, Fu Yuzhuo could not help but compare her to her own mother, Sun Shi, and found the difference stark. Carefully, she voiced her concerns. Elder brother, do you not think mother treats me quite differently? And do you? Unmarried young ladies rarely cover their faces while strolling through the city. Yet mother insists I wear a veil, and I cannot fathom the reasoning behind it. There are rumors in the capital that the Prime Minister and Appo's legitimate daughter is not only frail, but also lacks beauty. My mother forbids me from going out, resulting in my lack of friends and my naive disposition, which makes me an easy target for Su Wen's deceit. Fu Yimu was already aware of these matters, yet he felt powerless. He could only strive to become stronger, powerful enough to be Fu Yuzhuo's support in any circumstance. Filled with guilt and sorrow, Fu Yimu comforted her. It is not your fault. Since the incident in the imperial study has already occurred, you need not feel constrained any longer. After a moment of thought, concerned that Fu Yuzhuo might become obstinate, he added, do not blame mother. She has her own difficulties. Regardless of what transpires in the future, I will ensure your safety. Was it the case that when my maternal grandfather's family left Beijing, only my mother remained, which wounded her heart and made her feel that her daughter was a stranger? Is that why she is so cold towards me? Fu Yuzhuo inquired. Years ago, her grandfather, Sun Heng, had attained the rank of a second-grade minister before the age of 40, only to abruptly retire and return to his hometown of Yuzhuo to become the headmaster of school, thereafter severing most connections. Understanding her mother's sorrow, Fu Yuzhuo had not resented her mother and Appo's aloofness over the years. However, the words her mother spoke today seemed to suggest otherwise. That is not the case. It is indeed challenging to serve as an official in the court. It is only natural for my grandfather to wish to educate and nurture others. As a daughter, my mother would undoubtedly comprehend my grandfather's decision and would not misplace her anger upon you. Yet, my mother seems to harbor some disdain for me, Fu Yuzhuo murmured. Even a hint of hatred. My mother claims I am heading down a path of destruction, yet she has failed to send anyone to bring me back. And even my father is in the dark. My mother, she wishes for my downfall, for me to never return. Throughout the years, her mother had never called her by her given name, Chao and Appo's. Upon returning home, her mother had remarked on her inadequacies. It seemed she actually wished for her to walk the path of ruin. The memory of her mother and Appo's expression while uttering those words pierced Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's heart, filling her eyes with tears and causing her speech to falter. Was her mother truly her biological mother? She dare not ask. Fu Yimu felt a pang of sorrow and gently brushed back Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's hair. She looked up at him through tear-filled eyes, her expression a mix of confusion and anguish, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Fu Yimu nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace her and reveal the truth. Struggling to restrain himself, he gently wiped her tears away and said, Chower, do not indulge in such thoughts. You still have me. Everything I do is for you. Fu Yuzhuo was unaware of the lengths her elder brother had gone to for her sake, but she believed that in her absence, he had been tirelessly working on her behalf. The siblings conversed for a long time, and only when Fu Yimu returned to his quarters did Fu Yuzhuo drift into a troubled sleep, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. In stark contrast to the peacefully slumbering Fu Yuzhuo, many others remained awake that night, unaware that the incident involving Yuzhuo was about to create significant upheaval in both court and society. Meanwhile, the Su residents fell victim to a burglary that very night. Chapter 27. Beautiful dreams in the aftermath of a tumultuous wedding. Su, when returned home, nearly fainting from exhaustion. The day in Appo's Events left him in a frenzy, having barely eaten a morsel for breakfast and having missed lunch entirely while pursuing the runaway bride. Upon his return, he hastily awaited Fu Yuchua outside the Prime Minister and Appo's residence, with not a single bite to sustain him. Having endured a day of hunger, compounded by a beating from Fu Yumu, he felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. How could that scoundrel inflict such harm on my son? Zhang Shi, upon hearing of her son and Appo's return, hurried to inquire about the bride and Appo's whereabouts. To her dismay, not only was the bride absent, but her son appeared as though he had been battered into a pulp. In the capital, how dare anyone lay a hand on a court official? Is there no law left? Winner, we must report this to the Jingzhou prefecture. Let them face the consequences. Su Wen, in agony and hunger, interjected, "Mother, please let summon a doctor first." He pressed a hand to his torn lip, struggling to speak. Alas, his mother's fervor reflected a woman's limited perspective. She failed to grasp that a court official was not immune to violence. Even if they reported the incident, it would likely yield no substantial outcome. Moreover, the beating he received from his brother-in-law was a means of avenging Chur, and to prevent such an act would only jeopardize his chances of winning her affection and securing a prosperous future through the Prime Minister and Appo's connections. All right, someone, fetch a doctor at once, Zhang Shi commanded, hastily sending for assistance while helping Su Wen to a seated position. Is there anything to eat in the house? Lai Shi, bring me something. Su Wen grimaced from the pain, his stomach burning with hunger. Yes. I had the leftover rice from lunch prepared in the kanji, and I'll add some remnants from the banquet. It's both delicious and waste-free. I'll heat it up for you right away. With that, Zhang Shi dashed to the kitchen. Su Wen sighed inwardly, reflecting on his current position as an official in the Ministry of Revenue. Yet his mother still treated him so parsimoniously. It was somewhat embarrassing in front of the servants. He feared that the servants lived in similar circumstances. Yet, as the master of the household, he felt a deep-seated dissatisfaction with the disparity between his status and his current plight. If only his father were still alive. But alas, the deceased cannot return, and it was already a feat to have secured a position as a district official through his father's legacy. The thought of Fu Yuchua became increasingly significant. He needed to recover quickly to win her back. Once she returned to him, wealth and glory would follow closely behind. Soon, Zhang Shi returned with a bowl of meat kanji, accompanied by a boiled egg wrapped in a cloth. She instructed Lai Shi to massage his swollen face with the egg while she fed her beloved son, blowing gently on the kanji to cool it down. "Who could have done this to you?" she asked, her heart aching with concern and anger, wishing to tear apart the one who had harmed him. Su Wen quietly consumed the kanji, his mind clearing amidst the dizziness. The image of Fu Yuchua lingered vividly in his thoughts. Beauty, wealth, all rightfully his. Seeing her son's silence, Zhang Shi grew anxious. "Speak, dear. Today's wedding has turned into a farce. The bride has fled. And what will our relatives and neighbors say? If we don't clarify this situation, how will I face them in the future? You return home battered and yet appear unperturbed, without a hint of complaint. Tomorrow, everyone will know." Su Wen swallowed the greasy kanji, his thoughts fixated on Fu Yuchua, his eyes shining with determination as he replied to his mother in an impatient tone, "I have my own plans, mother. Please do not concern yourself." His mother, lacking in worldly wisdom and connections, had raised him with sheer tenacity and cunning. Though she acted out of necessity, it was still beneath the dignity of their station. His father had suffered during his marriage. Had he been more strategic, he might have wed a woman of higher standing. If that were the case, Su Wen would not have had to endure such humiliation or this beating. Ah, fate is indeed an art. How can you not care? You've been beaten so badly, and you still have to work tomorrow? How will you face others? They will surely ask about your condition, and what will you say? Zhang Shi persisted, nearly frantic. "Mother, please be at ease," Su Wen said, lifting his bruised gaze to explain his newfound understanding of Fu Yuchua and Appo's feelings. Despite the beating, he was certain she harbored affection for him. "Just wait for me to rise to prominence, and you shall enjoy a life of comfort." Zhang Shi, not fully grasping her son and Appo's As confidence asked, "Is that so?" Mother, as a woman, consider why Fu Yuchua is upset. It is because she knows of my connection with Miss Ying and is jealous. A triumphant smile spread across Su Wen and Appo's face as he recalled this thought, only to be met with pain as he inadvertently tugged at his wounds. Lai Shi confused Kuden and Appo's. "T help but ask, young master?" He truly wished to question whether Su Wen had lost his senses from the beating. Zhang Shi hesitated. Is that how it is? Do young people behave this way now? I am not well versed in such matters. Indeed, why would a woman feel jealous if not for love? Su Wen patiently explained to both his mother and Lai Shi. Yuchua loves me deeply. Her anger prompted her brother to strike me. Lai Shi was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. How could she allow General Yi to strike you so fiercely if she truly cared for you? Zhang Shi, suddenly realizing, exclaimed, "What? The daughter of the Prime Minister's household had you beaten? Lai Shi, how could you let this happen? Do you wish to forfeit your monthly wages?" Lai Shi, feeling wronged, replied, "It was the young master who instructed me to stay back." Su Wen waved his hand to calm his mother. "It was my decision to keep him away. I needed to endure this beating myself." Seeing the confusion on their faces, Su Wen smiled, recognizing that intelligent individuals must exercise patience in explanation. Otherwise, they may not grasp his intentions. Yuchua is simply venting her frustration. If I do not allow her to express her anger, how will I win her over in the future? Moreover, she harbors a secret wish for me to remember this beating, to love only her and avoid entanglements with others. This beating serves to release her anger while simultaneously proving my deep affection for her. A win-win situation. Delighted by his own reasoning, Su Wen felt invincible. Now that he had endured the beating and Yuchua had vented her frustrations, he was confident that within a few days he would successfully win her back. Envisioning the imminent wealth and beauty within reach, Su Wen felt an irresistible thrill. With no one to boast to, he cast a sidelong glance at Lai Shi. "What am I even telling you for? You've hardly encountered any women. How would you understand? Were it not for the pain in his mouth, he would have sung a merry tune." Lai Shi remained perplexed, recalling only the fierce blow dealt by Fu Yuchua and her departure without a glance back at Su Wen. Surely, if she cared for him, she would not have allowed her brother to strike him so mercilessly, nor would she have left without a word. But while Lai Shi struggled to comprehend, he trusted that Su Wen must have his reasons. "Certainly, young master," Lai Shi said, eager to assist. "Allow me to help you to bed for some rest." Zhang Shi, not fully understanding, merely echoed, "Yes, that sounds good. You should lie down, dear." With Lai Shi's support, Su Wen limped to bed, ready to recuperate. Just as the doctor arrived, he took the pulse and promptly handed him a pill for immediate relief, leaving behind a prescription with a gentle admonition to rest well and avoid excessive movement before departing with his medical kit. Su Wen, having consumed meat porridge earlier and now the doctor and Appo's pill, gradually regained his composure. Reclining on the couch, his mind wandered blissfully to Fu Yuchua. The exquisite garments she wore were crafted from fabrics and patterns he had never encountered in his lifetime, undoubtedly of extraordinary value. The jeweled hairpin and delicate accessories adorned her head, shimmering even in the night's embrace. In the future, these riches and the beauty would all belong to him, entirely his. Embracing this beautiful reverie, Su Wen, despite the aches coursing through his body, found himself savoring every moment, his spirit soaring with elation. Chapter 28. Intimate under the cloak of midnight, was roused from his slumber by. Disoriented, he beheld his master, cloaked in ebony, standing sentinel by his bedside, jolting him awake. "My lord, what troubles you?" "Don the night attire. We have a clandestine errand to undertake," declared with unwavering resolve. "Allow me to attend to your bidding," implored as he donned his attire. "It ill befits a scion of the esteemed chancellor's house to venture forth in such guise at this ungodly hour." Though he knew his counsel was futile, propriety dictated that he offer it. Moreover, the lord and Appo's attire suggested an enterprise of dubious nature. "Spare the prattle and hasten your pace." At insistence, they stole away through the postern and soon found themselves at the periphery of the residence. Their forms melded into the nocturnal canvas, nearly imperceptible. "Permit me to infiltrate, my lord. You may await my return." having served as charioteer that day, had encountered and surmised that his master intended to settle score, perhaps to inflict a clandestine beating. Such conduct was unbecoming of a chancellor's heir, and thus sought to dissuade him. Unnecessary, retorted, scaling the wall with practiced ease and vanishing into the estate. Left with no alternative, followed in close pursuit. The residence was modest, sparsely staffed, facilitating their search. Soon, located the study, was perplexed, anticipating a nocturnal assault on the loathsome. He whispered, "My lord, the master chamber lies in yonder direction." Remained silent, entering the study through the window, tasking with maintaining vigilance. He kindled a tinderbox, meticulously searching the room. After an exhaustive search, he discovered an antiquated journal tucked away in a corner of the bookshelf. A cursory glance revealed its contents to be a chronicle of ephemeral affairs within the Eastern Palace. Though fragmented, the entries were authentic records. The journal bore the marks of age, its pages yellowed and dusted with the patina of time, obscuring the era it documented. Recognizing its significance, concealed the journal within his garments, intending to scrutinize it later. Having scoured the study in vain for his correspondence, and crept toward the master chamber. As they neared the window, they discerned the indistinct murmurings of a man. "Mine, all mine." Incensed that the scoundrel dared to covet, even in his slumber, clenched his fists. 2. Overheard and oppose. As somniloquy and promptly slipped through the window, dispersing a soporific powder to facilitate his master and amp. Oppose. Search, or perhaps another beating. Soon, the enchanted lay as still as death. Recalling and amp. Oppose. Muttered endearments, his lascivious dreams, was consumed by fury. A vile reprobate. Wrath surged within him. By the moon and amp. Oppose. Pale light, he mounted the bed, shod, and with a swift kick, sent sprawling onto the floor. Was ejected from the bed, tumbling across the floor before finally coming to rest, spewing a concoction of blood and medicine. Yet, he remained unconscious. "My lord, have you not slain him?" inquired anxiously. His master, a decorated warrior, possessed a formidable kick, and the frail might well be on the verge of demise. Still seething, spat, restrained force, he shall live. He harbored a grim thought. "I have heard of remedies that can impair a man and oppose virility. It seems the time has come to seek them out." He resolved to strike at the root of the problem. With his decision made, abandoned his assault on and meticulously searched the chamber, soon unearthing the sought-after letters. Under the cover of darkness, they departed, leaving the wounded to languish on the cold floor. After all, autumn had only just begun. He would not freeze to death. A pity indeed. Within the prince and oppose, manor was beset by disquieting thoughts, unable to find repose. His mother, consort, daughter of a provincial official and a palace maid, held a modest rank. Her elevation to consort coincided with his investiture as prince. Devoid of familial influence and inherently cautious, they had remained aloof from the factional strife. However, the emperor's decree that he preside over the trial of prince would inevitably disrupt his tranquil existence. Fortunately, years of inconspicuous cultivation had not left him entirely without resources. Yet what of his mother? And the thought sent a jolt through, causing him to sit upright in bed. Lost in contemplation, deep within his heart, held a place of equal importance to his mother. When had this affection taken root? "Your Highness, shall I prepare tea?" The page on night duty, noticing the prince's sudden movement, inquired. The candlelight flickered beyond the bed curtains, casting a soft, ethereal glow. Thoughts wandered to the palace lanterns of that evening, and he yearned for the vision beneath their light. He knew that a small, rosy figure had long resided in his heart. As for anything else, dared not contemplate. Though a prince, princes were not all equal. The only legitimate daughter of the chancellor's house awaited only the emperor's assent to wed into the crown prince's household. The thought of marrying the crown prince filled him with an ache, as if his chest were about to burst. "Nothing, you may retire," said his voice hoarse. He lay back down, and as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of bathed in soft light. Even without carnal knowledge, he knew there was different in his heart. But what could he do with this realization? Even against his will, he was destined to be drawn into those storms. As a prince, this was an inescapable fate. He had been fortunate to live in seclusion for more than a decade. But was different. The chancellor's house had stood for 100 years, with the empress dowager and the empress behind it. Would not marry an enemy of the crown prince's party. So no matter who she married, she would have a safe and smooth life. But these whose did not include him. Judging from the emperor and Appo's attitude today, it was estimated that the crown prince, and he would form a tripartite balance of power, restraining each other. Therefore, the emperor could not break the balance by allowing him to marry the legitimate daughter of the family. Knowing it was impossible, he couldn't and Appo's. He stopped thinking about her. At this moment, every frown and smile, every word and appearance have filled his thoughts and troubled heart. After a long time, fell asleep. In his dream, 6 or 7 years old, was as lovely as he remembered. She was wearing a pink and green dress, standing by the lotus pond in the imperial garden, like a fairy coming out of the lotus, calling him with a smile, brother. Also smiled and stretched out his hand to her, sister, come here. She walked towards him, her figure and appearance changing step by step, from a pink and tender little dumpling, slowly turning into a graceful young girl. By the time she walked up to him, she was in the same form as when they met in the palace tonight. Her clothes were fluttering, her jade pendants tinkling, like a fairy descending from the heavens. With a slight smile, his heart fluttered. The beautiful woman in front of him took the initiative to put her small hand into his large palm. His throat tightened, and he pulled her into his arms, and the two embraced tightly. The next morning, woke up in an uncomfortable, cold, and sticky state. He looked down at his underpants, stunned. When he realized what had happened in his dream last night, he blushed with shame. He had actually desecrated the beautiful elf in his dream. Remembering the soft and fragrant, delicate and intimate scene in his dream, his throat became dry again. He dared not linger on the recollection, and swiftly rose, silently changing his trousers before departing for the imperial court. Chapter 29. Counterbalance in the early court session. Prime Minister Fu Cheng was reprimanded by the censor for neglecting his daughter's education, resulting in Emperor Feng imposing a period of reflection upon him. Unaware of this turmoil, Fu Yuzhuo was enjoying her breakfast and reading in her courtyard when a maid arrived with a message, instructing her to proceed to her father and Appo's study, Mingxin Hall. Inside Mingxin Hall, Fu Cheng was in a fit of rage. Last night, you only mentioned that Chua and Appo's, or had gone to the empress to plead for that in Yuzhuo, yet you failed to mention her reckless behavior in front of the court. Fu Yimu hurried to clarify. Chua and Appo's, or merely exchanged a few words with Lord Zhao. Her arguments were reasonable and well-founded, and His Majesty did not reprimand her, which is why I overlooked it. Do you realize that I have been admonished by His Majesty for this? I am a prime minister of the realm, yet I cannot even teach my own daughter. How can I command respect in the future? Fu Cheng, infuriated, was about to strike Fu Yuzhuo as she entered, but suddenly hesitated, seeing her father's intent to strike. Fu Yimu swiftly stepped in front of her. Father, there must be another reason for this. Please, remain calm. You still defend her. Do you truly wish for her to bring ruin upon the Prime Minister's residence? Fu Cheng slammed his hand down on the tea table in frustration. Fu Yuzhuo, witnessing her usually composed father in such a rare state of anger, felt a flush on her cheeks. She had come to understand the situation and said, Father, His Majesty is a wise ruler. Yesterday, my arguments were sound. I believe there is a deeper significance to it. The deeper significance is to suppress the crown prince's faction, and you have unwittingly provided them with the means to do so. Fu Cheng sighed. His Majesty is in his prime, while the crown prince has grown, slowly gaining power through the empress and the prime minister's residence. How could His Majesty not be wary? Father, you are aware that His Majesty acts with intention. Why not take advantage of this and temper your ambitions? Waiting for the crown prince to ascend before revealing your grand plans? Fu Yimu suggested. It is easier said than done. The political landscape shifts rapidly, and courtiers harbor their own agendas. If I remain passive, those aligned with King Hung will consume us whole. Fu Cheng shook his head and summoned Fu Fu. Fu Fu, the outer steward of the Prime Minister's residence, had long served under Fu Cheng's grandfather, Fu Sinian, and was well acquainted with the intricacies of court relations. He often acted as the eyes and ears of the Prime Minister, gathering intelligence on the movements of courtiers. It is time to address the position of Zhao Zhixiao, the governor of Jingzhou. Last year, during his mother's birthday celebrations, he accepted gifts from King Hong. We should connect with our censor to impeach him for accepting bribes and favoring King Hong, thus punishing Yuzhuo severely. That incident from last year may not be of much use now, Fu Yumu remarked, frowning. It is still useful. What His Majesty seeks is a pretext, depending on whether he wishes to suppress King Hong and replace the Jingzhou governor. Fu Yuzhuo understood her father and Amp, oppose, s intent, and added, just as His Majesty allowed me to debate with Lord Zhao last night, it was to enable King Hong's supporters to impeach you. Fu Chang stroked his beard, contemplating. It seems I'm only now seeing this clearly. How did I overlook this last night? My daughter's impatience has caused me trouble. Fu Yuzhuo bowed respectfully, admitting her fault. This recent impeachment by the censor is merely a test from King Hong. There are likely further schemes at play. Now that both sides have made their moves, it is up to His Majesty to decide. Fu Chang rose and paced to the window, gazing at the locust tree in the courtyard, lost in thought before turning to Fu Yumu. You have spent years in the military and are unaware of the court's dynamics. Now that you have returned, it will be wise to stay close to Fu. It will be beneficial. He then looked at Fu Yuzhuo, letting out a long sigh. Do not stir up trouble. Patiently await the empress's decree and prepare for your marriage into the Eastern Palace. Yes, father. After the two siblings bowed and retreated, Fu Yumu escorted Fu Yuzhuo back to Tinglan Garden. Upon returning to the courtyard, Fu Yuzhuo dismissed her attendants. Before she could speak, Fu Yumu handed her a bundle of letters. Here, your sentimental poetry. Fu Yuzhuo recognized the correspondence with Su Wan and was surprised that her elder brother had retrieved it so swiftly. Feeling embarrassed, she asked, Did you read all of these? How could I know if they were yours without reading them? Fu Yumu recalled how he had covertly taken these letters the previous night and felt a mix of emotions upon realizing that his sister had blossomed into a young lady capable of longing for a man and dreaming of love. Fu Yuzhuo, blushing, tossed the letters into the incense burner without ever having opened them. Seeing her do so, Fu Yumu felt a sense of relief, knowing she had fully let go. The smoke from the burning letters filled the room, prompting Fu Yuzhuo to open the windows and peek outside, ensuring no one was around before quietly asking, Elder brother, did you intentionally withhold last night's events from father to keep him unprepared? It seems I cannot hide it from you. Fu Yumu chuckled, taking a seat and pouring himself tea from her cup. His admission left Fu Yuzhuo puzzled. Elder brother, you have dealings with Lord One. Surely you do not intend to use father as a stepping stone? Even if the crown prince ascends, we must possess the capacity to contend with him. It is insufficient to rely solely on the courtiers aligned with us. They too are of the crown princess faction. We need a suitable prince. Why should we oppose the crown prince? Fu Yuzhuo was even more confused. Was her family not part of the crown princess faction? She was likely to marry him. Once he ascended, her father would be his uncle. They were family, so why the need for caution? Fu Yumu was wary of the day when the truth could no longer be concealed. If the truth emerged before the crown princess ascension, both he and the prime minister's residence would face ruin. Yet, if it surfaced afterward, the crown prince would surely act to save himself. In either scenario, once the situation escalated, both Chur and the prime minister's residence would find themselves in peril. Thus, he required a different force capable of rescuing Chua and Amp, oppose, and preserving the prime minister's residence. This new power must be formidable enough to contend with the emperor himself, potentially even to become the new sovereign. It is always prudent to be prepared. Fu Yumu could not divulge the reasons and thus spoke in vague terms. Very well, but the path to Lord One is not only long, but steep. Fu Yuzhuo pouted, as she typically refrained from discussing political matters. Her perspective was understandable. Lord One's mother was a palace made without any external family influence. His Majesty did not regard him highly, which was why he had been assigned to guard the tombs, and he was not bestowed the title of prince until he was 18. Even the concubine Yun was only granted her title because of Lord One's return. However, Lord One was not as powerless as he appeared. During his 3 years of guarding the tombs, he had trained the guards well. His Majesty had also assigned capable instructors, ensuring his studies were on par with other princes. Fu Yumu chuckled at the sight of Fu Yuchua, reminiscent of a child yearning for candy, but unable to obtain it. After watching her for a moment, he cautioned, "Father speaks the truth. King Hung undoubtedly has further schemes. You should refrain from going out for the time being. If anything arises, instruct someone to seek out Feng Qi. I will have Wei Ying come by. She is skilled in medicine, trustworthy, and will assist you in communicating with the outside world." Recalling that Fu Yuchua had accompanied Lord when out of the palace the previous night, Fu Yumu deliberated throughout the night, but ultimately decided to advise her. In the future, you must marry the crown prince. Do not grow too close to Lord One, as it could harm him and lead to futility. Fu Yuchua dismissed his warning. The crown prince is impetuous. I have never liked him. After the affair with Su Wan, I have come to understand that I cannot seek a simple life with an ordinary man. Hence, I must find a nobleman with a simple household and a good temperament to be the head of the household. Lord One, handsome and amiable, had been sent to guard the tombs early on. Thus his courtyard was devoid of distractions. According to her brother's words, he was not without capability. Marrying him would elevate her status as the principal wife, and with her brother's support, she would fare well. However, the thoughts of King Wen remain unknown. Fu Yuchua has no intention of revealing his inner plans, responding only ambiguously. Once the matters were settled, Fu Yumu departed to attend to his duties. Shortly thereafter, Wei Ying arrived at Tinglan courtyard, bearing two pieces of news. One, that someone had reported the governor of Jingzhou prefecture for accepting bribes, and two, that Fu Yumin intended to go out. Chapter 30. The Fool in the Green Bamboo Courtyard. Fu Yumin was preening herself, gazing with satisfaction at her radiant reflection in the mirror. Her delicate brows arched gracefully, her eyes sparkled with charm, her nose was dainty, and her lips resembled petals. However, the thought that her biological mother was merely a concubine to her father tightened her grip on the comb in frustration. Since heaven had bestowed upon her such beauty and opportunity, she was destined to become the empress. Yet, she was denied the advantageous birth of a legitimate daughter. Her legitimate sister, Fu Yuchao, though less attractive, was rebellious, choosing to flee from the comforts of the prime minister's residence rather than embracing her privileged position. Yet, because she was the legitimate daughter, their father lavished her with the best, hiring palace matrons to teach her etiquette and inviting Wen Yeshu, a favored disciple of the esteemed imperial masters in Muhan, to instruct her, a privilege sought by many but attained by few. Even so, Fu Yuchao took all of this for granted, selfishly pursuing her own pleasures without a thought for their family. Why should it be so? They were both daughters of the same father. Fu Yumin was obedient, understanding, and considerate, yet her father had never glanced her way. He was aware that Fu Yuchao was reluctant to marry the crown prince, yet he never considered Fu Yumin's feelings. Fu Yuchao, inferior in every way, stood in her way, eclipsing her brilliance. Let Fu Yuchao marry the crown prince. She had no interest in a prince destined to be relegated to commoner status, imprisoned for life. She desired to wed the ultimate victor. The double ninth festival palace banquet was approaching, and she needed to prepare her water-patterned dress and exquisite white jade headpiece. Lost in thought, Fu Yumin was interrupted by her maid, He Qing, who entered and upon seeing the second miss readying herself, dismissed all other attendants, including the head maid. Miao Chui felt a lingering discontent. Last year, when the two accompanied the second miss on an outing, a scholar had approached them. Miao Chui had rebuffed him. Yet the second miss had blamed her for being too hasty, leading to Miao Chui being excluded from future outings, with only He Qing accompanying her. Each time before and after their excursions, the second miss would send away the attendants to share whispered conversations with He Qing. Miao Chui felt wronged, believing she had only sought to protect the reputation of the second miss, and could not fathom why such an understanding and courteous girl would choose to roam with He Qing instead. Since then, He Qing had grown increasingly presumptuous, taking liberties as if she were of higher standing, despite being merely another maid. Noticing Miao Chui's displeasure, Fu Yumin smiled and said, "Good Miao Chui, I wish to cleanse my hands with some pastries. Those matrons are quite careless. Could you oversee them for me?" With this request, Miao Chui had no choice but to leave. This situation could not continue. The lives of these maids depended not only on their monthly allowances, but also on their master's generosity. She had no idea how much the second miss had favored He Qing lately. Miao Chui resolved to devise a plan to demonstrate to the second miss that her intentions were genuinely for her benefit. Just then, a message came from Mama He at the door, signaling that young Master Su wished to see her. Once the others had departed, He Qing whispered to Fu Yumin, recalling Su One and Amp Oppo's ineptitude, which had thwarted her schemes and brought her careful planning to naught. Fu Yumin felt anger rise within her and slammed her comb onto the table, exclaiming, "Useless creature! Now you know to be anxious. After coaxing everyone into a marriage, how could you let him slip away?" He Qing quickly soothed her, second miss. "Do not be upset. It and Amp Oppo's. That's not worth ruining your health over such trivial matters." She cautiously picked up the comb that Fu Yumin had thrown down and gently began to smooth her hair. "In my humble opinion, the young miss has genuine feelings for young Master Su. Even if she discovers something amiss, there remains a chance for reconciliation. Human emotions are tender. How can one easily sever bonds forged over more than half a year?" Fu Yumin pondered this and admitted it held some truth. Even a blockhead could be transformed into a gentle and understanding gentleman with her careful guidance. Moreover, Su Wen was adept at flattery, harboring aspirations of rising above his station, and had lowered himself sufficiently. It was only a matter of time before he ensnared Fu Yuchao's heart. Fu Yumin caressed her tresses and inquired of He Qing, "What did Mama He at the door say?" He Qing replied, "The Candy Pavilion has released new pastries and invites you to sample them." This was a prearranged meeting with Su Wen, where they could convey messages and meet in the small alley of the Eastern City, near an old house left behind by Su Wen and Amp Oppo's father. The building was dilapidated yet discreet, its original purpose unknown. Fu Yumin was aware that Su Wen could not let go of Fu Yuchao. He was likely anxious to consult her. She hoped he would persuade Fu Yuchao to reconsider, allowing him to whisk her away from the Prime Minister's residence altogether. However, Su Wen was ultimately inept, relying on her for guidance, thereby earning her disdain. She scoffed, "Inept at everything. He relies solely on me to orchestrate his affairs. Without my direction, he wouldn't take a single step. What a waste." He Qing echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, the second miss has been so supportive, yet he remains dependent on you. What can one expect from a man of low birth? With no experience, all he has are a few insipid verses. What can he achieve? He relies entirely on your scheming to secure his fortunes, yet he cannot grasp them." Listening to He Qing and Oppo's flattery, Fu Yumin felt a swell of satisfaction. "Enough. You possess a way with words. Come quickly and help me tidy my hair. We shall go out to meet that fool." "Yes, Mississippi." After a flurry of activity, Fu Yumin, accompanied by He Qing, set out to meet Su Wen. Chapter 31. Escaped in the 31st chapter. Upon hearing that Fu Yumin was about to leave, Fu Yuchua speculated that she intended to meet Su Wen. Fu Yumin, having schemed tirelessly to rid herself of Fu Yuchua, was now unwilling to concede defeat. Naturally, she would seek to assist Su Wen in devising a plan to win back Fu Yuchua's heart and revive their past connection. Uncertain of the current state of affairs between the two, Fu Yuchua pondered whether eavesdropping might afford her a glimpse into an intimate drama. Their previous escapade had been quite the spectacle. With this thought, Fu Yuchua felt a surge of excitement. "Sister Wei, shall we don male attire and venture out to witness the spectacle?" she urged, pulling Wei Ying along. Wei Ying, noticing the sparkle in Fu Yuchua's eyes and the mischief dancing at the corners of her mouth, couldn't suppress a smile. "That won't do. The master has advised against you going out in recent days." Wei Ying and her brother Wei Yuanhang were rescued by Fu Yumu from a perilous situation in the southwest. Their ancestors were renowned physicians, and their exceptional medical skills led Fu Yumu to bring them to the capital. Having heard much about Fu Yuchua from her brother, Wei Ying felt a sense of familiarity despite this being their first meeting. Fu Yuchua, having heard of Wei Ying's remarkable medical prowess, held her in high esteem. As she was associated with her brother, Wei Ying was regarded as different from the other servants in the household, prompting Fu Yuchua to address her as sister. Wei Ying comforted her. "I have already spoken with Brother Feng Qi. He will follow and relay any news if necessary. But it is not the same. Eavesdropping would certainly be more entertaining than waiting for news in the manor. Fu Yuchua pouted, seizing the opportunity to dismiss Wei Ying's objections. She quickly called for Hua Xian to bring 2 sets of male attire for them to change into. No, the master will blame me. Wei Ying hastily shook her head, refusing to assist Fu Yuchua in changing. Fear not, for I am here. Fu Yuchua replied, her eyes sparkling. My brother dotes on me. This is hardly a matter of concern. Sister Wei, do you not wish to see the bustling capital of Daiyu? It is full of life and excitement, with an abundance of delightful experiences and culinary delights. Once we eavesdrop, I shall take you on a tour. Fu Yuchua coaxed, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Wei Ying found herself swayed by Fu Yuchua's words. She had only just arrived in the capital the previous day, and after being settled in a residence 2 streets away from the Prime Minister and Appo's mansion, she had yet to explore. Today, having just recovered from her journey, Fu Yumu invited her to accompany Fu Yuchua, and she had not yet had the chance to truly experience the city. Seeing Wei Ying and Appo's resolve wavering, Fu Yuchua eagerly assisted her in changing, reassuring her, rest assured, I often sneak out without incident. We will not wander aimlessly, merely exploring the main streets and markets. With this encouragement, Wei Ying reluctantly acquiesced, allowing Fu Yuchua to prepare her. The 2 young women, now attired in their disguises, stealthily slipped out through a side door. Upon spotting Fu Yuchua dressed as a young man, Mama He, the gatekeeper, quickly approached, tugging at her sleeve. My young lady, you must not go out. The madam will be furious with me if you do. Fu Yuchua, observing the situation, pointed to Wei Ying and calmly stated, Mama, I am merely escorting Sister Wei, our esteemed guest, to the door before returning. I shall accompany you, but it is rather windy outside, and with so many people about. How can you stand at the door to send her off? Mama, he replied with a forced smile. Seeing that soft tactics were ineffective, Fu Yuchua decided to be more assertive. Shaking off Mama He's grasp, Mama He, you are becoming increasingly formal. Instead of assisting me in seeing off a distinguished guest, you seem to be chastising me as if you were my own mother. Though Mama He was a lowly servant, she recognized that her insistence contradicted the orders against Fu Yuchua's departure. Thus, she swiftly released her grip, smiling awkwardly. What nonsense you speak, young lady. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Yuchua and Wei Ying darted away, leaving Mama He stomping her foot in frustration. She dared not cry out, for such an outburst would surely alert not only the household, but also passers-by to the fact that the Prime Minister and Appo's daughter had eloped in disguise. She hurried off to report to the stewardess to inform the madam. As they escaped through the side door, Wei Ying finally regained her composure. Aware that Feng Qi awaited their instructions around the corner, she grasped Fu Yuchua's hand and urged her onward. Feng Qi, startled by their sudden appearance, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 32. Impersonation, miss. How did you manage to come out? Feng Qi scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no one from the estate following them. Where has Yumin gone? Is there a carriage? Fu Yuchua and Wei Ying clasped hands, darting behind a street corner to inquire of Feng Qi. There is a carriage. This way, please, Feng Qi responded as he led the 2 ladies along. A servant from the Isu pavilion came to our door to convey that the shop has introduced new pastries and invited the second miss to come and sample them. I suspect she went that way. Fu Yuchua was aware of Isu Pavilion, renowned for its exquisite pastries, thus thriving in the capital. If indeed they had introduced new delicacies, it was customary for the shopkeepers to select a few to present to valued patrons during their purchases. Even bespoke confections were typically delivered directly to the residents, making such a message quite unusual. Something feels amiss. It seems to be a coded message. Moreover, Isu Pavilion is a bustling establishment, not a place for clandestine meetings. I wonder where they have arranged to meet. She likely hasn't gone to Isu Pavilion. Did we send anyone to follow them? Fu Yuchua furrowed her brow in concern. Feng Qi, undeterred by her worries, smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Mississippi. We have 2 people trailing them. If anything seems off, they will send word back. They're in Appo's. There's no need to wait for their message. Let us proceed directly toward the eastern part of the city. If they're indeed meeting in secret, they would choose a location that minimizes travel time, likely somewhere between the 2 places. There are two quieter streets near East Street, with fewer people and several alleys. They should be in that vicinity. Let Appos move swiftly. With that, Fu Yuchua took Wei Ying's hand and boarded the carriage. You are quite audacious. With the household watching you so closely, how can you dare to venture out? What will you do if you are punished upon your return? Wei Ying finally found the opportunity to speak. Punishment is inevitable, yet as a young lady, I need not fear corporal punishment, Fu Yuchua replied with a smile. Being punished is trivial compared to missing out on the excitement. Once the opportunity passes, it is lost forever, which would be a great pity. As the carriage swayed to the end of East Street, Fu Yuchua took Wei Ying and Appos' hand and disembarked to walk, avoiding unnecessary attention. Previously, she had escaped to marry Su Wan from a nearby alleyway, but due to the dense housing and the similarity of the buildings, she could not recall the exact location. It was said that the old mansion had been acquired by the elder Su many years ago, but its remote location rendered it inconvenient and somewhat awkward. To sell it would yield little profit, and keeping it served only as a reminder of the elder Su. Fu Yuchua pondered whether Su Wan would shamelessly place her in this location for her impending marriage while simultaneously using it as a secret tryst with Fu Yumin. She had come merely to test her luck. Fortunately, their attire was unremarkable, allowing them to blend in as ordinary youths from a common family in the capital. The trio navigated the back alleys, mostly inhabited by vendors from East Street, who would set up their stalls during the day, resulting in fewer people on streets. As these were not main thoroughfares and did not cater to the affluent, the roads were less frequented by carriages and were not particularly clean, with patches of mud visible. Feng Qi then noticed fresh carriage tracks. The direction seemed to lead toward the house Fu Yuchua had previously occupied, so she remained silent and followed Feng Qi along the trail. Ultimately, they arrived at a modest yet relatively new residence, its entrance neat and tidy. However, it was not the dwelling Fu Yuchua had once stayed in. This place seldom saw visitors of means, yet a carriage had recently departed, likely belonging to Fu Yumin. Or perhaps Su Wan had procured a separate residence for their clandestine meetings. As Fu Yuchua observed the house before her, she noted that the entrance had been specially modified to allow a carriage to drive indirectly. She could not help but marvel at Su Wan and Appos' lavish expenditure for the sake of meeting Fu Yumin. Surely this was true love. The courtyard, capable of accommodating a carriage, was undoubtedly spacious. Although it was not located on a main street, acquiring such a property would require Su Wan's salary for 5 or 6 years. Upon reaching the entrance, Feng Qi looked around and gestured for them to come forward, then deftly leapt onto the wall to peer inside. Did you see anything? Are they there? Fu Yuchua whispered, gazing up at him from below. Feng Qi signaled for silence and waved his hand. After a considerable pause, he finally descended, urging them in a hushed tone to move quickly, pushing Fu Yuchua and Wei Ying to hide behind the neighboring house's latrine. Confused, Fu Yuchua and Wei Ying assumed Su Wan and Fu Yumin were about to emerge and complied with his insistence to take cover. The trio crouched in the corner, huddled closely together, curiosity piqued as they strained to hear the commotion beyond. Suddenly, the door of the house swung open. First, a carriage emerged, followed by several individuals. These were not the people they were hoping to see, but rather unfamiliar faces. Fu Yuchua and Wei Ying exchanged startled glances before turning to Feng Qi, who remained fixated on the figures emerging, his expression grave and beads of sweat dotting his brow. Uncertain of the situation, Wei Ying felt a surge of curiosity. Fu Yuchua, however, recognized the gravity of the moment. They had stumbled upon an illicit transaction. A wave of anxiety washed over Fu Yuchua, praying they would not be discovered. If such dealings were exposed, it could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even silencing witnesses. While she was the daughter of Chancellor, the potential fallout from attracting unwanted attention was unpredictable. The political landscape of the capital was fraught with entanglements, and although the Fu family appeared prosperous, they were privy to the enmities and adversaries lurking in the shadows. Thus, Fu Yuchua wisely remained crouched, intent on becoming as inconspicuous as a quail. Creak! The door of the residence swung open, and the carriage reappeared. Fu Yuchua's heart raced at the sight. Though the carriage appeared unremarkable, she recognized it immediately. It was the lower-tier carriage belonging to their chancellor's household, used solely by prominent stewards and their wives during outings. Fu Yuchua focused intently on the departing figures, but none bore familiar visages. What could this mean? She was well acquainted with the prominent stewards of the estate. Could it be that someone was misusing the Chancellor's name for nefarious deeds? The Chancellor's household attracted attention. Was it possible that someone sought to frame them? As Fu Yuchua contemplated this, the likelihood seemed substantial. Impersonating a member of the Chancellor's household was no small feat. Even acquiring such a carriage was no easy task. The craftsmanship and materials of this carriage were of high quality, far beyond the means of ordinary families. Furthermore, engaging in such impersonation carried immense risk. Requests made to the Chancellor and Oppos, as household, were seldom trivial. Those seeking favors were invariably influential figures, none of whom could be considered naive. A ruse would soon unravel, leading to dire repercussions for the Chancellor's household, making such deception a rare occurrence. But who could it possibly be? Chapter 33. The Pursuit. As they exited the residence, one middle-aged man performed a respectful bow to an elder gentleman, promising that should the matter be successfully resolved, he would bestow double the gratitude. He discreetly slipped a pouch, presumably containing silver notes, into the elder's hands. The elder, smiling, nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him that he could rest easy. The task would soon be accomplished. With that, he mounted his carriage and departed. The middle-aged man as assistant, who appeared to be in charge, bent forward and asked, "My lord, is this truly going to succeed?" "It should," replied the middle-aged man, though uncertainty gnawed at him due to the absence of the steward, Fu. The assistant, incredulous, retorted, "Is there anyone more capable than this steward from the Prime Minister's residence?" Fuming, the middle-aged man exclaimed, "What do you know? We have always dealt with Steward Fu. Without him here, how can we feel assured?" Fu Yuchua could hardly contain her disgust and retched involuntarily. The three of them were hiding in a foul-smelling latrine, swarming with flies, the stench overwhelming, and the surrounding wooden sticks and thatch were sullied. As they crouched there, Fu Yuchua inadvertently glanced into the pit, where not only was it filled with excrement, but also teeming with small white worms writhing. She fought to suppress her nausea, but the vivid imagery proved too much, and she began to dry heave. "Who is there?" The steward, hearing the commotion, barked and rushed towards their hiding spot. "Run!" Fengqi immediately pulled Fu Yuchua and weighing away, dodging through the alleyways. Fortunately, Fu Yuchua was no fragile young lady. She ran swiftly. Weighing, accustomed to carrying a medical kit while tending to the sick in the southwest, kept pace easily with Fengqi after a series of twists and turns. They finally managed to distance themselves from their pursuers and hurried into the bustling main street, seamlessly blending into the crowd. The thoroughfare was alive with activity, a cacophony of voices and movement. The three of them were like droplets of water merging into a stream, indistinguishable from one another. As Fu Yuchua flowed along with the throng, she reflected on the earlier conversation. It was clear from the dialogue that it pertained to her family, and their furtive behavior suggested they were engaged in some nefarious dealings. "Do you recognize those men?" Fu Yuchua inquired softly of Fengqi. Fengqi hesitated, then lowered his head and replied quietly, "I do not know them. Miss, it would be best to forget this incident." Seeing his demeanor, Fu Yuchua surmised he was indeed familiar with them. No prominent family could withstand close scrutiny, and she was not so naive as to believe her own family was entirely innocent. It was precisely because the illustrious facade of noble families often concealed dark secrets and intricate schemes that Fu Yuchua had once contemplated escape. In such households, nothing belonged solely to the individual. Everything was tied to the family, and for the sake of the clan, one could be sacrificed at any moment. She had no desire to become a pawn of her family, understanding that the more she knew, the swifter her demise would be. Thus, she chose silence. "There, SAT house ahead. Go fetch the carriage, and we shall wait for you inside," Fu Yuchua instructed Fengqi quietly. At this juncture, she had little inclination to catch Yuan and Fu Yuman in the act. She merely wished to rest and sip some tea to gather her thoughts. "Be cautious, and if anything arises, head to the main street," Fengqi advised, noting the bustling activity and the absence of their pursuers before he went to retrieve the carriage. Meanwhile, in the alley, The steward had chased for quite a distance. The myriad of alleys led him in circles, hearing only echoes of footsteps without catching sight of anyone, causing him to stomp in frustration. "Did you see anyone?" The middle-aged man panted as he followed closely behind. "Faster than a rat." "I saw nothing," the steward replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he supported his master. "The main street is just ahead. We may not catch them now." "Indeed, they must be thieves. This area is often quiet during the day, and thefts frequently occur. The Jingzhou prefecture has received numerous reports." The middle-aged man was none other than Zheng Jian, the deputy chief of Jingzhou prefecture. Exhausted from the chase, they emerged onto the main street and spotted a tea house ahead. The steward suggested, "My lord, you've been waiting inside for a considerable time, and now that you've run about, you must be thirsty. Let's pause for a moment and enjoy some tea." "Very well, let us rest for a while," Zheng Ji and Oppos, and acquiesced, feeling both parched and fatigued. The previous location had been a spontaneous visit without provisions, and he had anticipated a swift resolution, only to be left waiting unnecessarily long. Sighing, he pondered the silver notes he had dispatched, feeling a twinge of regret. Supporting himself with one hand on the steward and the other on his chest to calm his breath, he thought that once he secured that position as prefect, he would undoubtedly recoup his losses. The steward assisted him towards the tea house. This tea house, named Mingxiang Residence, appeared rather unremarkable. Yet the first floor was bustling with patrons. Fu Yuzhuo and Wei Ying took a moment to catch their breath, seeking a secluded spot to rest. Upon lifting her gaze, Wei Ying spotted Zheng Jian, one hand on his thigh and the other supporting the steward, approaching their direction. She quickly tugged at Fu Yuzhuo's sleeve. Urgency in her whispered tone, "They are coming." Noticing they were about to enter, Fu Yuzhuo remained composed, scanning her surroundings and realizing there were no other exits. Besides the front, there was only one door leading to the kitchen, which would be inappropriate to use and would likely lead to their capture. Observing that the second floor had private rooms, Fu Yuzhuo signaled to Wei Ying to head towards the stairs. For individuals of their status in the capital, it was entirely normal to retreat to a private room. Wei Ying's palms were clammy with sweat as she closely followed Fu Yuzhuo up the staircase. Halfway up, Zheng Jian entered and caught sight of them. A thought struck him. How fortuitous that they were just a step ahead, and perhaps they were the eavesdroppers he sought. He followed them up the stairs. Wei Ying glanced back discreetly, seeing Zheng Ji and Oppos, and trailing behind, her anxiety escalating as she clung tightly to Fu Yuzhuo. As the deputy chief of Jingzhou prefecture, Zheng Ji and Oppos, and noticed Wei Ying's suspicious demeanor and growing panic, further confirming his suspicions. He hastened his pace to follow them. Upon reaching the second floor, Fu Yuzhuo guided Wei Ying into the corridor, contemplating that if all else failed, they could leap from the window and navigate through the alleys, exhausting their two pursuers. Just then, the door to a private room creaked open, revealing a handsome young man stepping out. He paused upon seeing Fu Yuzhuo, momentarily stunned. Chuo. Chapter 34. A private meeting. As the door swung open, it revealed the refined figure of Lord Hanmin. After a night filled with pleasant dreams, he had not anticipated that today would bring him face to face with the person he had longed for incessantly. Initially intending to visit the market to purchase some tea leaf for his mentor after court, he unexpectedly encountered Fu Yuzhuo, which filled him with astonishment and delight. Such serendipitous encounters are truly remarkable. Hanmin could not suppress the smile that graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with joy. Upon lifting her gaze, Fu Yuzhuo also recognized him. Today he donned a simple yet elegant attire, a white jade crown atop his head and a silver robe with blue trim, cinched at the waist with a modest belt, the slightly loose sleeves accentuating his slender waist. He exemplified the image of a cultured and charismatic young gentleman. Noticing Hanmin, Fu Yuzhuo halted in her tracks, casting a pleading glance towards him. Before she could utter a word, the hurried sound of footsteps ascending the stairs reached their ears. Observing her attire and the anxious look on Wei Ying's face as she glanced back, Hanmin deduced that they were being pursued. With a smile, he gently pulled Fu Yuzhuo by the arm, ushering both of them into a private room and closing the door behind them. Leaning closer, he softly inquired, "What has happened? Is something amiss?" His voice was gentle and filled with concern, as if his warm breath could caress her cheek. Fu Yuchao felt her face grow increasingly warm, responding in a hushed tone, aware that she had been caught eavesdropping. It was hardly dignified to listen in on others, and being discovered by him only heightened her embarrassment. Flustered, she dared not meet his gaze, her cheeks flushed from the recent exertion of running. In that moment, she resembled a bashful flower. Han Min, his eyes twinkling with amusement, found her endearing and could not bear to blink. After a moment, he released her hand, lightly tapping her forehead with a soft chuckle. Oh, his fingertips brushed against her smooth, fair skin, a sensation as sweet as honey, warming his heart. Fu Yuchao's blush deepened, reaching her ears, and finally, she mustered the courage to meet his gaze, earnestly imploring, "Your Highness, please do not speak of this to anyone." The term Your Highness shattered the tender atmosphere that had enveloped Han Min moments before. Just last night, they had shared a familiarity akin to childhood, yet she had quickly forgotten. A pang of discomfort settled in Han Min's heart. Did Fu Yuchao truly hold no significance for their shared moments? He felt compelled to remind her, it depends on who is speaking. If it is someone unfamiliar, like those who refer to me as Your Highness, I may not be as reliable. He paused, observing her bewildered expression, which only intensified his frustration. Taking a deep breath to quell the tightness in his chest, he spoke with a dry voice, as though his throat were obstructed. Realizing Fu Yuchao remained oblivious to his hints, he decided to be more direct, stating plainly, "If it is you, dear Sister Chao, I will certainly honor your request and keep my silence." Finally comprehending his insinuation, Fu Yuchao hesitated, contemplating whether it was appropriate to address him in such a familiar manner as Brother Min. Such a title would undermine his princely dignity, and she felt it somewhat childish. After all, they had both matured. Surely, he could not be serious about wanting her to call him that. Just as she pondered her misunderstanding of his intentions, the clamorous footsteps and voices outside interrupted their awkward moment. "Who is in the upper rooms? Identify yourselves." It was Zhang Jian, who had summoned the innkeeper to lead him through the establishment, intent on inspecting the second floor for guests. The steward of the Zhang household, unperturbed by the tea house and Oppo's humble reputation, seized the innkeeper by the collar and bellowed his inquiries at the staircase. The innkeeper trembled with fear, knowing that in the capital, it was easy to offend high-ranking officials, and such loud demands could lead to dire consequences. Yet, the steward persisted, dragging him upstairs. The tea house primarily catered to common folk and low-ranking officials, resulting in very few patrons on the second floor, with only 2 private rooms currently occupied. T.E. and D-Ding rooms have guests. "I do not know who they are, as it was not my shift when they arrived," the innkeeper stammered, pointing towards the 2 occupied rooms before hurriedly seeking refuge. Disdain crept into Zhang Ji's heart upon witnessing the innkeeper's cowardice, and he tossed a silver coin to him as a mock reward. The innkeeper, blushing with embarrassment, found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to retrieve the coin or leave it be, standing awkwardly in a corner. "Knock, knock. Open the door. The Jingzhou Prefecture is investigating a case." The steward approached the nearest room, banging on the door with little regard for decorum. Such audacity from the Jingzhou Prefecture. What case do they investigate? Do they possess a warrant? The door opened to reveal a man in his 40s, dressed in worn, humble attire. "Quickly, we must act. Otherwise, the culprits may escape." The steward, sensing the man's modest garb, grew bolder and stepped into the room, loudly demanding, "Are there any uninvited guests inside?" Upon entering, Zhang Ji recognized the figure standing there. It was Han Bei Lu, the upright and esteemed vice-censor from the censorate. Realizing his blunder, Zhang Ji quickly donned a sheepish smile. Bowing low, "I was robbed on my way here, and upon seeing the thief approaching, I became anxious and hasty. I beg for your forgiveness, Lord Han." Inside the room, the steward saw only an elderly gentleman with graying hair, and upon witnessing his master's demeanor, he realized he had offended someone of higher status. Immediately, he knelt before Han Bei Lu, fervently slapping his own face. "It is my fault for being reckless and disrespectful. I implore you to punish me." Zhang Jian, exasperated, kicked the steward. "You blind fool. What use are your eyes if you cannot recognize a great man? You should be dismissed." Han Bei Lu, knowing the two were merely performing for show, chose not to press further, grunting in response. Zheng Darren, have you confirmed your observations? If not, feel free to inspect further. Of course not, Lord Han, please. Zheng Jian bowed deeply, offering his respect. With a huff, Han Bei Lu turned away, entering the private room and shutting the door behind him. Zheng Ji shot a reproachful glare at the steward before moving to the next door. This time his demeanor softened considerably. To the guests within, the Jingzhou prefecture is seeking someone. Please open the door. As the commotion outside unfolded, Fu Yuchao withdrew her earlier musings, looking at Han Min with a pleading expression. Your Highness, dear sir, could you not speak plainly? I cannot decipher your hints. Han Min gazed at her with unwavering anticipation, waiting for her to address him as he wished. With the steward still knocking outside, Fu Yuchao tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness. Realizing she was still oblivious to his request, Han Min leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, Call me Brother Min. At last, Fu Yuchao grasped his desire. The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, prompting her to turn slightly and lift her gaze, prepared to protest that it felt inappropriate. Yet, as she looked into his eyes, they sparkled like a starry night sky, brimming with emotion she could not comprehend. Fu Yuchao opened her mouth, only to forget her intended words. Han Min noticed her petite lips, plump and cherry-like, glistening with a captivating hue, the faint impression of her teeth leaving a delicate mark. Such lips seemed to exude an irresistible allure, while her expression remained innocently oblivious, resembling a naive little rabbit. And Appo's heart throbbed like thunder in spring, drowning out all other sounds. His mind consumed with a singular desire to enfold the pristine maiden in his embrace and savor her unique, cherry-sweet fragrance. Felt grip on her hand intensify, jolting her back to reality. The prince consort was sure to be displeased. A knock echoed from beyond the door. Knock, knock, please open the door. Remembering their pursuit, glanced anxiously at the entrance. Though the door remained closed, she noticed a peculiar expression on's face, who stood nearby. She realized the prince consort was holding her hand, their heads having been close together in hushed conversation moments before. No wonder his guard wore such a bewildered look, and was present, witnessing everything, overwhelmed with embarrassment and chagrin. She wriggled her hand free, her voice barely audible. Everyone's watching, observing her bashful demeanor, felt his ire subside. Indeed, the audience had grown somewhat large. His gaze turned icy as he faced the door, yet his actions remained tender as he led to the tea table, seating her with her back to the entrance. Followed suit, standing behind her. Took a seat opposite them. Opened the door. Whom do you seek? Inquired directly. The steward, having suffered a setback earlier, adopted a more courteous tone. My lord had an item pilfered by a thief near the tea house. We suspect the culprit may be hiding within. We merely request a glance to ascertain if the thief is present. Let him enter. Poured a cup of tea for her, instructing while gazing at her with amusement. He then poured a cup for himself, his throat parched from the earlier arousal. He needed to quench his thirst before he lost control. Stepped aside. Ant's eyes fell upon the prince consort seated within. Though was generally out of favor, could not afford to offend him lightly. Thus he knelt obsequiously. This humble official was unaware of your highness's presence. I beg your forgiveness. It is of no consequence. I am merely enjoying tea with a friend. Would you care to join us, lord? Refilled his cup, his face obscured by the rising steam, his voice languid. I would not dare disturb your highness in Appo's leisure. This one is unworthy. I shall take my leave at once. Kowtowed and hastily retreated from the room with his steward descending the stairs. It was an inauspicious day indeed. Once outside, wiped his brow. The prince consort is of little consequence, being an unfavored and powerless royal. The steward replied. The two young men we pursued earlier wore voluminous robes, yet their shoulders were narrow. They were likely young ladies meeting with the prince consort in secret. They probably overheard nothing. Hummed in agreement, sighing. Alas, we failed to find our quarry and have incurred the displeasure of someone from the censorate. Is not to be trifled with. I may face impeachment. I can only hope this endeavor earns me favor with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. My lord, the steward from the Crown Prince and Appo's faction has accepted the gifts. It should be successful. Please set your mind at ease. Nodded, turning to his steward. You suffered humiliation today. Upon our return, collect an extra month's wages from the treasury. The steward had served for many years, and their performance before had provided the latter with a graceful exit, avoiding a public reprimand. Thus, a reward was in order to ensure continued diligence. Thank you, my lord. The steward beamed, assisting as they departed. Chapter 35. Chun Quan closed the door and returned to stand beside Han Min. Han Min looked at Fu Yuzhuo with a teasing glint in his eyes, and she shot him an indignant glare, which only made his smile more pronounced. Today, having come to Fu Yuzhuo's aid, Han Min was in high spirits. He noticed a different side of her, shy, flustered, and vibrant in her various expressions. Particularly her sulky retort while everyone was watching drew them closer, as if they shared a secret and mutual anticipation. Seeing his delight grow to the point where his smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear, Fu Yuzhuo decided to ignore him. Instead, she took Wei Ying's hand and sat down, turning to Chun Quan. Greetings, brother. It is good to see you again. Please, no need for formalities. Just call me Chun, he replied. Chun Quan was one of the personal guards of the king. The day Fu Yuzhuo tumbled into the carriage, he had been trailing Han Min, thus they had made an acquaintance. He chuckled. Every time I see Miss Fu, I must admit I am somewhat startled. At Chun Quan and Appo's bluntness, Fu Yuzhuo glared at him, thinking how mischievous both master and servant were. She retorted, is it more shocking than a prince leaping through a window to escape? Han Min, slightly embarrassed by the mention of that day at the post station, found that such shared pastimes not only bridged their distance, but also warmed his heart like a gentle breeze laden with the sweet fragrance of spring blossoms. He chuckled, all right, Chow and Amp, Oppos, Don and Amp, Oppos, be upset. I wanted Amp, Oppos, tease you any longer. Why were you wandering around these alleys with a girl? ISN and Amp, Oppos, it unsafe without anyone following you? That person just now was Zheng Jian from the Jingzhou prefecture. What did he overhear to chase after you so fervently? It seemed he was attempting to bribe someone, lurking around in a most suspicious manner, but I did not recognize the person he was meeting. Before he could overhear anything, we were already discovered. Fu Yuzhuo's recount brought back the memory of hiding in the latrine, and she immediately felt nauseous, rushing to the spittoon to vomit. Han Min quickly followed her, standing beside her, patting her back. What happened? Why are you suddenly ill? Did you eat something bad? Chun Quan, go fetch a doctor. There and Amp, Oppos, no need, ugh. Fu Yuzhuo shook her head while retching, and once she finished, she returned to her seat. Wei Ying handed her some tea, and the bitter flavor helped ease her discomfort. She then inquired, Your Highness, what brings you here? This tea house appears quite ordinary. I have never heard of it in the capital, and it does not seem a place suitable for a prince. This tea house has a unique cloud mist tea, harvested from the Shihong mountain outside of Yuzhuo. It is said that the mountain peak is perpetually shrouded in mist, thus earning its name. This tea has a slightly bitter taste, but leaves a sweet aftertaste. Lord Shen loves it, hence I came to purchase some to thank him for his years of hard work. Yuzhuo, Fu Yuzhuo mused, the scholars there are quite remarkable. Are they not? Surprised by her comment, Han Min replied, Yuzhuo is renowned for the beauty of its first bend to the Yan River. The Yan River is the largest river in the Great Yu Kingdom, winding thousands of miles from the northwest before flowing into the sea to the east. The river bends sharply around Shihong Mountain and then continues on its way. Yuzhuo is nestled against Shihong Mountain, with the first bend just outside the city, which is why people praise its picturesque scenery, but few remember it as a land of scholars. Indeed, it has produced many learned individuals. Han Min nodded. 3 years ago, there were 10 successful candidates in the imperial examination, 3 of whom hailed from Yuzhuo. He continued, the academies in Yuzhuo are quite good, but the capital, being the heart of the Great Yu Kingdom, boasts more prestigious institutions. Thus the academies there are not as well known. Han Min spoke delicately. In truth, the scholars from Yuzhuo were not as famous as those from the capital, largely due to the complex backgrounds of the students in the capital, which made it easier for them to secure positions in the government. In contrast, students from outside often serve in remote positions and could only return to the capital if they performed exceptionally well during their tenure. What made you think to ask about this? Han Min inquired, puzzled. Most women in the capital are more concerned with the latest fabrics and the finest cosmetics. Even men rarely ponder the number of scholars in distant Yuzhuo or their level of education, as it does not pertain to them. Fu Yuchuo replied, "My maternal grandfather resigned from his official post many years ago and returned to Yuzhuo to serve as the head of the academy. My mother misses him dearly. With so many scholars passing the examination, surely his influence played a part? It is indeed a pity that Lord's son has retired," Han Min said, wishing to alleviate Fu Yuchua's sorrowful reflection on her family. He quickly refilled her tea, steering the conversation. "Do try this tea. Although slightly bitter, it has a pleasant aftertaste." Fu Yuchua, disliking bitterness, shook her head and took the teapot to pour tea for Wei Ying instead. "Sister Wei, you should try some as well." Upon hearing Fu Yuchua's address, Han Min noticed that she was not accompanied by a maidservant, prompting him to ask, "Who is this young lady?" "This is my newly acknowledged sister, who returned with my elder brother from the southwest. Her medical skills are exceptional, are they not?" Wei Ying had been captivated by Han Min's handsome appearance and distinguished demeanor since entering. Having never encountered such a gentleman in the southwest, her heart raced. Hearing Fu Yuchua praise her in front of him, she blushed and said, "I am Wei Ying. My brother and I faced misfortune in the southwest, and we were fortunate that young Master Fu rescued us. He brought us back to the capital, much to your highness's amusement. Studying medicine is arduous. It must have been quite a challenge for Miss Wei to acquire such skills." "I admire your dedication," Han Min remarked, recognizing that Fu Yuchua's decision to bring Wei Ying all the way from the southwest indicated her medical expertise was indeed noteworthy. After the pleasantries, Han Min asked Fu Yuchua, "Where you go next?" Fu Yuchua, fearing that Han Min might feel obligated to accompany her, fibbed, "I dare not venture anywhere else. I shall return home now." Though reluctant, Han Min understood that it was not appropriate for them to linger under the current circumstances. He resolved to formally invite her for tea next time. Nodding, he said, "Let us go. I shall escort you home." As they spoke, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 36. Hesitation. Fu Yuchua and Han Min exited the elegant chamber together, where they encountered a guard-like figure holding pastries. Han Min introduced him, saying, "This is Gu Yuan, my personal attendant. I sent him to procure some pastries for you. I hope you find them delightful." Fu Yumin accepted the pastries, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly, murmuring her thanks before lowering her head and proceeding forward. Just as they passed the entrance of the elegant chamber, the door to another room opened. Given the earlier commotion caused by Zhang Ji and Appos, an steward, Han Min recognized that the occupant was the deputy censor Han Beilu. However, as they had never interacted before, he refrained from opening the door to exchange pleasantries. Upon turning back, he was greeted by an elderly man with a white beard, whose eyes were stern yet vibrant with life despite his many wrinkles. This was Tao Zhixing, the most frequent disciple of the emperor's teacher, Zheng Muhan, in his later years. Tao Zhixing had served in the court during his youth, but had retired in his 40s to travel and teach, never accepting disciples. One year, while lecturing in Yenzhou, the young scholar Shun Zixian, who was then a budding student, attended his class and greatly benefited from his teachings. Recognizing Shun Zixian's intellect, Tao Zhixing often offered guidance, leading Shun to regard him as a mentor. Han Min, having been instructed by Shun Zixian, was aware of this connection. Upon seeing Tao Zhixing, he hurriedly approached, lifted his robes, and knelt in a gesture of respect. Student Han Min pays his respects to Master Tao. Tao Zhixing, noticing the youth's respectful demeanor, initially mistook him for a student who had attended his lectures. "Oh, you know the old man?" he inquired. "During your return to the capital, I accompanied Xin Xiaofu on his visit to you, but I was not summoned and thus did not dare to intrude," Han Min explained. "Ah, so you are Shun's student. Rise," Tao Zhixing said, his manner unpretentious, treating students more like equals. Observing Han Min's clear gaze, which lacked the arrogance often seen in princes, Tao Zhixing recognized him as a grounded and sincere young man, open-minded and indifferent to the superficialities of fame and fortune. Although pleased, he masked his emotions, politely assisting Han Min to his feet before descending the stairs. Meanwhile, the waiter, lingering in a corner, hesitated over the silver coins Zhang Jian had tossed aside, torn between whether to retrieve them Only when he saw the guests departing for downstairs did he quietly kneel behind them, bowing to Tao Zhixing's retreating figure in a gesture of respect. Once both were seated in the modest old carriage of Han Beilu, Tao Zhixing began, "You place great importance on Wen Wang, devising plans for him to this extent. The earlier encounter at the chamber door had been orchestrated by Han Beilu intentionally. He was aware of Wen Wang's situation. Years ago, when the princes had not yet been granted titles and were all studying together, he had been an official in the study hall, where he had the opportunity to observe the princes. He noted that among them, only the fifth prince exhibited a steadfast dedication to his studies, thus forming a favorable impression of him. Sir, you misunderstand. Beilu would never engage in any underhanded dealings. Han Beilu hastily clarified. My intent was merely to offer a chance for Wen Wang to pay his respects to you. The current political climate in the capital is treacherous. How could you expect to manipulate it? Tao Zhixing, fully aware of the harsh realities of court politics, had no intention of becoming embroiled in them, hence his earlier aloofness. Seeing the absence of anger in Tao Zhixing and Appo's reprimand, Han Beilu felt a sense of relief. You know well that the ongoing conflict between the Hung Wang and the Crown Prince destabilizes the court and unsettles the populace, which ultimately harms our nation, do you? The Emperor and Appo's decision to appoint Wen Wang to oversee the Hung Wang case likely stems from a desire for support. Beilu merely acted in accordance with the situation. Ah, you are indeed audacious. Do you believe you can fathom the Emperor's intentions as a mere third-rank deputy censor? Tao Zhixing admonished. If the Emperor wishes to support Wen Wang, he has his own means to do so. What capabilities do you possess? Realizing the misunderstanding, Han Beilu quickly knelt in the narrow carriage. Please see clearly, esteemed sir. Beilu does not seek to claim any glory for himself. Wen Wang is fundamentally a good person. Over the years, he has diligently pursued his studies under Brother Shun, maintaining his academic responsibilities even amidst the challenges of guarding the tomb. Though the tasks assigned to him upon returning to the capital are trivial, he executes them exceptionally. It is a pity that he lacks support and familial backing, which leads to his talents being wasted. Thus, I dare to introduce him. Seeing that Han Beilu had no intention of contending for power, Tao Zhixing sighed. Alas, what more can I do? I am of little use. After assisting Han Beilu to rise, the two resumed their intimate conversation. Do not be so humble. Beilu understands that your heart has been hardened by the factional struggles of the past. I would never dare to ask you for favors. I merely hope you might take a moment to observe Wen Wang, so that Beilu might discern whether my judgment is flawed. Although it was their first meeting, Tao Zhixing had spent many years as an educator and possessed a keen eye for character. While Wen Wang did not boast, he naturally exuded the dignity of a prince. Aware that he had numerous students, he approached with respect, maintaining appropriate decorum without excessive familiarity or flattery. This demeanor was particularly rare for a prince lacking supporters. It was well known that cultivating relationships with prominent scholars yielded significant benefits, not only expanding influence among literary officials, but also garnering support from their students and associated factions. The words and pens of scholars wielded sharp influence, often surpassing that of military generals. Amidst such overwhelming temptation, Wen Wang remained composed and unperturbed, a commendable steadiness. Although Tao Zhixing had a favorable impression of Wen Wang, he refrained from expressing it outright and turned to Han Beilu. What is your intention? To do nothing. Han Beilu replied earnestly. I wish only for Wen Wang to have the opportunity to serve the nation of Dayu, ensuring prosperity for our people and stability for their lives. With this, Tao Zhixing felt reassured and softly acknowledged, yet he still needed to admonish Han Beilu. Indeed, regardless of the path one takes, one must always remember their original intentions. Though your interactions with Zixian may be infrequent, you must always remain cautious. Only while in power can one enact policies and advocate for the people. Yes, sir, I will heed your guidance. Meanwhile, Han Min, oblivious to all of this, would later find that the dynamics between Hung Wang and the Crown Prince had become increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 37. Greed in an old courtyard nestled within the alleyways of the eastern city, Suwen waited anxiously, his restlessness palpable. Though the residence was aged, it maintained a semblance of cleanliness, being the very house where Fu Yuchua had departed as a bride, to ensure Fu Yuchua's peace of mind regarding their marriage. Su Wen had relinquished all his silver to her, leaving him bereft of any surplus funds. Even though he anticipated Fu Yumin might be displeased by their meeting in the abode designated for Fu Yuchua's wedding, he had no choice. He simply could not afford to secure another venue for their clandestine rendezvous. Fortunately, the place was tranquil and devoid of others. Even the servants had been dismissed once the bride had left. Now alone in the dwelling, Su Wen awaited Fu Yumin, with the servant Lai she stationed at the door. After a night and morning of diligent care, applying egg compresses and massages, the swelling on his face had significantly diminished. He had tidied himself with care for this appointment, and he now appeared, if only marginally, as a handsome young gentleman, with only faint traces of bruising at the corners of his mouth. However, eating and speaking remained painful. After a lengthy wait, Fu Yumin finally arrived, albeit late, accompanied by her maid Yiqing. "Young master, Miss Fu has arrived," Lai Shi announced in a hushed tone at the threshold. Su Wen hastily rose and opened the door. Fu Yumin, clad in a sky-blue gown, glided towards him gracefully. In the past few days, Su Wen had endured the turmoil of his failed marriage, becoming the subject of ridicule and even receiving a beating from Fu Yumu. His heart was indeed burdened with vexation. He could surmise that Fu Yumin had supported his pursuit of Fu Yuchua, and he understood that she would be angered by his failure to secure the union. Thus, although he had invited Fu Yumin according to their prior signals, he did not dare assume she would come. Upon seeing her, joy surged within him, and he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Yumin, you have finally come." He reached out to take her hand, oblivious to the disdain flickering in the eyes of her maid beside her. Fu Yumin, suppressing her distaste, paused momentarily before responding in a delicate tone. "Su Gongzi, I have been remiss. Please do not hold it against me, Miss Fu." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Wen withdrew his hand and continued, "I failed to fulfill my promise regarding your elder sister Fu Yuchua's marriage, and I feared you might not come. Young master, you speak untruths. You have sacrificed much for me, and I am deeply grateful," Fu Yumin replied, her eyes shimmering with shyness and appreciation. She slightly turned her body, walking alongside Su Wen as they entered the room. Yiqing followed them in and discreetly closed the door, leaving Lai Shi outside. As Su Wen noted Fu Yumin's maid closing the door, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him, the past day's troubles dissipating as he leaned closer to her. Speaking earnestly, "Yumin, from the moment I first laid eyes on you a year ago, I was entranced, ensnared in a love that I could not escape. You are the one I cherish, and have always cherished." Their initial encounter had occurred outside a tea house, where Su Wen was captivated by Fu Yumin's beauty and grace. She appeared like a celestial being, adorned in exquisite silks, undoubtedly a daughter of a prominent family. Summoning his courage, he approached her, never expecting that this would lead to their continued acquaintance. As they conversed on several occasions, he learned of her noble lineage as the daughter of a first-rank minister, a background so esteemed that even as a secondary daughter, she was beyond the reach of someone of his modest rank. Yet, to his astonishment, Fu Yumin willingly engaged with him. In his pursuit of her, he had sought to approach her elder sister, Fu Yuchua. Now, with the wedding thwarted, he pondered whether Fu Yumin could persuade her sister to reconsider. This thought weighed heavily on Su Wen's heart. He dare not voice it directly for fear of hurting Fu Yumin and jeopardizing the tender bond they shared. He recalled how, when Fu Yumin confided in him about her struggles as a secondary daughter, she had wept, her tears a plea for solace. Her sorrow had struck a chord within him, compelling him to take on the burden of her troubles. Fu Yumin's desires were simple. She wished for Su Wen to win over her elder sister and elope with her. The prospect thrilled Su Wen, for if he succeeded in marrying Fu Yuchua, he would be the favored son-in-law of the minister's household. Even if that did not come to pass, their flirtation offered him hope. He mused that should he secure Fu Yuchua, he could also claim Fu Yumin, thus elevating his status significantly. Now, Su Wen found himself ensnared by his own ambitions. Initially, he perceived Fu Yumin, a secondary daughter of a minister, as an unattainable dream. Yet, he now faced the reality of potentially winning over the minister's legitimate daughter. If he could charm the legitimate daughter, who would prioritize the secondary one. However, If Fu Yumin discovered his feelings for Fu Yuchua, jealousy might ensue, jeopardizing his chances of winning her support. In a fit of indecision, Suwen contemplated how to express his feelings to retain Fu Yumin's affection while enlisting her aid in reclaiming Fu Yuchua. Finally, he ventured, "I was hoping to inquire if we should continue in our efforts to coax your elder sister out, so that you might find some ease in the minister's household. Yet, I fear you might misconstrue my intentions." As he spoke, Suwen anxiously watched Fu Yumin's reaction. "I heard that my brother struck you." Fu Yumin stepped closer, gently touching the bruise at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes glistening with tears of concern. "You have endured so much for me, and I am acutely aware of your feelings." Suwen felt a surge of relief as he grasped her hand, declaring, "My feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon. I am glad you understand." Fu Yumin lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions, and softly replied, "Yes, I understand. If my esteemed elder sister were to return to the manor, I fear there would be no place for me within the Prime Minister's residence." "How could that be? You are, after all, the second daughter of the Prime Minister's house. Do not distress yourself unduly. If my sister were here, my only recourse would be to be given as a concubine to some official or to become the second wife to some widower. If that were to happen, my life would truly be over. Fear not. I will certainly contrive to coax your sister out. Believe in me. With an eloped daughter held in disrepute as a foil, your virtues of erudition, gentle kindness, and patient forbearance will shine all the brighter. Thank you. Now that my elder brother has returned, he has always looked down upon me, his half-sister. As the eldest son and heir apparent, the servants are ever eager to curry favor, and they mistreat me all the more. The matter of my sister should not be delayed any longer. Haste is paramount. Tell me what to do, and I will cooperate fully. For your sake, I am willing to risk everything." Now, the autumn breeze is refreshing. The autumnal scenery of the mountains outside the city is particularly beautiful. I will persuade my sister to go on an autumn outing, and then I will need you to prepare some sweet-scented osmanthus cakes and kites. Next, I will rely on you to assist me. I will ensure ample preparations and succeed in capturing her affections, thus relieving your worries. After an exchange of intimate sentiments, they departed. "How dare he? He's no more than a menial in our household. Poor mistress, forced to parley with him for so long. As long as it serves my purpose, these efforts are inconsequential. He was capable of inducing my elder sister to elope with him. That is his skill. I trust he will not disappoint me this time." Go to Junhua costume. Chapter 38. Panic in the 38th chapter, as Feng Qi had not yet returned. Han Min and Fu Yuchua shared a carriage, escorting her back to the Prime Minister's residence. "Brother Min, who was that esteemed Mr. Tao just now?" Fu Yuchua inquired, surprised by Han Min's respectful greeting towards the elder. It was customary for princes and princesses to study in the Imperial Academy before taking up their official duties, guided by renowned scholars of the Great Yu Kingdom. However, Fu Yuchua had neither heard of nor recognized the aforementioned Mr. Tao. Han Min, pleased by her affectionate address, felt a warmth akin to honey bubbling in his heart, as if the very air around them was infused with sweetness. He smiled gently and replied, "That was Mr. Tao Zhixing, much like your mentor, Wen Yeshu. He is a distinguished disciple of the late emperor's teacher, Zheng Muhan. Which of the two is more esteemed?" Fu Yuchua teased, her playful demeanor eliciting a tender smile from Han Min. "It is difficult to say," he chuckled softly. "Master Zheng has countless proud disciples scattered across the realm. However, after his retirement, he seldom engaged with them, with Mr. Tao being a notable exception. Is it possible that Mr. Tao is less accomplished, prompting Master Zheng to continue mentoring him even in retirement? It must be quite a challenge to be his student." Fu Yuchua jested, shaking her head dramatically. Seeing her unrestrained banter, even jesting about Mr. Tao, Han Min hastily pinched her cheek with his thumb and forefinger, attempting to stifle any further indiscretions. "Such talk is inappropriate. Mr. Tao has traveled and lectured extensively. It would not be an exaggeration to say his students are widespread throughout the Great Yu. We may jest privately, but to speak of it publicly would surely anger scholars across the land. Please refrain from further comments. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fu Yuchua mumbled, her mouth pinched, her words muffled. After wriggling free, She playfully bit the finger near her lips. Both were momentarily stunned, gazing at each other, their faces suddenly flushed crimson. In his haste to silence her, Han Min had not considered the implications of his actions. It dawned on him how intimately connected he had become with Chao Er. Her lips, soft and delicate like petals, beckoned him with an allure that rendered him parched. Fu Yuchua's gentle nibble ignited a spark within him, a fire that coursed through his veins, engulfing him entirely. Han Min's breath became somewhat erratic, while Fu Yuchua felt a wave of embarrassment. Having been married in her past life, she was acutely aware of how provocative their interaction had been. Though she found Han Min quite agreeable, her previous experience had taught her the perils of hasty commitments. Unless compelled by decree to marry, she resolved to take her time in understanding him. In her awkward gaze, Fu Yuchua instinctively averted her eyes, yielding in defeat as she subtly shifted away. Han Min, shaken from his reverie, clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Clearing his throat, he attempted to regain his composure. Chow. Before he could articulate further, Wei Ying hurriedly entered from outside. Aware of their closeness, she had feigned interest in the bustling streets of the capital to avoid joining them in the carriage. Chow, there's your family's carriage ahead, she exclaimed, pointing to a vehicle as she entered, ensuring the curtain was drawn to shield their privacy. Fu Yuchua couldn't help but smile at Wei Ying's adorably flustered demeanor. She was anxious yet meticulous. Do not worry, they are not here to catch us. Judging by the carriage's design, it seems to belong to you men. Shall we follow it? As long as we remain incognito, they won't know who we are, she suggested, glancing at Han Min, her cheeks still flushed. With a glimmer of intrigue in her smile, Han Min felt his heart flutter restlessly at her captivating expression. Then let us follow, he replied, lowering his gaze to conceal his own turmoil. The carriage trailed behind until they reached a fabric shop named Yuzhuo. Chapter 39. The sourness in the illustrious establishment of Yuzhuo clothing. Fu Yumin, displeased by the wrinkled cuffs of her outer garment caused by Su Wan, sought a replacement that closely matched her current attire. Disposing of the old piece by incineration upon returning home, she deemed it inauspicious. With a frown, Fu Yumin instructed He Qing accordingly. In affluent households, garments are seldom discarded. Rather, they are often bestowed upon servants. Fu Yumin's decision to burn the dress reflects her disdain for Su Wan. He Qing, aware that the second young lady bore the humiliation to eliminate the eldest young lady, refrained from further comment, obediently complying. She turned to summon the stable boy to bring their carriage, estimating that the time was ripe. Finally, she assisted Fu Yumin as they exited the grand doors of Yuzhuo clothing. As the carriage arrived, He Qing supported Fu Yumin while calling to the stable boy to adjust the footrest. Fu Yumin, feeling bored, gazed at the bustling marketplace and soon spotted a carriage adorned with python patterns approaching from a distance. A carriage belonging to a prince. A flutter of joy surged within her. Although she could not ascertain which prince it was, she seized the opportunity to ensure the occupants noticed her. Today, Fu Yumin was dressed charmingly, brimming with confidence. Regardless of who it was, she was determined to offer her greetings. Second miss? He Qing queried, noticing Fu Yumin pausing to glance back in curiosity. Quickly, have the stable boy return our carriage to Yuzhuo clothing. Fu Yumin urged, urgency lacing her voice. He Qing, bewildered by her insistence, followed her gaze to see the approaching carriage. While the carriage appeared modest from afar, Fu Yumin's urgency suggested it belonged to a person of considerable importance. Thus, He Qing instructed the stable boy, our young lady wishes to linger a while longer. You may return the carriage for now. The stable boy grumbled in dissatisfaction. Wasn't it you who insisted I bring it out? With the carriage drawing nearer, He Qing, concerned about jeopardizing her lady's desires, hastily produced a handful of coins and smiled. We appreciate your efforts. The stable boy weighed the coins, his demeanor softening. Very well. He then led the carriage back to the stable, aware that lingering at the shop's entrance would hinder the proprietor's business, risking reprimand. Once the stable boy departed, Fu Yumin whispered to He Qing, a prince's carriage approaches. Be alert. A prince's carriage? He Qing's eyes sparkled with realization, understanding the urgency behind Fu Yumin's actions. Fu Yumin watched as the carriage drew closer, her heart racing with excitement. Should it be Prince Hong? Perhaps she would not have to wait until the Chongyang festival banquet to capture his affection and marry into the Hong royal household. With her exquisite beauty, what man could resist her charms? Elated and slightly anxious, Fu Yumin clutched her handkerchief tightly, envisioning a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, Han Min, having received a report from Chen Quan, learned of a captivating young woman standing at the entrance of Yuzhuo clothing, frequently casting glances at their carriage, seemingly awaiting its passage. Han Min, having no acquaintances among the women of the capital, paid it no mind and instructed Chen Quan to proceed as usual. Unable to contain her curiosity, Fu Ji lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to peer outside, gasping softly, "It is truly human. Is she truly from the Prime Minister's residence?" Noting her surprise, Han Min inquired, "You seem taken aback." Fu Ji swallowed hard, replying, "She is my half-sister." She exchanged glances with Wei Ying within the carriage, then muttered in dissatisfaction, "How could her eyes be so sharp, recognizing your carriage from such a distance? Do you know her?" Fu Ji asked Han Min. If she were merely waiting for an unknown carriage, it would be uncharacteristic of her. She must have identified the owner of this carriage. Surely Fu Yumin is not still entangled with Prince Wen? Han Min shook his head, having heard no such rumors, dismissing any notion of familiarity. He had not concealed his whereabouts while out, and even if he did not flaunt opulence, discerning individuals could still recognize the carriage belonging to a prince. He suspected ulterior motives at play. If they were to take a detour, the adjacent alley was too narrow for the carriage to pass, necessitating a retreat. "Your Highness, what do you suggest?" Chen Quan inquired from behind the curtain. "Let it be. We shall merely pass by," Han Min replied nonchalantly, harboring no concern. He had never interacted with Fu Yumin and did not believe a young lady would dare to obstruct his carriage in public. At the entrance of Yuzhuo clothing, Fu Yumin stepped forward as the carriage approached, performing a respectful bow. "This humble girl, Yumin, pays her respects to your Highness." She refrained from announcing her affiliation with the Prime Minister's residence, aware that while it might bolster her chances, the risks were immense. Should word spread that a daughter of the Prime Minister's household dared to stop a Prince South carriage in the street, she would become the subject of public scorn, damaging her family's reputation and incurring her father's wrath. Thus, she deemed it safest to identify herself simply as this humble girl. As long as the carriage halted, she felt a significant opportunity lay before her. Positioning herself directly in the path of the carriage, she understood that if it did not veer aside, it would inevitably collide with her. Yet, amidst the throngs of pedestrians, it was unfeasible to suddenly shift course. Reluctantly, the carriage came to a halt. Han Min was taken aback by Fu Yumin's evident anticipation, realizing he had overestimated her modesty while underestimating her ambition. Fu Zi, aware that Fu Yumin awaited Han Min's carriage, grew concerned about revealing her own whereabouts. If Fu Yumin discovered her presence within Prince Wen's carriage, it would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous situation. Thus, she observed quietly, subtly shaking her head at Han Min, who nodded in understanding. Han Min slowly responded, "There is no need for formalities, young lady." He had no intention of prolonging the conversation, not even lifting the curtain to create a slight opening. Seeing that the occupants within the carriage offered only a terse reply and appeared disinclined to disembark, Fu Yumin hurriedly spoke, "Your Highness, the Chongyang festival approaches next month, and I have chosen a gift for Her Majesty the Empress. I wonder if it aligns with her esteemed preferences. Might you assist me in evaluating it?" Fu Ji, observing Fu Yumin's audacious invitation to Han Min, mused to herself, "It seems Fu Yumin has just emerged from a clandestine meeting with Su Wen. Ultimately, her aim is to wed Prince Hong, and now she is attempting to entice Han Min. Is she truly a mere flirt, drawn to any man she encounters?" Unbeknownst to Fu Yumin, she had no knowledge of which prince occupied the carriage, hence her general address of Your Highness. However, she possessed confidence that should she meet any prince, her beauty and charm would undoubtedly captivate him, creating an opportunity. Noticing the occupant's indifference to her greeting, she grew anxious. Without a personal introduction, how could she inspire any affection? Thus, she resorted to the pretext of presenting a gift to coax them out. The essence of gift-giving lies in sincerity, and with thoughtful selection, she was certain to win the Empress's favor. Han Min, sensing Fu Yumin's intent to draw closer, felt a growing irritation, and his tone grew colder. Just as he was about to instruct Chen Quan to proceed, a resounding male voice interrupted. Make way, make way. Do not obstruct this young lord's path. A young gentleman swaggered past the carriage, exclaiming, Oh, this young lady is quite the beauty. Why would she choose to stop a carriage on the street? Alas, what a pity. He strode away, feigning a lament. What nonsense are you speaking? Do you not know our young lady is? He Qing began, only to be silenced by Fu Yumin, who realized revealing her identity would be utterly embarrassing. With the young gentleman's loud proclamation, passers-by turned their heads, pointing and whispering. Fu Yumin, flushed with humiliation, wished desperately for a hole to hide in, hastily curtsying toward the carriage before retreating into Junyue clothing. Inside the carriage, Fu Ji was amused by the young gentleman's remarks, thinking him truly a benefactor. Had he not spoken so loudly, she wondered how Fu Yumin would have continued to pursue Han Min. Moreover, with a single shout from him, a multitude turned their heads, witnessing Fu Yumin blocking the carriage in the street. If one were to truly scrutinize the situation, the repercussions on Fu Yumin's reputation could be substantial. Furthermore, his voice sounded remarkably familiar. He must be the benefactor who had led her away from the Su residence in her previous life. Who could this benefactor be? Initially, Fu Yuzhuo had presumed his appearance at Su Wen's wedding was merely coincidental, but now he reappeared, even frightening Yumin away on her behalf. Perhaps he was aware of her presence in the carriage and acted purposefully to assist her. Could it be that he had been following her all along, appearing at just the right moments to lend his aid? Fu Yuzhuo was consumed with curiosity. However, she worried that if Feng Qi came looking later, the opportunity might be lost. Thus, with a tone laced with pleading, Fu Yuzhuo addressed Han Min, saying, Brother Min, could you assist me in following that raucous young man from earlier? I wish to ascertain his identity. Han Min raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a glare in her direction. When in need of assistance, she calls him Brother Min. When she does not, she refers to him as Your Highness. One ungrateful little girl. Although Han Min did not believe Fu Yuzhuo harbored feelings for that young man, the thought of helping her investigate another suitor inevitably filled him with a twinge of jealousy, causing him to knock on the window with a heavy heart as he instructed Chen Quan. Chapter 40. Heart's Delight in the 40th chapter, Chen Quan. Please accompany me to revisit the earlier encounter with that gentleman. Fu Yuzhuo added without hesitation, take care not to be discovered. She remained unaware of the reasons behind her benefactor's assistance or whether someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. Therefore, it was prudent to act discreetly, for having clarity in her heart would grant her a measure of agency. Chen Quan complied with her request. Once the words were spoken, Fu Yuzhuo felt a twinge of discomfort. Chen Quan, a dignified royal guard, was an esteemed figure, and here she was an outsider, issuing commands as if it were her right. Embarrassment washed over her as she sought to divert the conversation. Brother Min, my half-sister possesses a beauty that captivates the eye. It is truly a pity that you did not step out to behold her just now. Seeing Fu Yuzhuo so nonchalant, even jesting about the earlier incident, Han Min cast her a sidelong glance, his irritation simmering, and chose to remain silent. Wei Ying sat awkwardly beside them, having discerned that Fu Yumin's actions were intentional. It was hardly surprising. Prince Wen, with his striking features and gentle demeanor, was a figure of nobility. What woman could resist such a lure? As this realization dawned upon Wei Ying, she felt a faint flush creep to her ears. Stealing a glance at Han Min, she noticed him gazing intently out of the carriage window, his jaw set, conveying a sense of displeasure. Sister Wei, do you not think it pity? Fu Yuzhuo, noticing Han Min's silence, gently nudged Wei Ying's knee. Wei Ying snapped back to reality, her cheeks still tinged with red, and shyly replied, the prince is a gentleman. He would not behave thus. Sister Wei, you have been deceived by his handsome visage. He was quite the rascal in his youth. Chower. Han Min, realizing Fu Yuzhuo was about to divulge tales from his childhood, quickly grasped her hand, squeezing it tightly, which only intensified his agitation. I shall sit outside the carriage. Observing the interaction between the two, Wei Ying excused herself and hurriedly exited. Noting her puzzled expression, Han Min tightened his grip on Fu Yuzhuo's small hand. Is there anything further to say? No more. I shall not speak again. Fu Yuzhuo winced, her delicate face contorting in pain. Han Min finally released her. Yet he was plagued by an inner turmoil. In recent days, his thoughts had been consumed by Fu Yuzhuo. Reflecting on their two encounters, he recognized his admiration for her had blossomed into something deeper. Surely, she must feel similarly? Yet, when her half-sister had made an overture, Fu Yuzhuo had remained unresponsive, even eager to disclose their childhood secrets to outsiders. How could he not feel vexed? At this moment, he fully acknowledged his strong affection for Fu Yuzhuo, a sentiment so profound that it left him in a state of agitation. In his life, he had never harbored such feelings for a girl, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Han Min gazed at Fu Yuzhuo, who was now blowing gently on her slender hand, completely oblivious to his ire. With a sigh of resignation, he reached out, offering to massage her hand. I refuse, Fu Yuzhuo retorted, puffing up in indignation. Han Min, with a hint of possessiveness, pulled her hand to his chest, leaning down to massage it tenderly. The imprint of his earlier grasp had marred her fair skin with irregular red marks, filling him with regret. As he continued to massage, he found himself growing increasingly aware of an unsettling tension, his mouth parched and breath uneven. Her soft hand lingered near his lips, and an inexplicable urge to kiss it surged within him, reminiscent of the playful bite she had given him earlier. Fu Yuzhuo sensed something was amiss with Han Min. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, and his breathing had grown erratic, prompting her to softly call, Brother Min? He lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes reflecting a profound depth of emotion. This expression made Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's face flush with warmth. She understood its implications and instinctively withdrew her hand. Han Min struggled against the urge to let go, the sweet torment of longing filling his heart. Clutching her hand tighter, he gently tugged it closer to him, causing her to lean forward precariously, barely managing to steady herself at the edge of her seat. Chower. Han Min's voice emerged in a low, hoarse whisper, a sound so foreign to him that he scarcely recognized it. Do you harbor feelings for me? Fu Yuzhuo ventured cautiously, acutely aware of the stirring emotions between them, yet hesitant to accept them. Han Min, not anticipating her direct inquiry, felt a thrill of surprise. Chower, being a lady, displayed such boldness. How could he then be reticent? Thus, he decided to lay bare his heart. In this moment, he concealed a sliver of selfishness. The sweetness of his clandestine affection for her mingled with the turmoil of uncertainty about her feelings. It had been but 2 days, yet he was already beset by a tumult of emotions, a torment that left him restless. Hence, he answered Fu Yuzhuo's question forthrightly, though he was left wondering how she would respond. In that instant, he felt akin to a prisoner awaiting judgment, caught between the realms of heaven and hell. Upon hearing Han Min's candid admission, Fu Yuzhuo instinctively recoiled, shrinking back in fear of being consumed by the flames of his ardor. She had contemplated Prince when before, yet everything had transpired so swiftly, leaving her unprepared. The pain and resentment of her past life lingered, unyielding even in this rebirth. Fear gripped her heart. Having lived anew, she was acutely aware of life's harsh realities, her once fervent spirit now dulled. Han Min, recognizing her silence, chose not to press her. The mere ability to express his feelings to Chower in person was a significant step. He understood that a lady might require time to process her emotions. Matters of the heart could not be rushed. Clarity was essential. Fu Yuzhuo, too, contemplated her feelings for Han Min. She acknowledged her fondness for him. Yet to label it as love seemed premature. Their differing statuses further complicated matters, making casual unions implausible. Brother Min, Fu Yuzhuo hesitated, the weight of her uncertainty heavy upon her, when a voice from outside interrupted. Your Highness, Feng Qi has arrived. Chun Quan and Gu Yuan, Han Min's trusted attendants, were well acquainted with Feng Qi, who was by Fu Xiaojuan's side. Chun Quan had pursued that gentleman, while Gu Yuan remained vigilant, having noticed another carriage trailing them. Upon turning, he recognized Feng Qi driving the carriage. As it turned out, Feng Qi had encountered one of the servants following Fu Yumin while on his way to catch up with them. After a brief inquiry at Mingxiang residence, They hastily pursued the carriage. Noticing it was Prince Wen's carriage, and having witnessed the two together the previous day, Feng Qi did not approach but maintained a discreet distance. Han Min cleared his throat and acknowledged the news before turning back to Fu Yuchua. Noticing her hesitation, he understood she was still unsure of how to respond to his feelings. Thus, he gently reassured her, "Hold this matter in your heart. There is no need for pressure or worry. I will handle everything. When you have made up your mind, let me know, will you?" The Empress Dowager's connection with the Fu family is profound. As the sole legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, Fu Yuchua is destined to marry the imperial prince supported by her family to perpetuate their lineage and Appo's glory. Thus, the likelihood of her marrying this less favored prince is exceedingly slim. Being born into royalty, Han Min possesses a certain self-awareness regarding this reality. Yet, he cannot quell his longing. When he sees her, he is irresistibly drawn closer. At this moment, he has resolved that as long as Chua harbors feelings for him, he will strive with all his might to win her affection. Upon hearing his declaration, Fu Yuchua's cheeks flushed, yet she gently shook her head. Seeing her response, Han Min's heart tightened. Chapter 41. Silence. Chapter 41. Fu Yuchua said, "Brother Min, just a few days ago, I fled from my wedding ceremony, as you witnessed. Would you believe me if I said that after this incident, it feels as though I've been reborn, as if I have been granted a new life?" Han Min's gaze darkened. Reborn? That scoundrel had caused Chao such heartache that she felt as though she were alive yet dead. Han Min's hand instinctively clenched into a fist within his sleeve, longing to strike that man squarely in the face. A fool who did not cherish what he had. After such an experience, would Chao still be willing to believe that true sincerity exists in this world? Han Min did not know. He paused before saying, "I was hasty. It seems Chao and Appo's is deeply wounded and unable to open her heart to others for the time being." Fu Yuchua shook her head. "That cannot be. Our great Yu kingdom has countless fine men. I will not hang my hopes on a crooked tree." She turned to Han Min, uncertainty etched on her face. "However, I need time. Unless His Majesty decrees a marriage, I cannot evade it. Otherwise, I will certainly choose someone who truly cares for me." In her previous life, Su Wen had shown her no genuine affection, seeking only to exploit her status to further his career. In this life, she vowed to keep her eyes wide open. Han Min's previously dimmed gaze began to brighten with her words, and his voice carried an imperceptible hint of joy. "I can wait. I will wait for the day you recognize my feelings and are willing to open your heart to me." Fu Yuchua gently shook her head. "No, you cannot wait. Even if you could, His Majesty would not permit it. You are already 18 and have just been conferred as a prince by New Year and Appo's at the latest. His Majesty will arrange a marriage for you. With Prince Hung currently under house arrest, His Majesty has assigned you to preside over cases likely to promote you. Yet our Chancellor in Appo's house supports the Crown Prince. If His Majesty were to betroth me to you, it would bind you to the Crown Prince. This would lead to the Crown Prince becoming too powerful, upsetting the balance of the court." Han Min's eyes darkened once more. Chao was right. As the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's house, she was of high status, while he was an underprivileged prince. Marrying her would mean that he, a mere prince, would gain the support of the Chancellor's house. The outcome would either lead to him becoming a part of the Crown Prince's faction due to the Chancellor's influence, or he would utilize the Chancellor's power to carve out his own faction in the struggle for the throne. The former was forbidden by His Majesty, while the latter would be opposed by the Chancellor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress. It was evident that the path to being together with Chao and Appo's was indeed fraught with insurmountable challenges. Fu Yuchua, sensing Han Min and Appo's silence, understood that he was aware of the stakes involved. She softly said, "Brother Min, thank you for your kind intentions. However, our marriage is not something we can decide ourselves. We can only choose from those whom our elders deem suitable. Otherwise, the path ahead will be perilous." Having endured the hardships of her past life, Fu Yuchua understood that severing ties with family for the sake of so-called love was the most foolish course of action. Love is ephemeral, and the human heart is fickle. Even if two people were deeply in love at the beginning, how many could sustain that affection through the mundane flow of life? In the end, when emotions fade, All that remains are trivial disputes and schemes, leading to no good outcome. Thus, if His Majesty ultimately does not grant a marriage, she must select someone from her family as candidates who truly cares for her. This way, at least in the end, she would still have her family, a support system, and a backing, preventing her from standing alone and vulnerable. After sharing these thoughts, both Fu Yuchua and Han Min fell into a heavy silence. They were acutely aware of the difficulties and complexities involved, thus unable to voice their feelings, which would only serve to amplify their sorrow. After a long while, Han Min finally spoke. "I understand. I apologize for my abruptness today. Please, Miss Fu, do not take offense." His voice was strained, almost as if a steel needle pierced his throat, and his tone was rough like gravel. The thought of having to address Chao as Miss Fu in the future filled Han Min's heart with even greater sorrow, turning his breath bitter. Fu Yuchua understood his sentiment, but given the bleakness of their hope, it would be wiser to snuff out the flickering flame of desire. Thus, she smiled and reassured him, "Your Highness, with your noble bearing, you shall undoubtedly find a stunning partner in the future, sharing a harmonious life together until old age." Han Min felt a pang in his heart at her polite words, a mix of pain and bitterness. Just moments ago, he believed he had caught a whiff of happiness. Yet now he felt as though he had been cast into the depths of despair, shattered into a million pieces, with every part of him aching. He hoarsely asked, "And what of you?" Fu Yuchua smiled lightly, as if unfazed. "I will leave it to fate. Aside from marrying the crown prince, as long as my family does not oppose it, I will accept a partner who treats me sincerely." She had never liked her cousin, the crown prince, who was superficial and flamboyant. Now that her father insisted she stay home and wait to marry into the Eastern Palace, she found it increasingly bothersome. Heaven had granted her a second chance at life, and she hoped it would be kinder to her this time, allowing her to live better in her next life. Han Min intended to utter some courteous words, wishing her to find a kindred spirit with whom she could share a life of mutual affection. But he found himself unable to speak such blessings. Eventually, they lapsed into an endless silence once more. The carriage continued to approach the Chancellor's house amidst their silence, finally stopping just a street corner away. "My lord, we are almost at the Chancellor's house." Gu Yuan's voice broke through the oppressive atmosphere within the carriage. Wei called from outside, "Chao, you may come out now. There's no one around." Gu Yuan maneuvered the carriage into an adjacent alley, with Feng Qi following closely behind. If anyone were to see the daughter of the Fu family disembarking from the prince's carriage, it would certainly create quite a stir. Fu Yuchua responded to Wei Ying and smiled at Han Min. "Thank you for rescuing me today, Your Highness. I will have my brother prepare a gift for you, which I will deliver in secret at a later date." "No need." Han Min initially wished to refuse, but he swallowed back the polite words and replied, "Very well. You will personally choose this gift, won't you? In that case, it shall be considered your official gift to me." He could not bring himself to decline. Upon hearing his unhesitating agreement, Fu Yuchua momentarily froze, then smiled and said, "Then please wait and see, Your Highness." She lifted the carriage curtain, and Wei Ying assisted her out, leading her toward the carriage driven by Feng Qi. Left alone in the carriage, Han Min sat rigidly, watching as Fu Yuchua descended without a backward glance. He had intended to assist her in disembarking, but now he could only silently return to his seat. Han Min quietly listened to the sound of Fu Yuchua's departing footsteps, the movements as she boarded the carriage, even the almost imperceptible rustle of the curtain being lifted, all magnified in his ears. It was not until the carriage she occupied creaked away, rounding the corner, and finally vanished into the bustling noise of the marketplace, that Han Min's hand fell weakly to his side. Alone in silence for a long while, he finally spoke, "Return to the manor." Chapter 42. Conspiracy. As Fu Yuchua stealthily slipped in through the side door, before she could reach the second gate, she was intercepted by Granny Sun and several maids from her mother-son's courtyard. "Miss, please proceed," Granny Sun said expressionlessly, slightly bowing towards the direction of the Jingxin Hall, gesturing for her to enter. Fu Yuchua was already aware of the impending punishment, so she did not hesitate, donning the attire of a servant and moving in the direction indicated. While walking, she remarked, "Sister Wei, you should return now. Mother has summoned me for tea. Don't wait for me at dinner. You may eat first." Noticing that the maids behind Granny Sun were still blocking Wei Ying's path, Fu Yuchua halted, a smile playing on her lips as she queried, "What is this? Granny Sun intends to drag my guest along to face punishment with me?" Granny Sun scrutinized Wei Ying closely before inquiring, "May I ask which family this young lady belongs to?" Her tone carried a hint of disdain. The girl before her, dressed as a servant, was nearly indistinguishable in gender, suggesting that she was not a pampered young lady from a prominent family in the capital. It was likely that she was merely an acquaintance of the eldest daughter. Fu Yuchua felt a surge of irritation at Granny Sun's condescending tone. This was a new friend she had made, a renowned healer brought back by her elder brother from the distant southwest. How could this narrow-minded old woman presume to judge? With a cold laugh, she retorted, "Umph. What young ladies are there in the Prime Minister's residence? Merely wildflowers born of nature, easily trampled upon by anyone." Granny Sun, being a close confidant of the Sun family, handled a significant portion of matters reported to Madame Sun, thus holding a respectable position. She had been sent to ensure that Fu Yuchua complied with her punishment without causing a fuss. Seeing that Fu Yuchua was not resisting her punishment, Granny Sun signaled to the maids behind her to let Wei Ying go, stating, "Miss, the madam is still waiting. Please proceed." As Fu Yuchua noticed the path clearing, she nodded reassuringly at Wei Ying, indicating that there was no need for concern before turning to leave. Wei Ying took out a token given to her by Fu Yumu, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to leave in search of Feng Qi. Ultimately, Fu Yuchua was punished by Madame Sun to kneel in the Jingxin Hall, transcribing the family's rules and teachings 100 times. The windows in the hall were wide open, the autumn breeze mingling with the afternoon sunlight, creating an indescribably comfortable atmosphere. Fu Yuchua understood that this was not an act of kindness meant to cool her down, but a deliberate measure to keep the windows open until the following morning, thus avoiding the appearance of intentional cruelty. No one could claim that the windows were opened solely to chill her overnight. As autumn arrived, the nights turned notably cold. If she were to kneel there all night, exposed to the autumn wind and dew, she would surely fall ill. Nevertheless, she remained calm, her handwriting neat as she diligently copied the family rules, relishing the rare tranquility. Her mother's indifference was not new to her. She was no longer the girl yearning for maternal affection, but rather someone hardened by experience. It mattered little now. She merely hoped that Sister Wei would promptly summon her brother, for there were matters she wished to discuss with him. Moreover, if her brother arrived too late, though the autumn night would not kill her, it would still be arduous to endure. Today, Fu Yumu had been busy all day alongside the old steward Fu Fu, familiarizing himself with the affairs and connections of the capital. Finally able to catch his breath in the afternoon, he decided to visit the Jinzuan Tower for tea and a light meal, intending to rest a while before resuming his tasks. However, just as he settled down, a servant following Feng Qi arrived to report that Fu Yuchua had slipped out again. Fu Yumu felt helpless. He could not abandon his current matters, especially as he was due to meet with officials from the Ministry of Revenue concerning urgent financial matters. He instructed the servant to keep a close watch on her. Before long, Feng Qi himself came to find him. Upon learning that Fu Yuchua was being punished by kneeling and copying the family rules, Feng Qi relayed the events of the day and his findings, causing Fu Yumu to grow anxious. After finally concluding his tasks, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a golden twilight. Fu Yumu hurried back to the residence, making a beeline for the Jingxin Hall. Inside, Fu Yuchua, hearing commotion outside, assumed it was someone sent by Madame Sun and quickly knelt upright, continuing her writing. A light chuckle echoed, kneeling so straight. "Are we?" Upon recognizing her brother's voice, Fu Yuchua plopped back down, turning to him and exclaiming, "Brother, why did you arrive so late? If you had come any later, I would have worn my knees down in nubs." Fu Yumu strode in with long strides, swiftly reaching her side and sitting down, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he replied, "Had I known it would come to this, why indulge in mischief?" Fu Yuchua dismissed his remark. What fun is there if one doesn't sneak out to see the excitement? It's much too entertaining. Turning her head to survey the surroundings, she noted that the matrons had gone to attend to Madame Sun's meal, leaving only 2 guards at a distance. Leaning closer to her brother, she whispered, "Brother, Have you seen Feng Qi? Today, someone used our family's carriage to accept bribes, and Feng Qi wouldn't divulge anything, indicating it must be significant. He wouldn't dare to make a decision without consulting you first. At this moment, Fu Yumu unconsciously leaned closer, catching a whiff of the faint herbal scent emanating from her, an ointment she used to darken her complexion. What was initially an unpleasant smell somehow became oddly appealing to him, simply because it came from her. I have, he replied in a low, resonant voice, deliberately lowering his tone. Today's briber was Zheng Jian, the deputy magistrate of Jingzhou. He aspires to ascend to the position of Jingzhou magistrate. This magistrate, Zhao Zhixiao, has just been impeached by the censorate, and the emperor's decree for his demotion is still fresh. Zheng Ji and has already secured connections to vie for the position, suggesting this is not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated scheme. The Fu family had produced 2 successive prime ministers, their influence extending throughout the realm, bestowing them with immense prestige among scholars. Thus, a mere deputy magistrate of Jingzhou was hardly of concern to the prime minister's residence. However, the Jingzhou magistrate was responsible for maintaining the capital's order and overseeing its affairs, making the position quite significant. Therefore, it was not surprising that someone would covet this role. Fu Yuzhuo was taken aback, realizing that someone had indeed used their carriage to conduct such dealings, and questioned, "Have you discovered whose carriage it was?" Chapter 43. Pros and Cons. In the 43rd chapter, Fu Yumu nodded, having learned from Feng Qi that the carriage was indeed that of Uncle Fu. Her brow furrowed deeper. Uncle Fu was a longtime servant of the household and would not dare engage in any illicit dealings regarding titles and positions. The contact was a steward from the crown prince's residence, which her father was well aware of. Fu Yumu addressed Fu Yuchua's confusion directly, explaining that Zhao Zhixiao, the governor of Jingzhou, was initially in a stable position. However, his allegiance to the Prince of Hung rendered him unfit to maintain that role. The impeachment in the court today was merely a pretext to remove him, a sentiment shared by His Majesty. Fu Yumu was determined that if Chao wished to understand, he would not conceal the affairs of the court from her, elucidating everything clearly. He did not want Chao and Amp, oppose, or to remain an ignorant little rabbit. She needed to comprehend the intricacies and implications to make informed decisions when challenges arose. Is His Majesty dissatisfied with Lord Zhao? Fu Yuchua inquired, astonished. That night, in defense of Zhao, she had argued with Lord Zhao before the emperor, and she had not perceived any discontent from His Majesty toward Zhao Zhixiao. Rather, she had felt that the emperor favored Lord Zhao, a minister of the court. While she was uncertain about the emperor's previous sentiments, it seemed that this time, Lord Zhao's handling of Miss Anne's injury to the Prince of Hung had displeased the emperor. Being the governor of Jingzhou was no simple task. One needed to be astute and cautious to excel. Yet, Zhao Zhixiao chose to align himself with the prince, thus sealing his fate. Astute and cautious? Fu Yuchua raised her heavily darkened brows in disbelief. ISN and Amp, oppose, tea that just muddling through? Was such a requirement truly necessary for the position of governor? Seeing her brows eliciting amusement, Fu Yumu stifled a laugh and gently assisted her in correcting her exaggerated makeup. Of course not. However, given the multitude of powerful figures in the capital, even a minor case could have far-reaching implications. Therefore, during investigations, one must exercise utmost caution, navigating the struggles of various influential factions while maintaining balance in the capital. The person in this position must not only possess the ability to uncover the truth and report it to His Majesty, but also uphold surface harmony before His Majesty makes a decision. Most importantly, one must remain impartial. Otherwise, any reports submitted to the emperor may be biased. It is vital to understand that no case in the capital is simple. If the case is fabricated, it amounts to undermining the emperor's authority, which he cannot tolerate. Thus, from the moment the emperor became aware of Zhao Zhixiao's allegiance to the Prince of Hung, Zhao was already a discarded piece in His Majesty's eyes. After some time, Fu Yumu finally managed to erase the peculiar brow makeup Fu Yuchua had applied. To his dismay, he had applied too much pressure, transforming the two brows into little black clouds hovering ominously above her forehead. They were both unattractive and comical, a sight hard to behold. Fu Yumu awkwardly withdrew his hand, realizing that when Chao and Amp, Oppos, would discover this, she would surely be upset. Oblivious to the mishap, Fu Yuchua obediently allowed her brother to assist her with her makeup. After listening to this analysis, she curiously asked, what was the impeachment of the governor of Jingzhou regarding? Last year, during his mother's 60th birthday, he accepted bribes. Is that really the reason? Upon hearing her father and brother mention this method the previous night, Fu Yuchua found it dubious. Gifts were customary during family celebrations, akin to those given for weddings, and it was unreasonable to bring up an incident from a year ago. It was indeed effective, however. It appeared her father was correct. The specifics of the matter were irrelevant. What truly mattered was having a pretext for His Majesty to execute his desired decisions. If this were the case, would there come a day when His Majesty could arbitrarily find a reason to treat their family in such a manner? Fu Yuchua dared not ponder further. Changing the subject, she remarked, what my brother mentioned earlier was due to His Majesty and Oppos' intent to demote Lord Zhao. Why then? Is our father facilitating connections for Zheng Ji and Amp, Oppos, and to assume that position? Fu Yumu shifted comfortably, explaining because Zhao Zhixiao controls the Jinzuan Tower and the Crown Prince desires it. Fu Yuchua and Amp, Oppos' eyes widened in realization. The mastermind behind the capital and Amp, Oppos' premier tavern, Jinzuan Tower, is actually the Prince of Hung? I had assumed it to be some nobleman. The fact that the Prince of Hung directly influenced the management of Jinzuan Tower was surprising. It seemed that while everyone disparaged the idea of being tainted by commercialism, they all sought ways to profit, even the princes themselves. She inquired further, but even if Zhao Zhixiao is replaced, Jinzuan Tower wouldn't easily change hands, would it? Fu Yumu nodded with a smile. In the past, such a transition would have been difficult. However, the timing is now opportune. The Prince of Hung is confined to his residence, and Lord Zhao has been demoted from the capital. If our Chancellor's residence intervenes to take control, it will not be a challenging task. Jinzuan Tower is situated in the heart of the capital. Without the protection of the Jingzhou government, it would struggle to operate. Thus, taking over through the new governor of Jingzhou is the swiftest and most effective approach. This is also the wish of His Royal Highness. Zheng Jian had dealings with Uncle Fu before, so he sought to take over. Today, Uncle Fu was preoccupied with my affairs, so a steward from the Crown Prince's residence went directly to assist. Fu Yuchua understood. No wonder I saw others riding in our family's carriage without recognizing them. It seemed Uncle Fu had lent his carriage to reassure Zheng Jian, who was unfamiliar with the Crown Prince's steward. Isn't the Crown Prince rather greedy? Didn't he marry the daughter of the Minister of Revenue as his consort? Why is he still fixated on Jinzuan Tower? Fu Yuchua could not help but express her disdain. Fu Yumu chuckled helplessly. The Crown Prince has many expenditures. There is never enough money, so naturally, the more, the better. In his heart, however, he had already resolved to seize this opportunity to overhaul Jinzuan Tower entirely, helping both Wen Wang and himself to accumulate wealth while simultaneously solidifying their cooperative bond. Chapter 44. Controversy. Enough of those thoughts. Let us together transcribe the family precepts. Otherwise, you shall not finish by morning, said Fu Yumu, switching to a kneeling position, picking up the brush, and beginning to write alongside Fu Yuchua. With a hint of discontent in her expressive eyes, Fu Yuchua murmured, Elder brother, can we not skip this? She had hoped her brother would rescue her from this torment, but instead, he had willingly plunged into it, seemingly intent on reveling in her plight. You brought this upon yourself by sneaking out. I must heed Mother's words. I cannot always bail you out, Fu Yumu replied, kneeling upright, his arm holding the brush at an elegant angle, appearing more like a scholar preparing for the imperial examinations than a martial general. From now on, you must not act so recklessly. If you wish to go out, send someone to fetch me. I will arrange it properly, and then we can approach Mother together. I believe she would not refuse you, he continued, writing diligently. But Father insists I remain quietly in the residence. Fu Yuchua lamented, her mind racing as she pondered how to avoid marrying the Crown Prince. This required careful consideration. Fu Yimu reassured her. Father merely wishes for you to avoid causing trouble and to prepare for marriage. As long as you do not act rashly, he is quite reasonable. Fu Yuzhuo replied earnestly. If you can truly persuade father to allow me to go out openly, I shall cease my reckless behavior. Agreed, Fu Yimu smiled, tilting his head. Fu Yuzhuo, now serious, echoed agreed. After all, who wishes to sneak about like a thief? She longed to visit the flower pavilion and see the young lady Ying. She suspected she had recently conceived a child with Su Wen. Fu Yuzhuo was curious about the kind of courtesan who would willingly become Su Wen's concubine. Having witnessed numerous esteemed courtesans, she found it perplexing that someone would choose the unremarkable Su Wen. A mere sixth-rank official amidst the throngs of power in the capital. There were countless such minor officials, more numerous than pebbles on the road. Even if Ying were to become a concubine in a grand household, it would surely be preferable to being Su Wen's extramarital partner, which bore a tarnished reputation and often required financial sacrifices. If Fu Yuzhuo, at one point, had been ensnared by the web woven by Su Wen and Fu Yumin, then what could a seasoned courtesan possibly see in Su Wen? Was it his poverty and devotion that appealed to her? The thought seemed utterly irrational. She resolved to investigate the truth. After finishing their evening meal, Prime Minister Fu Cheng and his wife, Madame Sun, proceeded to the tranquil hall. Fu Cheng was already aware that Fu Yuzhuo had attempted to sneak out disguised as a servant, and along the way, a servant reported that the eldest son had returned and was heading straight for the tranquil hall. Upon hearing that her eldest son was also kneeling to transcribe the precepts, Madame Sun felt a pang of sympathy and quickened her pace. Fu Cheng, observing his wife's deep concern for their son in contrast to her treatment of Yuzhuo, felt a twinge of discomfort. He understood the grievances his wife harbored, which led him to refrain from intervening in Yuzhuo's affairs, allowing her to treat her as she pleased. However, Yuzhuo's status was not ordinary. Prolonged neglect could sow discord between mother and daughter, which was not beneficial for the Prime Minister's household. He had once acted out of necessity, risking everything for the honor and prestige of the Fu family. Alas, he had only intended to pave an alternative path for the crown prince's ascension, never anticipating that this would be the sole path remaining. Lost in thought, he followed Madame Sun into the tranquil hall. "Moor, what are you doing?" Madame Sun exclaimed as she rushed to support her eldest son. Fu Yimu evaded his mother's outstretched hand and respectfully turned to perform a grand bow, declaring, "Son pays respects to father and mother." Upon completing his bow without rising, Fu Cheng understood that his eldest son was likely preparing to offer excuses on behalf of Yuzhuo once more. Taking his seat at the head, Fu Cheng stroked his beard and remarked, "Your sister's temperament is wild and unruly. She deserves punishment. How will you justify her actions this time?" Fu Yimu bowed his head, stating, "Yuzhuo acted impulsively. I dare not defend her. However, in the past, mother restricted her too severely, which drove her to seek freedom. Now that she is outside, there is no harm in being a little lenient." Fu Cheng pondered this, remaining silent, while Madame Sun grew anxious. "What do you mean, there is no harm? How can she flaunt her face in public? Is this not inviting disaster upon the Prime Minister's residence?" Madame Sun could not fathom why her own son would defend Fu Yuzhuo, a mere extension of herself. How could he favor someone outside their bloodline? Fu Yimu slowly lifted his gaze, meeting his mother's eyes, his voice laced with concern for Fu Yuzhuo. "Mother, for all these years, Yuzhuo has appeared in public as the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, always veiled, due to your claims of her frail health. You are aware of how much scorn she has endured because of this, are you not?" Madame Sun knew all too well. The rumors were rampant in the streets, branding the Prime Minister's daughter as a monster with an unsightly appearance marred by rashes. She allowed the rumors to spread unchecked, wishing to erase her existence from the public eye altogether. It was all because of her, all because of her. Otherwise, she would not have been separated from her son for 16 years. As memories of grievances and the son who had been taken away flooded her mind, coupled with her eldest son's defense of Fu Yuzhuo, Madame Sun's eyes blazed with rage. "No longer will I endure this. Why should I care about the scorn she endures? You lament for her, but who laments for me? You are my son. I endured countless hardships to bring you into this world, and now you question me for the sake of an outsider. Dear readers, the first significant revelation about the heroine's background has arrived. Come and witness the unfolding drama. This initial work may not be perfect, but I hope you enjoy the spectacle. Much love. Chapter 45. The Exchange in the Drawing Room. Fu Cheng witnessed his wife, Sun Shi, becoming increasingly agitated as she spoke. To prevent any potential leaks in front of the numerous servants, he raised his voice and commanded, "Enough. Take the young lady back to Tinglan Courtyard." The attendants, sensing the gravity of the situation, bowed and discreetly exited, while Fu Yuzhuo was assisted by an elderly maid as they left the tranquil hall. Outside the courtyard, Fu Yuzhuo could still faintly hear her father's stern words. She clutched the silk handkerchief tightly, confused as to why her mother had suddenly become so enraged, especially when she had declared that she was an outsider. "But I am her daughter, her own flesh and blood, yet unmarried," she thought, troubled by the notion of being relegated to the status of an outsider. Furrowing her brow in silence, she made her way back along the stone path toward her own quarters. She had expected to feel heartbroken at her mother's words, yet surprisingly, she did not. Instead, a bold conjecture began to blossom in her mind, akin to the moon emerging from behind layers of clouds, poised to illuminate the obscured night. Within the drawing room, Fu Cheng observed Fu Yumu still kneeling before him. Instead of dismissing him, he instructed him to rise. As the eldest son had matured, the responsibilities of the Fu household would soon rest upon his shoulders. It was better for him to be aware of certain matters sooner rather than later. Given the tense atmosphere, Fu Cheng recognized that his wife had harbored grievances for far too long. If left unaddressed, it could lead to calamity. With his eldest son present, he resolved to address the issue directly to avert future complications. Sun Mama, a trusted confidant of Sun Shi, remained behind while the other servants left. Seeing her mistress in distress, she stepped forward, supporting Sun Shi as tears streamed down her face. "Madam, you have suffered too much. Your son was taken away, unable to resist, and now you must raise another child. And yet, the oblivious young master continues to protect this outsider. It is as if he is stabbing you in the heart." Faced with this scene, Fu Cheng's expression turned cold as frost. After many years of marriage, he had never spoken so sternly to his wife, but her agitation and bubbling resentment compelled him to do so. "Consider your words. What do you mean by outsider? Chur is our daughter. It is a blessing for both of us." Sun Shi, clenching the elder's hand, glared at Fu Cheng, her face contorted with hatred. "Let that blessing remain with you, my lord. I care not for it. Why should I be responsible for her? You all protect her, while my own son only acknowledges that sister of his and not me, his mother." The injustice of her own son, siding with an outsider, stoked the flames of resentment within Sun Shi. The years of enduring humiliation seemed in vain, eliciting tears that streamed down her face. "Today, I shall embrace this villainous role. I shall speak my mind. From now on, you manage your affairs. And do not let me see your faces again, lest I lose my temper and reveal everything." In a fit of rage, Fu Cheng raised his hand as if to strike her, but halted, his conscience staying his hand out of guilt toward his wife. Fu Yumu rushed to shield his mother, and upon seeing his father's hand slowly descend, he turned to assist Sun Shi. He had never witnessed his mother in such a state. A pang of guilt and sorrow washed over him. Ultimately, the decisions that led to this turmoil had been made by his grandfather and father, leaving his mother powerless. Seeing her eldest son still concerned for her, Sun Shi could not help but weep, striking him lightly as she cried, "My son." Fu Cheng, trembling with anger, pointed at Sun Shi and admonished, "If this matter escalates, it will lead to our family's destruction. Not just us, but the entire prime minister's estate and the crown prince's position will be at risk. Is this what you desire?" Sun Shi paused, her mind racing. She was well aware that exposing the truth would lead to their doom. Yet her husband had only ever seen the vast power he wielded, oblivious to her anguish over their separated child. Each thought of her son, hidden behind palace walls, felt like drowning in an invisible abyss, gasping for air. Most painfully, it was Fu Cheng himself who had made this decision, the very hand that inflicted the harm. After a brief silence, Sun Shi's cries grew more heart-wrenching. Fu Cheng, furious, strode over and grasped her cheeks tightly, gritting his teeth. Continue your outcry. In the end, no one shall survive. Not even your precious son. Sun Shi trembled in fear. The look in Fu Cheng's eyes suggested he would destroy her if she jeopardized his carefully laid plans. What kind of devil had she married? Tears streamed down her face in torrents, cascading down her cheeks and mingling with Fu Cheng's grip. The warmth of his hand contrasted sharply with the coldness that enveloped them, intensified by the autumn breeze. Suddenly, a dull pain radiated from his arm. Fu Yimu had firmly grasped Fu Cheng's arm, preventing him from exerting more force. Father. Fu Cheng turned to his eldest son, his fierce demeanor softening slightly. He took a deep breath and stepped back, addressing Sun Shi. Now that we have reached this point, even if you harbor resentment, we cannot fixate solely on this one issue. You must also consider Mu'er and Bo'er. With that, he declared, this matter is settled. You must choose your path. He then summoned attendants to escort Sun Shi back to her quarters for rest. Once Sun Shi had departed, Fu Cheng sat at the head of the main hall, pondering for a long while. He contemplated how to broach this grave matter with his eldest son, only to find Fu Yimu unperturbed, standing quietly by, awaiting his words. Fu Cheng asked, have you discerned any hints regarding this matter? For today's upheaval, it is improbable that Mu'er would remain silent. If it concerns whether Chuer is not your and mother's biological daughter, then I am indeed aware of it. Fu Yimu replied candidly. The events of that year had been cloaked in secrecy, and most of those privy to the truth had perished. Thus, if Mu'er had come to know, it was surely through someone else's revelation. Your mother's handiwork, Fu Cheng exclaimed, slamming the armrest of his chair in frustration. Fu Yimu quickly interjected. Father, please calm your anger. It was not mother who informed me, but rather I deduced it myself. Fu Cheng eyed him skeptically, and Fu Yimu, not wishing to conceal anything, continued, on the day of the crown prince's 7th birthday, the empress summoned us to the palace to celebrate together. Chuer shares the same birthday as the crown prince, so it was natural for the empress to wish for a lively celebration. However, throughout that day, she displayed a marked preference for Chuer, inquiring after her well-being, and when alone, even served her personally. At the time, both the crown prince and Chuer were too young to notice anything amiss, and likely no one else recalled those small details. Yet, I was 12 then and considered an adult. During the birthday banquet, I noticed the empress often cradling Chuer, conversing and joking with her. To my astonishment, I detected a resemblance between Chuer and the empress. With such striking similarities in appearance, coupled with their shared birthday, I quickly formed a daring hypothesis. After returning home that night, this thought lingered in my mind, especially given mother's indifference towards Chuer. It became clear to me, Chuer is the daughter of the empress, and the crown prince is my younger brother. On that fateful day of their births, they were swapped. Chapter 46. Risks in the face of a monumental revelation. Fu Yimu found himself in a state of utter disarray, hesitant to confront his parents. He understood that such a matter could not be orchestrated by a single individual. It undoubtedly entailed far-reaching implications. It was likely that the entire prime minister's residence, even the Empress Dowager's Xinang Palace and the Queen's Fengwu Palace, were embroiled in this web of deceit. The conflation of royal bloodlines constituted a grave offense, and should this truth be exposed, it would result in untold carnage and devastation. Grandfather, the Empress Dowager, the Queen, father, and mother were all acutely aware of the perilous nature of the situation, yet they persisted in their actions. It was at this moment that Fu Yimu truly grasped the terrifying depths of powerful families. For the sake of authority, everything could be sacrificed, and any risk could be embraced. From that point onward, the 12-year-old boy contemplated profoundly and ultimately resolved to become a commanding general. The individuals aligned with the prime minister's residence were predominantly civil officials, although they could stir the political landscape. Fu Yimu remained steadfast in his belief that military might was the ultimate truth. He aspired to be a general wielding substantial military power, enabling him to safeguard his family should the day of reckoning arrive. Fu Cheng vehemently opposed his enlistment in the military, prompting Fu Yimu to consciously cultivate a friendship with Zixiao, the son of the family. Before long, and Tianxiong returned to the capital for official duties, bringing his son and Zixiao along for training in the southwest. Fu Yumu, eager to make a favorable impression on General In, quickly earned his favor. Consequently, during their journey back to the southwest, and Tianxiong, upon discovering Fu Yumu's stealthy pursuit, chose not to send him back to the capital, but instead submitted a petition, granting Fu Yumu a legitimate position in the southwestern military. Over the years, Fu Yumu diligently strived to achieve merit and rise through the ranks, intent on attaining the title of Grand General, thereby securing a contingency plan for the Prime Minister's residence. This way, even if the Emperor were to uncover the truth, he would have to weigh the power Fu Yumu held within his grasp. Reflecting on past events, Fu Yumu knelt, lifting his outer robe in earnest supplication. "Father, it was I who deduced Chao's identity. Please do not misplace your anger upon Mother. The immediate priority is to soothe her, preventing any emotional outbursts that might reveal our secrets." Despite Fu Yumu's commendable achievements in the recent Southwest turmoil, Emperor Feng did not bestow any accolades upon him. After all, he remained merely a junior officer in the Southwestern Army, with limited command. If Chao's identity were to be exposed now, he would be powerless to protect anyone. Thus, Fu Yumu felt a sense of urgency. He required time. Once the detailed military reports from the Southwest reached the Emperor's desk, accolades would follow, allowing Fu Yumu to proceed with his plans unobtrusively. Fu Chang sighed, shaking his head. "How could I be unaware of this? Over the years, your mother has harbored resentment against me. It is not easy to amend past grievances. Otherwise, we would not be facing this turmoil today." Fu Yumu replied, "If Mother is troubled by Chao's presence, perhaps we should heed her wishes and prevent Chao from visiting." Fu Chang disagreed vehemently. "That is out of the question. With so many people in the residence, if it became known that Chao no longer pays her respects to your mother, it would tarnish her reputation. How could she expect to become a concubine to the crown prince, let alone a future mother of the nation?" Fu Yumu unwillingly inquired, "Must Chao become the crown prince's concubine? Setting aside my feelings for her, she does not seem to hold affection for the crown prince either. Forcing such a union may only result in a marriage fraught with resentment. Moreover, if the sole legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence were to become a concubine, how would the world perceive it? What would the Minister of Revenue think? Although a concubine carries the title of consort, she is not the principal wife. The world would accuse the Prime Minister's residence of seeking to elevate itself by marrying off its precious daughter to the Crown Prince." Fu Cheng lamented, "If Chao does not wed the Crown Prince, then all our schemes over the years would be in vain. The Empress would be the first to oppose this. If she and her son become estranged, how can we safeguard the century-old honor of the Fu family?" Sighing, Fu Cheng continued, "Since we made this decision years ago, we find ourselves in a precarious position, with no room for retreat." Fu Yumu ventured, "Why did His Majesty not bestow the marriage of Chao to the Crown Prince back then? Given the status of the Empress Dowager and the Queen, along with the influence of the Prime Minister's residence, I find it astonishing that the Emperor could withstand such pressure." Fu Cheng remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. If Chao were to be directly made the Crown Prince's consort, the Prime Minister's residence would overshadow the imperial authority, destabilizing the throne and shifting the balance of power. The Emperor certainly had his reservations. When the late Emperor selected candidates for the harem, the current Empress Dowager only gained a concubine as position. Later, after she bore a son, who is now Emperor Feng, the late Emperor granted the eldest granddaughter of the Prime Minister's residence, Fu Qianyue, the title of principal wife. Fu Yumu was well aware of this history. He remarked, "Father, as the saying goes, pride invites loss, while humility brings benefits. Perhaps it would be wise for the Prime Minister's residence to withdraw gracefully at this juncture. If all proceeds as expected, the Crown Prince will undoubtedly ascend to the throne, enjoying a life of unparalleled honor. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, as long as he remains dutiful, becoming a wealthy and noble prince would not be insurmountable. Although the Prime Minister's residence may attract attention, it still flourishes. Even if the Crown Prince were to falter in the power struggle, the Emperor must consider the reputation of the Prime Minister's residence. At worst, he would be stripped of his title and relegated to a princely estate." Fu Yumu believed this to be the most favorable outcome. Despite the expectation for descendants to refrain from questioning their elders, upon learning the truth, Fu Yumu had formed his own convictions. He did not wish for his brother to ascend to the highest throne, as he was not of the previous emperor's bloodline. Should he indeed claim the throne, it would equate to a usurpation of a realm. Helplessly caught in this web, he could do nothing. Now, knowing that the emperor held his own reservations, it was an opportune moment to persuade his father to reconsider. Fu Qing shook his head. "You are too naive. How could one expect to withdraw peacefully from a power struggle? When your aunt married the emperor as his principal wife and bore him a legitimate son, your grandfather still had to send others to assist her. Yet what was the outcome? Alas!" Fu Cheng flung his sleeves and sighed. His beloved sister, Fu Qingyue, had been the Emperor Feng's principal wife, and they had shared a deep bond from childhood. Tragically, she passed away, leaving behind no legitimate heirs. Initially, when the favored concubine bore the second prince, former Prime Minister Fu Xinian sensed a threat and promptly sent his adopted daughter, Fu Xinyue, into the crown prince's residence to secure his favor. Fortunately, both Fu Qinyue and Fu Xinyue later bore imperial offspring, the third prince and the sixth princess, Fu Yuchao, respectively. Given Fu Xinyue's lower status and the presence of the crown princess and two legitimate princes, she remained inconspicuous. Thus, she seized the opportunity to switch her daughter for Fu Cheng's second son, transforming her into the sixth prince, who is now the crown prince. This was an elaborate scheme to ensure the family's honor and possibly advance their status further. Such was the cunning design of the former Prime Minister Fu Xinian. With two legitimate princes and one illegitimate prince, the plan seemed foolproof. Yet, fate had other plans. Shortly after the emperor ascended the throne, the ailing third prince passed away, and the empress, unable to bear the sorrow, succumbed as well. To preserve their honor, the prime minister's residence, unwilling to see their years of investment go to waste, petitioned to have the eldest son proclaimed crown prince, raising him under the care of Fu Xinyue, who was then favored by the empress. The emperor doted on his firstborn son, so his designation as crown prince was a natural progression. Considering the bond with consort Xian and the late empress, he not only consented to the crown prince being raised under her care, but also concurrently elevated her to the position of empress consort. Alas, within a few years, the emperor's eldest son succumbed to smallpox during an epidemic, joining the late empress in the afterlife. Originally, the sixth prince was merely an alternative pawn, intended to serve the crown prince. The plan was that, upon the crown prince's ascension to the throne, the sixth prince would be granted a title and live a carefree and affluent life as a prince, his origins of little concern. However, fate would have it that he became the sole remaining heir. The prime minister was well aware of the implications, given that the sixth prince was not a true son of the emperor, but they had no choice but to continue supporting his claim to the title of crown prince. Given the inherent risks, they surmised that taking a gamble might still lead to the fulfillment of their initial aspirations. This chapter elucidates their intricate backgrounds, foreshadowing the empress's future vicissitudes. Readers, please anticipate what is to come. The empress, Fu Xinyue, will be a pivotal character throughout the narrative, with her storyline unfolding gradually, culminating in significant revelations and momentous events. Chapter 47. Selling official positions. As Chapter 47 unfolds, Fu Yumu wished to offer further counsel. Yet Fu Cheng was reluctant to continue the discussion. He stated, "Now that you are aware of Chao's lineage, my son must comprehend the implications. In our chancellor's household, unity is paramount. We must strive collectively for the honor of our family." With a weary gesture, Fu Cheng seemed to exude a sense of resignation, softly adding, "Go comfort your mother." Understood. Fu Yumu bowed and retreated. Upon exiting the main gate of Jingxin Hall, darkness enveloped the sky. The autumn wind stirred the fallen leaves in the courtyard, sending them tumbling forward. Fu Yumu felt akin to a leaf caught in the tempest, utterly powerless. With a sigh, he made his way to the quarters of his mother, Madame Sun, located behind the main hall. In Tingluan Courtyard, after delivering a message to Feng Qi, Wei Ying returned to inform a few of Fu Yuchao's close maidservants that their mistress had been summoned by the lady of the house. Previously, Fu Yuchao often disguised herself as a boy to venture out, and the lady rarely intervened. This sudden summons caused them some concern. Fortunately, Wei Ying had notified the eldest son, which somewhat alleviated their worries, yet they remained uneasy. As Fu Yuchao approached the courtyard, the maids had already been alerted and awaited her return. "Miss, you have finally returned. We were so frightened," exclaimed Shu Xin, who rushed over to assist her. "Chower, are you unwell? What does it hurt?" Wei Ying immediately noted Fu Yuchao's awkward gait and expressed her concern. Earlier, Fu Yuchao had been punished with kneeling and copying texts in Jingxin Hall. Although she had attempted to evade the punishment, she ultimately knelt for a considerable time, resulting in discomfort in her knees. Fu Yuchao smiled reassuringly at Wei Ying. "I am fine. It's just a bit of soreness from kneeling too long." Hua Xin joined in to assist. "Say, miss, please do not overexert yourself next time. No matter the excitement, it is best to endure these trials." With her mind preoccupied, Fu Yuchao responded vaguely. Upon noticing the hint of guilt on Wei Ying's face, she offered comfort, saying, "Sister Wei, there is no need for you to feel remorse. I have often been in such situations. This is not my first experience. It merely caused you to witness my folly, so do not take it to heart." Wei Ying and Appo's feelings of guilt eased slightly as she urged, "Come inside. Let me check your injuries." The young ladies entered Fu Yuchao and Appo's chamber together, rolling up her pant legs to apply hot compresses and ointments, all while remaining silent about the incident. Fu Yuchao's thoughts wandered, reflecting on her mother's words from earlier in Jingxin Hall. Why did her mother exhibit such distance and disdain? Perhaps her instincts were correct. Her mother might not truly be her mother. But if she were not, then who was she? Though her father was stern, Fu Yuchao understood that his rigorous upbringing aimed to mold her into a true lady of the house. Thus, it seemed her father genuinely cared for her. By this reasoning, her father must be her biological parent, leaving the question of her mother's identity unresolved. Could it be that she was born of an affair between her father and another? Yet, for various reasons, she had to be raised in the chancellor's residence. Fu Yuchao's mind was in disarray, even as Hua Xin and the others tended to her injuries, washing her face and hands and changing her attire. She scarcely noticed. Naturally, she was oblivious to the fact that her elder brother had transformed her eyebrows into two small black clouds. After hastily finishing dinner, Fu Yuchao sat by the window in silence, awaiting her brother's visit. As anticipated, it was not long before Fu Yumu arrived. At this moment, Fu Yuchao had formed a hypothesis, feeling a sense of gloom that overshadowed any joy at his arrival. Meanwhile, Fu Yumu, having just come from Jingxin Hall, bore a heavy heart. It was best for Chao's origins to remain forever concealed. This meant he must continue to exist solely as her elder brother. The tumultuous emotions within him, anxiety, bitterness, sweetness, could only fester in silence. Apart from a feeble greeting upon entering, they both remained engrossed in their own thoughts, enveloped in silence. The maidservants, sensing the unusual atmosphere, quietly served tea before discreetly withdrawing to stand guard outside, ensuring no one approached. Cups of tea were consumed one after another until, finally, Fu Yumu broke the silence, inquiring, "I heard you accompanied Yumin out today?" He resolved to keep his innermost secrets hidden, opting instead to focus on her every action and emotion, to be her steadfast support, alleviating her troubles. Fu Yuchao replied, "Yes, I intended to observe her and Su when scheming, but unexpectedly encountered Lord Zheng engaged in purchasing an official post." She continued, regarding the crown prince selling official titles. "What about our family?" Fu Yumu sighed. "There are numerous positions within the court. For certain necessary or significant roles, our father does promote his own, which inevitably leads to the acceptance of gifts from those individuals. If he were to promote someone without accepting a gift, those officials would feel insecure in their positions. The exchange of gifts serves to establish a tacit understanding, aligning them in the same camp, such as the unwritten rule of the officialdom. However, my father does not accept money and will not place someone in an unsuitable position for financial gain." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchao grasped the situation. Her father, holding a high position, faced many who sought to gain favor, yet he would only support those he deemed worthy. While he might accept tokens of gratitude, such as antiques, jewelry, and precious artifacts, He would not accept blatant monetary gifts. Fu Yumu continued. However, the crown prince likely harbors different intentions. It is said that he sold an official position 2 years ago, which earned him the ire of the empress, and since then, no further incidents have been reported. Perhaps he has truly ceased such activities, or perhaps he has merely become more discreet to avoid detection. Alternatively, having married the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, it may now be easier for him to access the treasury, and thus he may not have the inclination to pursue this path. As for the truth, it seems only the crown prince himself would know. Due to Uncle Fu's unavailability, a steward from the crown prince's residence had approached Zheng Jian of the Jingzhou prefecture, only to receive his banknotes in return. It remains unclear whether this was the crown prince's directive or merely the steward seeking personal gain. Further inquiries are necessary. If the amount was insignificant, it would indicate that the steward merely accepted a bribe. However, if it was substantial, it could imply the crown prince's complicity. Fu Yumu's brow furrowed, for if the crown prince were to resume selling official positions, it could spell trouble. Fu Yuchao listened intently. Though selling official ranks contravenes the law, its ramifications can vary widely. Which official lacks relatives or acquaintances? Cultivating connections and securing promotions is a common practice. The associated gifting often resides in a gray area, with valuable items disguised as local specialties. There are also instances where priceless treasures are presented as mere fakes, and even more egregious cases where invaluable artworks are passed off with the sender's haphazard brushstrokes. In this realm of truth and deception, numerous justifications emerge, and yet, it is exceedingly difficult to pin down any wrongdoing. The current situation, with the steward of the crown prince's residence directly accepting banknotes, represents a significant deviation. A sudden thought struck Fu Yuchao. Elder brother, if the crown prince opens the floodgates to selling official positions and is caught by the Hong Wang, could he potentially lose his standing or even be stripped of his title as crown prince? Chapter 48. Rebirth. In the event of the crown prince's downfall, it is most likely that Prince Heng would ascend to the throne. Fu Yuchao recalled her previous life, where her half-sister, Fu Yumin, became a concubine to Prince Heng. At that time, she was married to Su Wan and had given birth to a pair of children, possessing limited knowledge of the outside world. It was through Yumin's occasional visits and casual conversations that she learned of Yumin's new role in the prince's residence. The crown prince was still in power then, and Prince Heng, enamored by a fair maiden, had approached the emperor to request Yumin's hand as a concubine, to which the emperor graciously consented, bestowing a marriage edict. In retrospect, perhaps all of this was rather unusual. Fu Yumu noticed that Chao and Appo's delicate brows were furrowed, and not knowing her thoughts, he replied directly. If it were just once or twice, the emperor might not delve deeply. However, if it occurred frequently or involved a substantial sum, the emperor would undoubtedly impose punishment. As for whether it would lead to a severe consequence, such as dethronement, that remains uncertain. Fu Yumu dared not speak with absolute certainty. Everyone could see the crown prince and Appo's esteemed position, supported by the empress dowager, the empress, and the prime minister and Appo's household, yet many harbored envy and resentment, employing underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Every household has its unseemly matters, and should such affairs be brought to light, manipulated by those with ulterior motives, public sentiment could swell, compelling the emperor to heed the people's will. Fu Yuchao twisted the embroidered silk handkerchief in her grasp, deciding to share half-truths about her previous life with her elder brother. Brother, do you think Yumin could conspire with outsiders to deceive me into eloping? What might her ultimate goal be? While discussing the crown prince's selling of official positions, Fu Yumu was perplexed by Chao's sudden mention of Yumin. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, it is naturally to marry into the Eastern Palace, leveraging her family's influence to vie for the position of empress. Fu Yuchao uneasily rose to her feet and began to pace. In her previous life, although Yumin became a concubine to Prince Heng, she still dallied with Su Wan, carrying his child. If she truly loved Su Wan, how could she have aided him in pursuing herself? If she did not love him, why bear his child? Wait, the child. A realization dawned upon Fu Yuchao. She desired the child because it would be advantageous. The child could assist her in claiming favor within Prince Heng's residence. If one were to ascertain Yumin's deepest longing, it would undoubtedly be to attain a position of esteemed nobility. As a daughter of the prime minister's household, she lacked foundational support. She had always kept her head down, striving to please everyone, ensuring they perceived her as understanding and well-behaved. This enduring suppression had long been stifling her spirit. All that is repressed must eventually rebound. Thus, Yumin and Apos' ultimate ambition was to become the most revered woman in the world, trampling all those who once looked down upon her. A woman aspiring to be empress would naturally choose Prince Hung, for she believed he would triumph in the struggle for succession. She was well aware of the prime minister and Apos, as household and Apos, as capabilities, so why would she presume Prince Hung would prevail? Yet, what if it was a knife she had handed to Prince Hung? Fu Yuzhuo hesitated momentarily, contemplating. Do you think Yumin would betray the prime minister's household and the crown prince to align herself with Prince Hung in her quest for the throne? As the second daughter of the prime minister's household, Yumin, if attentive, could possess a wealth of knowledge. Fu Yuzhuo frowned in deep thought. Perhaps Yumin had already uncovered the crown prince's dealings and sought to pledge her loyalty to Prince Hung as a form of proof. Fu Yumu's sharp brows instinctively knitted together as he affirmed, "It is indeed possible. Yumin, for over a decade, has donned the mask of a dutiful and understanding daughter. If Chower had not revealed this to me, I might have failed to realize how long she has been able to endure such pretense. After years of disguise and conspiring with outsiders to deceive Chower into eloping, her ambition is evident. Our dealings with the crown prince could hardly withstand scrutiny. Furthermore, Prince Hung is cunning and may very well embellish those matters. Should the situation escalate, a minor offense could transform into a grave one, inciting the emperor's wrath." Fu Yumu speculated. Perhaps Yumin has uncovered some information and believes the crown prince's chances of victory in the succession struggle are inferior to those of Prince Hung, thus opting for the latter. This thought ignited a simmering anger within Fu Yumu. Yumin, as a young lady of the prime minister's household, harbored such malevolent intentions. Truly, her heart is deserving of condemnation. If verified, such a person must not be allowed to remain. Yet, Fu Yuzhuo remained ambivalent. Was it merely Yumin's belief that the crown prince stood little chance? The path to succession is fraught with peril. Until the very end, no one can predict the outcome. How could she place her bets solely on the scant evidence she had gathered, resolute in her faith in Prince Hung? Fu Yuzhuo found this hard to believe, unless, of course, she possessed the knowledge that Prince Hung would inevitably triumph. Could it be that Yumin, like her, had also been reborn? In that instant, the pieces began to fall into place. Yumin must have known all along that Prince Hung would emerge victorious in the struggle for succession, which is why her focus had always been on him. She had gone to great lengths to earn Prince Hang's trust. Otherwise, he would not have so persistently sought her hand before the emperor. Fu Yuzhuo found herself quickening her pace, sensing that she was drawing closer to the truth. If Yumin truly aimed to ally herself with Prince Hung, she would require opportunities for their meetings, and prior to those encounters, she needed to gather essential information. As a young lady sequestered in her chamber, Yumin lacked the resources to investigate. She could only glean snippets of information from the servants, which were likely scant. Yet, those small clues could provide significant guidance to Prince Hung, greatly enhancing the efficiency of his inquiries. Thus, it was paramount for Yumin to establish a connection with Prince Hung, to disclose the information she possessed. "Brother, you must go and instruct your subordinates to investigate when Yumin and Prince Hung have had any interactions," Fu Yuzhuo urged, her eyes sparkling with determination. However, her brother and Apos' response felt like a cold splash of water, dousing her fervor. Chapter 49. Arrangements in the chill of the autumn night. Under the dark sky, the commands flowed smoothly from his lips. Fu Yumu, though resigned in his heart, responded earnestly, stating that Yumin had not yet made any contact with Prince Hung. Upon learning from Chower that Yumin had conspired with the despicable Su one to deceive through marriage, Fu Yumu recognized her ambitions and promptly ordered a thorough investigation into Fu Yumin. As it stood, her only interaction had been with Su One, an outsider. Had she not yet met him? The thought was swiftly dismissed, leaving Fu Yuzhuo feeling a chill inside as she slowly settled into her chair. propping her chin on her hand in contemplation. With the Double Ninth Festival banquet approaching next month, Prince Hung would soon be captivated by Yumin. In just over half a month, she would surely make preparations. The rivalry between Prince Hung and the Crown Prince was well known. Thus, he would not easily trust Yumin's loyalty and would undoubtedly verify her intentions through various means. This would require time. However, how would they meet? Prince Hung, of noble status, rarely ventured into the marketplace. Although he attended palace banquets, Yumin, being a concubine and Appo's daughter, would be seated far back, while the prince occupied the front. Without prior connections, it would be challenging for them to engage in conversation. Noticing Chao still frowning, Fu Yumu comforted her. Just because there hasn't been contact yet does not mean there won't be in the future. I will continue to send people to monitor her, ensuring she has no opportunity to harm the household. However, if Yumin intends to befriend Prince Hung, why did she stop Prince Wen's carriage today? Before returning, Fengqi had detailed the day's events to him. Lost in thought about how Yumin might meet Prince Hung, Fu Yuchao's eyes flickered. Stopping the carriage? Yes. Yumin could create an opportunity to meet Prince Hung just as she did today. Upon recalling Yumin's actions, she realized that throughout the encounter, Yumin had referred to Prince Wen solely as Your Highness, omitting the title of Prince Wen. Thus, Yumin was unaware of which prince was inside the carriage. Seeing the myriad expressions flicker across Fu Yuchao and Appo's face, Fu Yumu urged, "Have you figured it out? Speak quickly. It must be that she is beautiful and wants to showcase her allure." Fu Yuchao teased playfully. Meeting her elder brother's indulgent yet helpless gaze, she chuckled before continuing. "I surmise that Yumin saw Prince Wen's carriage from a distance. She knows the standards for the prince's carriages, but not which prince it belonged to. So she was taking a chance to see if it was Prince Hung." Previously, the incident involving Yuzhuo and Prince Hung had occurred at the Treasure Pavilion, with Prince Hung publicly stating he was selecting gifts for the Empress Dowager for the Double Ninth Festival. His filial piety had been commended. Thus Yumin might have invited the Your Highness in the carriage to discuss her gift preparations for the Empress Dowager. Using her devotion to the Empress Dowager as an excuse, Prince Hung would feel compelled to demonstrate his own filial piety. Therefore, even if they were to select gifts together in public, no one would dare to comment adversely. Moreover, Yumin only introduced herself by name, omitting any mention of the Prime Minister and Appo's residence. How cunning she was! If the carriage had truly contained Prince Hung, he would likely assume she was merely the daughter of an official trying to curry favor with him, and would certainly disembark to acknowledge her out of respect for her apparent devotion. Thus, their meeting would unfold naturally. With Yumin adorned in such beauty, it would be difficult for Prince Hung not to develop a fondness for her. At that point, should she reveal any useful information, Prince Hung would undoubtedly welcome her advances. Fu Yumu was somewhat taken aback. "Are you suggesting that Yumin did not know it was Prince Wen in the carriage and was merely hoping for a stroke of luck?" This younger sister was remarkable. Her audacity to gamble without knowing who was involved was not to be underestimated. He resolved to have her investigated more thoroughly. Fu Yuchao nodded in agreement. "It stands to reason. To ascertain her intentions, we should devise a means for Yumin to meet Prince Wen. If she meets him without displaying any particular interest, it would confirm my suspicions." Fu Yuchao pondered aloud. "Today, Yumin's encounter with Su Wen must have been to conspire on how to lure me away. With autumn in full splendor, it is indeed a perfect time for an outing. Brother, let us observe how our clever sister attempts to deceive me and grant Su Wen another chance to meet." Chao ground her teeth, her small face resembling that of an irate hamster. Fu Yumu could not help but chuckle. "Your guess is quite accurate." He proceeded to recount everything the servant following Yumin had witnessed. Realizing they were indeed plotting her outing and even preparing her favorite osmanthus cakes and kites, Fu Yuchao expressed her distaste. "If they intend to go out, let us all go together. Brother, invite Prince Wen as well to validate my conjecture. If Su Wen wishes to be a buffoon, let us all witness the spectacle. I refuse to believe that, before so many witnesses, he could still deceive me." Fu Yumu, not wishing for Chao to encounter that loathsome creature again, reassured her, "Why seek out trouble? It would be better to avoid Su Wen altogether." Fu Yuchao pouted. "I certainly do not wish to see him. I merely want to observe what clever scheme Yumin might devise to assist him. Currently, Her feelings for Su-wen were only revulsion and disdain. She desired nothing less than to see him plunged into despair to alleviate her grievances from the past. She wondered if Miss Ing had conceived his child yet, as Fu Yuchao was eager to arrange a benefactor for her. First, she would bestow upon Su-wen a gleaming green hat to tarnish his reputation, then ruin his career, and finally sever his ties with that wealthy merchant's daughter from her previous life, leaving him utterly destitute. Yes, that is precisely the plan. Chapter 50. Enduring Hardship. Brother, could you grant me some additional assistance? I wish to handle certain matters myself. Regarding the brothels, Fu Yuchua feared her brother's refusal and thus adopted a charming demeanor. Fu Yumu, concerned about her potential recklessness, acquiesced. Very well, but let it be clear, whatever you undertake must not be concealed from me. Can you manage that? Fu Yuchua's face lit up with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she reassured him, "Rest assured, brother, I shall not keep anything from you." However, she added a caveat, "But you must not go back on your word." Fu Yumu's gaze brimmed with indulgence as he replied, "As long as you do not act in secrecy, everything should be discussed with me. I have obtained our father's permission for you to venture out occasionally. Tomorrow, you may have Wang accompany you to observe those individuals." Overjoyed, Fu Yuchua jumped up, vigorously shaking her brother's arm. "Thank you, brother. It feels wonderful to have such support." For a fleeting moment, Fu Yumu's arm stiffened, his heart stirred, but he quickly regained composure and said solemnly, "Do not rejoice too soon. This is contingent upon my father's assurance, and you must fulfill your promises. If you fail to do so, well, what can be done? Ultimately, he cannot bear to see you confined, languishing in sorrow day after day." Alas, Fu Yumu could not even bring himself to utter harsh words to scare her. Fu Yuchua, bubbling with excitement like a chick that had never seen rice, nodded fervently. "As long as I can go out normally, I would agree to anything. Of course, I will inform you in advance where I intend to go." Yet, she added mischievously, "But if the path twists and turns, who knows where he might end up?" As night deepened, the siblings chatted for quite some time before Fu Yumu returned to his quarters. The following morning, as Fu Yumu stepped out of his courtyard to continue familiarizing himself with his duties alongside Uncle Fu, he inevitably encountered Fu Yuman on the way. "Good morning, brother." Fu Yuman greeted casually, as if their meeting were entirely unplanned. Fu Yumu recognized that she had deliberately waited for him, and, rather than express impatience, nodded in acknowledgement. "So early to pay respects to mother, sister? Your thoughtfulness is commendable." Lowering her head, Fu Yuman replied respectfully, "Brother, you flatter me. It is our duty as children." Only then did she raise her gaze, revealing a worried expression as she inquired, "Brother, has elder sister truly been confined? I did not see her when I visited mother to pay my respects." Mother seemed rather displeased and sent me back after a brief bow. Observing his sister's genuine concern, Fu Yumu felt as if he were seeing her for the first time. He had rarely spent time with Yuman and previously regarded her as a quiet and unassuming presence. Now, recognizing her actions, he noticed the coldness behind her eyes. Every expression, gesture, and tone reflected sincerity, yet her eyes revealed a lack of genuine emotion, with even the curve at the corners appearing stiff. Without careful observation, one might easily be misled into believing her worries were heartfelt. Suppressing his thoughts, Fu Yumu calmly explained, "Chur has repeatedly escaped the residence, causing our mother great anxiety, which is why she has temporarily ordered her to remain calm." Though mother's concerns stemmed from a place of love for her elder daughter, Fu Yuman paused slightly before continuing, sensing Fu Yumu and Appo's patience as he awaited her words. She sighed. "Elder sister possesses a spirited and innocent nature. She may not grasp mother's intentions. If she remains confined, it could lead to her deteriorating state. In the long run, if mother's strictness causes a rift, it would be counterproductive. What do you think, brother?" Listening quietly, Fu Yumu recognized her desire to steer the conversation and inquired, "You make a valid point, sister. Do you have any suggestions?" After a moment's contemplation, Fu Yuman smiled and suggested, "Mothers and daughters do not hold grudges overnight. Why not take advantage of the vibrant autumn leaves outside the city, which are at their peak, and invite elder sister to take mother out for a scenic excursion? What do you think?" Her reasoning was sound. Mother's son disliked crowds, and such an invitation would likely be declined. Since Yumin wished to take the initiative, she could approach Mother herself. Fu Yumu nodded in agreement. That is an excellent idea. The autumn scenery is breathtaking, and a day out would surely lift the spirits. You possess a keen mind, so you should accompany them. As women, you can communicate more freely. Explain Mother's intentions to Chor so she understands. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could invite Mother. Rather than wait for an auspicious day, today, as splendid weather is perfect. I shall instruct the servants to make preparations right away. With that, Fu Yumu turned to leave, catching Fu Yumin off guard. She only called out after he had already distanced himself, brother. Fu Yumu, of course, did not hear her. Not only did he not hear, but he also quickened his pace, disappearing from sight in just a few strides. He could not allow Yumin the opportunity to retract her words. Fu Yumu understood his mother well. Though she had a temper, she had great affection for him, which was likely why Yumin had tried to persuade him to seek permission for Chor to go out. Fu Yumu decided to let Yumin extend the invitation herself. If he were to take Mother on an outing, it would be seen as a sign of filial piety. If Yumin were to go, it would be perceived as an annoyance. Thus, it was indeed best that Yumin took on that task. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the Tranquility Hall, Fu Yumin remained rooted in place, bemused. Was it truly this simple to allow Fu Yuzhuo to go out? Did their father really permit Fu Yuzhuo's release so easily? Furrowing her brow, Fu Yumin turned her gaze toward the Tranquility Hall, feeling a knot in her chest. She knew the invitation to Mother was merely a pretext. Her true intention was to have Fu Yumu plead with their mother, son, for Fu Yuzhuo's freedom. Now it seemed she would have to do it herself. Mother's temperament was peculiar, and she did not relish the thought of facing that unsympathetic visage. However, with Fu Yumu already arranging for horses and carriages, failing to go would mean missing this opportunity. Reluctantly, Fu Yumin re-entered the Tranquility Hall. The disdainful expressions of a lady and the sarcastic remarks of Granny's son severely bruised Fu Yumin's pride. She endeavored to mask her feelings and finally made her way back to her courtyard. As she walked, Fu Yumin reflected on Fu Yumu's reaction, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate what it was. Thus, she dispatched someone to investigate further, spending considerable silver before finally learning that Fu Yumu had secretly interceded with her father, Fu Cheng, and had obtained permission for Fu Yuzhuo to go out, provided she brought sufficient companions and informed them of her destination and purpose. This information had not been widely disseminated, and thus she remained unaware, having wasted an early start waiting in the chilly wind for Fu Yumu for so long. Moreover, after conversing with Fu Yumu, she had fallen neatly into his meticulously laid plans, only to return to the Tranquility Hall to endure further vexation. Good Qing. Fu Yumin's face flushed with anger as she instructed her maid. In this household, we have become blind and deaf. From now on, we must spend more silver to gather information, particularly regarding Tinglanuan. It is imperative to stay informed. She could not believe that her years of subterfuge would be so easily unraveled by Fu Yumu. Chapter 51. Mood in a flurry of activity. Fu Yumu swiftly arranged for the transportation and personnel, and after informing Fu Yuzhuo about the outing at Tinglanuan, he finally set out to attend to his affairs. The matter arose unexpectedly, and Uncle Fu was still awaiting his departure to handle business. He also needed to send someone to notify Prince Wen. Meanwhile, Fu Yuzhuo made slight preparations, commanding her maid to inform Fu Yumin at Lolzhu courtyard that she was ready to leave while she enjoyed her breakfast. Fu Yumin, slightly frazzled and having barely eaten, hurriedly dispatched someone to notify Su Wen about their outing, only to find Fu Yuzhuo leisurely savoring her meal. Though Fu Yumin felt a surge of frustration at having her breakfast disrupted, she suppressed her feelings and patiently accompanied Fu Yuzhuo, waiting for her to finish her meal in elegance. Big brother is truly impressive. He has managed to persuade father to allow us to go out. Fu Yumin complimented with a smile, adding, "It must be because he cares for you, dear sister." Fu Yuzhuo, whose appetite had diminished upon Fu Yumin's arrival, softened her expression slightly at the mention of her brother, responding, "Thanks to Big Brother, I will no longer need to sneak out. I can simply inform him and go freely." Go freely? Fu Yumin thought, though her face remained smiling, her heart harbored discontent. After all, as a legitimate daughter. She was now treated as though confinement were a mere game, easily dismissed. Previously, their mother had restrained Fu Yuzhuo, preventing her from going out openly. Now, it seemed she could go at will. It was no wonder that when she mentioned an autumn outing to her brother earlier, he had so readily agreed. Regardless of her inner thoughts, Fu Yumin maintained a poised demeanor, exclaiming, "How wonderful! The autumn scenery outside the city is splendid, and the gentle autumn breeze makes it a delightful time. We shall go out to enjoy the sights, and even fly kites." Fu Yumin looked upwards, envisioning the scene. Picturing kites soaring against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, akin to birds dancing in the air. How free and beautiful! Fu Yuzhuo realized that this was an indirect encouragement for her to embrace the idea of eloping with Suwen. It appeared Fu Yumin was busy laying the groundwork for their rendezvous. Fu Yuzhuo chose not to engage further, merely responding with a noncommittal offering no more words or glances. This sudden silence left Fu Yumin feeling a twinge of embarrassment and mild annoyance. She had hoped to evoke Fu Yuzhuo's anticipation for the poetic beauty of the day, setting the stage for Su Wen's arrival. Instead, Fu Yuzhuo seemed disinterested, making Fu Yumin feel akin to a desperate vendor trying to sell a product, striving for attention yet receiving none. This sensation was unsettling. She, Fu Yumin, was a chosen daughter, not some humble merchant. How long would she continue to feel so insignificant? On the opposite side of the table, Fu Yuzhuo remained unperturbed, finishing her breakfast at a leisurely pace before announcing, "Let us go." The sisters finally set out. The carriage awaited them at the side gate of the Prime Minister's residence. Fu Yuzhuo took the front seat with Wei Ying, while Fu Yumin had to sit in the back with her maid, accompanied by a host of servants and guards. They made their way towards the city outskirts. Upon exiting the city gates, they were greeted by the breathtaking sights of Xiaoyun Mountain. This mountain extended over 30 miles, featuring 2 peaks, one of which was adorned with a multitude of maple trees from the halfway point upward. In autumn, the leaves of these trees turned crimson, resembling a red mist enveloping the mountain, thus earning the name Xiaoyun Mountain. As soon as they reached the foot of Xiaoyun Mountain, a servant approached with news. "Miss, the prince's guards have arrived to speak with you." Fu Yuzhuo lifted the curtain and spotted Han Min on horseback at a nearby pavilion, gazing in her direction. The morning sun cascaded down from the mountaintop, casting a golden hue upon him, momentarily overshadowing his handsome features, presenting him as a gallant general poised to conquer the peaks. Such a refined gentleman, akin to the sun amidst the blue sky and white clouds, would surely not cast his gaze upon the brooding Fu Yumin, Fu Yuzhuo thought. Feeling an inexplicable softness in her heart as a smile graced her lips, "Let us ascend the mountain together." As the carriage traversed the winding mountain path, the number of travelers gradually diminished. From the halfway point, the trail became rugged, necessitating that Fu Yuzhuo and her companions disembark and continue on foot. Fortunately, a spacious viewing platform had been constructed halfway up the mountain, offering ample space and a broad view, alongside several pavilions. Fu Yuzhuo instructed to choose a more secluded spot and alighted from the carriage. Han Min dismounted and strode towards her. At that moment, Fu Yumin also exited the carriage, walking towards Fu Yuzhuo's vehicle. Upon noticing the prince's approach, she stepped forward to greet him. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness." Han Min merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued directly to Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's side. She inclined her body slightly in respect, addressing him, "Your Highness." Han Min, with a gentle smile, extended his hand in a gesture of support. "Sure, the pavilion over there offers an excellent view. Shall we take a moment to rest there?" "Very well," Fu Yuzhuo responded with a smile. Wei Ying, recognizing the need for the two to converse, led Shu Xian and Hua Xian a few paces behind, allowing them to follow at a leisurely pace. In front were Fu Yuzhuo and Han Min walking side by side, while the servants trailed behind, carrying cushions and snacks. Observing Han Min's indifferent demeanor, Fu Yumin felt no inclination to approach him, choosing instead to feign a need to instruct the servants regarding the carriage before finally catching up with the ongoing group. "Your Highness, how did you arrive here so swiftly?" Fu Yuzhuo inquired. Although she wished to confirm her suspicions, The plans had shifted unexpectedly. She had not anticipated Fu Yumin discussing the outing with her brother that very morning. Her brother had arranged the outing on a whim, and it seemed a bit rushed. Han Min should have been at the Dali Temple dealing with the case of the injured Prince Seo, yet here he was, already outside the city, dressed in casual attire. I received an invitation from Master Fu for the excursion early this morning. To my surprise, before I even arrived, I encountered you, Han Min replied nonchalantly. He would not disclose to Fu Yuzhuo that he had received word from Fu Yumu at the Dali Temple and had rushed to the tailor's shop to procure a suitable outfit, all to ensure he wasted no moment in meeting her. Fortunately, he did not wait long at the mountain's base before Fu Yuzhuo arrived. Fu Yuzhuo felt elated. Ever since her brother and Appo's return, everything had been smooth and efficient. Just days ago, she had been confined, and only last night had she been punished by kneeling and copying family rules. Now, she was free to roam and accompanied by a charming prince. Life could not be more delightful. Observing Fu Yumin's lack of enthusiasm toward Han Min, Fu Yuzhuo sensed that she had likely mistaken him for the prince hung in the carriage yesterday. Her mood lightened even further. Han Min, attuned to Fu Yuzhuo's bright spirits, attributed her joy to the picturesque scenery of the mountain. Thus, he too took a moment to appreciate the beauty of Cheyenne Mountain. Chapter 52. Affection at this moment. The sky is a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting leisurely across the azure expanse, soothing the hearts of onlookers and allowing them to revel in the beauty of the moment. In the distance, on the plains at the foot of the mountains, people are frolicking and flying kites, the autumn breeze lifting the kites like little birds in the mountains, free and graceful, a perfect autumn outing scene. Though the view from the observation deck halfway up Shiyun Mountain is splendid, the journey from the foot of the mountain is long and arduous. Visitors must first take a carriage to conserve their strength. Upon reaching the halfway point, they must abandon their carriage and walk to the summit, where the scenery truly reaches its zenith. Ordinary families lack the means for such travel, and those who can afford it often lack the stamina to ascend the peak. Thus, despite its breathtaking views, this place is seldom frequented. Today is neither a holiday nor a day of rest, so the vast observation deck is surprisingly deserted, causing Fu Yuzhuo some unnecessary concern. Fortunately, although her chosen spot is in a corner, the view remains excellent, allowing her to gaze upon the scenery below. Han Min and Fu Yuzhuo stand shoulder to shoulder, admiring the picturesque landscape. The view here is not the most magnificent. That honor belongs to the summit. Noting Fu Yuzhuo's fondness for the scenery, Han Min gently remarked, I wonder if Chuo has the energy to climb to the top. Your Highness truly wishes to accompany me in this ascent? Fu Yuzhuo asked, astonished. Surely you have more pressing matters to attend to? Seeing that Han Min continued to address her in the same manner, Fu Yuzhuo hesitated to respond. With a retinue of servants and attendants behind her, it would be impossible to keep their closeness a secret. If their intimacy were to be reported back home, it would surely cause an uproar. Fu Yuzhuo could only navigate their conversation carefully, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. She had thought her elder brother summoned when Wang merely for a formality, a brief glance before departing, especially since he was currently occupied with investigating a case. Han Min, lacking the favor of Emperor Feng and having no maternal family to rely upon, had spent 3 years guarding the tomb. His opportunities and abilities were significantly overshadowed by those of the Crown Prince and King Hung. Seizing this rare opportunity, Fu Yuzhuo believed he should strive to make a good impression. Naturally, since we are here, we must ascend to the summit to fully appreciate the splendid scenery, she replied. Han Min's previously uplifted smile dimmed slightly, his voice remaining gentle yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. He sensed the distance in Fu Yuzhuo's demeanor but longed to share this outing with her. What is it? Do you perhaps have other engagements that make it inconvenient for you to join me in this excursion? He was aware that Fu Yuzhuo had no other appointments. He merely hoped to elicit her agreement to accompany him. Fu Yuzhuo's brother, Fu Yumu, had likely sent for him under the pretext of this autumn outing to discuss matters. Perhaps Fu Yumu believed Han Min to be a more reliable ally than the Crown Prince and sought to foster a connection between him and Fu Yuzhuo. Thus, upon hearing this morning that he would accompany Fu Yuzhuo on the autumn outing, Han Min felt elated. with the approval and assistance of his esteemed brother-in-law, Fu Yumu. How could he worry about Fu Yuchua not opening her heart to him? That is not the case. It is merely that your highness is busy with official duties and should not expend energy on such trivial matters, Fu Yuchua admitted honestly. She was anxious for the resolution of the case involving King Heng and Ziyou, particularly for Ziyou's innocence. Han Min, understanding the bond between Fu Yuchua and the young lady of the Yin family, spoke soothingly. Do not worry, Chur. The case concerning a girl and King Heng is straightforward, and a resolution will come soon. With his reassuring words, Fu Yuchua felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she gracefully curtsied. Then I shall convey my thanks to your highness on behalf of Ziyou. Despite his efforts to bridge the gap between them, it pained Han Min to hear Fu Yuchua still address him as her highness. Must we truly maintain such distance between us? He asked helplessly. Fu Yuchua, eager for her brother to summon Wen Wang to confirm Yuman's intentions, momentarily forgot about Han Min's declaration of affection from the previous day. Having just turned him down, she now found herself relying upon him to assist her in investigating her friend's case. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she managed a somewhat awkward smile. Your highness has helped me greatly, and I certainly do not wish to seem distant. I merely feel embarrassed for constantly imposing upon you. Seeing a hint of blush on her cheeks and her tone soften, Han Min felt a surge of sweetness in his heart. Gathering his courage, he ventured. It brings me joy to alleviate your worries. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps we could revert to our childhood names in private as a token of gratitude. Would that be agreeable? Han Min revisited his feelings today, fully aware of his own motivations. Although Fu Yuchua had not explicitly accepted his feelings yesterday, she had not outright rejected them either. Her concerns revolved around his circumstances and her desire to choose someone who would genuinely care for her. Han Min was confident he could fulfill that role. Moreover, knowing that Fu Yumu had sent for him today bolstered his resolve. Ultimately, what mattered most was Fu Yuchua's attitude toward him. As long as she did not reject him, he felt hopeful. Han Min gazed earnestly at her. Fu Yuchua met his deep, starry eyes and felt her heart skip a beat, unconsciously swallowing hard. Han Min was exceptionally handsome, a striking figure who drew attention wherever he went. His brows were sharp, his nose sculpted with precision, and his lips a perfect shade of peach blossom, artfully framed his flawless mouth. Unlike the delicate appearance of Su Wan, Han Min exuded a robust and elegant allure. Standing at the edge of the expansive observation deck, surrounded by the undulating mountains, he resembled an ethereal being emerged from a painting, his sleeves and hem fluttering gently in the autumn breeze, adding an air of grace and freedom to his presence. Fu Yuchua felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. Her thoughts became disarrayed as the world around her faded into silence, leaving only Han Min's melodious voice laced with a hint of seduction. Now that we are alone, might you call me Brother Min? Brother Min, as if under a spell. Fu Yuchua uttered his name softly. This address, unlike her earlier formalities, came from the depths of her heart, a term of endearment. Perhaps the autumn breeze had stirred her emotions, or perhaps the light in Han Min's eyes ignited her dormant feelings. At that moment, Fu Yuchua felt her heart race and her breath quicken, yet her mind replayed vivid memories of her time spent with Han Min, the kindness he showed when he rescued her, his warmth and sincerity in the palace, the tenderness they shared in the tea house, and the restrained excitement in the carriage. These moments felt dreamlike, yet Fu Yuchua willingly immersed herself in them, savoring the unique warmth they brought her. In that instant, she realized that she had developed a fondness for Han Min. Chapter 53. Another beating in this chapter, a single utterance of Brother Min stirs Han Min's heart, causing a delightful tumult within him. He feels elated, his breath quickening with excitement. Turning slightly, he grips the railing of the viewing platform tightly, his fingers curling as he attempts to contain his exhilaration. Meanwhile, he lowers his head slightly, stifling his laughter within his chest, striving to conceal his unusual demeanor from those in the pavilion. Fu Yuchua, feeling a bit bashful, lowers her head as she steps closer to him, subtly shielding his figure. Positioned perfectly between Han Min and the pavilion, she effectively blocks some of the gazes from that direction. Noticing Han Min's shoulders gently tremble with joy, a rosy hue blooms on her fair neck, and her own face grows increasingly warm. In her past life, Fu Yuchua had never experienced genuine emotion, nor had she felt such a sensation. At this moment, she feels both cool and warm, the coolness of the desolate autumn wind and the warmth of her heart and body. Around them, all is both serene and chaotic. An overwhelming silence envelopes them, punctuated only by the sound of their thundering heartbeats. This peculiarity grants Fu Yuchua a novel experience and a modicum of courage. Perhaps, she muses, she could dare to open her heart, for the worst outcome surely could not be worse than her previous existence. After a brief interval, Han Min's demeanor gradually softens. Although a broad smile remains on his face, he appears more at ease. His eyes twinkle like stars, and his voice flows gently like water as he softly calls her name, Char. Fu Yuchua finds herself increasingly flustered and playfully scolds him, urging him to gather himself, reminding him of the many eyes upon them. Han Min, facing her and feigning a childlike pout, confides, "This overwhelming joy leaves me breathless. Chow and oppose. Accompany me as I ascend slowly." Fu Yuchua responds, her voice unconsciously tinged with shyness. "Let's go." Instead of heading directly toward the pavilion, they linger along the edge of the platform, allowing the warmth on their faces to dissipate before proceeding. Upon entering the pavilion, Fu Yuchua cheerfully addresses Wei Ying, "Sister Wei, the scenery at Shiyun Mountain is exquisite. Would you like to venture to the summit?" Wei Ying, having journeyed from the southwest, is familiar with the splendid landscapes of Dayun Nation. Yet, she smiles gently in response. The views in the capital differ greatly from those in the southwest. Since we are here, we must not miss the opportunity. Fu Yuchua, filled with delight, takes Wei Ying's arm, leading her toward the nearby steps. However, Fu Yumin has no desire to climb. The mountain is steep and the ascent would take no less than half a day. She merely sought to create an opportunity for Su Wan to see Fu Yuchua and does not wish to endure unnecessary hardship. As Fu Yuchua passes by, noticing Fu Yumin's hesitation, she suggests, "The mountain breeze is cool. Dear sister, you are still young and delicate. Perhaps you should simply enjoy the scenery here." Fu Yumin hesitates, but eventually bows slightly, replying, "Thank you, elder sister, for your understanding. I shall wait for you here." Having not seen Su Wan for quite some time, Fu Yumin wonders whether he has arrived. She considers sending someone to check, thus opting to remain at this halfway point. Fu Yumin has brought her own attendants, and Fu Yuchua pays her no further mind as she ascends the mountain with Wei Ying and their entourage of maids. Once their figures vanish into the distant foliage, and the sounds fade into silence, Fu Yumin calls her maid He Qing, instructing her, "The wind here is delightful. Go to the foot of the mountain and purchase a kite." He Qing understands this as a means to gather news about Su Gongzi. With money and an elderly maid in tow, He Qing descends the mountain. Meanwhile, Han Min leads the way, with Fu Yuchua and Wei Ying climbing together. Though they sweat lightly and breathe heavily, the increasingly beautiful scenery alleviates their fatigue. Occasionally, when the path proves difficult, Fu Yuchua leans on Han Min's hand to navigate the steep steps, then turns to help Wei Ying up as well. The trio, aiding each other, climbs faster than the accompanying rough maids, prompting Fu Yuchua to feel a sense of pride, not wanting to let the maids get too close. She exerts herself and swiftly reaches the summit. "Chower, how does the view from the top compare to that from halfway up?" Han Min inquires, his breath steady and untroubled. Upon reaching the peak, Fu Yuchua, enraptured by the breathtaking scenery, murmurs, "It's beautiful." At the summit, the vista unfolds magnificently, with undulating mountains stretching beneath them like a colossal dragon. Distant peaks rise in layers, playfully contrasting with the azure sky and white clouds, evoking a sense of serenity. Standing atop the mountain, Fu Yuchua feels as if she has entered a secluded paradise. Gazing down, she sees villages, fields, and rivers all within her view. The houses in the village are arranged harmoniously, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. The distant fields shimmer in golden waves, as if celebrating the joy of harvest. A river meanders like a silver ribbon, enhancing the beauty of the landscape with a touch of vitality. Lost in this picturesque setting, Fu Yuchua momentarily forgets the troubles of her past and present. While she admires the view, Han Min gazes at her. The exertion of climbing has left Fu Yuchua's cheeks flushed, and a light sheen of sweat glistens on her forehead and nose. The refreshing autumn breeze gently lifts her inky hair, causing it to dance in the wind, brushing against Han Min's heart. Unable to resist, Han Min reaches out, catching the tips of her flowing hair in the crisp autumn air. The beauty, enchanted by the autumn scenery, seems to sense him, turning her head to meet his tender gaze. Fu Yuchua remains silent, bestowing upon him a sweet smile. Han Min understands in that moment that Chauer has accepted his affections, and he responds with a gentle smile. All is communicated without words. In stark contrast to the romantic tension at the summit, Suwen finds himself in a predicament at the foot of the mountain. Early that morning, upon receiving a message from Fu Yumin, he hurriedly prepared kites and pastries, hastily making his way to the outskirts of the city in a carriage. However, upon arriving at the foot of Shiyun Mountain, he is halted by guards who deny him entry. Despite his fervent pleas, Suwen is unable to gain passage. Resigned, he abandons his carriage and opts to ascend the mountain via a narrow path on foot, burdened with bags of pastries and snacks, along with a sizable kite. Its long tail dragging through the mud behind him, he struggles up the steep incline. Having devoted himself solely to scholarly pursuits, he rarely engages in physical exertion. By the time he reaches the halfway point, he is unexpectedly confronted by a servant who mistakes him for a thief disturbing the daughter of the chancellor and proceeds to give him a thorough beating. The commotion draws Fu Yumin's attention, who, watching the scenery from the viewing platform, sends He Qing to investigate. Upon discovering that it is the inept Suwen, she exclaims in outrage, "Who told you to strike him?" Having finally coaxed Fu Yuchua out, she had hoped Suwen would rekindle her affections. Now, seeing him in such a pitiful state, battered and resembling a lost dog, she feels a surge of anger. Useless fool, how could you fail at such a simple task? The head servant bows and explains, in response to the second miss, the eldest master ordered that on this day, with the two young ladies out, utmost caution must be exercised against those with ulterior motives seeking to infiltrate the chancellor's household. Should we encounter any suspicious individuals, it is preferable to err on the side of caution. Fu Yumin is exasperated, but given that today's arrangements were all made by Fu Yumu, she cannot outright dismiss the servant and Appo's words. Instead, she retorts, "What if you kill him? Word will spread that the chancellor and Appo's household takes lives carelessly. What of our reputation? Hurry and take him away. Send him to the medical center for treatment." "Yes," the servant replies, instructing a young lad to drag the barely conscious Suwen onto a horse, and they swiftly descend the mountain. Chapter 54. Siblings. When Fu Yumu arrived breathlessly at the summit of the mountain, he happened upon the intimate exchange between Fu Yuchua and Han Min. Their laughter more blinding than the midday sun, piercing his eyes with discomfort. "I found you all so easily, yet here you are?" Fu Yumu's voice shattered the moment's serene atmosphere. "Elder brother," Fu Yuchua exclaimed joyfully upon hearing him. "General Fu." Han Min turned, greeting Fu Yumu with a lingering tenderness in his expression. Fu Yumu offered a perfunctory salute, addressing him as Your Highness. While his gaze darted back and forth between Fu Yuchua and Han Min, his brow knitting into a frown. "Why have you only just arrived? What has delayed you?" Fu Yuchua approached Fu Yumu, noticing the sweat on his forehead, concern etched on her face. "Is something amiss? Why are you in such a state?" The autumn wind is quite chilly. A chill after sweating could easily lead to illness. Fu Yumu hesitated. He had been socializing with Uncle Fu for a while, preoccupied with the thought of that night when the prince and Chua and Appo's left the palace together, fearing that either the prince or Chua and Appo's might develop inappropriate feelings. Despite the numerous attendants and Yumin accompanying them, he felt uneasy and came rushing over. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, he discovered that the prince had instructed his men to surround Shiyun Mountain, prohibiting any uninvited guests from ascending, which made him uneasy. He hurried on horseback to the halfway point and found that Yumin had not followed. Only Chua and the prince had made their way to the summit, raising alarm in his heart. If they were unaware of the truth, what would happen if they developed feelings for one another? The prince and Shuo were true siblings. As he reached the top, witnessing the exchanged glances between the prince and Shuo, all his worries were confirmed. The anxious weight in his heart lifted. His emotions were now exceedingly complex. He could neither openly express his concerns nor allude to them, as if his heart were being roasted over a blazing fire. Yet, Fu Yuchua's caring words fell upon him like gentle spring rain, alleviating his distress and allowing him to think and speak more clearly. "It's nothing. I just need a moment to catch my breath." This response served both Fu Yuchua and himself. At this moment, his mind concocted dozens of excuses and reasons to justify that the prince was not a suitable man. However, in the presence of the prince, he refrained from saying anything. He resolved to have a thorough discussion with Chua and Appos, or later. "General Fu has just returned to the capital. Many matters require your attention. You must be exhausted these past few days. Why not take a moment to admire the autumn scenery and relax?" Han Min also expressed concern. Fu Yumu cast a complex glance at Han Min, unable to articulate the myriad of feelings swirling within him, and simply replied, "That sounds agreeable." Fu Yuchua was aware that her elder brother had been busy with Uncle Fu and was pleased he had found some time to rest. With a smile, she said, "Elder brother, you must be tired from your journey. Sit here for a while and enjoy a cup of warm tea." The group made their way to the pavilion at the mountain summit. Upon arrival, the attendants promptly set up the space, laying soft, warm cushions on the cold stone benches and preparing tea from their thermoses, the brew perfectly steeped. Fu Yuchua was the first to take a cup of tea, offering it to Fu Yumu's lips before comfortably settling onto the plush cushions, asking, "Elder brother, did you truly rush here for no reason?" Receiving a cup of tea personally served by Chor warmed Fu Yumu's heart considerably, and his expression softened as he replied, "There's nothing much. I merely bring good news, though I wonder if His Highness will be able to bear it." As he uttered the latter part, he glanced at Han Min before turning back to Fu Yuchua. Today, besides confirming Fu Yumin's feelings for the prince, he also intended to ascertain whether Su Wen would indeed arrive as he and Yumin had arranged. Earlier, Fu Yuchua had intentionally left Fu Yumin at the halfway point to await Su Wen's arrival. However, seeing that they had been at the summit for quite some time without Su Wen appearing, Fu Yuchua began to have her suspicions. "Is the person you speak of Su Wen? Why has he not shown up? Perhaps he was waylaid by elder brother?" Fu Yuchua spoke lightly, her mouth curling into a subtle smile at the thought of Su Wen being unable to attend due to being reprimanded. She then turned to Han Min and explained, "Brother Min, Su Wen is the groom I fled from that day you saved me." Han Min noted Fu Yuchua's candid demeanor when mentioning Su Wen, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Thankfully, Chua and Appos had not been deceived by that scoundrel and had awakened in time, granting him an opportunity. Ever since he recognized his feelings for Chur, Han Min had dispatched someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding her elopement, and he had gathered considerable information regarding Su Wen. Han Min understood that a man like Su Wen, a low-ranking official, sought to marry a noble woman solely for wealth and status, akin to families eager to place their daughters into the emperor's harem for glory and advancement. Such individuals, instead of striving to achieve success through their own merits, sought shortcuts. They would not easily relinquish the chance to gain from a brief period of subservience and compromise, enabling them to bypass decades of hardship. Han Min had anticipated that Su Wen would hover around Fu Yuchua like a fly, ready to seize any opportunity. Thus, he had set up barriers at the foot of the mountain to prevent anyone from approaching, so as not to disturb Chua or irritate her. Naturally, Han Min kept this to himself and simply nodded with a smile. "So it's him. Well done, General Fu." Fu Yumu's expression was not as favorable as Han Min's. What had he just heard? Chua was actually calling the prince Brother Min? He subtly clenched his jaw, resolving to clarify things with Chua that very night. She and the prince were utterly incompatible. Furthermore, he would never allow them to meet again. Oblivious to Han Min's overly calm demeanor regarding Su Wen and unaware of her elder brother's shifting expression, Fu Yuchua continued, "He and my half-sister conspired together, one extolling the virtues of freedom before me, while the other meticulously crafted a fade of mutual understanding, both collaborating to deceive me into eloping." Having only briefly investigated Su Wen, Han Min was unaware of his collusion with the illegitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, to dupe Fu Yuchua. Consequently, upon hearing this revelation, coupled with the event of the illegitimate lady blocking his carriage in the street yesterday, he perceived her as a person of considerable ambition and cunning. Thus, Han Min's expression turned serious as he cautioned, "You must be wary of that insidious half-sister. She likely harbors ulterior motives." Fu Yuchua, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "Fear not, I am cautious. For now, I have yet to clarify certain matters. Once I uncover what I seek to know, elder brother will certainly ensure she is sent far away. In this rebirth, she enjoyed the protection and affection of her elder brother, while also garnering the admiration of a man as distinguished as Han Min." Fu Yuchua felt that the heavens had been exceedingly kind to her. With a playful smile, she lifted a delicate pastry from the stone table and offered it to Fu Yumu, saying, "Why don't you begin by telling me how you dealt with Su-1? So I may enjoy a good laugh as well." Chapter 55. Military Report in the Presence of the Esteemed Wang. Fu Yumu felt a surge of anxiety as she listened to Fu Yuchua recount everything. Nevertheless, she was compelled to address her inquiries first. "It and Oppos has nothing significant. I merely instructed the servants to deal with any unfamiliar men who approach inappropriately. This outing involved 2 young ladies, and the servants understood Fu Yumu's intentions, specifically, to deal with those unworthy frogs who covet swan meat. Just a few days prior, one of them had received a few kicks from her, and his wounds had yet to heal. Su-1, being a delicate scholar, had nearly lost his life while climbing halfway up the mountain today. Another beating, coupled with a bumpy ride on horseback, would surely leave him in a precarious state, perhaps barely clinging to life by the time he reached the clinic." "Huh, how satisfying." Fu Yuchua clapped her hands in delight, laughing with a refreshing spirit. However, upon meeting Fu Yumu's gaze, she noticed something amiss. Fu Yumu's brow was furrowed, her expression somewhat rigid, as if she was suppressing a torrent of emotions, her piercing eyes hinting at unspoken words. "Brother, you seem less than pleased. What troubles you? Is it that Su-Wen's punishment was insufficient?" Fu Yuchua speculated that her brother's discontent stemmed from the fact that he had not been able to finish Su-Wen off completely, and thus sought to offer comfort. "Fear not. Once he recovers, we shall present him with a grand gift to elevate his spirits, only to deliver a decisive blow thereafter, ensuring he remains utterly defeated and unable to rise again." Fu Yumu managed a doppiature ipsilon smile, about to respond when they were interrupted by the sound of heavy breathing from the mountain path. "Young master, your highness." It was Chen Quan, accompanying Han Min, and Feng Qi, who had come to find their respective masters. Having received word, they had coincidentally met at the foot of Shiyun Mountain and decided to ascend together. "Why have you both come?" Han Min asked, rising to greet them. "After our parting yesterday, I was pondering how to encounter Chor again. This morning, a message from young master Fu reached me. A splendid opportunity for autumn outings and scenic appreciation had presented itself, and Han Min was determined to accompany Chor throughout the day. Thus, he had left Chen Quan and Gu Yuan at the Dali Temple on errands, coming here only for matters of significance. Your Highness, I must report that Zhao Zhixiao, the former minister of the Jingzhou Prefecture, has departed the capital today. A minister has petitioned concerning the vacancy of the Jingzhou Prefecture position, which is detrimental to the management of the capital and the investigation of the Hung Wang case. I feared your majesty might summon you to inquire about the situation, hence my arrival. Chen Quan replied respectfully. Chen Quan was concerned that should the emperor indeed summon Han Min, by the time he received the message and arrived, it would be too late. After all the hardships Han Min had faced over the years, he wished to avoid placing him back in such a precarious position. Han Min remained silent, pursing his lips at Chen Quan's report. Observing this, Fu Yumu turned to Feng Qi and inquired, "What about you? What has caused such urgency?" This morning, after Fu Yumu had met with a few steward alongside Uncle Fu, she had instructed Feng Qi to accompany them. If there were no pressing matters, he would not have appeared here. Young master, the military report from the southwest has arrived at the palace. Furthermore, it is said that the troops from the 5th Battalion have gone to the relay station to investigate leads. Feng Qi hesitated, stopping short of revealing more. Fu Yumu and Han Min exchanged knowing glances. The 5th Battalion was responsible for patrolling and safeguarding the capital, under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou Prefecture, making it highly likely that Commander Chu Changming was affiliated with the Hung Wang. Had their secret meeting at the relay station been discovered by Hung Wang? Was he retaliating? Despite their caution, the world is rife with secrets, and it was conceivable that traces of their encounter had been uncovered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Yuzhuo urged them, "You both must hurry down the mountain and investigate thoroughly to prepare accordingly." Han Min nodded at Fu Yumu, reassuring Fu Yuzhuo, "Do not worry, Choyer. Everything will be taken care of by me and General Fu." Fu Yumu added, "The autumn winds are brisk. Do not indulge too much in leisure. Let us enjoy the scenery for a while and then return." Fu Yuzhuo agreed, urging her brother Fu Yumu onward, and together they descended the mountain. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, Emperor Feng scrutinized the impeachment memorials and the military report from the southwest, his brow furrowed in contemplation. There were 2 impeachment memorials. One accused Zhao Zhixiao, the former minister of the Jingzhou Prefecture, of accepting bribes and delivering a heavy sentence to Yuzhuo. The other implicated Prime Minister Fu Cheng during his period of self-reflection, asserting that he allowed his son Fu Yumu to roam the capital frequently, intending to leverage his military achievements to vie for the position of general, citing impure motives and ambitious designs. The first memorial originated from the Crown Prince's faction, aiming to undermine Zhao Zhixiao and weaken Hung Wang's influence. The second came from Hung Wang's faction, seeking to suppress Fu Yumu and the Prime Minister's residence, thereby diminishing the Crown Prince's power. Ultimately, both factions sought to exploit this opportunity to severely injure their opponent and create space for their own people. What a disheartening situation. Emperor Feng massaged his furrowed brow, carefully pondering the contents of the military report from the southwest. This report had been drafted by the military supervisor he had dispatched. Typically, once the battle concluded, both the commander and the supervisor would compile a report to send to the capital. This time, the report had been delayed a few days due to the recent military defeat, and the commander in Tianxiong had already submitted his plea for forgiveness days prior. The military report detailed the ambush faced by the Southwest forces, their defensive measures, and ultimately how Fu Yumu triumphed, along with the casualty figures. It outlined Tianxiong's missteps in command, noting that Fu Yumu had selected elite troops to advance into the mountains, resulting in a manpower shortage and delayed counteraction, leading to significant losses during the battle. Furthermore, Fu Yumu's immediate rush to the enemy camp raised suspicions of his intent to claim military merit. As Emperor Feng pondered the report, he found himself lost in thought. He understood that the battlefield is ever-changing, and Fu Yumu's tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao had indeed alleviated the Southwest forces' predicament. However, he was not entirely convinced of the supervisor's claims of seeking military merit. The political landscape in the capital was shifting once again, and after much deliberation, Emperor Feng drafted a decree dismissing Tianxiong from his position as the Grand General of the Southwest, ordering him to return to the capital under escort from the military supervisor to report personally. Zixiao, Tianxiong's son, would temporarily assume command of the Southwest military affairs in his father's stead. The decree was to be expedited to the Southwest immediately. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Feng murmured to himself, the case concerning Yuzhuo and Hung Wang must be resolved. He had initially intended to delay this matter until Tianxiong returned to the capital, but it was clear that he could not afford to wait any longer. The fierce competition between the factions had escalated, and the situation in the court required restraint. Otherwise, with both sides concealing their strategies, how could order be restored? Lian Fu, the attending eunuch, stepped forward, bowing. "Your Majesty." Emperor Feng's gaze darkened. "Summon Wen Wang and all officials involved in the Hung Wang case. Then call for Commander Chu Changming of the 5th Battalion to report." "Yes." After Fu Yumu and Han Min descended the mountain, Fu Yumu found little pleasure in her surroundings and decided to return. She contemplated the personnel her brother had provided for her, and midway, she dismissed Fu Yumin and her accompanying entourage, taking only Wei Ying and a few trusted aides to a secret residence arranged by her brother. Upon entering the courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. "You," Fu Yuko exclaimed, in surprise. The man across from her smiled. "Ah, little sister has arrived." Chapter 56. Fong Fengshu in the courtyard stood a tall man clad in a blue robe, displaying a hint of boredom in his eyes. He was none other than the gentleman who had leaned against the door at Su Wen's wedding. Upon hearing him speak, Fu Yuchu realized that he was the benefactor who had rescued her from the Su residence in her previous life. This estate was acquired by her elder brother to accommodate the staff he had purchased, so it was evident that this young man, appearing both at Su Wen's wedding and here, was indeed affiliated with her brother. Fu Yuchu hurriedly approached and bowed, inquiring about how to address him. "Oh, just call me Brother Fong." Fong Fengshu replied with a radiant smile, like the sun itself. He was pleased to finally meet the sister of his good friend Fu Yumu, feeling that his efforts for his brother were not in vain. "Since your surname is Fong and you are connected with my brother, you must be a young master from the Ningyang Marquis residence," Fu Yuchu surmised, her eyes sparkling with insight. "Indeed, you are quite astute, Miss Fu. I am Fong Fengshu from the Ningyang Marquis estate," he responded with a formal bow. "However, please do not address me so formally. It feels a bit stiff. I would much prefer it if you simply call me Brother Fong," he added playfully, blinking mischievously. Fu Yuchu couldn't help but chuckle, finding it amusing that her elder brother's friend was so easygoing. "Brother Fong, are you still here? Have you had lunch yet?" she asked, suppressing her laughter. Fong Fengshu had anticipated that Fu Yuchu might first inquire about his presence at Su Wen's wedding, but surprisingly, her concern was for his meal. He felt a warmth in his heart. Having a thoughtful sister like her was far better than being treated like a beast of burden by Fu Yumu. "I came over after lunch to check on the arrangements here. Your brother didn't bother about my meals," he replied with a nod. "Brother Fong, you must be exhausted. I have brought some exquisite pastries. Shall we sit and chat?" Fu Yuchu invited, eager to ask him many questions. Fong Fengshu, sensing her curiosity, readily agreed. "Certainly. There's a pavilion at the eastern corner of the courtyard. Lead the way, dear sister." After they settled in the pavilion, Fu Yuchu poured tea for Fong Fengshu and inquired, "How did you come to be at the wedding that day? Though the Ningyang Marquis estate may no longer be in its prime, it remains a family of merit. I'm not someone who can easily associate with a mere sixth-rank official like Su Wen," Fong Fengshu replied with a hint of disdain. "It was only due to your elder brother's letter that I had to play the role of a dandy from the Marquis estate, mingling with the likes of Su Wen," he explained, feeling somewhat exasperated. "However, I had no choice. Fu Yumu is my only recognized brother. With his sister being at risk of being taken away, I had to intervene," he lamented, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. "I initially intended to whisk you away from the wedding, but to my surprise, you had already escaped on your own." Fu Yuchu smiled sheepishly at the memory of that chaotic day. "I apologize for putting you in such a position." Fong Fengshu recalled the frenzy of that day, exclaiming, "It's good that you have come to terms with it. Su Wen is indeed not a man of worth. You have no idea, the moment you dashed out, he shouted your name before a crowd, attempting to make it known that the bride was you. He had a whole entourage behind him, and fearing you might not escape, I threw a small stone at his knee, causing him to fall and trip up his followers, which bought you some precious time." What Fong Fengshu didn't mention was that he had followed Su Wen in pursuit of the bride until he realized they were not going to catch her, prompting him to leave. Upon hearing of Fong Fengshu's discreet assistance, Fu Yuchu stood up and bowed with sincerity. "Thank you, Brother Fong, for your help." Fong Fengshu waved it off. "It was nothing. Please don't mention it. If you truly marry, your elder brother might just dismantle me." Fu Yuchu laughed. "And how did you fortuitously come to my aid yesterday?" "Yesterday? I didn't TC you," Fong Fengshu replied, puzzled. "Did you not deliberately mention my half-sister because you knew I was in the carriage?" she queried, astonished. "You were in the carriage with Wang Wen yesterday?" Fong Fengshu exclaimed, standing up in shock. "How can one be a brother when such news arises? Just when I thought I could relax after the Su Wen incident. You are entangled with Wang Wen?" After recovering from his shock, he lowered his voice, asking cautiously, "Did your family offer you up to win Wang Wen's favor?" Seeing his misunderstanding, Fu Yuchu hurriedly clarified, No. Brother Fong, you are mistaken. Yesterday, I had some matters to attend to, and I disguised myself as a man to ride in the same carriage as Wang Wen out of necessity. That is a relief. I was quite startled." Fong Fengshu sighed in relief. This time, upon Fu Yumu and Appo's return, Fong Fengshu was under close scrutiny and had nearly faced his friend and Appo's wrath for allowing Fu Yuchu to elope. Previously, he had been discreetly tracking Fu Yuchu and Appo's movements, unaware of Su Wan and Appo's collusion with Fu Yuman. After Fu Yumu informed him about the situation with the half-sister, Fang Fengshu shifted his focus to observing Fu Yuman instead. Fortunately, he had followed Fu Yuman closely yesterday, witnessing her intercept Wang Wen's carriage, which confirmed her ulterior motives. However, he was taken aback to discover Fu Yuchu was also in the carriage. Yesterday, I had no one to assist me, so I had to take matters into my own hands. Now that I have called for help, I wonder if Brother Fang is involved with my elder brother's arrangements? Fu Yuchu smiled, gesturing towards the main courtyard. After all, her brother had spent many years in the military and rarely returned to the capital, leaving him overwhelmed with responsibilities. Chapter 57. Conception. It was not entirely due to Fang Fengshu's connections that the purchase of individuals was facilitated. Rather, the funds were furnished by Brother Fu himself. My role was merely to offer guidance and procure individuals for instruction. I am well acquainted with the individuals here. Sister Fu, what assistance do you require? I will be pleased to introduce you to the appropriate personnel. Fu Yuachuo responded with a smile. You may address me as Yuachuo, Brother Fang. You have been attentive to my movements. Have you, perchance, been observing the whereabouts of Su Wen? Being questioned directly by the subject of his surveillance, Fang Fengshu chuckled sheepishly. Indeed, those Su Wen's movements were not as meticulously tracked as yours. What specific period of his activities are you interested in? Fu Yuachuo inquired earnestly. Su Wen has been consorting with a woman from the pleasure quarter. Are you aware of this, Brother Fang? Fang Fengshu hesitated briefly before affirming. Yes. The courtesan Yingying of the Shuaguan. Reports from those shadowing Su Wen indicated that he had visited the Shuaguan with colleagues for drinks some weeks prior. While the others departed, Yingying had retained Su Wan for the night. At that juncture, Fang Fengshu recognized Su Wen's restless nature but was reluctant to inform Fu Yuachuo. As a maiden of noble birth, such matters of the Demimond were deemed unsuitable for her ears. Thus, Fang Fengshu dispatched a swift courier to the southwest, bearing a missive for Fu Yumu. However, Fu Yumu was preoccupied with rallying troops and engaging in drills amidst impending conflict. Consequently, the letter was delayed and remained unread until Fang Fengshu personally conveyed the information upon his return to the capital, much to Fu Yumu's chagrin. Fang Fengshu chuckled sheepishly. Your brother is aware of the matter. Arrangements are being made to monitor the Shuaguan. Su Wen expended considerable funds on wedding preparations, an expenditure seemingly beyond his means. Fu Yumu knew that Su Wen had given all his money to Fu Yuachuo on the eve of their wedding, placing it in the wedding bag. In his capacity at the Ministry of Revenue, suspicions arose regarding Su Wen's potential embezzlement. However, investigations revealed that the funds originated from Yingying. Fu Yumu and Fang Fengshu then augmented their surveillance of the Shuaguan, seeking to identify the benefactor who had bestowed such lavish rewards, intending to sever their financial lifeline. Yet, they refrained from disclosing these details to Fu Yuachuo, preferring to shield her from such affairs. However, she had now sought their assistance in investigating the matter. Fang Fengshu cautioned earnestly, Yuachuo, it is not my intention to be meddlesome, but it would be best to let bygones be bygones. It is not worth expending effort on such a wretch. Misunderstanding her intentions, Fu Yuachuo lamented her inability to reveal the full extent of the situation. In her previous life, Yingying had not only provided Su Wen with funds, but had also conspired with him to pass off her son as Fu Yuachuo's own, resorting to drugs to induce premature labor. Such a grand scheme could not be easily overlooked. During her period of unconsciousness, Fu Yuachuo had contemplated the matter extensively. If Yingying's sole motive was to secure a favorable lineage for her son, it would be one thing. However, she suspected a more sinister plot to use her son against the Prime Minister's residence, considering that the child could be regarded as the Prime Minister's legitimate grandson. She stated firmly, "You misunderstand, Brother Fang. I no longer harbor any feelings for them. However, I suspect something is amiss and wish to investigate." Brother Fang pondered. Su Wen holds a humble position with meager earnings. What could have possibly attracted Yingying's attention? To be frank, Yingying is a renowned courtesan who has encountered numerous dignitaries. If she desired respectability, Could she not have become a concubine in a prominent household? Why would she offer herself as Su Wen's mistress? Upon hearing Fu Yuachuo's words, Fang Fengshu furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that Yingying's interest in Su Wen is motivated by ulterior motives? She harbored certain suspicions, but it was premature to disclose them. Fu Yuachuo merely nodded. These are merely my conjectures, which require further validation. At that moment, a middle-aged man resembling a steward approached from the courtyard, maintaining a respectful distance. Fang Fengshu rose. Uncle Xiang, is there something you require? Noticing that his master had addressed him, Uncle Xiang surmised that he was in the company of someone he knew. He stepped forward to pay his respects. Greetings, second young master. Fang Fengshu introduced. This is a member of the Fu family, not a stranger. Uncle Xiang, you may speak freely. Uncle Xiang bowed. Greetings, Miss Fu. He then turned to Fang Fengshu, second young master. Word has arrived from the Shuaguan, but I was unable to locate the first young master. Therefore, I came to you. Fang Fengshu replied. The old blockhead has entered the palace on business. You may relay the message to me, and I will inform him later. The individuals at the Shuaguan report that Yingying is with child several weeks along, Uncle Xiang concluded, standing silently to await instructions. Fu Yuachuo was taken aback. She is truly pregnant. Uncle Xiang confirmed, indeed. The maid attending to Yingying accompanied the apothecary and Oppos, as apprentice to procure pregnancy-preserving medication. Our operative bribed the apothecary and Oppos, as apprentice, who confirmed it. Observing Fu Yuachuo and Oppos' astonishment, Fang Fengshu dismissed Uncle Xiang, lamenting, there you have it. I told you Su Wen was a wretch. She is already carrying his child. Fu Yuachuo pondered that Yingying was indeed pregnant in this life as well. However, as Su Wen had not married her, he could not provide the child with a respectable lineage. It remained to be seen whether Yingying would be content to remain his mistress. If so, it would suggest that Yingying had genuinely fallen for Su Wen. If not, her machinations in the previous life might conceal ulterior motives. Brother Fang, instruct our operatives at the Shuaguan to maintain a low profile and continue observing, noting any interactions with Yingying. Also, keep a close watch on Su Wen. Adopt a long-term approach, investigating his contacts and their connections, Fu Yuachuo instructed. Fang Fengshu inquired, do you suspect something, Yuachuo? Fu Yuachuo hesitated to elaborate, stating, I have certain suspicions, but I must rely on Brother Fang's operatives to continue monitoring the situation. Fang Fengshu responded promptly, very well, I will make the necessary arrangements. Yuachuo, accompany me to meet the stewards here. In the future, you may personally instruct them. Fu Yuachuo smiled and followed him. Thank you, Brother Fang. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, the atmosphere in the imperial study was far from harmonious. With the position of magistrate of the capital vacant, both Prince Hung and the Crown Prince sought to install their own candidates, leading to a heated dispute among their respective factions before Emperor Feng. Zheng Jian has served as deputy magistrate for 7 or 8 years, possessing familiarity with the procedures of the capital prefecture and ample experience to assume the role. Not so. Is officialdom solely based on seniority? What about ability? Zheng Jian's tenure as deputy magistrate has been devoid of notable achievements. Appointing him as magistrate would merely result in an unproductive sinecure. Lord Dou, as the Minister of Personnel, you possess extensive knowledge of officials. Would you agree with my assessment? Dou, the Minister of Personnel, remained composed, refraining from expressing an opinion amidst the minister's contention for the vacant position. Only when directly addressed did he slowly respond, My lords, there is no need to be hasty. Even without a designated magistrate, the affairs of the capital prefecture continue to be managed. Therefore, there is no need to rush to a decision. He adopted an attitude of deference to the emperor and Oppos' judgment, abstaining from participating in the factional struggle. The emperor, too, maintained an air of nonchalance, exhibiting no urgency in selecting a candidate. The Crown Prince's faction grew increasingly impatient, not only due to the Crown Prince's instructions, but also because Prime Minister Fu's confinement presented both a setback and an opportunity. Some sought to distinguish themselves by effectively resolving the matter, thereby gaining favor with the Crown Prince. The faction aligned with Prince Hung was equally determined. The Prince of Hung has been placed under house arrest, and during this period, they are determined to firmly secure the positions of officials within the prince's faction. Yuzhuo, originally a confidant of the prince, has now been exiled from the capital, and naturally, they wholeheartedly support their own faction's ascent to power, leaving no opportunities for the crown prince's faction. After a considerable amount of commotion between the two sides, Emperor Feng finally spoke calmly, saying, "Enough, cease your quarrels." Chapter 58. Rewards and Punishments. Is there truly nothing novel to discuss? Have we exhausted all interesting vocabulary? The resounding voice of Emperor Feng silenced the assembly. As he surveyed the list of prominent officials from the Jingzhou prefecture, apart from the exiled Zhao Zhixiao, he noted the presence of two deputy magistrates, Zheng Jian and Lin Qinan, along with several military advisors and officers. Zheng Jian, being a member of the Crown Prince's faction, had undoubtedly pledged his allegiance to the Crown Prince. Lin Qinan, on the other hand, had long been Zhao Zhixiao's representative, managing many of Zhao's affairs, and thus aligned with the interests of Prince Heng. The position of the Jingzhou prefect was of great significance. If handled properly, it could alleviate much of Emperor Feng's concerns. Therefore, he sought a candidate who would act with integrity, aware that those leaning towards the Crown Prince and Prince Heng might exhibit bias in their duties, which was contrary to the emperor's desires. The ministers, astute as they were, understood Emperor Feng's intentions and remained silent, uncertain of whom he favored among the two deputy magistrates. An air of quietness enveloped the imperial study. By your reasoning, does the absence of a Jingzhou prefect render the capital inoperative? Will cases under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou prefecture go unexamined? Emperor Feng's expression darkened, his impatience evident. He pinched the bridge of his nose, declaring that the affairs of the Jingzhou prefecture had not yet shown signs of disruption and could be set aside for the time being. At this moment, Han Beilu stepped forward. "Your Majesty, while the affairs of the Jingzhou prefecture may not have been adversely affected, it is indeed inconvenient, with every matter requiring your judgment, thus burdening your Majesty. It would be prudent to appoint a candidate soon to alleviate your concerns." The ministers could not help but admire Han Beilu's audacity, as the emperor had clearly indicated to put matters on hold, yet he dared to speak again. Han Beilu, however, perceived this as an opportunity. The debate over the prefect position had persisted for days, and now it had reached the emperor's ears, with the presence of the crown prince providing him a chance to advocate for a recommendation. After all, the crown prince had been involved in the investigation concerning Prince Heng and had gained insight into various officials within the Jingzhou prefecture. Does Master Han have a preferred candidate in mind? Emperor Feng squinted at Han Beilu, inquiring. Bending slightly, Han Beilu replied, as a subordinate of the censorate, "I am not privy to the internal affairs of the Jingzhou prefecture and do not presume to speak. Such decisions are best left to your Majesty's wisdom." Emperor Feng could not suppress a slight huff, a trace of a smile playing on his lips. "You speak wisely, my dear Han. Since you are unaware of the particulars, let us first review the current situation in the Jingzhou prefecture." Shifting the conversation, Emperor Feng continued, "Crown Prince, during your investigations in the Jingzhou prefecture, what is your assessment of its functioning in the absence of a prefect?" "Your Majesty," Crown Prince Han Min responded with propriety, "in my observations, the officials are performing their respective duties, and everything appears to be functioning normally." He was aware that there were instances of shirking responsibility, but as long as the normal operations were not hindered, it was not a significant issue, something his father understood well. Emperor Feng nodded. "That is reassuring. By the way, how is your case progressing?" Crown Prince Han Min bowed. "After thorough inquiries with the relevant individuals, the matter has become clear. The injury to Prince Heng was instigated by a hairpin. Upon learning of the imperial decree regarding the marriage, Prince Heng, upon encountering Missen, felt compelled to present a gift, which was not inherently objectionable. However, Missen, being the daughter of a general, was as fierce as her father, General Lin, and misinterpreted Prince Heng's intentions, leading to the unfortunate incident. Missen did not act with malice. It was merely a misunderstanding, resulting in Prince Heng's injury. I humbly request your Majesty's judgment on this matter." Emperor Feng's expression reflected approval. The Crown Prince had demonstrated an understanding of the nuances involved. Preserving the dignity of the royal family while safeguarding Miss Anne's reputation. This was the outcome Emperor Feng desired. Leaning back in his dragon throne, Emperor Feng lazily declared, "Since this arose from a misunderstanding, let it be forgotten. However, as Prince Heng is a royal, he should be mindful of his relations. Thus he shall be confined for reflection on how to fulfill his duties as a princely figure. As for Miss Anne, although she injured Prince Heng, it was unintentional. Therefore, I shall lift her house arrest." With a casual wave of his hand, Emperor Feng concluded the matter. The officials from Prince Heng's faction were quick to protest, "Your Majesty, such leniency cannot be permitted. To injure a prince is a grave offense. If this is overlooked, it might embolden others to act with ill intent, leading to chaos." Emperor Feng shot a sharp glance at the speaker, exasperated. To injure a prince, the prince must first be capable of placing himself in harm's way. If he conducts himself with propriety, would he suffer such a baseless calamity? I have gone to great lengths to secure him a concubine, and yet he acts in haste, wasting my efforts. The ministers remained silent, refraining from further comment. Enough of this matter. The case is now clear. I shall appoint Lei Liang, the current officer in charge of the Jingzhou Prefecture's criminal affairs, as the new prefect. I have summoned you for another matter. Reports from the Southwest military have arrived, and I wish to hear your thoughts. With a lengthy declaration, Emperor Feng shifted the focus from the Prince Heng case to the southwestern military situation, leaving the ministers in a state of uncertainty. The officials of the Crown Prince's faction were the first to respond, quickly offering their praises. "Your Majesty, General Fu's surprise attack on the Hua Kingdom's supplies was executed with remarkable skill. He is indeed a rare talent, deserving of reward." The officials aligned with Prince Heng were momentarily caught off guard, fearing that in a moment of enthusiasm, the emperor might bestow the position of southwestern general upon Fu Yimu. They hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, it is said that the sharpness of a sword comes from being tempered. General Fu, though he has resolved the southwestern military and oppose, as plight, is still young and has acted recklessly. I believe he should further hone his skills. Moreover, General, and must bear some responsibility for allowing the Hua army to reach our camp. We implore your Majesty to impose strict punishment. Prince Heng, having suffered injury from Yuzhuo, would surely harbor resentment, and his officials saw this as an opportunity to undermine General in Tianxiong." Emperor Feng rested his chin on his hand, observing the ministers and oppos, back and forth until he finally stated, "I have already dismissed in Tianxiong from his post as General of the Southwest and ordered him to return to the capital under guard. As for punishment, we shall address that in due course. However, regarding Fu Yimu, whether driven by ambition or inexperience, he has indeed accomplished a tangible feat. What do you propose as a reward?" The officials aligned with the crown prince exchanged glances, sensing an undercurrent in the emperor's words. While they acknowledged Fu Yimu's achievements, they could not ignore the implications of his ambition and lack of experience. What did the emperor truly mean by this? Was he subtly indicating a reluctance to reward him? Just as the ministers pondered the emperor's intentions, an official from Prince Heng's faction stood up. "Your Majesty, it would be unwise to issue a reward. Fu Yimu is ambitious and reckless. He disregarded the attack on the camp and pursued an assault on the Hua Kingdom, endangering the lives of his soldiers, using their lives as stepping stones for his military achievements. Furthermore, upon returning to the capital, he clandestinely met with Miss Anne outside the city, clearly attempting to leverage his military success to court the daughter of General in aiming to consolidate control over the southwestern military." Chapter 59. Impeachment O? Fu Yimu and Yuzhuo clandestinely meeting? Emperor Feng, intrigued by the words of the censor Wu Feng, turned his gaze towards him, urging, "Pray, elaborate on how this discovery was made." "Ah, is the sovereign also so inquisitive?" Wu Feng, momentarily taken aback, bowed deeply and reported, "Your Majesty, on the day Fu Yimu returned to the capital, Miss Anne from the Yin family was also seen at the city's outer post. They entered the southern city gate, one after the other, with scarcely the time it takes for an incense stick to burn between them. Is this not a clandestine meeting? As a subject, Fu Yimu and oppos. Failure to first pay respects to the monarch upon returning signifies disloyalty. As a son, to neglect familial duties for years and, upon finally returning, prioritize personal affairs over parental ties, is a mark of filial impiety. As a subordinate, to disregard established protocols and secretly meet with the general's daughter is an act of injustice. Such a disloyal, unfilial, and unjust individual deserves severe punishment, Your Majesty. Upon concluding his statement, Wu Feng earnestly knelt, his knees striking the marble floor of the imperial study with a dull thud, echoing his resolute intent to impeach Fu Yumu. After absorbing Wu Feng's accusations, Emperor Feng spoke slowly. Thus, Fu Yumu indeed appears unworthy of his responsibilities and warrants punishment. Hearing the sovereign's words, Wu Feng, overcome with excitement, pressed his forehead to the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty is sagacious. However, in this position, he remained oblivious to the emperor's dark glance directed at him. A gaze so heavy it seemed it could drip water. To punish, one must also have irrefutable evidence. I cannot condemn Fu Yumu based solely on your words. Where is the relevant evidence? At this moment, General Chu Changming stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, here are the testimonies of several post attendants from that day, along with the records of entries and exits at the city gate. Please review them. Eunuch Li accepted the evidence from Chu Changming and presented it on the emperor's desk. Emperor Feng remarked, given that Fu Yumu has just achieved military merit, he should be afforded an opportunity to explain himself. Summon him forth. Yes. Eunuch Li acknowledged and proceeded with the task. Emperor Feng leisurely perused the testimonies, seemingly waiting for Fu Yumu's arrival, while the courtiers stood below, refraining from idle chatter. The kneeling Wu Feng felt neglected, as the emperor seemed to have forgotten him, leaving him to endure the discomfort of prolonged kneeling. The officials aligned with the Hung Prince exchanged glances, sensing that the matter may not unfold as smoothly as it appeared. Fortunately, Fu Yumu was prepared and had been waiting at the palace gates, allowing him to arrive promptly. Your servant Fu Yumu pays his respects to Your Majesty. Emperor Feng looked up at the young man, who was kneeling with perfect propriety, then cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling censor Wu Feng and raised his hand, saying, All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fu Yumu knelt once more in gratitude before standing. Upon hearing the command, Wu Feng tremulously rose, not due to age, but from the discomfort of having knelt for an extended period. The censor has accused you of clandestinely meeting with the young lady from the Yin family. How do you respond? Emperor Feng asked directly. Fu Yumu glanced at the documents before the emperor and then at General Chu Changming standing nearby, understanding well. He replied, Your Majesty, I assure you, on the day of my return, I did indeed encounter Miss and from the general's residence, but it was not a clandestine meeting. My younger sister, Fu Yuchao, mischievously took Miss and S carriage to fetch me from outside the city, which is how we happened upon each other. My sister was present at the time. It was certainly not a clandestine meeting. I implore Your Majesty to discern the truth. Emperor Feng remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow to look at Chu Changming. Under the guidance of the chief guard of the Hung Prince's residence, Zhang Lin, Chu Changming had prepared this evidence. But he was utterly unprepared for the realization that they had erred. The young lady was not from the Yin family, but rather Miss Fu. He hastily defended. The post attendants clearly witnessed it was Miss and S carriage, and there are records of the exit from the city. If it was not the young lady from the Yin family, who could it be? Furthermore, Miss Fu has been frail since childhood and rarely ventures out. There is no record of her leaving the city that day, indicating she did not exit. Fu Yumu replied, Your Majesty, my younger sister missed her brother, and, knowing I was granted leave to return home, likely calculated the timing and ventured out to meet me. As she left without informing our parents, no carriage was arranged, which is why she took Miss and S carriage to exit the city. Your Majesty may summon the coachman and maid from the Yin family to inquire, and the truth will be revealed. Father, I have something to say. Han Min, who had listened attentively from beginning to end, stepped forward, declaring, I can testify that General Fu was not meeting in secret that day. Chapter 60, Defamation. Chapter 59. The Emperor Feng cast a surprised glance at Han Min and asked in a deep voice, You? How can you testify? How has Wen Wang become involved? The emperor was well aware of his son's weak position, and thus he had kept himself distanced from the power struggle between the crown prince and the king of Hung. Now, however, he was actively assisting Fu Yu in clearing his name. Could it be that, in a bid for self-preservation, he had aligned himself with the crown prince? Father, on that day, I happened to leave the city and encountered Miss Fu from the Fu residence at the post station, who was there to meet General Fu. Han Min replied. Although Wen Wang was not favored, he was still a newly conferred prince and the emperor's own son. With his testimony, it would be difficult to pin the crime of clandestine meetings on Fu Yu. The previously neutral Wen Wang had now shown bias, which caused Wu Feng to feel uneasy. The emperor had previously entrusted the case concerning King Heng to Wen Wang for judgment, suggesting that King Heng viewed Wen Wang as a thorn in his side. It was conceivable that Wen Wang understood this, and his support for the crown prince might be a strategic move. If Wen Wang had indeed joined the crown prince's faction, then his testimony could merely serve to protect Fu Yu, potentially lacking authenticity. Harboring a glimmer of hope, Wu Feng urgently inquired, "What was the reason for your highness's journey outside the city?" Han Min glanced at Wu Yushi and then turned to Emperor Feng, saying, "Your Majesty, the recent autumn rains have been incessant, lasting longer than in previous years. I was concerned that the royal tomb might suffer damage from the rain, so I ventured outside the city to inspect it. Unfortunately, the muddy roads caused my carriage to get stuck, which is why I headed to the post station for repairs, where I fortuitously met Miss Fu. The royal tomb and the post station were both situated at the southern city gate, although the directions were different. It was reasonable for Wen Wang's carriage to break down en route to the post station for repairs." Wu Feng bit his cheek, his mind racing, but before he could piece together the situation, Han Min spoke again. "My entry and exit from the city that day is recorded. Your Majesty may verify it at your convenience. As for the post station, you may also send someone to inquire whether I entered or if my carriage was damaged, to prevent any misconceptions about my honesty." After speaking, Han Min raised an eyebrow at Wu Feng, the implication obvious. "I shall indeed send someone to the post station for inquiries," Emperor Feng stated, refraining from perusing the entry records before him. Instead, he turned to the commander of the 5 armies, Chu Changming, saying, "You were the one who discovered this matter." Seeing a path for resolution, Chu Changming immediately knelt in fear, responding, "Yes." The emperor scrutinized him and continued with an air of authority, "How is it that Wu Feng received information faster than I did?" Chu Changming trembled slightly as he knelt. He had initially feared that the emperor would blame him for insufficient evidence and for following mere rumors. Now, it was clear that the emperor suspected he had deliberately leaked information to Wu Yushi to facilitate this impeachment, thereby strengthening the case against Fu Yu. Chu Changming was now deeply concerned for his own safety. The former issue might have merited only a demotion, but the latter could be construed as collusion, especially with Wen Wang's testimony suggesting Fu Yu had not secretly met with the daughter of the Yin family. This could be construed as defaming a general who had recently achieved military merit, a charge that could cost him his life. Like Chu Changming, Wu Yushi was also trembling. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, he felt his legs weaken and fell to his knees, stuttering, "Your Majesty." Emperor Feng huffed in anger. "Do you think that your actions go unnoticed by others? You dare present such nonsense before me." Lian Fu immediately dispatched someone to the post station to ascertain the truth. If what Wen Wang says is accurate, then it is Wu Feng who is willfully defaming others. Everyone else, step back. Wu Feng and Chu Changming, kneel outside. You are vexing me. Chapter 61. Impossible. In the 61st chapter, Fu Yuchua had met with the person responsible for surveillance, meticulously outlining the points of attention regarding Miss Ying. Afterward, she proceeded to the inn residence. Having not seen Yuzhuo for several days, Fu Yuchua was naturally concerned, as they had much to discuss. By the time she returned home, it was already dinner time, and not only had Fu Yumu returned from the palace, but an imperial decree from Emperor Feng had also reached the Ministry of Central Affairs. It turned out that after dismissing everyone from the imperial study, Emperor Feng immediately dispatched individuals to the relay station to thoroughly interrogate and verify Fu Yumu's activities there. Fortunately, the clandestine meeting between Wen Wang and Fu Yumu had been well disguised, and thus had not been discovered by the emperor's men. Ultimately, the investigation led to the conclusion that the person Fu Yumu had met was not Yuzhuo at that time. Yuzhuo was openly instructing the kitchen staff to prepare her meal in the relay station's kitchen. The lady who had secretly met Fu Yumu had changed into the attire of a servant and had entered the city alongside him, subsequently returning to the Prime Minister's residence, where it quickly became apparent that she was the Prime Minister's eldest daughter. With the case clarified, Emperor Feng was infuriated upon discovering that Inspector Wu Feng had colluded with Prince Heng and was enraged at the chaotic mismanagement by the commander of the 5 military camps, Chu Changming. He swiftly imposed punishment on both individuals. An imperial edict was issued, rebuking Inspector Wu Feng for forgetting his roots and failing to fulfill his duties of overseeing officials. Thus, he was demoted to the county magistrate of Qinglin in the southern province. Additionally, Commander Chu Changming was dismissed, and Fu Yumu was appointed to take his place as the commander of the 5 military camps. Fu Yumu was further granted the title of General of the Imperial Cavalry, commanding 5,000 Imperial Guards. Multiple edicts were issued simultaneously, stirring considerable commotion in the capital. Unbeknownst to Fu Yuchua, she arrived home just in time for dinner, where she calmly joined her parents and elder brother at the table. It was a rare occasion for the family to dine together, yet the atmosphere was notably tense. The Fu family had a long-standing tradition of propriety. Hence, Fu Chang spoke little during the meal, while Sun Shi, discontented with Fu Yuchua's presence due to her background, sat in silence. With parents refraining from conversation, Fu Yuchua and Fu Yumu also found it inappropriate to speak, resulting in a rather dry dinner. After finally finishing the meal amidst the oppressive silence, Fu Yuchua hurriedly excused herself, intending to return to her courtyard. Fu Yumu, preoccupied with thoughts about Wen Wang and Shui, naturally accompanied her to Tinglan Garden, observing her elder brother's expression, which mirrored their father's. Fu Yuchua felt a sense of unease. What could be troubling him? She cautiously inquired, aware that her brother was her greatest ally in the Prime Minister's residence, and it was vital to keep him in good spirits. I don't believe I have done anything wrong today, have I? Why does it seem like you're upset with me? I had informed you of my whereabouts throughout the day. She thought, oh, I didn't mention visiting Zio, but that was only because it slipped my mind upon returning. Although she had not given prior notice, Fu Yuchua had sent someone to inform her brother. Thus she believed it was not a violation. Thinking that her brother was upset about her unannounced visit to Zio, she was unaware of the deeper matter at hand. Fu Yumu merely glanced at her without responding, continuing towards her garden. What? Is it not about my visit to Zio? Is there something else? During dinner, she had sensed something amiss with her brother, who had been unusually solemn. Tentatively, she asked, could it be that there was a problem with the case involving Prince Heng? Otherwise, why would he be acting this way? Yet, Fu Yumu remained silent, quickening his pace, prompting Fu Yuchua to follow suit. He was eager to return to her courtyard, likely preferring to discuss the subsequent matter in a less public setting. Fu Yuchua felt reassured. It must be something significant, unrelated to her trivial schemes. Upon entering Tinglan Garden, Fu Yuchua made her way to the swing she adored, a place where she could admire the dawn and gaze at the stars, a serene and poetic retreat. The attendants, aware of the siblings' need for privacy, discreetly distanced themselves, ensuring they could observe their masters without overhearing their conversation. Noticing Fu Yuchua's somewhat puzzled expression, Fu Yumu wrestled with his tumultuous emotions for a moment before finally asking, your interaction with Wen Wang today seemed somewhat unusual. Their abandonment of Fu Yumin to ascend the mountain was rather conspicuous. However, since Fu Yuchua had developed a fondness for Wen Wang, she did not conceal it from her brother. Nevertheless, as a young woman, discussing such matters was inherently awkward, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. Yes, both the prince and I found Yumin rather noisy, so we left her halfway up the mountain. Hearing her candidness, Fu Yumu's heart was a tumult of emotions. He felt both joy and bitterness at her trust, yet he was also envious of her closeness with another man, which rendered their sibling bond bittersweet. He spoke in a hushed tone. I heard you call him brother, man. By now, the sky had fully darkened, the moon yet to rise, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, with only a few distant lanterns casting a faint glow, obscuring the expressions of those nearby. Fortunately, her brother could not discern her features. Fu Yuchua silently thanked her luck, recalling the casualness with which she had addressed Wen Wang earlier. her cheeks warming at the memory of having uttered such an intimate title in front of her brother. She bit her lip, suppressing her embarrassment and confusion, and quietly remarked, "I find Wenwang quite admirable. Although he lacks the emperor's favoritism and external familial power, as long as he stays out of the power struggle. Such a prince could accomplish practical matters and offer long-term benefits. Hypothetically speaking, even if he were to participate in the power struggle, that might not be a bad thing. Prince Hung is ruthless, and the Prime Minister's residence is in direct conflict with him, so he cannot be allowed to win. The Crown Prince is superficial and lacks the qualities of a true emperor. He is merely supported for the sake of family honor due to his ties to the Prime Minister's residence. Considering all this, the weathered and composed Wenwang would be more suitable for that position than either of them. As for the argument that he lacks qualifications and has not been groomed as a potential heir, I find that argument flimsy. No one is born to be a sovereign or emperor. It is a skill that can be learned. Furthermore, if such a day were to come, if the likes of the Crown Prince can be supported by the Prime Minister's residence, why would they fear elevating Wenwang? While Fu Yuzhuo pondered these thoughts, Fu Yumu felt his heart ache. Though her voice was soft, Fu Yumu, being a seasoned military man with keen senses, understood her words clearly, and her bashful demeanor did not escape his notice. Her truly harbored feelings for Wenwang. How could this be? How could it happen? The pain in Fu Yumu and Appo's heart deepened, and he clenched his hand into a fist, remaining silent for a while. Ultimately, he pushed aside his bitterness and anguish, resolutely declaring, "You and Wenwang are not meant to be. From this day forth, you shall not meet him again." Fu Yuzhuo was bewildered. Why? Chapter 62. Impossibility confronted with Fu Yuzhuo's doubts. Fu Yumu's voice turned resolute as he reiterated, "Chower, heed my words, no matter the circumstances. You and the Crown Prince are utterly impossible. Abandon such thoughts." How could he convey to her that the Crown Prince was her biological brother? Over a decade ago, for the sake of power, their elders had forsaken the legitimate son of the Prime Minister's household and the Emperor's own daughter. If this truth were to surface, the entire Prime Minister's residence would face annihilation. Fu Yuzhuo was taken aback by her brother's demeanor. He had always been reserved and composed, not given to the frivolities of youth. Yet now he appeared alarmingly furious over her connection with the Crown Prince. A twinge of bitterness rose within her. Even her beloved elder brother was burdened by the family's future. No matter how much he cherished her, he could not diminish the family's significance in his heart. From the outset, Fu Yuzhuo understood her brother's responsibilities and dilemmas. Yet at this moment, a sense of desolation enveloped her. She forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Since our aunt married into the Eastern Palace, our position as the Prime Minister's family has become as unchangeable as a nailboard. Rest assured, no matter whom I marry, our family's support for the Crown Prince will not waver." "Chower, that's not what I mean. It's about the Crown Prince. No need to elaborate, I comprehend." Fu Yuzhuo's words were interrupted as she gazed past his solemn expression into the vast night sky, her voice as cool as the autumn breeze. "Does it truly matter whether I like the Crown Prince? As long as I can become the Empress of Dayu, isn't that sufficient?" The final tone dripped with sarcasm and despair. Regret filled Fu Yumu as he realized his earlier words had been too harsh, and he watched as Chower's initial embarrassment swiftly transformed into a cold, lonely demeanor. His heart ached at the sight. He too felt sorrowful and desolate. She must think he was obstructing her relationship with the Crown Prince for the sake of family interests. But he had no choice in this lifetime. He could only remain her elder brother, and she simply could not wed the Crown Prince. Clenching his teeth, Fu Yumu declared, "If you truly do not harbor feelings for the Crown Prince, I shall persuade Father to select a virtuous and capable man from among the noble families for you to consider. There are countless worthy suitors in Dayu, surely. One will suit you." He was aware that the likelihood of this strategy succeeding was slim, yet he was willing to exhaust every effort for her happiness. Fu Yuzhuo shook her head. "Brother, you jest. I am but a girl from the Prime Minister's family, used to strengthen our clan's power through marriage, not a royal who can choose freely. Not only would such an action be laughable, but it would also ruin the plans and hopes of our grandfather and father built over decades. It is utterly impossible." Her slender figure was half hidden in the dim light. as if an invisible force threatened to pull her into an abyss of darkness. At that moment, Fu Yumu felt utterly powerless, nearly drowning in despair. His voice barely rising above a whisper, Chao and Appo's, Fu Yuchua remained silent. After a prolonged pause, following an intense internal struggle, she turned to him, her expression resolute, as if she had made a momentous decision. Brother, father favors the crown prince not only because of his connection to the empress, but also because he is inept, making him easier to control. An incompetent emperor provides father with the perfect justification and opportunity to wield power behind the throne. Does it not? Clutching her sleeve tightly, she continued, though my body and skin are gifts from my parents, and I owe them my existence and a life of comfort, I neither love the crown prince nor wish to be a pawn in father's game. Thus, I refuse to marry into the Eastern Palace. Her reluctance to wed the crown prince left only her brother as a potential ally. Neither her parents, nor the empress or the dowager empress cared for her feelings. They were solely concerned with power and wealth. Only her brother recognized her joys and sorrows, genuinely caring for her well-being. Fu Yuchua wished to gamble on her brother's affection for her. Despite uttering such rebellious words, she felt no fear or anxiety. Her eyes shining with hope as she softly inquired, "Brother, will you help me?" These hopeful eyes sparkled like the sun rising in the morning, radiating trust, dependence, and aspirations for the future. Fu Yumu felt scorched by her gaze, his selfishness and fears laid bare. He wished for Fu Yuchua to learn the truth, to realize he was not her true elder brother. Then he could be her ideal choice. Yet, he also dreaded her discovering the harsh reality, a truth laden with cruel scheming. Selfish parents and fragile familial bonds rendered trivial in the game of power, appearing laughably weak. After a lengthy silence, Fu Yumu spoke in a hoarse voice, "Chao, you are astute. Father has sacrificed much in his quest for power, planning for years. However, concerning the crown prince, he is the emperor's own son. Once father has chosen the crown prince, he will no longer entangle himself with the other princes. You and the crown prince are utterly impossible." The budding feelings within Fu Yuchua were now as frigid as autumn waters. Biting her lip, her face paled as she said, "I merely feel that the crown prince is different from the others." Fu Yumu raised his gaze, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded Fu Yuchua, understanding her hope for a chance. He shook his head, "Chao, for everything else, I will support your wishes. Whether it is Su Wan or Yumin, whatever you desire, I shall not interfere. But as for you and the crown prince, not just I, but no one shall permit your union." Having spoken these harsh words, Fu Yumu fled in a panic, unable to bear the sight of Fu Yuchua any longer. He feared his heart might soften. He was more terrified of witnessing the girl he cherished for so long become heartbroken over another man. Fu Yumu's retreating figure struck Fu Yuchua like a dagger, piercing her heart and eyes with its resoluteness. Without warning, tears streamed down her face, cascading like autumn leaves, falling silently onto the grass below, leaving no trace behind. Just like her existence within the vast Fu family, it seemed as though she were but a fleeting shadow. Fu Yuchua understood that her brother would ultimately tread the same path as their father. When faced with the choice between family interests and his sister, his decision was inevitable. Thus, he could not assist her, and neither could anyone else. She felt as if heaven had bestowed upon her a second chance at life, perhaps out of pity for the suffering she endured in her past, granting her the opportunity for fulfillment in this life. Yet today, just as her heart began to stir, she found herself ensnared in such a predicament. Moreover, after her rebirth, Fu Yuchua had resolved that if she encountered the right person, she would actively pursue her desires, refusing to be merely a backdrop in the Eastern Palace. After all, if she were to meet a true soulmate, one who reciprocated her feelings and shared a harmonious life, why would she wish to enter that cold imperial palace and endure the disdainful gaze of the crown prince? Fu Yuchua's thoughts drifted to Han Min. In light of the current circumstances, what would he say? Chapter 63. Serendipity. Seated alone by the window, Fu Yumin furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. "Miss, that young master, Su, has been beaten to the brink of death by our servants," He Ching replied cautiously from beside her. Upon returning home, Fu Yumin had sought an excuse to send He Qing away, secretly intending to check on Su Wan and assess his condition. Hearing He Qing's report, Fu Yumin reluctantly closed her eyes and sighed. I understand. Find an opportunity to discreetly inform the doctor. I would appreciate his extra attention. He Qing, bewildered, queried, Miss, given his grievous state, do you still harbor hopes for him? With young Master Su in such a condition, how can he pursue the eldest daughter? Any discerning lady would never choose him again. Yet, He Qing refrained from voicing her doubts. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yumin slowly opened her eyes and replied, What do you know? It is merely a gesture to keep my options open. What if he recovers? This act of kindness is simply a matter of words. It is hardly a significant burden. Witnessing Su Wan's severe beating at Xiaoyan Mountain had unsettled Fu Yumin. Her elder brother, Fu Yumu, had arranged for Su Wan to be ruthlessly attacked, likely on account of Fu Yuchao informing him of Su Wan's past. Yet, the repeated violence, was it due to Su Wan deceiving his beloved sister, or was it at Fu Yuchao's behest? Today, Fu Yuchao had unexpectedly abandoned her to accompany Prince when on a mountain excursion. Could it be that she had already moved on from Su Wan? The thought sent a wave of panic through Fu Yumin. Even if there existed but a minuscule chance of Su Wan winning Fu Yuchao's heart, she could not afford to relinquish her ambitions. She aspired to occupy the exalted position of a phoenix, and Fu Yuchao, as the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, could not marry, for the support of the Prime Minister's estate would elude Fu Yumin, a mere illegitimate daughter. After much reflection, Fu Yumin bit her lip. Resolute in her decision, if absolutely necessary, she could employ other means to reveal the past relationship between Fu Yuchao and Su Wan. After all, they had shared considerable interaction, leaving ample traces to uncover. He Qing, how is your investigation into the Prince of Hung progressing? Fu Yumin inquired. To her surprise, she learned that the Prince of Hung had recently been placed under house arrest. She speculated that this was due to his ascension to power, erasing any disgraceful history, which was why she found no mention of it in the annals of history. However, if he had managed to cover his tracks so thoroughly, it could not have been a grave error. Surely, he would be released before the double ninth festival banquet. A servant who had been close to their father had mentioned that the prince had been reprimanded by the emperor and would remain confined to reflect on how to be a proper prince. He Qing, having always been by Fu Yumin's side, was well aware of her ambitions to supplant the eldest daughter. Yet, she could not fathom why her mistress was so interested in the Prince of Hung. After all, he was merely a prince and could not compare to the esteemed crown prince. Thus, He Qing asked, Miss, the Prince of Hung might be in disfavor with the emperor. Why do you seek information about him? Fu Yumin turned to her and said, He Qing, a mere maid should simply carry out her master's orders without question. Startled by her mistress's admonition, He Qing knelt and replied, Please forgive me, miss. I shall not speak out of turn again. Fu Yumin helped her up, donning a gentle smile. Why such formality? I refer to a common maid. Not you. You are my confidant, treated as my own sister. I shall not conceal anything from you. Taking He Qing's hand, Fu Yumin comforted her with a smile. You are aware that the crown prince is of unparalleled worth. Yet, as the saying goes, a flower cannot bloom for 100 days. Who knows what the future holds? Let us secure ourselves an escape route, an additional choice. It is prudent. Would you not agree? He Qing nodded, still somewhat perplexed. It dawned on her that the second young lady had previously inquired about the Prince of Hung without apparent intent. She had believed the second young lady sought to displace the eldest daughter to marry into the Eastern Palace. Yet now, her words implied that the Prince of Hung was also a potential choice. Fu Yuchao continued, I explain this to you so you may understand my intentions. One must not hang their fate on a single tree. As long as one attains what they desire, who provides it matters little. He Qing soon grasped that the second young lady aspired to a noble status. Should the eldest daughter disappear, the second young lady could enter the Eastern Palace, potentially as a favored consort or secondary wife, depending on their father's arrangements. If she were to enter the Prince of Hang's residence, she would surely become a secondary wife, enjoying a status far superior to that of a consort not graced with the royal jade tablet. Thus, the second young lady was contemplating the Prince of Hung as a backup option. However, the Prince of Hung is not closely allied with our household. He Qing hesitated to say, How can the second young lady be so certain that she will capture his attention? Fu Yuchao laughed lightly. What does proximity matter? We weave our nets and cast them wide. Whether they ensnare the Prince of Hung is entirely his prerogative. Understanding dawned on He Qing, and she promptly flattered. With your beauty, miss, once the Prince of Hung lays eyes upon you, how could he not be captivated? Worry not, for now that I comprehend your intentions, I shall be sure to keep a vigilant eye. Fu Yumin smiled. That is the spirit. You must be weary after a long day. Go and rest. Elated by the trust bestowed upon her, He Qing hurriedly approached Fu Yumin, eager to ease her fatigue with a shoulder massage. I am not tired. Allow me to relieve your burdens. As Fu Yumin enjoyed He Qing's ministrations, her mind began to churn with plans for the next steps. She would not disclose to He Qing that the future seat of power would belong to the Prince of Hung. Yet, today's revelations had secured He Qing's loyalty, justifying her continued inquiries into the Prince and Appo's affairs. Regrettably, with the Prince under house arrest, she could not arrange an opportune meeting. It seemed necessary to circulate within the estate more frequently to gather intelligence on the Crown Prince. For only then could she enhance her standing in the Prince of Hung's esteem by the time of the double ninth festival banquet. In the days that followed, Fu Yumu acted decisively, ensuring that Fu Yuchao and Prince Han Min would have no further opportunities to meet. Even gifts and invitations sent from Han Min and Appo's side were summarily declined. Meanwhile, Fu Yuchao busied herself with investigating rumors of Miss Yingying and Appo's pregnancy, remaining blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Within just 2 days, news arrived that someone from the Prime Minister's estate had also begun to inquire about the flower planting pavilion. Consequently, Fu Yuchao set out for the small courtyard arranged by Fu Yumu, who from the Prime Minister and Appo's estate is investigating Miss Yingying. Fu Yuchao inquired of the steward upon entering the small courtyard. Upon hearing this, she had an inkling of the truth. The steward, surnamed Zhang, was thin and appeared cautious and dull-witted. Bowing his head, he replied, those watching the flower planting pavilion noticed someone else inquiring about Miss Yingying. They discreetly followed and discovered that the person entered through the back gate of the Prime Minister's estate. A servant called him Qin Liang, the grandson of the gatekeeper at the back corner. Do you know him, miss? Though Fu Yuchao was not particularly invested in the affairs of the estate, her attendants were not oblivious. Huaxin leaned in and whispered, indeed, there's a woman at the back gate who married into the Qin family. Her daughter-in-law is from the green bamboo courtyard. Understanding dawned on Fu Yuchao. It was indeed Fu Yumin investigating Miss Yingying. She asked the steward, do you know what that young servant was inquiring about? What information did he gather to report back? The young servant only inquired about Miss Yingying, and upon learning of her pregnancy, he appeared quite astonished. He did not seek any further information and hurriedly returned, likely to report back to his master, replied the steward. Miss, as we departed, we heard that the green bamboo courtyard was also preparing to leave and was inquiring about carriages from the stables. Shuxin tugged at Fu Yuchao's sleeve and whispered. With a cold laugh, Fu Yuchao remarked, what a coincidence. Today, Qin Lianger's master is also departing. Chapter 64. Scheming after Miss Yingying fled from the wedding. Fu Yuchua instructed her people to keep a close watch on the flower studio. She was aware of Su Wen's affair with Yingying, but it did not concern her. She was indifferent. However, upon learning that Su Wen's indiscretion had led to the elopement, Fu Yumin began to take it seriously. She could not allow Su Wen to act foolishly. Their futures were at stake, tied to Fu Yuchua's fate. Fortunately, Su Wen was currently incapacitated, lying in the medical hall, unable to go anywhere. At this juncture, news arrived from the flower studio that Yingying was with child. Sensing an opportunity, Fu Yuchua set out for the studio. At the Golden Zun Tower, Fu Yuchua leisurely enjoyed her tea and snacks in an elegant room upstairs. Huaxin hurriedly approached, reporting, Miss, I have found out. Qin Liang's mother works as a maid at the green bamboo courtyard. Last year, when her younger son fell ill, the second miss sent for a doctor from outside. Thus, they regard the second miss as a benefactor and have helped her with many matters. The woman who previously relayed messages at the door, Mama He, is Qin Liang's grandmother, and Qin Liang himself has assisted the second miss by running errands and gathering information. Listening to Huaxin's revelations, Fu Yuchua inquired. Did Yuman not reward them with any gifts? Something they would hesitate to sell? Moreover, Mama, he has undoubtedly facilitated private dealings on more than one occasion. Did she leave behind any other evidence? With a smile in her eyes, Huaxin replied, of course. We have ample leverage over their family. Fu Yuchua nodded and asked, what the situation at the flower studio? The second miss has been inside for a while, and Qin Liang is guarding the door. Our people cannot approach too closely, so we are unaware of their conversation. However, those arranged by the eldest master can get close to Miss Yingying. Yet, she remains occupied for now and will only have time to report in detail this evening. She discreetly conveyed that the second miss and Miss Yingying are plotting against you, so you must be cautious. At that moment, the second miss had already departed the flower studio and returned home, while Miss Yingying headed towards the medical hall. Fu Yuchua inquired, did Qin Liang follow her back? No, Huaxin replied. The second miss wished to appear magnanimous, allowing him to wander off on his own, although she had received reports from her elder brother's informants. Fu Yuchua still desired to hear Qin Liang's account. Moreover, possessing leverage over his family would facilitate keeping an eye on Fu Yuman. Thus, she declared, perfect, let's capture him. Before long, a young lad dressed in dark green knelt before Fu Yuchua. It was indeed Qin Liang. Your Grace summoned me. How may I serve? Qin Liang asked, his tone cautious. Though he had been aiding the second miss, he had not committed any wrongdoing. Still, the summons from Fu Yuchua made him uneasy, as his family had no prior dealings with her. Leisurely, Fu Yuchua lifted her teacup, gently blowing on the tea leaves before taking a sip. After a moment, she spoke deliberately, I have no orders for you, but it seems your mother has been pilfering from the green bamboo courtyard, and your grandmother has accepted bribes to assist outsiders. I called you here to inquire how many heads and how much gall your family possesses to commit such ungrateful and treacherous acts. Fu Yuchua chose not to mince words, striking hard to make him aware of the stakes involved. Qin Liang, startled by her words, hastily prostrated himself, exclaiming, Mistress, please see clearly. I would never dare engage in such thunderous offenses. My family is loyal. I implore you to understand. With a sly smile, Fu Yuchua regarded him. Oh, is that so? Then, surely the jade-inlaid, golden-threaded bluebird hairpin did not simply fly into your household uninvited? And those delicacies, costing half a tael of silver each, which your younger brother boasted about having acquired in full just days ago, were those also gifts from the second miss? I was unaware that our household had such a generous monthly allowance to casually purchase such luxuries. As she detailed the hairpin and the treats, Qin Liang realized that Fu Yuchua had indeed investigated. Fortunately, these items were not particularly difficult to explain. He bowed his head once more. Those were gifts from the second miss to my mother. We could never afford such expensive items. If you wish, you may ask the elder sisters at the green bamboo courtyard. His confidence was surprising, indicating that his service to Fu Yuman had fortified his resolve. Fu Yuchua, needing his cooperation, decided to intimidate him further. You say they were gifts, but I insist they were stolen. Who would you trust, the overseer or me? Qin Liang's body stiffened as he knelt. He was a clever lad from the prime minister's household, not a fool. With a troubled expression, he raised his head. Mistress, whatever you command, I will comply. I am dull-witted and timid. I truly do not know how to proceed. Seeing his mind working, Fu Yuchua proceeded to question him directly. Who did the second miss visit at the flower studio today? What did they discuss? Upon hearing Fu Yuchua's inquiry regarding the second miss's whereabouts, Qin Liang immediately lowered his head, concealing his expression. If the mistress had discovered the items in his family's possession, it was likely that the second miss had arranged for spies as well, making it difficult to keep the matter concealed. He weighed his options, contemplating how to respond in a manner that would not offend Fu Yuchua while still allowing him to remain in the second miss's good graces. In a moment of inspiration, Qin Liang answered, half-truthfully, the second miss went to the flower studio to see the enchanting singer, Miss Yingying. She expressed admiration for Miss Yingying and Appo's voice and sympathy for her plight. Fu Yuchua raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Qin Liang. What else did they discuss? He lowered his head again. They spoke little. The second miss, being kind-hearted, merely praised the flower girl's talent and lamented her circumstances. Qin Liang's vague response nearly deceived Fu Yuchua. But for the information relayed by her elder brother, she would have been misled. With a sudden motion, Fu Yuchua hurled a bowl of tea, cup and all, into Qin Liang's face, exclaiming, "Oof, you're a good dog. Too bad your loyalty is misplaced. Here you are, shielding your master in my presence. Consider your mother and grandmother. Do they possess your eloquence before the overseers?" Fu Yuchua pointed sharply at Shu Xin, ordering, "Return home immediately and instruct our people to gather the evidence against them. How should the thief of the master's hairpin and treats be punished?" Shu Xin promptly agreed, turning to leave. At this, Qin Liang truly panicked, bowing deeply once more. "I beg you, mistress, to spare me. I shall never dare again." Shu Xin halted, scolding him. What did the mistress ask? "Speak clearly." In haste, Qin Liang divulged. The second miss advised Miss Yingying to keep the child and become Su Xiangong's concubine. She promised that should Su Xiangong marry a woman of noble birth, she would assist in legitimizing the child as a proper heir of the Su household, ensuring a life of prestige, unlike the one she would otherwise endure. Fu Yuchua and Appo's heart sank. In her past life, the scheme to produce false twins had indeed been orchestrated by Yumin from behind the scenes. Her intentions extended far beyond merely displacing her as the legitimate sister. She had plotted for events to unfold over a decade into the future. Chapter 65. Reputation. In this chapter, Fu Yuchua was taken aback by the profound thoughts and grand ambitions of Fu Yumin. In her previous life, she had been blissfully ignorant, believing she had genuinely given birth to twins and devoted herself wholeheartedly to their care. Even if her life had been cut short, her elder brother would surely have looked after her children with great affection. He had always cherished her, and after her untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have compensated for his guilt and sorrow by showering her children with love and support. As a result, Yingying's son would have benefited from her brother's assistance, rapidly elevating his status. Although Yumin had married into the Prince of Heng's household, she would certainly not let such a golden opportunity slip away. She would play her role as an aunt exquisitely, showering the child with affection while donning the guise of the gentle and understanding persona she had cultivated over the years in the Prime Minister's residence. She might even usurp the role of the mother, all to wield that child as a weapon, a dagger plunged into the very heart of the Prime Minister's household. What a cunning scheme! Fu Yumin, in her relentless pursuit of nobility, would stop at nothing to seize any potential advantage. As Fu Yuchua contemplated these treacherous thoughts, a shiver ran down her spine. She suppressed the chill in her heart and asked Qin Liang how Yumin intended to help that courtesan's child change identities. Qin Liang hesitantly replied, "The second young lady said that all we need to do is bribe the doctor to falsely claim that the legitimate wife is expecting twins. At the time of delivery, we can use certain drugs to induce a deep sleep afterward, allowing us to secretly raise the child under the legitimate wife's care. However, with young Master Su injured, the marriage has fallen through. The second young lady has instructed Miss Yingying to think of a way to assist young Master Su in pursuing the esteemed legitimate wife." As she spoke, Qin Liang's voice dwindled, her head bowing lower, unable to meet Fu Yuchua's gaze. It was evident that she realized Fu Yumin was plotting against her. The more Fu Yuchua pondered, the more nauseated she felt. After all these years, she had failed to recognize Yumin's true nature. Were it not for her second chance at life, she would have remained a fool, sold out by Yumin and counting her coins. Suppressing her discomfort, Fu Yuchua gritted her teeth and asked, "So, this esteemed legitimate wife already has a candidate? Do you know who this unfortunate girl is?" Although Qin Liang dared not look Fu Yuchua in the eye, the tremor in her voice revealed that the young lady was on the verge of unleashing her wrath. Having overheard the conversation between Yumin and Miss Yingying, he was aware that Yumin's target was Fu Yuchua herself. Now, as the eldest young lady privately interrogated him about Yumin's schemes, it was clear that the two young ladies were locked in a silent battle through him. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Qin Liang broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly crawled towards Fu Yuchua, banging his head on the ground in desperation. "Please spare me, miss. Please spare me. These are all the second young lady's plots. I have no involvement." Shu Xin, witnessing his sudden approach, angrily kicked him away, scolding, You blind fool, what are you crawling for? Just answer the young lady's questions, and you might yet save your life. Qin Liang, relieved that his life was not forfeit, stammered the second young lady. She said that young Master Su and the eldest young lady have a romantic history. However, due to the past between Miss Yingying and young Master Su, the two have grown estranged. She wants Miss Yingying to help young Master Su win back the eldest young lady's heart. If young Master Su can marry the eldest young lady, then Miss Yingying and Appo's child will become the legitimate grandson of the Prime Minister and Appo's household, destined for immense wealth and unparalleled status. As he spoke, the fear of uttering these words in front of the eldest young lady gripped him, and he trembled, barely managing to complete his sentence. The truth was now laid bare. Fu Yuzhuo closed her eyes, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. At that moment, the realization that Su Wen and Fu Yumin had been entangled while she lay unconscious was more revolting than she could have imagined. Fu Yumin's plan was not only to eliminate her, but also to ascend in status by utilizing the resources and power of the Prime Minister's household. In her previous life, Yumin had married the Prince of Hung, likely leveraging the Prime Minister's household's secrets as leverage. To prevent the collapse of the Prime Minister and Appo's household and the subsequent loss of power, she had turned to Yingying and Appo's child as a wager. Should the child be a son, he would unknowingly become the legitimate grandson of the Prime Minister's household, ensuring that Yumin would reap the benefits. All Fu Yumin needed to do was don the mask of benevolence and care, effortlessly acquiring whatever the child possessed, reflecting on the potential events of her previous life. Fu Yuzhuo's throat felt dry, and in a hoarse voice, she asked Qin Liang, has she promised any other benefits? Qin Liang quickly nodded yes. Yes. The second young lady promised Miss Yingying that once the situation is settled, she will find an appropriate opportunity for the child to acknowledge her as his mother. Huh? Fu Yuzhuo scoffed. How is that even possible? If that child truly rises to prominence, acknowledging his biological mother will only hinder his ascent. And where would I, as his aunt, fit into the picture? If the child proves unworthy, Fu Yumin Wuden and Appo's spare him a glance, let alone expend effort to help him recognize his mother. Clenching her fists, Fu Yuzhuo took a moment to compose herself before turning to Qin Liang. Since you have spoken up today, you must understand who you will be serving from now on. From this day forth, whenever there are tasks from the green bamboo courtyard, you are to report to me. As for your family, keep an eye on their actions, but do not inform them of anything. Just carry on as before. Remember, your monthly stipend is provided by the Prime Minister's household, not Fu Yumin. As long as you grasp this point and carry out your duties diligently, without playing any tricks, that hairpin will eventually be yours to claim. Realizing that the eldest young lady was aware of her mother's intentions to keep the hairpin for him, Qin Liang dared not entertain any other thoughts. He understood that the eldest young lady intended to recruit him as her ally, and this was a means to redeem himself by acting as her informant against Fu Yumin. Thus, Qin Liang hastily bowed. I understand. I will keep a close watch on the green bamboo courtyard and inform the eldest young lady of any news at the earliest opportunity. Clever indeed. Fu Yuzhuo nodded. Good. Huaxin arranged for Qin Liang to liaise with us moving forward. Huaxin complied and took Qin Liang out to relay the instructions, leaving the matter unspoken. Fu Yuzhuo contemplated deeply before summoning Shuxin, instructing, send someone to the flower planting pavilion to help Fu Yumin establish a reputation. Shuxin approached with a tray of pastries and placed it on Fu Yuzhuo's tea table. Puzzled, eldest young lady, why help the second young lady build her reputation? Besides, she's going to the flower planting pavilion. What reputation can be gained there? Huaxin, returning after arranging for Qin Liang, overheard this and chuckled. Oh, you are truly simple-minded. Whatever reputation the eldest young lady desires for the second young lady, it shall be so, whether fragrant or foul. The eldest young lady is the one who decides. Fu Yuzhuo smiled at Huaxin and nodded. Indeed, it is far more interesting to start with fragrance before delving into foulness. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Before long, rumors began to circulate outside the flower planting pavilion. Chapter 66. A turn for the better after the departure of Fu Yumin's carriage. A passerby sweeping the street beside the flower pavilion inquired about the identity of the physician who had just visited. The carriage appeared to be of exquisite quality, suggesting that the consultation fee might be quite substantial. Although it was broad daylight, the flower street was not solely inhabited by those seeking to make a living in the upper floors. A variety of individuals, including vendors, delivery persons, and shoppers, also thrived in the vicinity. Some set up stalls to sell food, supplementing their household income. While the street was not bustling, it was far from desolate. A nearby vendor with a dark complexion interjected, "What physician? That was the second young lady from the Prime Minister's residence. Ridiculous. As if you could recognize a lady from the Prime Minister's house." Another scoffed, seeing disbelief in the eyes of those around him. The dark-faced vendor grew impatient. "How could I not know? Last month, my wife and son were struck by a carriage in the street, and it was Miss Fu who kindly called a doctor to tend to their injuries, even covering the consultation fee herself." Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, gossiping about the second young lady's benevolence and compassion for the talented Ying. "Did you not know? The lady inside, Ying, has not been well. The second young lady brought a physician to examine her. The one who sings so beautifully. No wonder we haven't heard her sing lately. It's such a pity." Someone jested. "What? Do you have the coin to listen to Ying's songs? Be careful, or your wife might break your legs when you return." "What? Ying is singing upstairs, and one of the windows opens toward our street. How can we not hear her?" The group continued to chat aimlessly before dispersing. However, within a day, the people surrounding the flower pavilion had learned of the second young lady's noble character and her act of kindness toward Ying. The following day, upon receiving this news, Fu Yamian felt a moment of delight. After all, a good reputation could travel far and wide, and she was naturally pleased. She initially believed that Ying was trying to curry favor with her by creating this positive reputation, and after a moment of joy, she did not dwell on it further. Yet, she had visited Su on the previous day, and his injuries would likely not heal until the Double Ninth Festival. It was imperative to expedite his recovery, otherwise, they would waste the opportunity presented by Ying's situation. Thus, she instructed He Qing to discreetly send some silver to assist. Meanwhile, after attending to matters at the flower pavilion, Fu Yuzhuo took a carriage to the residence to visit Yuzhuo. "Bioi, Chua." Upon entering, the two immediately grasped each other's hands tightly. Though only a few days had passed, it felt as if months had gone by. Yuzhuo led Fu Yuzhuo to a table, appraising her formal attire. "Why have you come out today? You haven't even changed your clothes. Did your mother allow you to go out?" Previously, Fu Yuzhuo would disguise herself whenever she ventured out, either posing as a young gentleman or a servant, sometimes even dressing as Yuzhuo's maid. Fu Yuzhuo smiled. "My elder brother has returned, so it is no longer a concern for me to be out." And Yuzhuo pouted. "If you can go out freely, why didn't you come see me sooner?" "I've been thinking of you." Seeing her sulking, Fu Yuzhuo gently shook her hand. "A few days ago, I did venture out with the intention of visiting you, but I encountered some matters that delayed me, and I had no choice but to return home." "What matters?" And Yuzhuo asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Visiting her was indeed significant, and if Chua had been unable to see her, something must have occurred. Fu Yuzhuo recounted the incident she had encountered regarding Zhang Jian's purchase of an official position, along with the eventual outcome of the Wang Heng case. And Yuzhuo felt a mix of emotions. "I have heard that Wang Heng has been placed under house arrest, and the former governor of Jingzhou, Zhao Zhixiao, has been demoted. I never expected that after injuring Prince Heng, His Majesty would let me go, especially since my father has just committed a grave mistake in the southwest." Fu Yuzhuo reassured her. "You see, your error was understandable. It was Prince Heng who instigated the situation. His Majesty is wise and would naturally not hold it against you. As for General, and perhaps he, like you, has other circumstances, and in the end, he might evade disaster. In a previous life, the Yin family was exiled, and it remained uncertain how many survived. However, at the very least, His Majesty spared the old general's life, which was a significant grace. If other generals had been captured, they would likely have faced execution. This demonstrated that His Majesty still remembered the bonds formed with General and in their youth." Noticing Yuzhuo's continued worry, Fu Yuzhuo grasped her hand earnestly. "Yuzhuo, these words are not mere consolation. Think about it. If His Majesty intended to act, He would have issued commands the moment he learned of the military situation in the southwest. However, he has not, which indicates his own considerations. Nevertheless, the old general has indeed suffered a setback, and punishment is inevitable. You and your mother must prepare yourselves mentally. Fu Yuchua, tighten her grip. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. Understand? Punishment will certainly come, but as long as life is preserved, even exile will offer an opportunity for a resurgence. And Zio understood Fu Yuchua's implications and, with sudden warmth in her eyes, bit her lip and nodded, I understand. Seeing that she grasped the hint, Fu Yuchua felt a sense of relief. I rushed over to see you and haven't yet visited your mother. Come, let's go together. As they stood, Fu Yuchua added, I brought some supplements and medicinal herbs. Your mother could benefit from them. Why bring those? Just coming is enough. And Zio chided, it's not for you. It's for your mother to restore her health. Mind your own business. The two exchanged playful banter as they made their way to the courtyard where Enmu was resting. Since the decree allowing Zio and Appo's release had arrived, Enmu's condition visibly improved, and she was now able to sit up with the aid of the bed's edge. Chor has arrived, Enmu greeted, her voice still weak. And upon seeing Fu Yuchua, she dismissed those attending her. Fu Yuchua quickly approached the bedside, speaking softly, Aunt, how are you feeling? Enmu understood Fu Yuchua was inquiring about her feigned illness. She patted Fu Yuchua's hand and nodded, all is well, do not worry. Since accepting Fu Yuchua and Appo's suggestion to feign illness, aside from Zio and the old family physician, no one in the household was aware of her ruse. The medicine was procured with great fanfare, and she took it openly without avoidance. To garner the emperor's sympathy, Enmu had feigned a coma for 2 days, not taking a single drop of water. Fortunately, just days later, the emperor's decree arrived, and her health gradually improved. After a while of chatting with Enmu, she grew fatigued and excused herself, leaving the two young women to speak softly together. The last time they had met properly was on the day of the elopement when they had shared a carriage. Afterward, they had faced each other in the palace without the opportunity for conversation. Now, with much to discuss and no urgency to return, Fu Yuchua shared in detail the matters concerning Fu Yamian and Su Wan, including everything related to Yingying. And Zio was taken aback. I didn't expect there to be this layer to your marriage. How remarkable. You must keep your distance from that half-sister of yours. Who knows when she might set a trap for you? Do not worry. I am aware, Fu Yuchua replied. Just look at how fierce our rivalry is among us daughters. It is even more intense in the court. She leaned closer to Zio and whispered, I have a premonition that there must be hidden circumstances surrounding Uncle and situation. Since the emperor has not acted immediately, I suspect he will quietly issue a decree for Uncle and to return to the capital. We must wait patiently. No news is good news. Do not lose your composure. With Fu Yuchua and Appo's father being the current prime minister and a close advisor to the emperor, and Zio felt a glimmer of hope rise within her upon hearing these words. Chapter 67. Foolishness in the 67th chapter. Fu Yuchua and Zio conversed for a long while before reluctantly rising to part ways. Ultimately, Fu Yuchua cautioned that the crisis was not yet resolved, and they must proceed with caution. With the Chongyang festival banquet approaching, it was likely to be tumultuous that day, so it would be best to avoid entering the palace. And Zio nodded in agreement, expressing her disinterest in such festivities. You needn't worry, now that you can finally venture out in proper attire. You might not be able to avoid it, so take care of yourself. Previously, Fu Yuchua was seen as delicate and seldom appeared in public. Now, with the ability to present herself as a lady, she would undoubtedly engage in numerous social interactions in the future. With this thought, Zio tugged at Fu Yuchua's sleeve, urging her to visit often and not forget her. Fu Yuchua chuckled softly, remarking, in this manner, you resemble a lovesick bride. Upon hearing this, Zio felt a bit awkward, realizing only then that Fu Yuchua was teasing her. Her face flushed, and she retorted, indeed, you dare to speak such nonsense after having been wed. I don't care. You must always remember our bond and not be enchanted by those flirty maidens. We are the best of friends. It turned out that Zio was concerned about the closeness she had developed with other girls during her confinement at home. Fu Yuchua gazed at her with gentle eyes, assuring her, Rest easy, for we are steadfast friends who have weathered storms together, closer than sisters. No one can rival our bond. She continued to reassure Yuzhuo, recalling how noble ladies had mocked her behind her back, stating that there was no reason to seek their company. Understanding that recent upheavals had left Yuzhuo feeling insecure, Fu Yuzhuo patiently consoled her. Take good care of your aunt at home. Once this matter is settled, we shall roam freely together once more, and it will be in broad daylight. Yuzhuo, though naturally carefree, felt the weight of her youth and immaturity in contrast to her brothers who had fought battles. After these events, Fu Yuzhuo had consistently organized matters and offered suggestions, making Yuzhuo increasingly reliant on her, viewing her as a pillar of strength. Gradually, Yuzhuo's anxiety subsided, and she smiled, saying, "I hope for swift resolution." After exchanging a few more words of caution, Fu Yuzhuo set off for home. However, midway, the carriage curtain rustled, and a figure slipped inside, startling Fu Yuzhuo and her companions, Shuxin and Huaxin. It was none other than Prince Wen. At that moment, he wore plain robes of pale blue, his hair simply tied back with a cloth of the same hue, devoid of the regal aura he possessed in princely attire. Resembling instead a gentle and courteous scholar, Fu Yuzhuo recognized him and exclaimed, "Your Highness, what brings you here, and in such a stealthy manner?" Seeing only surprise on Fu Yuzhuo's face and no joy, Han Min felt a slight heaviness in his heart. After several days apart, it seemed she had not thought of him at all. The way she called him Your Highness rolled off her tongue so easily. Han Min gazed at her with a hint of sorrow, his lips pressed tight in silence. Even though the carriage was spacious, Shuxin and Huaxin, seated on either side of Fu Yuzhuo, were unsure where to direct their eyes. The carriage was currently traversing the streets, and though few people were around, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't notice the prince's entrance. It was quite improper for the young lady to be alone with a man in such a confined space. The two girls sat stiffly, their eyes fixed ahead, wishing to become invisible. Fortunately, after the carriage shook slightly and turned, it came to a halt in a quiet alley, with no one in sight. Fu Yuzhuo peered out of the window, relieved to see that they had entered a secluded lane with no one around. The attendants following them had stopped at the alley's entrance, effectively blocking the way to the street. As the carriage halted, Shuxin and Huaxin looked anxiously at Fu Yuzhuo. She withdrew her gaze, sighed softly in her heart, and nodded. Granted permission by their mistress, the two hurriedly exited the carriage, not daring to glance back at the prince and damp Oppo's, as forlorn expression. Han Min shifted his body to allow the two young ladies to exit, then sat beside Fu Yuzhuo. His tall frame bent over as he squeezed into the carriage, making the spacious interior feel cramped. "What brings you here?" Fu Yuzhuo asked, slightly shifting away as Han Min settled beside her. Noticing her movement, Han Min felt even more disheartened, and his tone turned sour. It appeared that Fu Yuzhuo was not eager to see him. "What is it with everyone?" A chorus of melancholy sentiments. Fu Yuzhuo couldn't help but laugh. "You, a distinguished prince, ought to communicate more graciously." Seeing that she remained oblivious to his discontent, Han Min pursed his lips and fell silent, his expression shifting from sorrow to deeper hurt. All right. To see you here, my dear brother Min, brings me immense joy. Please do not be upset," Fu Yuzhuo coaxed with a smile. Hearing her sweet words, Han Min's heart softened, though his face remained tense. Troubled by the thought that Fu Yuzhuo had shown no desire for his company in the past 2 days, Fu Yuzhuo twirled the silk handkerchief in her fingers, unsure how to console him. In a moment of impulsiveness, she blurted, "You haven't missed me either." "Miss you? Why else would I send things to the Prime Minister's residence daily?" Han Min retorted, his frustration evident. "Daily? I haven't seen a single item," Fu Yuzhuo attempted to inquire. "After our mountain climb, have you seen my brother?" Han Min was puzzled by her sudden change of topic, but answered truthfully, "Not yet. He has been busy with his new role as commander of the 5th Army and the general of the cavalry. Moreover, your house in Oppo's old steward has been shadowing him, making it difficult to arrange meetings." "What's the matter?" This was the matter concerning the prohibition against their association. Fu Yuzhuo was uncertain how her brother intended to address Han Min, so she chose her words carefully. "The items you sent may have been intercepted by my brother. I haven't seen any of them." Curiously, she added, What did you send me? At this, Han Min's expression softened, his brows furrowing slightly as he paused before responding. Nothing of consequence, just some pastries and trinkets. Relieved, Fu Yuzhuo felt no regret for not receiving those everyday items. Does General Fu disapprove of our friendship? Why? Han Min inquired, confused. If Fu Yukamo's brother opposed their connection due to the power struggle, then he wouldn't have sent a message inviting him to Shiyun Mountain. Han Min had believed that the invitation was meant to prevent Fu Yuzhuo from becoming a consort in the Eastern Palace, encouraging them to meet more often to foster their relationship. But was that not the case? Actually, the invitation to Shiyun Mountain had other motives. Fu Yuzhuo admitted with an awkward smile, sharing her brother's speculation that Fu Yuming had attempted to ingratiate himself with the prince. Upon hearing this, Han Min's frown deepened, and his expression turned colder. Noticing his discomfort, Fu Yuzhuo felt anxious. Are you upset? After all, he was a prince and had colluded with her brother. Fu Yuzhuo felt it was somewhat unfair to utilize him without clarifying her intentions. My brother hasn't had the chance to inform you until now. I'm telling you late. How about I apologize with some of the warm pastries I just bought? They're crispy and sweet, drizzled with honey. Absolutely delightful. Having exhausted her options, Fu Yuzhuo decided to humor the esteemed prince, treating him as if he were a simpleton in need of coaxing. Chapter 68. Misunderstanding. In the 68th chapter, Fu Yuzhuo evidently treats him as a child to be coaxed. The foolish Han Min, feeling helpless and somewhat aggrieved, confessed these past few days. I thought Chuor had me in her thoughts too. Yes, I have thought of you, Fu Yuzhuo hastily replied. That night, her elder brother had firmly declared that she and Wen Wang were impossible together, and Fu Yuzhuo had not been yearning for him for long. She pondered how he might act, whether he would strive for her. If her brother disapproved, how could he persuade him? A glimmer of joy appeared on Han Min's face at the thought that Chuor was thinking of him, but that joy was swiftly shattered by Fu Yuzhuo's next words. My family and my brother both disapprove of us being together. I think you should reconsider? She gently inquired. She understood that without the blessing and support of their families, it would be difficult for them to be together. Having endured the tragedies of her previous life, Fu Yuzhuo now held certain expectations for her affections. Not only must he treat her sincerely, but it would be best if he also garnered her family's approval. At the very least, they should not oppose it. The lessons of blood and tears had taught Fu Yuzhuo that she could never allow a man to come between her and her family. The moment she realized her feelings for Han Min, she began to contemplate these matters. Han Min had managed to earn a fragment of Chuor's affection. Yet upon hearing her words, he felt a sudden suffocation. Clearly, on that day at Shiyun Mountain, he had seen the excitement and joy in her eyes. Now, hearing her say such things, it was evident that the despicable Su Wen had wounded her deeply, causing her to shy away from feelings and trust. Believing that Chuor was merely testing his intentions, Han Min resolutely stated, "Consider what? From the moment I spoke, I was ready to share my life with Chuor." To Fu Yuzhuo's ears, this sounded like a petulant vow, prompting her to quickly clarify, "Do not misunderstand. I am not testing you, but sincerely discussing this matter." After descending from Shiyun Mountain, her brother had analyzed the situation and felt that we were not suited to be together. Fu Yuzhuo carefully articulated her words to Han Min, for he, as a member of the royal family, understood the complexities far better than she. Han Min clenched his fists in silence, then lifted his deep-set gaze, looking intently at Fu Yuzhuo. "And Yuzhuo, what are your feelings?" On that day, in the carriage, when he had unwittingly revealed his heart, Han Min had already considered all possibilities. What he sought, what he awaited, was Chuor's acknowledgement of her feelings for him. Seeing Han Min leaving the question and answer to her, Fu Yuzhuo shook her head. "Brother Min, in this matter, my thoughts and feelings are insignificant in the grand scheme and cannot alter anything. This is a decision for you and your brother, as well as the entire Prime Minister's residence." She had not directly answered his question. Han Min's heart sank. His voice turned hushed. "Sure, do you not know that this precisely hinges on your feelings?" He turned to face Fu Yuzhuo, even raising his hand slightly, wishing to grasp hers, to convey his steadfastness and intentions. Yet that hand ultimately curled into a fist, resting on his knee. "As long as you are willing, Your Highness, please do not place this burden upon my will. Fu Yuchua interrupted Han Min. This is no trivial matter of youthful affection. It concerns significant political affairs. Such weighty matters should not be his to bear alone. He ought to strive for them rather than place the burden of decision upon her. Fu Yuchua felt a twinge of disappointment and sorrow. Her budding feelings had grown cold. Forgive me, but I lack the merit and capability to endure the bloodshed and turmoil of court politics. Noticing the sudden chill in Fu Yuchua's demeanor, Han Min was taken aback. Quickly realizing that she had misunderstood him, she believed him to be the sort of shallow fool who would blame the chaos of political affairs on a weak woman. Han Min hastily explained, "Chor, do not misunderstand. That is not what I meant." Fu Yuchua felt discomfort. After finally developing feelings for someone, she found him lacking in resolve. Irritated with herself for allowing her heart to flutter, she coldly expressed her displeasure. "What do you mean? Did your highness not just inquire about my feelings? If I were willing, would you not contend against those who oppose our union? Let us not forget that those who disapprove of our relationship are not ordinary elders, but the newly appointed general of the cavalry, a prime minister, and even the empress dowager. How would your highness contend with them? Even if you truly did, what then? The court would descend into chaos, and I would be labeled a femme fatale, while you would be criticized for being blinded by desire. Did this all not begin with your inquiry about my feelings?" Han Min stood, frozen, as he watched Fu Yuchua transition from a state of coldness to one of anger. Her repeated mention of your highness struck him like sharp arrows, piercing his heart, leaving him feeling cold and exposed. One thought consumed him. Chur did not wish to be with him. "Miss, are you well?" The more Fu Yuchua spoke, the angrier she became, her voice rising involuntarily. Outside the carriage, Shu Xin and Hua Xin, who were keeping watch, grew increasingly worried. The few servants skilled in combat, under Fu Yumu's orders, were preventing the young lady from meeting with Prince One, and were currently engaged in a scuffle with Han Min's guards. Although Han Min's guards were naturally more skilled, they were merely blocking those servants from interrupting their conversation, not genuinely fighting. Hearing the commotion outside the carriage, the servants grew frantic, shouting for someone to help protect the young lady. Inside the carriage, Han Min's thoughts were a whirlwind before he could utter a word. Fu Yuchua attempted to rise and exit. He quickly reached for her hand, exclaiming, "Chor, do not be angry. I will speak with General Fu, with the Prime Minister. I will surely gain their approval." At that moment, she was not inclined to listen to explanations. Fu Yuchua pulled her hand away, stating, "How your highness chooses to act is of no concern to me. Please do not attribute your decisions to my will. Have the carriage return to the street." Back to the estate. Seeing Fu Yuchua in anger and surrounded by servants, Han Min could only murmur, "Please trust in my sincerity and determination." Fu Yuchua, still in a fit of anger, turned her face away, ignoring him. Han Min let out a bitter smile, shaking his head as he exited the carriage. Chapter 69. Frustration upon witnessing Han Min indeed dismounting from his carriage. Fu Yuchua discreetly cast a glance before retreating to her seat. What sincerity and determination were there to speak of? Where had they been when she was aggrieved? It was only upon seeing her vexation that he chose to utter something. Although Fu Yuchua was seething within, she still strained her ears to catch Han Min's commands and footsteps, which gradually faded into the distance. Deep inside, she harbored a faint hope that he might turn back and offer a proper explanation. It wasn't until Shu Xin and Hua Xin settled beside her that Fu Yuchua snapped back to reality. Yet at that moment, alongside her anger, an inexplicable sense of loss mingled with a tinge of sorrow enveloped her. How peculiar! She ought to be furious. Yet the ire seemed to have dissipated like air escaping from a punctured balloon, leaving her heart feeling hollow. With a tumultuous state of mind, Fu Yuchua returned to the residence and, in a fit of pique, commanded that no gifts from the prince be presented before her. Perhaps she believed this would provide her some solace. Shu Xin and Hua Xin exchanged glances upon hearing this directive. They recalled that previously, they had never received anything from the prince in the Tinglan courtyard. Today, their mistress had been particularly fierce, and even from behind the curtains of the carriage, they had discerned that the prince had not uttered a single word in response. Could it be that His Highness, the prince, would endure humiliation yet still send gifts to placate their mistress? Their lady was indeed formidable. Once ensconced within the Tinglan courtyard, Fu Yuchua did not emerge again, even hastily consuming her evening meal within her own garden. The giant victory slave, once her favorite dish, barely touched her lips as she instead shared it with others. Before Fu Yumu had even officially resigned, a servant rushed to inform him of the day and Appo's events. And upon learning that Fu Yuchua had parted ways with the prince in discord, he felt a measure of relief. By the time he returned home, the night had fully descended, and the servants relayed the happenings in the Tinglan courtyard. Fu Yuchua's refusal of the prince's gifts and her orders to keep them from her sight indicated she had come to some realizations. Thus, Fu Yumu chose not to visit the Tinglan courtyard, opting instead to retreat to his own quarters to read. In the Tinglan courtyard, Fu Yuchua anticipated that her elder brother would come to see her, perhaps even scold her. She was eager to discuss the matter with him. Her anger had yet to dissipate entirely, and she needed someone to listen to her grievances, with her brother being the most suitable confidant. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, her brother did not arrive, further inflaming her irritation. Consequently, Fu Yuchua, feeling petulant, rolled on her bed, declaring she would sleep. In truth, she tossed and turned, uncertain whether she was more vexed by her brother's absence or by Han Min's lack of the courage she had envisioned. Thus, throughout that night, sleep eluded her. In the stillness of the night, unable to endure her insomnia any longer, Fu Yuchua rose, donned a garment, and sat by the window to enjoy the breeze. "What troubles you, miss? Why are you not asleep?" Hua Xin inquired, yawning as she approached. "Nothing. You may return to sleep. I shall sit here for a while." Fu Yuchua replied, listlessly, her desire to converse waning, preferring the tranquility of solitude. Understanding her mistress and Appo's discontent, Hua Xin refrained from pressing further. "Then I shall fetch a warm pot and prepare you some honeyed water." With that, she turned to leave, actually heading to the guest quarters to summon Wei Ying. Earlier, when Fu Yuchua had taken him out, Wei Ying had been assisting at the pharmacy, returning only later in the evening. Since Fu Yuchua was in a foul mood and had retired early, they had not crossed paths. Summoning Wei Ying to converse with Fu Yuchua seemed fortuitous. Wei Ying, being a guest, well-versed, and possessing commendable medical skills, was treated differently by Fu Yuchua than her other maidservants. Perhaps she could provide some consolation. Not long after, Wei Ying arrived. "Sister Wei," Fu Yuchua greeted, rising to welcome her. After a long day of assisting at the pharmacy, Wei Ying should have been resting, so Fu Yuchua wondered why she had come. With a gentle smile, Wei Ying replied, "I merely wish to lend a hand. There is no fatigue in helping. But you? I hear you had quite an eventful day." Upon her return, having found Fu Yuchua already asleep, she had felt curious and, after inquiring with Shu Xin and the others, gathered some understanding of the day's occurrences. "Come, tell me how you coerced that young servant," Wei Ying said, taking Fu Yuchua's hand with a bright smile as she sat beside her. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Wei Ying's earnest inquiry, Fu Yuchua recounted the day's events in detail. Wei Ying nodded, her smile unwavering. "Indeed, you handled it splendidly. Are you losing sleep over your half-sister's machinations?" She assumed Fu Yuchua's insomnia stemmed from being upset at her half-sister's schemes. Despite being a half-sibling, Fu Yuchua had grown up with her, and some familial bond naturally lingered, making heartache inevitable. Not at all. Fu Yuchua dismissed, resolutely refusing to be troubled by her treacherous half-sister. In her past life, upon awakening from a coma, she had already discovered Fu Yumin's true nature and had been sufficiently aggrieved. In this life, she merely wished to unravel the mysteries surrounding Fu Yumin and then eliminate her. Such anger is unwarranted. However, recognizing Wei Ying's concern, Fu Yuchua did not conceal anything, sharing the encounter with Han Min in detail. As she spoke, she became increasingly absorbed in her emotions, failing to notice the fleeting glimmer in Wei Ying's eyes upon hearing Han Min's name. Once Fu Yuchua concluded her tale, Wei Ying had already concealed her emotions, smiling as she remarked, "It seems throughout your recounting, I only heard you speak of your actions. Did His Highness not have the opportunity to express himself at all?" "Of course not," he said. Fu Yuchua retorted with indignation, as though she truly had monopolized the conversation, denying Han Min the chance to speak. He did utter some words, but they were all trivialities. He cautioned her against misunderstanding and urged her not to be upset. Only after witnessing my anger did he mention seeking approval from my brother and father, followed by platitudes about sincerity and determination. The more Fu Yuzhuo reflected, the more her ire grew. What nonsense was this approval? What sincerity? If Han Min were truly earnest, he would not have waited for her to become upset before making such declarations. The obstacles to their union were glaringly apparent, and Han Min should have addressed those concerns long before. At the very least, he ought to have formulated some strategies to confront them rather than piling the issues before her, awaiting her nod before taking action. In summary, he had not spoken a single useful word. Fu Yuzhuo ultimately ground her teeth and uttered this sentiment with palpable frustration. Observing Fu Yuzhuo's endearing yet vexed demeanor, Wei Ying felt a twinge of envy. She recognized the distinction in how the prince regarded Fu Yuzhuo, and the young lady's current ire was undoubtedly rooted in her expectations of him. A few years older than Fu Yuzhuo, and having endured her share of hardships, Wei Ying had encountered a multitude of characters through her years of medical practice. She discerned that the prince possessed a steady and sincere demeanor, not at all the type to be indecisive or irresponsible. Thus, she sought to comfort her, saying, "From my perspective, His Highness is not such a person. In your moment of frustration, you may have spoken harshly, denying him the opportunity to express himself. Given your current state of anger, it is likely that whatever he might have said would scarcely have penetrated your ears. He must surely understand this, which is why he refrained from pressing you further and simply asked you to trust him." Gently squeezing Fu Yuzhuo's hand, Wei Ying, with a knowing smile, inquired, "Tell me, is this not the truth?" Chapter 70. Adornment. Upon hearing Wei Ying's words, Fu Yuzhuo seemed to grasp the underlying reasoning, biting her lip in silence. Yet the anger within her had significantly diminished. Noticing her easing up, Wei Ying continued, "That day on Xian Mountain, the two of you had yet to communicate openly when the eldest son arrived. Since returning from the mountain, you have not seen each other again, and I suspect His Highness has something to convey to you today, but you have not afforded him the opportunity." "Perhaps," Fu Yuzhuo replied, reluctant to admit her own frustration. "I don and oppose. To know what happened today." Upon hearing his ambiguous words, I felt an unsettling uncertainty that made me rather uncomfortable. Clearly, I was elated when he entered the carriage. Yet somehow it all changed. He only spoke a few sentences, half of which I interrupted. This unfamiliar feeling left Fu Yuzhuo somewhat anxious. Wei Ying gently reassured her, "Your family belongs to a prominent lineage, making it difficult to have autonomy in matters of marriage. However, think of Prince Wen. He hails from royalty, and his situation may be even more challenging than yours. The future you both face may prove to be even more arduous. And if you cannot understand and tolerate each other, how will you navigate the path ahead?" Fu Yuzhuo lowered her head and sighed, leaning back against the chair in resignation. Feelings are ephemeral, without actions to substantiate them. How can one perceive the truth? I merely hope that he is courageous, strategic, and contemplative, rather than impulsive. Or perhaps, Fu Yuzhuo hesitated, recalling her elder brother bringing Wei Ying and her siblings back to the capital, knowing they would inevitably be embroiled in the unfolding turmoil. I fear that what he values is the support of the Chancellor's residence. Sister Wei knows that I recently escaped a marriage. I once believed that those who treated me sincerely were genuinely interested in me, yet it turned out they were solely focused on the power of the Chancellor's residence. I am afraid that Prince Wen may be of the same ilk. After all, he is a prince, and despite any perceived weakness, there remains hope for ambition. Hearing Fu Yuzhuo's comments regarding the struggle for power, Wei Ying found it difficult to respond, merely asking, "Do you believe Prince Wen to be such a person? Is he truly one who deceives women for power?" Fu Yuzhuo shook her head. "I do not know. Who could truly know? One can paint a tiger's skin, but cannot depict its bones. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Until that moment arrives, no one can discern the true nature of those before them." Wei Ying, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, "Chower, given your experiences, it is natural to feel disillusioned. Yet, not everything in this world is calculated. There exists genuine sincerity. My brother and I have endured hardships in our youth, and we understand the fickleness of human sentiment. It is precisely because we have dwelled in darkness that we can appreciate the value of true goodness and beauty that is the light within the shadows. She recalled the figure of Prince when standing tall and graceful on Xi'an Mountain, her heart warming. A person with such clear eyes and a bright demeanor, even if cunning, possesses noble intentions. He is certainly not a petty schemer. Wei Ying encouraged, "You might consider giving Prince an opportunity for a sincere explanation. At the very least, you both need to engage in an open conversation, do you not?" After a prolonged silence, Fu Yuzhuo finally murmured her agreement. Today's feelings were indeed strange. Though she was disappointed and angry, she inexplicably yearned for him. In this moment, Wei Ying's comforting words ignited within her an urgent desire to see Han Min, as if she needed his response immediately to soothe her anxious heart. This confirmed that the person she cherished was not as unworthy as she feared. At the Prince Wen's residence, Han Min was also enduring his own troubles. He felt sorrowful. Chao had eloped with Su Wen, but was unwilling to provide him with a definitive answer. It seemed that Su Wen had caused her significant pain, leaving her now wary of shadows. Even the slightest hint of unease could provoke her. Yet, there was a silver lining. At least Chao had expressed her feelings directly, sparing him the guessing game, which allowed him to understand the root of her distress. However, upon learning today that Fu Yumu opposed his relationship with Chao, and given that she was presently upset, it was unlikely they would meet again soon. Feng Qi, Han Min called for his guard. "Has there been any news from General Fu in recent days?" "None. Perhaps General Fu has been preoccupied with his official duties and has not had the chance to reach out." Han Min furrowed his brow, uncertain if the relationship with Chao and Oppos or would affect their potential collaboration. He and Fu Yumu had already made some progress in their plans, and if they became estranged now, their personnel arrangements would likely become chaotic, hindering the growth of their influence. He needed to speak with Fu Yumu, but before tackling that formidable brother-in-law, he first needed to meet Fu Yuzhuo to assure her of his genuine intentions and resolve. Regrettably, events did not unfold as he wished. For over 10 days, Fu Yumu, in a fit of anger, had ceased all communication with the Prince Wen's side, strictly monitoring Fu Yuzhuo and preventing any opportunity for Han Min to see her. As time passed, the eve of the Double Ninth Festival banquet approached. In Tinglong Garden, upon hearing from Qin Lianger that the second miss had sent her people out yesterday to procure garments and jewelry, including a moon-white water-patterned skirt and a fine set of white jade hairpieces, Fu Yuzhuo frowned at the news relayed by Hua Xin. For many years, due to the scarcity of daughters in the Chancellor's residence, an unwritten rule had emerged forbidding the creation of white or near-white garments for the young ladies, as they were deemed inauspicious. Consequently, the embroidery room had no moon-white fabric. Yet, Fu Yumming insisted on custom ordering that particular attire, suggesting ulterior motives and an unwavering preference for this choice. Moreover, the soft hue of the white jade hairpieces complemented the gentle demeanor expected of noble women. The two sisters had each prepared their own sets long ago, so there was no need for Fu Yumming to expend her family's resources on a new ensemble. Fu Yumming's elaborate outfit was peculiar, yet Fu Yuzhuo could not fathom the reason behind it. Seeing that Fu Yuzhuo was preoccupied with the situation concerning the second miss, Xu Xin grew anxious about her own attire for the banquet. "My lady, you should take a look at the situation in the garden. I heard from the eldest young master's informants that the second miss has already styled her hair several times today, trying out different hairstyles. Why are you not worried at all?" Fu Yuzhuo, having little interest in making a grand entrance at the banquet, replied nonchalantly, "The garments from the embroidery room have already been delivered. Have them checked for any issues, and that will suffice." She was not Fu Yumming, who exerted great effort to adorn herself in hopes of captivating the attention of Prince Hung. Then a thought struck Fu Yuzhuo. If Fu Yumming was so intent on dressing up and had such specific requirements, could it be that she was already aware of what Prince Hung favored? Yet since her brother had returned and she mentioned Fu Yumming to him, he had immediately bribed the servants in Luvza Garden to keep a close eye on Fu Yumming's every move. Discovering that she indeed had been inquiring about Prince Hang's whereabouts, but had not deliberately sought to learn about his preferences. But if it was not to attract Prince Hang's attention, then how had he become interested in her in the previous life? Actively petitioning the emperor for her hand in marriage? Chapter 71. Killing two birds with one stone. Yuzhuo furrowed her brow, pondering when Fym might establish a connection with Prince Hing, as Shxn and who Xn were not to be disturbed. She could only withdraw. Perhaps, like herself, Ymn had also experienced a rebirth. Given her own extraordinary encounter with reincarnation, Yuzhuo speculated reasonably. If Ymn had indeed been reborn, at what point in time had this occurred? When she met her demise, the struggle for the throne was still unresolved, and His Majesty remained vigorous. However, the crown prince had already been established early on, and barring a major blunder, it was implausible for him to be deposed. Thus, if Ymn were truly reborn, she at least knew that the ultimate victor would be Prince Hing. Otherwise, all her efforts would be rendered meaningless. Ymn had lived longer than she, possessing greater knowledge. Suddenly realizing this, Yuzhuo felt a pang of melancholy. She also harbored curiosity about Ymn's previous life and when exactly she had returned to the realm of the living. These questions lingered unanswered in Yuzhuo's mind, as she could not discuss them with anyone, only suppressing them deep within her heart. "Chower, what are you thinking about?" Wang returned from outside, bringing in some pastries. Yuzhuo collected her thoughts, raising her face with a smile. "Oh, nothing much. Just contemplating tomorrow and Appo's palace banquet. I heard you used to avoid such gatherings. What piqued your interest this time?" Wang placed the warm pastries on the table, encouraging Yuzhuo to enjoy them while still hot. Yuzhuo picked up a soft, steaming pastry, inhaling its enticing aroma before answering. "I found them dull in the past, and my mother never took me, claiming I was unwell and could not be exposed to the wind. Now, I no longer need to feign illness. Making an appearance would help dispel rumors and intimidate those noble ladies." Wang chuckled helplessly. "You are quite mischievous." She was somewhat aware of the malicious rumors circulating about Chower's lack of beauty, jealous whispers from young women of lesser status, who resented her noble lineage while belittling her frail health, even speculating about her appearance. The idle gossip among young ladies had morphed into tales of Yuzhuo being ugly, with various exaggerated versions floating about. Yuzhuo laughed. "What can I say? I am rather wicked. Those who speak ill of me are merely envious of my background and resort to attacking my looks to soothe their fragile egos. I intend to flaunt my presence before those petty souls, proving not only my noble birth but also my superior beauty. How delightful it will be to infuriate them." Wang picked up a dress from the side and held it up in front of Yuzhuo. "Then you should hurry and try on your new clothes and style your hair. To make a stunning impression, one must put in some effort." Yuzhuo took the garment in her hands, smiling. "That is unnecessary. A proper appearance will suffice. I have no desire to be a flamboyant peacock." Curious about the pleasant medicinal fragrance wafting from Ying, Yuzhuo inquired, "Sister Ying, you returned quite early today. Did you finish at the pharmacy?" Currently, Ying was making her rounds in the Prime Minister and Appo's residence under the title of the Specialized Physician of TNGL Courtyard, relaying external news to Yuzhuo while assisting at the pharmacy known as who's Ying, a property of the Prime Minister. Ying's brother, Ying, had recently been assigned there as the attending physician, and despite initial skepticism due to his youthful appearance, he quickly gained the respect of the seasoned physicians and patients alike with his medical skills. Ying, who accompanied him, also earned respect and occasionally attended to women who could not leave their homes, whether officials or wealthy merchants. Today, Ying had visited the family of Li, the official overseeing the tax duties, whose daughter was Peinyang, recently married off after her father Zhao was demoted. She discovered some significant matters and returned directly afterward. Ying took Yuzhuo's hand and sat down. "There was nothing pressing at the pharmacy, so I returned after my rounds. Today, my patient was Zhao and Appo's daughter Peinyang. Since her father's demotion, her health has been poor. Her husband, taking over as the tax officer, is often busy and neglects her. Knowing that Ing has a female physician, they sent someone to request my visit." Yuzhuo's eyes brightened. "Zhao Zhixiao's daughter. How fortuitous that you have only just arrived in the capital and already made a name for yourself by attending to the daughter of a demoted official. Chu found it hard to believe such a coincidence. It was likely that her elder brother and Wen Wang were seeking leverage against Prince Ching. After all, Zhao Zhixiao was a sycophant to Prince Ching, and his position as the governor of Jingzhou had facilitated many of Prince Ching's affairs. Chu's curiosity piqued. She leaned in and asked, "Sister Ying, did you uncover anything significant?" Ying playfully tapped her nose, laughing. "I knew you would catch on." Peinyang's husband, Li Nanxin, is responsible for various taxes related to the market. He has been handling the arrangements for the JNZHNLU. If the eldest son wishes to acquire the JNZHNLU, he must win over Li Nanxin, at least until the eldest son takes over. He can ensure that JNZHNLU is not seized by others through Li Nanxin. Has Li Nanxin been bribed by my elder brother? Chu suspected that matters were not so straightforward. Ying replied, "Of course, it is not so simple. With Zhao Zhixiao's demotion, his wife and young son have also followed him, making it a crucial time for them to gather funds. Although Peinyang is an outsider, her true concern lies with her parents and younger brother, and she will undoubtedly feel the pinch. Having been married to Li Nanxin for many years and being Zhao Zhixiao's daughter, she naturally holds certain advantages. The funds for purchasing the JNZHNLU have already been prepared by the eldest son, and he intends to appease Li Nanxin through Peinyang, persuading him to work for the eldest son. Moreover, Peinyang can communicate with the current manager of the tavern, who has been with Zhao Zhixiao for many years. As long as Li Nanxin and the current manager are placated, the JNZHNLU can operate normally, and outsiders will remain oblivious to its change of ownership. This way, the existing network and interests can be preserved to the greatest extent." Chu shook her head in disagreement. Though Prince Ching is currently under house arrest, he is still a prince. Li Nanxin and the manager are mere small players. They would not dare betray Prince Ching. Furthermore, Peinyang's father relies on Prince Ching for his livelihood. Now that he is demoted, she would not risk harming him. Ying smiled slyly. "Give them appropriate reasons, and they will comply. Without the protection of the governor of Jingzhou, their business cannot thrive for long." Which is one point. Secondly, the eldest son has already secured their weaknesses. What remains is merely to provide them with a pretext to gracefully step down and switch their allegiance to a new governor of Jingzhou. After all, on the surface, one is a businessman, and the other is the son-in-law of the former governor of Jingzhou. The trail will only lead back to Zhao Zhixiao. With substantial funds, everything can be orchestrated in a month or 3, completely replacing the inner workings of the JNZHNLU. Afterwards, the manager can resume his livelihood, and Li Nanxin can rise to a better position under the protection of the Prime Minister's residence. As a prince, Prince Ching would certainly understand that the next governor of Jingzhou would not be his ally, leading to the change of ownership of the JNZHNLU. Even if he were to take issue with it, he would not lower himself to deal with such minor figures. Instead, he would target those of higher status, leaving Li Nanxin and the manager in a relatively safe position. Chu and Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened. Ingenious. The lower ranks remain largely unchanged, while the upper echelons are subtly replaced, ensuring continued profitability and facilitating intelligence gathering. One cannot underestimate the secrets revealed during a lively tavern visit. A perfect strategy, indeed. Chapter 72. Evasion. You indeed have a well-thought-out plan, Fu Yuzhuo sincerely praised. It is entirely the eldest young master's achievement. I merely acted as a messenger under the pretense of providing medical consultations. Wang modestly smiled. Acquiring the Golden Zune Tower requires substantial funds, which I lack. Fu Yuzhuo was puzzled. According to Wang, it seemed that Li Nan's official position was set to rise, which was no difficult task for the Prime Minister's residence. It was merely a matter of a few words. However, if the manager of the Golden Zune Tower were to be displaced due to this matter, would he be opening another establishment to manage? Did their family even possess a restaurant? Moreover, Zhao Zhixiao and Oppo's daughter, Peinyang, was seeking to exchange information for financial support for her parents and younger brother, which would undoubtedly incur considerable costs. Where would her elder brother procure such funds? Although the Prime Minister's residence was not short of money, it was not in a position to casually purchase the most prestigious restaurant in the capital. After all, the Golden Zune Tower primarily served as a profitable sideline. The main task was to gather intelligence and deepen their understanding of the intricate networks within the capital. And the Prime Minister's residence was precisely not in need of such information. For over 40 years, since the Empress Dowager entered the palace and subsequently bore the current emperor who was then established as the Empress, the Fu family of the Prime Minister and Apos' residence had consistently been the foremost family. Countless disciples and acquaintances of the Fu family thrived within the capital and even throughout the Great Yu Kingdom, eagerly transmitting various pieces of information. Thus, the Prime Minister's residence was never lacking in intelligence. The acquisition of the Golden Zune Tower held little significance for the Prime Minister's residence, and their father would certainly not approve. Where could her elder brother possibly find the silver to purchase the Golden Zune Tower? Fu Yuzhuo felt a tinge of confusion. Her elder brother had been in the southwest for so many years and should not possess considerable wealth. Wei Ying then informed her that the funds did not originate from the eldest young master, but were somehow related to Prince Wen. You are aware of the new governor of Jingzhou, right? The one who was promoted from the head of the Criminal Justice Division? Not particularly. Fu Yuzhuo shook her head. I only know that the head of the Criminal Justice Division was elevated to governor of Jingzhou, named Qi Baosheng, but little else. He is associated with Prince Wen. Wei Ying lowered her voice. Thus, the Golden Zune Tower now effectively belongs to His Highness, though the eldest young master is managing the appearance of the transaction. Is that so? To outsiders, it would appear that Qi Baosheng is also part of my elder brother's entourage. Indeed, cultivating loyal subordinates is no easy task for Han Min. Yet he has already been utilized by your elder brother. How unfortunate, Wei Ying remarked. But where is the money? He has been guarding the tomb for years. How could he possibly have accumulated such wealth? Fu Yuzhuo felt a flicker of admiration for Han Min's capabilities. Having spent 3 years at the imperial tomb, his mother had not enjoyed the emperor's favor, remaining merely a concubine until his return to the capital and ascension to a princely title. Even so, he had managed to secure personnel in the capital and find opportunities to place his own people. Indeed, quite reliable, she mused. It might not be a bad idea to consider marrying him as a dependable princess. The thought startled Fu Yuzhuo. Why had she ventured so far? Was she not still upset with Han Min for not expressing his feelings? Yet, the moment she thought of him, the memory of that day at the peak of Shen Mountain surfaced, his enchanting smile, reminiscent of a celestial being stepping out from a painting. Oh dear, the beauty of man can be quite misleading. Fu Yuzhuo quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the image of the handsome figure from her mind. Seeing her expression, Wei Ying teased, "Are you not attending the Chongyang festival banquet tomorrow? Surely you will see His Highness then. Would it not be better to inquire directly? Since Prince Wen has taken a liking to you, I can only assist in this manner, hoping His Highness's wishes come to fruition." Noting Wei Ying's teasing demeanor, Fu Yuzhuo retorted, "Who says I want to see him? I am merely attending the banquet to outshine those noble ladies. Indeed, if you wish to overshadow them, you cannot simply step out without preparation. You must dress elegantly," Wei Ying proclaimed, summoning Shu Xin and Hua Xin to assist Fu Yuzhuo in trying on dresses. "Gulme, let us first try on the garments, then experiment with various hairstyles and accessories to see which is most striking. Tomorrow, you must astonish everyone present." As Fu Yuzhuo allowed them to adorn her, a smile graced her lips. Would she truly captivate the assembly? She eagerly anticipated the sight of those noble ladies and Apos, jaws dropping in astonishment. A flicker of hope arose within her. Would Brother Min also approve? Before retiring for the night, Fu Yumu finally visited Tinglan Courtyard to see Fu Yuzhuo. After some time apart, he found himself unsure of what he was avoiding. Perhaps he feared that upon his arrival, she would inquire about Prince Wen, or perhaps he was concerned about suppressing his feelings for her, unable to contain his emotions. In any case, he was intentionally evading the encounter. With the Chongyang festival banquet approaching, Fu Yumu felt uneasy and resolved to check on her. Has your elder brother completed his tasks? Is he adjusting well to his new position? As Fu Yumu stepped through the door, Fu Yuzhuo greeted him with a concerned inquiry about his recent duties. Yes, seeing that her first concern was for his official affairs rather than immediately asking about Prince One. Fu Yumu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Please have a seat. Did you come to remind me of something for tomorrow and Appo's banquet?" Fu Yuzhuo offered, pouring tea for him as usual. "Not particularly. I merely came to see how your preparations for the banquet are progressing." Fu Yumu inhaled the fragrance of the tea, finding Fu Yuzhuo increasingly elegant, much like the beverage itself. Fu Yuzhuo smiled. "There is nothing much to prepare. I simply tried on a few outfits. Nonetheless, it is your formal appearance. Since you do not frequently attend such banquets, it is prudent to prepare in advance," he replied, taking a delicate sip of tea. "Have you grown accustomed to staying at home these past few days?" Since their last outing together, Fu Yuzhuo had remained within Tinglan courtyard, surprisingly content in her solitude. Had she possessed this temperament before, it would have spared them both considerable worry. Now, Fu Yumu was led to believe that she was disheartened by the prospect of not being with Prince Wen. Fu Yuzhuo earnestly responded, "I am quite well, enjoying my meals, sleeping soundly, and basking in comfort. Life could not be more pleasant." Since marrying Su when in her previous life, she had scarcely experienced a moment of peace, let alone the tribulations of pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing. The year had seen her deprived of restful nights. Even when she fell into a coma, the chaotic events around her infiltrated her consciousness, leaving her exhausted in body and spirit. Now that she had finally been reborn, Fu Yuzhuo intended to relish this life of luxury to the fullest. She savored every meal, enjoyed restful sleep, and indulged in baths. Life was simply exquisite. Having thoroughly enjoyed the privileges of a legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, Fu Yuzhuo finally felt a sense of ease. Life could be beautiful. In her previous life, she must have been out of her mind to elope with the impoverished Su Wen. "Have you nothing to share with me after such a long absence? You seem quite unperturbed," Fu Yumu inquired, sensing that Fu Yuzhuo had not fixated on Prince Wen, nor did she seem preoccupied with him. "I do have something." Fu Yuzhuo's eyes sparkled as she recalled the Golden Zune Tower situation. "Elder brother, does the Golden Zune Tower not count as half of your asset?" She was genuinely curious. Although she had heard Wang mention that the funds were provided by Prince Wen, her elder brother had at least played a part in facilitating the matter. Surely Prince Wen would grant him some share of the profits? Chapter 73. Ambition. "I don't invest much money, just a small profit," explained Fu Yuzhuo patiently upon noticing Fu Yumu's interest. The bulk of the investment belonged to Su Sun, the owner of the Jinzuan building, who had financed a large portion of the 13,000 taels needed to purchase it. Should anything go awry, he planned to provide an additional 1,000 taels each to Li Nanxin and Zhang Zhanggue for their consolation. "Where do you find such wealthy individuals?" Fu Yuzhuo exclaimed in astonishment, not only because this person could easily produce over 10,000 taels, but also due to the name, Su Sun. In her past life, she had overheard Su Wen mention this name while she lay unconscious, and it seemed he was related to the concubine he brought back from Jiangnan. That concubine was the daughter of the wealthiest merchant family in Jiangnan, the Su family, with a lavish dowry. Otherwise, Su Wen wouldn't have been so insistent on marrying her. It truly seems that thoughts manifest into reality. Fu Yuzhuo instructed someone to keep an eye on Miss Yingying, as there had been no further discoveries. She recalled the wealthy merchant's daughter Su Wen had taken as a concubine in her previous life, and now Su Sun's elder brother had appeared. What a coincidence. She resolved to seek an opportunity to meet Su Sun. Fu Yuzhuo wanted to devise a way to have Su Wen meet that concubine, to ignite his desire for her substantial dowry, filled with hope for their marriage, and then to extinguish that hope. Now, that would be truly amusing. The journey from hope to disappointment, and from disappointment to despair, was a path she felt Su Wen and his mother ought to experience. Noticing the myriad of expressions on Fu Yuzhuo's face, Fu Yumu inquired, "What are you thinking so deeply about?" His voice pulled her back to reality. She smiled. "It's nothing. Brother, please continue. How did you come across this affluent Master Su?" Fu Yumu nodded, explaining that Qi Baosheng had recognized him, and being the newly appointed governor of Jingzhou, had lent Su Sun a helping hand. He continued, "Despite Master Su's wealth in the capital, money alone isn't sufficient. One must also wield power. He has faced numerous obstacles during his year in the capital. spending a considerable sum, yet failing to establish a reputable business due to the suppression from the entrenched merchant factions. It was only through a fortunate turn of events and Qi Baoxing's assistance that Su Sun could conduct business normally. Fu Yuzhuo grinned. Brother, you have a reliable source of income now. How wonderful. In the future, if I find myself in need of funds, may I also ask you for a bit? Her smile illuminated the desolate plains of his heart, revealing his unworthy thoughts about his sister. Fu Yumu felt a pang in his heart. He too could reach for the stars. Alas, my heart longs for the bright moon, yet it only shines upon the gutter. He lowered his gaze, as if the radiant moonlight burned his eyes, and his voice, muffled like a fire smothered by sand, declared, "Everything I have belongs to Zhu." It was a rare occasion for him to have a bit of personal fortune, and now that it was mentioned, he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, he had endured true hardship while serving in the Southwest, where training and marching were grueling and perilous. Now that he had finally returned to the capital and enjoyed a few days of comfort, he was already being asked to part with his earnings. Realizing she had perhaps gone too far, Fu Yuzhuo approached him with a smile. I merely asked. The household isn't lacking in funds for me, so don't hold back. I could lend you my private savings. Let us have a mutually beneficial arrangement, shall we? Seeing Fu Yuzhuo lost in her thoughts, Fu Yumu shook his head in resignation, recognizing that she would never understand his inner turmoil. Zhuo surely wouldn't consider it from that perspective. Her ignorance of his struggles led to misunderstandings that were all too normal. Noticing her brother's sighs and head shakes, Fu Yuzhuo knew she had indeed overstepped. She leaned in with a smile. I have money. Tomorrow, upon returning from the palace banquet, I'll visit the treasure pavilion to see if there are any fashionable and beautiful ornaments to buy as a gift for my future sister-in-law. How about that? Tomorrow, all the young ladies of the households would enter the palace for the banquet, and Fu Yumu needed to pay close attention, aiming to ensure that as soon as she purchased the jewelry, it would be presented immediately. At this, Fu Yumu let out a deep sigh. The conversation had veered far off course, and he decided against further explanations. In a solemn tone, he advised, let us speak of matters more pertinent. I am here to remind you to exercise caution when entering the palace tomorrow. Do not draw attention. Spend a brief moment with the empress and return promptly. Seeing her brother and Appo's lack of enthusiasm regarding the topic, Fu Yuzhuo complied obediently, understood. Fu Yumu focused, stating firmly, tomorrow, you, mother, and Yumin shall enter the palace together. But each may only bring one attendant. Keep a close watch on Yumin. She may engage in actions detrimental to the Prime Minister and Appo's residents. Could it be that she truly intended to betray the family? Fu Yuzhuo had previously suspected that Yumin aimed to defect to Prince Hong, and surely she would need to demonstrate her sincerity. What better way to prove her intent than to exploit the Prime Minister's residence? Fu Yumin nodded. I have thoroughly investigated the household and found that Yumin has been inquiring about outside matters, albeit subtly. Though her inquiries were few and not overt, these clues are sufficient for Prince Hong to investigate. She intended to use the Prime Minister's residence as a stepping stone on her path to becoming a consort of Prince Hong. Though Fu Yumu was not close to this half-sister, he knew she had not been neglected due to her status as a concubine. He had not anticipated her cold-hearted ambition. If it weren't for Zhu's reminder, he would never have suspected Yumin capable of such treachery. Contemplating this, Fu Yumu's expression turned icy. Yumin could not be allowed to remain. If she displayed no unusual behavior at the banquet, she could be sent to the countryside to recuperate until it was time for her marriage. However, if she truly... His voice grew cold, and he thought it might be necessary to enlist the help of Dr. Wei to eliminate the threat once and for all. Fu Yuzhuo was mentally prepared and was not overly affected. However, the enigma surrounding Yumin remained unsolved, and she wished to investigate further. Brother, what do you think motivates Yumin to act this way? Fu Yuzhuo could not reveal her suspicion that Yumin was also reborn, so she subtly guided the conversation. If her previous actions to remove me were driven by a desire to become a side consort in the Eastern Palace, aiming to become the empress, that would be understandable. After all, ambition drives people higher. But why has she chosen Prince Hong? Fu Yuzhuo fixed her gaze on Fu Yumu, analyzing. Becoming a side consort to Prince Hong is far more challenging than being the side consort to the crown prince, and their statuses differ greatly. She would be burning her bridges while pursuing a lesser goal. It seems unreasonable. Fu Yimu replied, I have pondered this matter extensively. It must be because you returned, and I have returned as well. Yumin initially sought to deceive you out of the residence through Su-1. It was the simplest and most direct method. However, once you saw through her, returning to the residence and severing ties with Su-1, she realized he was no longer of use to her. Yet she did not give up. She continued to collaborate with the Shihua Pavilion, attempting to win you back. As for Prince Hung, he was likely her fallback plan. She understood that should her first scheme fail and you were to marry into the Eastern Palace, she would lose her chance there. Apart from the Eastern Palace, the only option left would be to align with Prince Hung. After all, during the time, she began her clandestine inquiries into the household. Prince Wen was still guarding the imperial tomb and had not yet been conferred a title. She had no choice but to choose Prince Hung. Through the insights gleaned from her observations, combined with Fu Yumu's deductions, Yumin's ambitions were laid bare. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. What grievance could the household have caused her to incite such malicious thoughts? Chapter 74. A captivating sight. Fu Yuzhuo consoled. Elder brother, there is no need to be angry. The residence has wronged Yumin not a whit. It is her own malicious heart that has led her astray. The matriarch of the Prime Minister's residence is her mother, son, who, though indifferent towards them, has never treated Fu Yumin harshly. In fact, she has shown more kindness to Fu Yumin than to her own daughter, Fu Yuzhuo. Fu Yumin often visits son to bow and pay respects, and occasionally receives gifts befitting a young lady, while Fu Yuzhuo receives nothing but what is customary. It is evident that Fu Yumin's heart has been tainted from the very beginning. She harbors grievances over her status as a legitimate child, aspiring to ascend the social ladder, even if it means using the Prime Minister's residence as a stepping stone. Should she truly trade the information she has gathered with Prince Hong, the Prime Minister in Appo's residence would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow, along with the Prince and Appo's influence being severely undermined. Given the long-standing rivalry between Prince Hong and the Crown Prince, seizing such an opportune moment would prompt Prince Heng's faction to pursue relentlessly, unwilling to relent until the Crown Prince is utterly vanquished. It is not inconceivable that amidst the chaos, they might resort to framing others. Thus, the prospect of deposing the Crown Prince may not be as arduous as it initially appears. As these thoughts coursed through Fu Yumu's mind, a chill settled within him. Elder brother, how is the situation with the information that Yumin has uncovered? Has it been contained? Fu Yuzhuo expressed her concerns, aware that even meticulous scrutiny could result in oversights, and uncertain of how much could be salvaged. We have already addressed the matters she has pried into. To be cautious, I have relocated various ledgers within the household and instructed the staff to keep everything in order. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if there are other unknowns lurking in the shadows. Fu Yuzhuo shared her apprehensions, understanding that the unknown is often the most terrifying. Fu Yimu reassured her, do not fret. The Prime Minister's residence has stood for a century, and with both the Empress Dowager and the current Empress firmly established in the palace, the Crown Prince's position is secure. No matter how tumultuous the storm, it shall not easily topple us. Tomorrow, with limited manpower, keep an eye on Yumin. Should she express any intentions of approaching Prince Hong, it is imperative to thwart her. Fu Yimu, despite his familial ties, was reluctant to sever Fu Yumin's path entirely. As long as she refrained from actively seeking the prince, he would spare her life. What if I prove inept, and she forges a connection with Prince Hong? Fu Yuzhuo pondered anxiously, aware that the palace banquet would be attended by many influential families, and she feared that a moment's inattention might allow Fu Yumin to slip away. Rest assured, even if she does engage with Prince Hong, the intelligence she has gathered will be rendered useless. Moreover, I have deliberately leaked some information, ensuring that Prince Heng's associates have been closely monitoring the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister's residence, and they're likely already aware of certain details. What information have you released? Fu Yuzhuo exclaimed, her excitement peaked. Since discovering Fu Yumin's intentions to betray the Prime Minister's residence, her sole focus had been on sealing the source of information to prevent any contact with Prince Hong, never anticipating her elder brother would have a contingency plan. Fu Yimu smiled. It is nothing substantial. I merely adjusted the information that Yumin had uncovered and accidentally leaked some of it. When the time comes, Should Yumin discuss her findings with Prince Hung, he will immediately recognize discrepancies with what he already knows. This will sow seeds of doubt in his mind. Even if Yumin possesses other information unknown to us, it will be minimal and mixed with falsehoods. Prince Hung will be compelled to investigate. And through this process of discerning truth from deception, we shall gain a window of opportunity for rectification. Fu Yuzhuo could not help but give her brother a thumbs up. Only you could orchestrate such a plan. Now I feel reassured. Fu Yumu chuckled indulgently, playfully pressing her thumb down. Be cautious tomorrow as well. I haven't shared these matters with father, so do not reveal any hints. Aunt Fong has accompanied father for many years. I cannot bear to see him distressed. Most importantly, the evidence that Yumin possesses is scant. With such meager proof and our conjectures, I fear father may not be convinced. Furthermore, with so few young ladies in the household, he might not. Fu Yumu's words trailed off, yet Fu Yuzhuo comprehended his meaning. It was possible that their father, the prime minister, might consider consolidating his influence through the marriage of his daughters, thus hesitating to take ruthless action. In the absence of compelling evidence, he would likely only confine Fu Yumin rather than eliminate her, as that would be a waste of a potential pawn. However, if Fu Yumin were to recklessly betray them, aligning herself with Prince Hung, coupled with the prior evidence gathered, their father would likely abandon all hope. A disloyal, illegitimate daughter could inflict considerable damage on the Prime Minister and Oppo's residents. Having navigated the political landscape for many years, their father would know how to deal with such a situation without mercy. I understand, elder brother. Do not worry, Fu Yuzhuo replied softly. On the morning of the Double Ninth Festival, before dawn, Fu Yuzhuo was roused by her maids, who hurried to dress, wash, and adorn her, creating quite the lively scene in her chamber. I must see for myself what the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister looks like, Wei Ying, who had risen early, remarked as she came to observe Fu Yuzhuo's preparations. Upon seeing Wei Ying's teasing smile, Fu Yuzhuo raised her eyebrows playfully. Of course, I am exceptionally beautiful. Although she seldom mingled with the ladies of the capital, Fu Yuzhuo was well aware of her own allure, certainly more striking than many other noble women she had encountered during her outings. Wei Ying circled around Fu Yuzhuo, admiring her attire. Today, Fu Yuzhuo donned a sky-blue gown adorned with silver and gold threads, intricately embroidered with cloud patterns. The fabric was embellished with flowers and a few butterflies, resembling ethereal spirits beneath the azure sky, vibrant and lifelike. Her hair was styled in a cloud-like chignon, complemented by a golden bird hairpin that appeared as though it were crafted from gold with the delicate art of inlaid turquoise. The wings of the bird were distinctly defined, creating the illusion of a kingfisher perched atop her head. The hairpin dangled with pearl tassels and pale blue gemstones. Although dawn had yet to break, it shimmered brilliantly even in the dim light of the room. Wei Ying gasped in awe. No wonder people say wealth dazzles the eye. This attire of Choi is truly blinding. She playfully pinched Fu Yuzhuo's cheek, adding, yet, no matter how splendid the garments or extravagant the jewels, they pale in comparison to Choi herself. You are the true beauty. Flattered by the praise, Fu Yuzhuo blushed. Sister Wei, you jest. With a smile, Wei Ying took Fu Yuzhuo's hand and gestured to the maids. Look at her. Where did such a fairy-like beauty come from? Those noble women who claim such beauty is as flavorless as salt must be blind. Today, when our Choi graces the palace banquet, those gossip mongers will surely be left speechless. Laughter echoed through Fu Yuzhuo's chamber until an announcement came from outside. Miss, Granny's son has arrived. Chapter 75. Make up the arrival of Granny's son instantly silenced the previously lively room. It was not that she was particularly intimidating, but as the personal maid of the matriarch, Madam's son, she embodied her presence. The young maids were the first to bow in her direction, while Fu Yuzhuo and Wei Ying rose to greet her. Granny, what brings you here so early? They inquired. Granny's son replied with a respectful nod. I come at the behest of the madam, bringing along 2 skilled maids adept in hairstyling and makeup. She smiled as she introduced the 2 women accompanying her, guiding them to pay their respects to Fu Yuzhuo. After all, it was a young lady's first attendance at a palace banquet, and the madam was understandably concerned. The 2 maids were accustomed to serving the madam for grand occasions, hence their presence to assist the young lady. Though Granny's son spoke politely and wore a smile, Fu Yuzhuo felt a discomfort. Wasn't he blatantly suggesting that she had never attended a palace banquet before, fearing she would embarrass herself and lose face, thus coming to supervise her? With a slight furrow of her brow, Fu Yuzhuo thought, was it not her own mother who had kept her from venturing out into society? Why did they now seem to disparage her, fearing she might breach decorum? Hua Xian noticed the undercurrents of tension and worried that Fu Yuzhuo might rebuff them outright. She quickly stepped in front of Fu Yuzhuo, aiding the two maids to rise, and cheerfully said, "How thoughtful of the madam. We appreciate your help." She then urged Shu Exin quickly assist the young lady to the vanity. While Shu Xian felt a similar unease, her straightforward nature prevented her from grasping the full implications. However, she recognized that Hua Xian's actions were purposeful and thus complied by helping Fu Yuzhuo. Understanding Hua Xian's concern, Fu Yuzhuo had much to say, but she felt it was more appropriate to direct her grievances toward her mother, Madame Sun, rather than these hairstyling maids. So, she followed Shu Xian to sit on the intricately carved stool at the vanity. The young lady indeed resembles her mother, the esteemed daughter of the chancellor, exuding an undeniable grace and beauty. The two maids bent forward, offering compliments. Fu Yuzhuo replied with a faint smile and a nod, permitting them to approach her for their services. Today, Madame Sun was to escort the female members of the household to the palace, and the maids were diligent in ensuring Fu Yuzhuo's hair was styled impeccably. With her fair complexion, Fu Yuzhuo possessed a visage that was truly blessed. The Chaoyuan hairstyle suited her youthful vivacity, yet it was somewhat frivolous, overshadowing the dignified aura expected of a lady from a prominent family. "Perhaps we should opt for the Suiyuan hairstyle instead," one maid suggested, which would accentuate the young lady and Oppo's gentle demeanor, don't you think? Granny's son, positioned behind Fu Yuzhuo, scrutinized her hairstyle, attire, and makeup in the mirror. Years ago, when Fu Yuzhuo was 6 or 7, she had been permitted to venture out, often visiting the empress to pay her respects. However, upon noticing her cherubic face bore a resemblance to the empress, Madame Sun forbade her from appearing publicly to avoid drawing attention. Granny Sun's early morning visit was to ensure that the young maids in Tinglan courtyard, who might lack discretion, did not enhance Fu Yuzhuo's resemblance to the empress, which would be an enormous scandal. After examining her carefully, Granny Sun was relieved to find Fu Yuzhuo's attire was conventional and not reminiscent of the empress's past garments. However, with the Chaoyuan hairstyle drawing her hair entirely back, Fu Yuzhuo's face was fully visible, bearing a striking similarity to the now affluent empress. The hairstyling maid suggested the Suiyuan hairstyle, which would also pull all her hair back, prompting Granny Sun to recommend, "Let us opt for the Yunwan hairstyle, adorned with a pair of jade butterfly hairpins and earrings, complemented by a sky blue ribbon in the back." The Yunwan style would only gather the front half of the hair, leaving the back flowing down, thus appearing youthful while softening the angles of Fu Yuzhuo's face. Listening to their conversation, Fu Yuzhuo understood that they were not seeking her opinion, recognizing it as her mother's directive. After all, she was her mother, and both she and Granny Sun were figures Fu Yuzhuo could not easily oppose. It was merely a hairstyle after all. What significance did it hold? Fu Yuzhuo was adaptable. Today, she aimed to astonish those noble ladies. As long as she looked splendid, it mattered not. So, when Granny Sun pretended to inquire, "What does the young lady think?" Fu Yuzhuo suppressed her urge to roll her eyes and closed them instead, saying, "All right then." Granny Sun secretly sighed in relief. The young lady had a peculiar temperament. There was no telling if she would comply with the suggested hairstyle. Perhaps, since it was her first formal palace banquet, Fu Yuzhuo was in good spirits and chose not to contradict her. After all, Madame Sun had kept her daughter under wraps for 10 years, and now that Fu Yuzhuo could finally appear publicly, what was there not to concede? Before long, Fu Yuzhuo's hairstyle was complete, and the maids meticulously applied her makeup, while several young maids assisted in fetching items. Granny Sun occasionally offered suggestions: a light dusting of powder, keep it natural and fair. The eyebrows should be drawn in the delicate style of Dayu. This color for the lip tint, a peach blossom hue, is most appealing. After a flurry of meticulous attention, Fu Yuzhuo was finally adorned. As she gazed into the mirror, Her reflection portrayed a harmonious blend of gentility and charm. Her face akin to a peach blossom blooming in the snow, subtle yet captivating, making it difficult for one to look away. Truly stunning. Yet Fu Yuzhuo couldn't shake a sense of peculiarity. During the styling, Granny Sun's incessant chatter had tested her patience, and she had assumed her mother sent someone to deliberately make her appear. Not exactly a fright, but certainly not as striking as she now looked. No, that was simply a testament to her own beauty. Fu Yuzhuo reassured herself that she could pull off any look. Though puzzled, Fu Yuzhuo had little time to dwell on it. Once dressed and adorned, Granny Sun and the hairstyling maid bowed and took their leave. With all preparations complete, Fu Yuzhuo, accompanied by Hua Exin, Shu Exan, and Wei Ying, stepped out. In the Jingxin Hall, Madame Sun had finished her makeup and was preparing to leave when Granny Sun hastily approached to assist her. "Is everything in order?" Madame Sun inquired. Adorned in her first-rank ceremonial attire, wearing a zhai crown, her makeup poised and elegant, yet her demeanor remained aloof. "Yes," Granny Sun replied as she guided her out. "The young lady looks fair, with a light touch of powder and a peach blossom lip tint that enhances her delicate charm." "And the eyebrows?" Madame Sun asked. "Rest assured, they're drawn in the style of Daiyu," Granny Sun assured her. Hearing this, Madame Sun finally felt at ease. The empress, now in a position of great power, typically favored the more pronounced foreign brows. In her youth, she had seldom adorned her brows, merely accentuating her natural shape with a few strokes. Moreover, she had never had the opportunity to use the peach blossom lip color. Additionally, the empress, despite her well-maintained appearance, was not a true heiress, and her complexion could not compare to that of an authentic noblewoman. Thus, today, Fu Yuzhuo and Appo's attire should not reveal any resemblance to her. Chapter 76. Determination. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale light across the sky, Sun Sure assisted Grandma Sun out of the Tranquility Hall and headed towards the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. The streets were deserted, with few souls wandering about. However, the entrance to the Prime Minister's estate was abuzz with activity. 4 grand carriages, expertly crafted from fine pear wood, were lined up at the entrance, exuding a delicate aroma and a warm sheen. Each carriage boasted intricate carvings, with fluid and delicate lines that seemed to be sketched by the most agile brush of nature. The windows displayed elaborate hollow carvings adorned with equally exquisite curtains. These curtains, a study in elegance, consisted of 2 layers. The inner layer was sheer gauze, allowing light to filter in and illuminating the interior while obscuring the view from outside. The outer layer, made of thick, soft velvet, blocked out all light and prying eyes, ensuring a peaceful slumber within. The corners of the carriage roof arched high, with dainty wind chimes hanging from the eaves that chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze. In every aspect, the carriages showcased unparalleled luxury and refinement. Although the dawn had not fully broken and few pedestrians were out, every passerby, whether near or far, stole a glance. Recognizing these as the carriages of the esteemed Prime Minister, they could only marvel quietly, too intimidated to approach, and soon departed with silent admiration. Inside the gates of the Prime Minister's residence, on the inner side of the reflecting wall, Fu Yumin was already dressed and waiting in the courtyard. Shortly after, Fu Yimu arrived, and, as she stepped forward to greet him, she noticed Fu Yuzhuo approaching from a distance. She was compelled to halt her steps. "Elder brother." Upon entering the front courtyard, Fu Yuzhuo spotted her brother heading towards the gate and naturally called out to him. Fu Yimu turned at the sound, and a graceful figure emerged from the corridor, illuminated by the lantern and Appo's dim light against the pale morning sky, rendering her almost ethereal. Cool und Appo's Even from afar, although he could not discern her clearly, he recognized the one he cherished deeply. Fu Yuzhuo's gown fluttered like blossoms in the autumn breeze, and the ornaments in her hair sparkled in the dawn light. This grand attire was unlike anything Fu Yumu had seen before. His gaze instinctively followed her, a smile creeping onto his lips. He paused, his eyes tenderly fixed on Fu Yuzhuo. "You are early. Are you adjusting well? Have you eaten?" As Fu Yuzhuo approached, her features became clearer in the soft morning light, causing Fu Yumu's heart to race in rhythm with her increasingly distinct visage. Waking up early was a bit uncomfortable. But after a cup of warm milk, I feel much better now. As she spoke, Fu Yuchua turned to take a pastry from Huaxin's hands, and upon reaching Fu Yumu, she lowered her voice playfully. I heard that the formal palace banquet doesn't provide enough to eat, so I secretly brought some pastries to share with you on the way. Fu Yuchua, attending her first grand banquet, was free of nervousness or unease, instead showing concern for his well-being. Fu Yumu's heart swelled with sweetness, and he tenderly brushed aside a strand of hair blown by the wind. Thank you, Chua. He accepted the pastry she offered, lowering his voice in reply. I will save this for later when I ride. As the two shared this intimate moment, Fu Yumin felt a pang of jealousy. Her brother, regardless of her efforts, only had eyes for his legitimate sister. Although she had risen earlier and stood waiting in the chilly morning breeze, he remained oblivious to her presence. Fortunately, they were still a few steps apart. Had she not halted to greet them, he might have completely disregarded her, biting her silver teeth in frustration. Fu Yumin vowed that one day, those who underestimated her would kneel and beg for her favor. After exchanging a few words, Fu Yuchua and Fu Yumu walked side by side toward the gate, and Fu Yumin, having calmed her inner discontent, curtsied gracefully as they approached. Good morning, elder brother. Good morning, elder sister. Fu Yumu glanced at Fu Yumin, his expression inscrutable, before merely nodding in acknowledgement and continuing on, while Fu Yuchua directly ignored her. Fu Yumin felt a wave of embarrassment as she twisted her handkerchief. Was her brother's demeanor not overly dismissive? Fu Yuchua, too, had changed, despite having done nothing wrong. Since her return from the failed marriage, her attitude had shifted dramatically, even though she had once seemed fond of her, unable to question or inquire. Fu Yumin silently followed behind them as they moved toward the exit. At that moment, Fu Cheng and Sun Shi also arrived. After exchanging greetings and receiving Fu Cheng and Appo's as further admonitions to act prudently, everyone made their way to the carriages. As a civil official, Fu Cheng usually traveled by carriage to court, and today, with so many people, he, as the head of the family, naturally boarded the first carriage. Fu Yumu assisted him onto the carriage and then moved to help Sun Shi into the second carriage. Sun Shi's carriage was adorned with dark red curtains embellished with crystal and pearl tassels, reserved for the matron of the Prime Minister's household, subtle yet elegant, discernible only to the discerning eye as a tribute. As Fu Cheng and Sun Shi's carriage began to sway forward, Fu Yumu approached the third carriage. Be careful, he instructed, lending Fu Yuchua his arm for support as she climbed aboard while Huaxin stood on the other side to assist her. With one hand on her brother and the other on Huaxin, Fu Yuchua stepped into the carriage, followed closely by Huaxin. In a while, serve Chur some pastries. The palace banquet lasts all day, and there may not be much to eat, Fu Yumu instructed, and Huaxin readily agreed with a smile. Once the carriage curtains were drawn, she burst into laughter. The eldest young master truly dotes on you. I fear that the future young mistress may not be treated with such care. Delighted by her brother's attentiveness, Fu Yuchua replied, who knows? After assisting Fu Yuchua into the carriage, Fu Yumu took the reins from the servant, deftly mounting his horse. He cautioned the driver of Fu Yuchua's carriage to ensure a steady ride. Be careful. Don't jostle her. Yes, young master, came the reply, and he gently urged his horse towards his mother's son Shi's carriage. Fu Yumin watched once more as Fu Yumu and Fu Yuchua shared a close bond. Feeling increasingly isolated as she climbed into her carriage, accompanied only by He Qing, her resolve to align with King Hung only strengthened. She had recently uncovered information regarding the Prime Minister's residence and the Crown Prince, accepting bribes and selling titles. Oh, how grave the consequences of such offenses! She was determined to witness the downfall of the Prime Minister Fu Cheng, to see him take his own life and the Fu family sentenced to exile. She anticipated their hardships on the road of banishment, suffering from hunger and illness, wondering if they could still maintain their sibling affection in such dire straits. Chapter 77. The Imperial Banquet in the Palace. Lanterns were brightly lit, creating an atmosphere of joy and auspiciousness. Outside, the streets were bustling with an array of carriages. As noble families arrived, exchanging warm greetings amidst the commands of their masters to their servants, creating a lively scene. After the family of Fu Cheng had disembarked from their carriage and gathered together, they exchanged a few words of instruction before proceeding under the guidance of a eunuch into the palace gates. Upon entering, they encountered a sea of people, yet an unusual silence enveloped them. The imposing presence of the imperial city compelled everyone to lower their voices, fearing any breach of decorum might bring shame upon their families. As they made their way, a group of palace maids awaited them to escort the noble ladies and their companions to the Empress Dowager's Cixi Palace. Fu Yuzhuo walked with a keen adherence to palace etiquette, her gaze fixed upon her own shoes, deliberately ignoring the scrutinizing glances from the crowd. The thought of having to perform a grand bow before the Empress Dowager made her feel even more fatigued and strained. Today marked the Double Ninth Festival, also known as the Elderly Festival or Longevity Festival, dedicated to honoring the elderly. In ordinary households, as long as the elders are alive, children and grandchildren would pray for their well-being, often returning home to dine with them as an expression of filial piety. The emperor was no exception. With the Empress Dowager now advanced in age, the emperor, as her son, naturally wished for her health and longevity. Thus, each year he would lead the ministers in the palace of Puguang to pray for her blessings. Following suit, the wives of the officials, particularly those of noble birth, would also enter the palace today to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. However, the Empress Dowager disliked ostentatious displays of reverence, so the noble ladies would merely perform their duties as juniors and spend the day in light-hearted banter with her. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the Cixi Palace. The Empress Dowager had yet to emerge, allowing the ladies the opportunity to converse freely while the maids introduced their respective seating arrangements. Among them, Fu Yumin had gained a reputation in the capital, having previously socialized, thus attracting a few acquaintances who approached her to exchange pleasantries. The esteemed daughter of the prime minister attended a banquet for the first time, piquing everyone's curiosity. While ostensibly conversing with Fu Yumin, several young ladies' eyes would often dart towards Fu Yuzhuo. Aware of their ulterior motives, Fu Yumin hesitated to introduce her sister, fearing that her once amiable sister might publicly embarrass her after having changed so drastically since her escape from an arranged marriage. Before she could make the introduction, a sharp voice from outside announced the arrival of the Empress. The lively hall fell instantly silent, and the guests parted to create a wide path as the Empress, accompanied by her maids and eunuchs, gracefully entered. Everyone bowed in reverence, greeting the Empress, with a smile illuminating her features. The Empress scanned the room and quickly spotted Fu Yuzhuo, hastening her steps while gently instructing, "Ladies, please rise." As she approached Fu Yuzhuo, the Empress expressed her fondness, reaching out her hand, but ultimately assisted the kneeling Lady Sun instead, saying, "Sister, please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Lady Sun replied, bowing her head once more before stepping back slightly. The sight of the Empress personally aiding the Prime Minister in damp Appo's wife stirred a mix of envy, admiration, and disdain among the attendees, each harboring their own sentiments. Lady Sun's actions seemed deliberate, an attempt to avoid any perception of favoritism from the Empress. However, both she and the Empress understood the underlying intentions. The Empress, maintaining her composure, remarked, "Thank you all for waiting. I shall first pay a visit to my mother." At that moment, the Empress Dowager made her entrance, greeted by cries of "Long live the Empress Dowager." The noble ladies and young misses bowed deeply, wishing her longevity and well-being. As the Empress Dowager ascended to her elevated seat, she smiled warmly and raised her hand, saying, "Good, good, you are all too kind. Please rise." Once the formalities were concluded, the guests dispersed to their seats. The Empress Dowager remarked, "It is heartening to see you all, my dear ladies. How thoughtful of you to remember this old body of mine." Her gaze briefly lingered on Fu Yuzhuo, who felt a twinge of nostalgia as she observed the Empress Dowager, whose features had faded somewhat in her memory over the past decade. The palace maids, adorned in splendid attire, glided between the ladies, offering trays of delicacies. Today, many had arrived early, neglecting their breakfasts, necessitating light refreshments to accompany their conversations with the Empress Dowager. After some time spent in polite exchanges, the Empress Dowager smiled and said, I appreciate your visit today. I have arranged for a stage to be set up in the side hall, where you may enjoy a light meal before we proceed to enjoy a performance together. Accompanying the others into the side hall, Fu Yuzhuo soon found herself amidst the lively atmosphere of the performance. The stage began with a vibrant dance, the performers adorned in colorful garments, moving gracefully as if they were celestial beings. Following the dance, the formal play commenced, showcasing the grandeur of the court and celebrating the blessings of peace and prosperity. The Empress Dowager and the Empress watched from their seats, smiling at the guests below, while the noble ladies raised their cups in toasts, wishing the Empress Dowager enduring health and longevity. Yet, Fu Yuzhuo felt somewhat disengaged, finding the performance lackluster compared to the more spirited acts she had witnessed outside. Fortunately, the Empress, ever compassionate, discreetly had the maids bring forth additional delicacies for Fu Yuzhuo to enjoy. Chapter 78. The Imperial Banquet, Part 2. As the Empress Dowager had grown elderly, she could not remain seated for long. After watching a couple of performances, she retired to her chambers for a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity, the Empress summoned Fu Yuzhuo to sit beside her. "Greetings to your Majesty, the Empress, and to the Crown Princess." The Crown Princess, Qian Xiangxiang, was seated behind the Empress, and Fu Yuzhuo naturally offered her respects. The Crown Princess smiled and nodded. No need for formalities. Finally having the chance to have Fu Yuzhuo by her side, the Empress was pleased. She gently lifted Fu Yuzhuo's hand and said with a smile, "What have you been busy with these days? It has been quite a while since you last visited the palace." In response, Fu Yuzhuo explained that she had merely been at home without any pressing matters. "I had intended to pay my respects, but alas, the palace walls are high, and your Majesty has many responsibilities, making it rather inconvenient. Do not try to deceive me. I know you well. There are many enjoyable things outside, and you cannot bear to miss them." The Empress playfully tapped Fu Yuzhuo's forehead, chiding her, "You should come to the palace more often to converse with me." Feeling embarrassed at being so easily seen through, Fu Yuzhuo acknowledged the Empress's affection, although the Empress treated her warmly and often bestowed gifts upon her. Fu Yuzhuo had not frequently visited the palace before. Perhaps today was different due to her first formal appearance, prompting the Empress to show her favor and support, ensuring that others would not belittle her. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I shall make it a point to visit more often," Fu Yuzhuo replied graciously. "That is more like it," the Empress said, releasing her hand. The performances today were specially arranged by the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the Double Ninth Festival. Do you not find them more splendid than those outside? Indeed, the palace performances are truly exquisite, Fu Yuzhuo complimented. While the Empress wished to elevate Fu Yuzhuo's status in front of the crowd, she had to be cautious not to appear overly indulgent, lest she incite jealousy, particularly from the Crown Princess. Fortunately, there were others engaged in conversation with the Crown Princess, preventing her from fixating on Fu Yuzhuo. As the performance continued, the Empress had to attend to the ladies and young misses from various households, leaving little time for further conversation with Fu Yuzhuo. Not daring to remain too long in the Empress's presence, Fu Yuzhuo took the opportunity to return to her seat, primarily to keep an eye on Fu Yumin. Upon her return, the two young ladies who had been speaking with Fu Yuzhuo approached her. "Miss Fu Yumin, it feels rather stifling here. Would you care to join us for a stroll?" The speaker was Lu Junyu, daughter of the Minister of Rights. She had met Fu Yumin several times at poetry gatherings in the capital, and they had developed a good rapport. "Junyu, my elder sister is rather reserved. She may not be accustomed to such outings. You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves," Fu Yumin replied with a smile, genuinely concerned that their antics might upset Fu Yuzhuo. Fu Yuzhuo was the one with the backing of their father and the Empress, while Fu Yumin had no such support. "Yumin, do not be so petty. It is rare for my sister to be in good health. Would it not be wonderful for us to explore together?" The girl in the pink dress chimed in, turning to Fu Yuzhuo with her final remark. "I prefer to watch the performance. Yumin will accompany me," Fu Yuzhuo replied coolly, casting a dismissive glance at them. She felt no obligation to indulge in their familiarity, especially given the unpredictable nature of such outings. The girl fell silent. She was Bai Rue, the sister of a minor official in the Ministry of Personnel. Although her brother held a modest position, it came with a degree of power. and many sought to curry favor with him. Having attempted to ingratiate herself, Bai Rui felt embarrassed and frustrated, her face betraying her emotions. Why must you be so distant? Fu, elder sister? We only wish to introduce you to others, as you do not venture out often. Fu Yuzhuo raised an eyebrow and replied with a sardonic smile. Do I truly need to meet everyone? Are you certain it is not they who wish to become acquainted with me, just as you do? You. Bai Rui was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with indignation, yet she was wary of Fu Yuzhuo's status, which restrained her from retaliating. If you do not wish to join us, simply say so. There is no need for such theatrics, Lu Junyu interjected, subtly positioning herself to shield the fuming Bai Rui. The two were close, and Lu Junyu did not want Bai Rui to offend the Prime Minister's household. Fu Yuzhuo brushed the crumbs from her hands and replied nonchalantly, Look at this first wave of eager individuals coming to know me, as if you were saviors in a time of need. She turned her gaze to Lu Junyu, her eyes cold as she asked, Must I accept your invitation simply because you extend it? I have made it clear that I do not wish to go. Yet you persist. Fu Yuzhuo gestured toward Bai Rui. What? By not stepping out, am I merely granting you the chance to feign goodwill? Then she turned to Fu Yumin, questioning which distinguished families do these young ladies belong to, that they require the company of a girl from the Prime Minister's household to play the part of the benevolent savior? Bai Rui's face fluctuated between red and pale. Red from embarrassment and anger, and pale from the realization that Fu Yuzhuo's inquiry about their families could potentially implicate her brother due to her rashness. Lu Junyu remained composed, recognizing that this was merely a trivial dispute among young ladies. She stepped forward and bowed slightly. I am Lu Junyu. We have unintentionally offended you earlier. Please forgive us. Fu eldest sister. Fu Yuzhuo regarded her with approval for her straightforwardness, lacking any pretense. However, she noted the quality of her friends was lacking. Fu Yumin felt increasingly awkward as these two were relatively close to her, mainly due to their family's influence in the court, which could prove advantageous in the future. Given the current situation, offending her elder sister could jeopardize her ability to maintain balance between the two. Thus, when faced with Fu Yuzhuo and Oppos, his question, Fu Yumin hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Lu Junyu initiated the introductions, making it easier for her. Elder sister, this is Lu Junyu, daughter of the Minister of Rights. And this is Bai Rui, sister of a minor official in the Ministry of Personnel. Fu Yuzhuo raised an eyebrow, realizing they hailed from the Ministry of Personnel, which explained their haughty demeanor. It seemed likely that many had sought to curry favor with their brother, and perhaps she had unwittingly become entangled in their schemes. Very well. It seemed fortune favored her. She would later inquire whether her brother had suitable candidates to replace the minor official in the Ministry of Personnel. It was time for him to place his people in the 6 ministries. Please return, ladies. I wish to watch the performance with my sister, Fu Yuzhuo declared, turning her attention back to the stage, dismissing them. Lu Junyu and Bai Rui departed, while Fu Yumin awkwardly returned to her seat. As Fu Yuzhuo had declined to allow her to leave, she could not confront her openly. This sense of powerlessness only intensified Fu Yumin's yearning to meet with Prince Heng. She believed that with her knowledge and connections, she could surely capture his favor and secure a position as a secondary consort in Prince Heng's household. Fu Yumin could not help but eagerly anticipate the evening banquet. Chapter 79. The Imperial Banquet, Part 3. The Imperial Banquet for the Double Ninth Festival is to be held throughout the day. In the morning, His Majesty leads his ministers in prayers for blessings, and by afternoon, the sovereign and his officials dine together. After His Majesty takes a rest, the ministers are free to converse and relax in designated halls. After their rest, they will convene with the ladies of the court, led by the Empress Dowager, to have dinner in the Hall of Displaying Affection. This hall is the most spacious in the entire palace, designed specifically for the emperor and his ministers to dine together, thereby demonstrating the emperor's affection for his officials through shared meals. Fu Yuzhuo could hardly endure the day's tedium. The performances were exceedingly dull. The empress, being considerate, arranged for her to rest in a quiet chamber and naturally insisted that Fu Yumin accompany her, along with He Qing, for proper respite. Fu Yumin was well aware of the empress's fondness for Fu Yuzhuo and was pleasantly surprised by the extent of her care, attentive to every detail. concerned lest Fu Yuchua grow weary, bored, or hungry. She exhibited a warmth that was far more maternal than the indifference shown by Lady Sunday. Although Fu Yamian felt a twinge of jealousy over Fu Yuchua's special treatment, she dared not show a hint of it, maintaining a facade of gratitude and respect. At long last, dinner was upon them. After her afternoon rest, Fu Yuchua was escorted by a palace maid appointed by the empress to stroll through the imperial garden. And only then were she and Fu Yamian guided to the hall of displaying affection. Upon entering, they were greeted by rows of meticulously arranged tables adorned with exquisite silk tablecloths, laden with an array of delicacies and fine wines. In the center of the tables, blooming chrysanthemums exuded a refreshing fragrance, invigorating the spirit. Nearby, a group of court musicians played, their melodies gently rising to create an atmosphere of ease and comfort. Lady Sun had already taken her designated seat, and Fu Yuchua and Fu Yamian approached her. "Mother," they greeted in unison. Lady Sun's gaze barely lingered on them, responding with a faint acknowledgement before they settled into seats further back. Soon after, the empress and the crown princess arrived. This time, the empress merely smiled and nodded at Fu Yuchua from a distance, refraining from any overt familiarity. After acknowledging the courtiers' greetings, she instructed the palace maids and eunuchs to let the crown princess preside over the gathering while she went to the Xian palace to fetch the empress dowager. Consequently, the officials who had come for the prayers gradually filled the hall, taking their places among their families. Fu Cheng and Fu Yimu arrived. "Father, brother." Lady Sun rose to greet them. "Father, eldest brother." Fu Yuchua and Fu Yamian followed suit. "Please be seated." After a morning of prayers, and though he had rested briefly, Fu Cheng, feeling the toll of age, first sipped a cup of tea upon sitting down. Before long, the crown prince, Prince Hung, and Prince Wen entered. Fu Yuchua's gaze immediately caught sight of Prince Wen, Han Min, who walked at the rear. Today, he wore a dark red imperial robe, embroidered with a majestic four-clawed dragon, signifying royal authority. The collar was intricately adorned with golden cloud patterns, delicate and elaborate. His sleeves were wide and flowing, edged with golden thread, shimmering with every movement, complementing the brilliance of the gemstones on his waist sash. Fu Yuchua felt as if Han Min had descended from the heavens, radiating an ethereal glow. This was Fu Yuchua's first encounter with Han Min in such formal attire, and while she had always perceived him as a cool and handsome figure, he now exuded an aura of composure. The three princes approached in unison, with the crown prince and Prince Hung leading, but Han Min stood out, his presence undiminished by the others. Fu Yuchua felt a swell of pride. The man she admired was indeed remarkable. The hall of displaying affection was vast and filled with people. Han Min's gaze shifted, yet he had not yet spotted Fu Yuchua. Suddenly, she felt the intense scrutiny of Prince Hung. She turned to meet his gaze, only to find him averting his eyes the moment she looked his way. Confounded, she mused on the oddity of his attention. After all, they were not acquainted. Just then, she recalled Fu Yamian beside her and turned her head. Indeed, Fu Yamian's gaze was fixed on Prince Hung, her eyes alight with excitement, her body rigid with anticipation. So Prince Hang's attention was directed at Yamian. Fu Yuchua thought to herself that she must keep a close watch on her sister to prevent any opportunity for an encounter with the prince. To her surprise, throughout the entire dinner, Fu Yamian remained quiet and composed, showing no inclination to seek out anyone or leave her seat. As it was Fu Yuchua's first attendance at such an event, and given her status as the legitimate daughter of a first-ranking minister, it was inevitable that some would approach her with pleasantries. Moreover, with Fu Yimu recently appointed as a general, the interest in their family was heightened, prompting Fu Yimu to introduce Fu Yuchua to various ladies, hoping to foster suitable friendships. With her father present, Fu Yuchua was polite in her exchanges, as long as no one like Bai Rui was attempting to feign kindness or harbor ill intentions. Yet, she had not anticipated that Fu Yamian, having played the obedient role all day, would sneak away while she was engaged in conversation. When Fu Yuchua realized this, she caught sight of Fu Yamian's figure swiftly exiting through a side hall. She hurriedly excused herself from the conversation and pursued her sister, but upon exiting the side hall, Fu Yamian had vanished. Han Min had risen early to prepare himself, determined to see Yuzhuo at the banquet. From a morning prayers to lunch and the afternoon rest, he had waited anxiously for the opportunity to enter the hall of displaying affection. Upon entering, he discreetly searched for the seats of the minister's family. Soon, he spotted Fu Yuzhuo seated there, a faint smile gracing his lips. It had been over half a month since he last saw her, and naturally, he missed her dearly. He wondered if she still harbored any resentment toward him. Though he had a multitude of words to express, he could only maintain a neutral demeanor, shifting his gaze away. At that moment, he looked forward to the entertainment segment following the formal banquet, as most of the young attendees would take the opportunity to explore the palace and admire its rare beauty. Finally, after enduring the dinner, the sky darkened, and the bright stars began to twinkle in the night sky. Throughout the evening, Han Min had been secretly observing Fu Yuzhuo and noticed her rise suddenly. Calmly, he waited until she exited the hall before hastily following her retreating figure. Yuzhuo, fortunately, his long legs allowed him to catch up as he spotted her wandering along the stone path. He quickly approached and whispered, "You've come too? Help me look for something." Fu Yuzhuo, seeing him, exclaimed, momentarily forgetting their previous encounter. "What are you looking for?" Han Min gently inquired, captivated by her appearance, even in her anxious state. Although he had seen Fu Yuzhuo dressed formally before, he still felt she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Looking for. As Fu Yuzhuo raised her eyes, she caught Han Min's smile, which, though he didn't reveal his teeth, radiated warmth. It suddenly reminded her of their previous discord, and she halted her words, huffing, "It's none of your business." Chapter 80. No usurpation. It has been quite a while since they last met, yet Chao's anger still lingers. Han Min feels a sense of helplessness. Were it not for Chao expressing her longing for him before she became upset, he would have struggled to endure these past few days. As long as she holds him in her heart, he believes there will be an opportunity to clarify the misunderstanding. Han Min looks at Fu Yuzhuo with a pitiful gaze, wondering if she would not even grant him a chance to explain. Fu Yuzhuo, of course, is eager to hear his explanation and understand his thoughts, but now is not the time for such discussions. Presently, she is concerned about Yumin possibly colluding with the king of Hong, and she hurriedly inquires, "Where is the king of Hong?" Han Min is taken aback. Just as he is about to pour out his heartfelt emotions, she is asking about his married elder brother. What is going on? Seeing his peculiar expression, Fu Yuzhuo lowers her voice to ask, "Has my elder brother mentioned anything about our half-sister Yumin and the king of Hong?" Upon hearing that Chao's half-sister is entangled with the king of Hong, Han Min's worries dissipate. After their excursion to Shiyun Mountain, he has not seen General Fu again. Even the messages he sent seem to vanish without a trace, receiving no response. It appears that, as Chao suggested, Fu Yumu is aware of their relationship and disapproves, which troubles Han Min greatly, as he has not had the opportunity to persuade his brother-in-law. Fu Yuzhuo understands and says they can discuss their matters later. Right now, with Yumin missing, she suspects that she may be plotting with the king of Hong to entrap the prime minister's residence. "Then let us search for her together," Han Min suggests, naturally pulling Fu Yuzhuo's sleeve. She is about to glare at him, still angry about their previous encounter, questioning why he is pulling at her. Ignoring her annoyance, Han Min gestures towards a nearby pavilion. There's a pavilion over there that the king of Hong often visits. All right, Fu Yuzhuo concedes reluctantly, following him. Due to the narrow path they are traversing stealthily, Fu Yuzhuo, concerned about her elder brother's worry, instructs Huaxin, "Please inform my elder brother and have him send someone to search for us. Today, many have come to associate with him, and he might not have noticed that Yumin and I are missing." "Understood, miss. Please be careful," Huaxin replies. Afterward, Han Min leads Fu Yuzhuo down a narrow side path, their figures soon disappearing among the foliage. The trees on either side of the path are dense, and Han Min occasionally helps shield her from the protruding branches, cautioning her to be careful. Having this rare moment alone together, Fu Yuzhuo maneuvers herself, avoiding branches while trying to maintain her hair and clothing. Each slight brush against Han Min, who is aiding her, causes his breath to falter. In recent days, Han Min has made decisions regarding his future with Chao, but has struggled to find an opportunity to express them. As they are now in close proximity, the words he longs to say bubble to the surface, awaiting the courage to be spoken. Finally, As Fu Yuchao brushes against him once more, Han Min seizes her hand. "Chower, would you consent to marry me?" Fu Yuchao, momentarily distracted by the small branches, finds herself stunned by Han Min's question about such a significant life decision. Gathering his courage, Han Min continues. "Since that day in the carriage when I confessed my feelings for you, I have resolved that no matter what the future holds, I only desire you. However, you are the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, destined for the Eastern Palace, to become the most esteemed lady in the great Yu country. I know I lack the power to compete, but if you do not harbor feelings for the Crown Prince, and if you are willing, I will take you away. I will plead with my father, asking for permission to retire to my fief, far from all this turmoil. Will you come with me to Xinzhou?" Xinzhou is the fief of the Prince of One. He speaks nervously, stumbling over his words, his handsome face barely visible in the dim light, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Fu Yuchao finds this stammering prince unexpectedly charming. Who would have guessed that the usually composed Prince of One would be like this? As she listens to him, her previous anger dissipates. "Are you no longer interested in usurpation?" she asks, a mix of inquiry and testing in her tone. She had previously harbored concerns that Han Min's affection for her was motivated by a desire for the support of the Prime Minister's residence to secure the throne. Yet now he speaks of returning to his fief. This question momentarily stuns Han Min. If I sought to usurp, how could General Fu possibly collaborate with me? The current crown prince is the nephew of Prime Minister Fu Cheng. Although Han Min has allied with Fu Yumu, his focus has always been on self-preservation, never aspiring to the throne. If he had even the slightest inclination toward usurpation, he would not have partnered with the Prime Minister's eldest son. To be discovered by the Crown Prince's faction as a prince seeking the throne would indeed be a path to destruction. Though Prince One is the least likely among the princes to usurp, if he does not aspire to such ambitions, then what are you and my elder brother doing? Fu Yuchao questions. Han Min replies earnestly. Our collaboration aims to strengthen our respective powers. I wish to be capable of protecting myself and my mother amidst the turbulent political landscape. As for General Fu, he seeks to build influence beyond the Prime Minister's residence. It seems he does not wish to remain overshadowed by Fu Prime Minister's esteemed reputation and wishes to prove his own strength. As for the true intentions, Chower, you likely know more than I do. After all, it is evident that Fu Yumu dotes on his sister. Upon learning of his relationship with Chower, he seemingly lost interest in their collaboration. As the current situation is fraught with peril, Han Min has sent several messages to Fu Yumu, all of which have gone unanswered. Highlighting how much he values Chower, Han Min continues. Moreover, the majority of our forces are those of General Fu. This means that while I possess my own influence, it pales in comparison to that of my elder brother, let alone the centuries of power held by the Prime Minister's residence. Therefore, I cannot rely on the strength I have built over these years to contend for the throne. My power is too feeble. To contend would only hasten my demise. Fu Yuchao comprehends that Han Min speaks the truth. As for her elder brother, she truly needs to have a serious conversation with him. If Han Min never intended to usurp from the outset, is her elder brother aware? When he mentioned collaborating with Prince One as a precaution, she found it strange that he would be so concerned about a potential threat. With the Crown Prince firmly seated in the Eastern Palace, and both the Empress and the Imperial Consort present, as well as the Prime Minister's residence being highly sought after, what could compel her elder brother to support Prince One, who is least inclined and weakest in strength? While Fu Yuchao ponders deeply, Han Min remains silent, content to observe the person before him, relishing in this rare tranquility. Suddenly, as they are so close, Fu Yuchao catches a whiff of the familiar fragrance emanating from Han Min. Why do you smell so fragrant? Chapter 81, A Kiss Previously. Fu Yuchao had caught a whiff of the fragrance lingering on Han Min twice without giving it much thought. However, now, as silence enveloped them, Han Min had quietly nestled into her heart. It was only at this moment that she realized the inappropriateness of the scent, and a wave of unease washed over her. Could it be that there was another woman by Han Min's side? Upon hearing her mention the fragrance, Han Min instinctively lowered his head and sniffed himself. But he could not detect anything unusual. He presumed it was the incense he had encountered while paying respects to the Empress Dowager that afternoon. Seeing Fu Yuchua's lips pressed tightly together, fearing she might doubt him, Han Min hastily suggested. Next time, Chower should accompany me to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. And you will surely understand. Let us first find your half-sister and the Prince of Hung. Fu Yuchua replied, somewhat petulantly. Who wants to go with you? Hurry up. She punctuated her words with a gentle shove to Han Min's arm. Han Min recognized that her anger was feigned and took her hand, leading her along a narrow path toward the pavilion. Although Fu Yuchua felt a knot in her heart and was reluctant for him to hold her hand, her attempts to pull away were futile as Han Min tightened his grip. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the foot of an artificial hill, where a tranquil lake lay just beyond, crowned by a four-cornered pavilion in its center. The Prince of Hung is truly here. Fu Yuchua gasped in a hushed tone. Shoo! Han Min released her hand, placing a finger gently against his lips as he leaned close to whisper, now that we've found him. What do you plan to do? His breath brushed against the side of Fu Yuchua's neck, warm and tantalizing. Let us see if Min is nearby, Fu Yuchua stammered, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Instead of reaching for her hand again, Han Min extended his arm and said, Come, I will take you into that cave over there for a closer look. He did not wish to force her after she had struggled earlier. Perhaps due to the dim lighting and their proximity to each other, the slight discomfort that had previously lingered in Fu Yuchua's heart dissipated in the warm atmosphere. In a moment of impulse, she placed her hand in the palm of his. Han Min's smile mirrored the rippling waters of the lake, fervent yet silent, as he held Fu Yuchua's hand and moved forward. In an effort to temper his excitement, he gripped her hand with a mix of firmness and gentleness, anxious not to hurt her while fearing she might pull away. The cave was not particularly long, but it was narrower than the path they had traversed earlier, devoid of the yielding branches that might have offered more space. Soon enough, they reached the cave's other exit, which opened up right beside the lake. Han Min paused, pressing his head against the cave wall to peek outside. After a quick glance, he withdrew and turned to speak to Fu Yuchua. However, she, realizing they had reached the cave's exit, leaned forward just as Han Min turned back, resulting in a collision of foreheads. Why you? Fu Yuchua began to caution him to be careful. Yet in a swift motion, Han Min covered her mouth with his hand, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, There are guards near the Prince of Hung, and they are highly skilled. Fu Yuchua blinked, nodding in understanding. The prowess of the guards implied their acute hearing, and even the faintest sound could easily betray them. She understood. They must remain silent. I can see the Prince of Hung, but not your half-sister, Han Min murmured in her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. Is Min already with him, or has she not yet arrived? Let us wait a little longer. As his warm breath caressed her ear, Fu Yuchua found herself entranced, her heart racing as the heat spread through her body, an unfamiliar sensation that left her bewildered. The night had fully enveloped them, and the cave was devoid of palace lanterns, relying solely on distant light to illuminate their surroundings. Even in the darkness, Han Min could discern Fu Yuchua's features, her soft, petal-like lips so close that he could barely contain himself. Her blinking eyes sparkled like stars against the vast night sky, rendering the surrounding shadows mere backdrop. Involuntarily, he leaned closer, his nose brushing against hers. Fu Yuchua widened her eyes, shocked at the boldness of the moment. Had the previous sensations been genuine? Was he deliberately teasing her with his words? Seeing her surprised and flustered demeanor, Han Min suppressed his own tumultuous feelings and spoke in a hushed tone. Rest assured, Chower, if we're to share a moment of intimacy, I will certainly seek your consent first. He tenderly caressed her face, particularly the softness of her lips, unable to resist the urge to lightly brush his thumb against them. Memories of the day in the carriage, when she had inadvertently bitten his finger, flooded his mind, and he found himself lost in the warmth and tremor of that moment. With an insatiable desire, Han Min longed to taste her sweetness. Fu Yuchua, lacking Han Min's keen eyesight, could only vaguely make out his face, his expression obscured in the shadows, save for his eyes, which flickered like tiny flames across the plain. As his fingers glided over her lips, Fu Yuchua's entire being tightened in response, unaware of her own sensitivity. Her breathing grew erratic, akin to a stranded fish gasping for air. Her chest rose and fell with each inhale, the warmth of her exhalation brushing against Han Min's fingers resting on her lips. causing his own breath to falter. He drew closer, his handsome face magnifying in her view until it eclipsed the faint light that filtered into the cave. Enveloped in darkness, her other senses heightened. She could hear the thunderous rhythm of her heart, feel the heat radiating from her cheeks, and perceive Han Min's warm breath drawing nearer to her ear. "Chower, I wish to kiss you. May I?" His voice was low, laced with an undercurrent of desire. The thought of kissing Han Min's alluring lips sent a shiver down Fu Yuchue's spine. As she envisioned his well-defined, tempting mouth, she swallowed hard, her body betraying her mind as she nodded silently. "Who is there?" A sudden, commanding shout echoed through the cave, startling both of them. Han Min instinctively wrapped his arms around Fu Yuchua, shielding her face from view as he turned to peer outside once more. Chapter 82. A fateful encounter within the confines of the Xianqin Hall. Fu Yu, having just witnessed Fu Yu engaged in conversation, was immediately alarmed by her sudden disappearance, along with Fu Yu's absence. Sensing impending trouble, Fu Yu, constrained by his position as a courtier within the imperial palace, found himself limited in his actions. His immediate thought turned to Prince One, only to discover his disappearance as well. Growing increasingly anxious, he recognized the urgency to approach Fu Cheng, despite knowing that his father might not believe Yu's innocence. General Feng Shi, ever attentive to his master's concerns, swiftly reported the arrival of an attendant from Prince Wen's retinue. He's accompanied by Hua Xian from the eldest young lady's side. "General Fu, this way, please." The attendant, beckoning Fu Yu aside, swiftly divulged the details of Fu Yu and Prince Wen's pursuit of Fu Yu, guiding him along a secluded path towards the lakeside pavilion. Unbeknownst to them, a palace maid, unfamiliar to their eyes, veered towards Fu Yu's original location, within the concealed recesses of a grotto near the lake. Fu Yu's heart pounded with an intensity that threatened to burst forth. Enclosed within the clandestine confines of the cavern, embraced by Han Min, she felt as though she were engaged in a clandestine affair. What if we were discovered? She wondered. Would my father, Fu Cheng, break my legs or marry me off to Han Min to garner support for the crown prince? Despite the palpable tension, Han Min remained composed. Should the Hung Prince's men discover them, only two outcomes were conceivable. Either a public scandal, portraying him as an unprincipled libertine in the eyes of the emperor, potentially leading to an imperial decree of marriage, or an attempt to coerce him into allegiance, transforming him into a pawn. However, without irrefutable evidence, such manipulation would prove challenging. Neiter ut kim spelid utedum, hence Han Mines composura. However, the impromptu nature of their pursuit of her half-sister, coupled with the desire for solitude left him frustrated at the prospect of being discovered in such a compromising manner, potentially tarnishing her reputation. Han Min felt a pang of vexation. "Esteemed Prince Hung, this humble subject, Fu Yu of the Prime Minister's residence, seeks an audience," came a voice from afar, carried across the water, clear and distinct. A moment of silence ensued before Prince Heng's voice resonated. "Ah, the second miss of the Prime Minister's residence. By all means approach." Han Min cautiously peered out, relieved that the lakeside pavilion and its surrounding corridors were illuminated by ample lighting, casting the grotto in shadow, allowing him to observe the scene with clarity. He watched as Fu Yu gracefully advanced towards Prince Heng in the pavilion, who regarded her with undisguised interest. Prince Heng's faction had been locked in rivalry with the crown prince for years, fostering a deep understanding of the prime minister's household. While he harbored little hope of securing the prime minister's legitimate daughter, Fu Yu, for the Eastern Palace, the emperor's decree bestowing the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Qian Xiangxiang, as the crown princess ignited a renewed sense of possibility. Consequently, he began to scrutinize the daughters of the prime minister's residence. The name of Fu Yu was not unfamiliar to him, the prime minister's daughter born of a concubine, surpassing her legitimate sister in notoriety. Reputed to possess captivating beauty, remarkable talent, gentle disposition, and keen understanding, she was, alas, born outside of wedlock. "What brings the second miss of the prime minister's residence to seek an audience with me, especially at this late hour?" Prince Heng inquired, cutting straight to the chase, aware of Fu Yu's ulterior motives. Confined to his residence in recent days, Prince Heng had ample time for contemplation. His confinement, a consequence of a misstep, served to strengthen his resolve to seize the throne. Impatient for the return of his allies from the southwest, he had resolved to take a gamble by seeking an audience with Fu Yu, only to be met by Fu Yu instead. If not fish, shrimp will suffice, he mused. However, he remained curious as to the intentions of the Prime Minister's illegitimate daughter. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Hung," Fu Yu uttered, refraining from directly addressing his question, instead offering a graceful curtsy before him. The ripples of her skirt danced in the night breeze, reminiscent of the moonlit lake, shimmering and exuding an ethereal grace. The exquisite Hetian jade adorning her person radiated a soft glow under the palace lanterns, accentuating her fair complexion and exquisite features. Prince Hung watched her approach, his countenance shifting from impassivity to a subtle smile. This second Miss Fu was indeed a beauty, one who sought him out with evident intent. Clad in his preferred moon-white fabric, adorned with meticulously embroidered water patterns that stirred the imagination, and adorned with plum blossom ornaments, she catered to his predilections. Indeed, Prince Hung, a man who had weathered adversity, harbored an affinity for plum blossoms, drawn to their resilience and fragrance. The plum blossom, a metaphor for humanity, symbolized his determination to emerge victorious from the crucible of hardship. He was not one to be swayed solely by beauty. But what man could resist the allure of a captivating woman, especially one from the household of his political adversary? The smile on Prince Hang's face deepened. The beauty before him, having completed her obeisance, lifted her glistening eyes, gazing at him with amorous intent. Prince Hang's heart stirred. He extended his hand to assist Fu Yu to her feet, his tone significantly gentler than before. "What matter brings you to me, my dear?" Indeed, Fu Yu conveyed with a flirtatious glance, her voice laced with coquettishness. Seizing Prince Hang's hand, she leaned gently into his embrace, tilting her head to address him. "I come bearing a grand gift for your highness." With a beauty offering herself, Prince Hung was no stoic. His mortal heart stirred, and he drew out his words with interest. "Oh." Prince Hung casually drew Fu Yu into his arms, inhaling the fragrance emanating from her person, further arousing his senses. As the two stood in an atmosphere of increasing intimacy, unnoticed, a pebble struck Fu Yu's leg with silent force. With a cry of pain, Fu Yu staggered, the impact of the pebble causing her to lose her balance. Standing beside the railing, she stumbled against it. Alas, the railing was too low to provide support, and Fu Yu tumbled over the edge, plunging into the water below. Prince Hung, still embracing her, found his legs entangled with Fu Yu's, rendering him unable to exert his strength. Fu Yu, instinctively clinging to Prince Hung, pulled him along with her. With a splash, Prince Hung and Fu Yu plunged into the lake together. Chapter 83. A misguided effort come quickly. His Highness the Crown Prince has fallen into the water. The sharp voice of the eunuch echoed through the dark and empty night. Simultaneously, the Crown Prince's guards and attending eunuchs leapt into the water to rescue him, swiftly retrieving both him and Fu Yuman. The two emerged, dripping wet and shivering in the autumn breeze. The guards hastily wrapped a cloak around the Crown Prince, while He Qing, who had accompanied Fu Yuman, had no cloak of her own and could only offer her hand for support, providing her with a modicum of warmth. The Crown Prince raised his sodden eyelids to gaze at Fu Yuman, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. The autumn waters were indeed frigid, and now that he was out of the water, his mind was astutely clear. What a scheming prince! To tarnish his reputation. Even the second daughter of the Prime Minister's household was used as a pawn. How ruthless! Feeling the animosity in the Crown Prince's gaze, Fu Yuman involuntarily shivered and hastily spoke. "Your Highness, I truly have something to discuss with you. Please dismiss those around us. What can you do?" The Crown Prince interjected with a cold laugh, stepping closer and whispering in her ear, "Can you help me bring down the Prime Minister's household, or the Crown Prince himself?" Fu Yuman's eyes widened in surprise, believing the Crown Prince understood her intentions. She eagerly nodded. "Of course. I have gathered substantial evidence against the Prime Minister and the Crown Prince, which I wish to present to your Highness. Please dismiss those around us." The Crown Prince scoffed again, stepping back as if regarding Fu Yuman as a lifeless figure. "Do you think me a fool? We have just encountered this mishap together, and you suggest dismissing those present?" You seek to solidify my reputation for frivolity. He had recently been confined due to the incident involving Yuzhuo. Though he was not permitted to leave the palace, he was acutely aware of the rumors circulating about his alleged frivolity, which stemmed from a misunderstanding with Yuzhuo, resulting in a scandal. Furthermore, as a prince, he had been wronged by Yuzhuo, who had escaped unscathed while he faced confinement. Anyone with a shred of intelligence could discern the underlying implications. Now, having fallen into the water alongside a concubine from the prime minister's household only served to hammer another nail into the pillar of disgrace. The crown prince gritted his teeth in anger, cursing his own momentary lapse in judgment. He had just sent someone to summon Fu Yuzhuo, only for Fu Yumin to appear instead. He had initially believed she admired him and had come to convey a message regarding Fu Yuzhuo. Alas, seeing the crown prince's disbelief, Fu Yumin grew anxious. "Your Highness, I speak only the truth. I truly have evidence." Evidence? What evidence could you possibly possess? Do you, a mere daughter of the prime minister's household, intend to willingly offer me your family as secrets? Do you truly believe I am that Navi? By the end of his statement, the crown prince's voice had unconsciously risen, laced with undeniable fury. "Fu Yumin, I shall remember today's events." With gritted teeth, he turned away, denying her any further opportunity to speak. What is happening? Why is the crown prince so enraged? She had mentioned possessing evidence against the prime minister and the crown prince. Why would he not only refuse to believe her, but seem as if he wished to tear her apart? Your Highness! Your Highness! Fu Yumin, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly realized the crown prince's genuine ire. In a moment of desperation, she half kneeled and called out. But the crown prince strode away without a hint of hesitation, quickly disappearing from sight. Left behind were numerous eunuchs and palace maids who had come in response to the commotion, exchanging bewildered glances. Soon, news of the crown prince and the second daughter of the prime minister's household falling into the lake reached the emperor and empress. Crash! Upon hearing this news, Emperor Feng, in a fit of anger, sent the jade cup he held crashing onto the table. The messenger eunuch, alarmed by the noise, hunched over, instinctively covering his mouth, and whispered in the emperor's ear, retreating a half-step and prostrating himself on the ground. Meanwhile, the empress, seated beside Emperor Feng, also learned of the news from a senior maid. She waved her hand, prompting the trembling eunuch to quickly bow his head and retreat, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Your Majesty, it seems that Miss Fu, while admiring the scenery, was dazzled by the palace lanterns and accidentally fell into the water, and His Highness naturally could not ignore her plight." The empress spoke softly, instructing the servants to clear away the overturned jade cup, while another maid wiped the spilled wine from the table. In a few brief exchanges, the empress had the freshly poured wine delivered to Emperor Feng, seeking to quell any unrest and suggesting that such an incident need not provoke his anger. Emperor Feng, taking the jade cup from the empress, took a sip to calm his emotions, casting a profound glance at her. Why does the empress not issue a decree of marriage for that Miss Fu? Though our nation is relatively open-minded, the sight of two individuals emerging from the water together at night certainly complicates Miss Fu's prospect for marriage. The empress chuckled lightly. But she is merely a concubine. How could she possibly be worthy of your Majesty's decree? Moreover, it was her own indiscretion that led to her falling into the lake. So how could she dare to hope for your Majesty's favor? I merely hope that your Majesty will not blame her brother for failing to educate her properly, for that would be most fortunate. As she spoke, the empress rose to bow to Emperor Feng, her head lowered, using her handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Recently, the Prime Minister, Fu Cheng, had been admonished by the emperor for his lack of discipline in raising his daughter, and like the crown prince, he had only recently been granted leave from confinement after the double ninth festival banquet. The empress had never anticipated that at such a critical moment, Fu Yumin would make such a significant blunder. She had always felt indifferent towards Fu Yumin, but now her disdain had increased. Not only would she not advocate for Fu Yumin, but she would also subtly suggest to Fu Cheng that he deal with this liability. At present, the empress merely wished for the emperor to refrain from further blaming Fu Cheng, praying that it would not adversely affect Fu Yuzhuo. In her heart, she harbored thoughts that the emperor could not possibly fathom. The desire to see Yuzhuo enter the Eastern Palace was not solely Fu Cheng's ambition, but her own as well. Regardless of who ascended the throne in the future, her daughter was destined to become the mother of the nation. Outwardly, the empress concealed her true feelings, merely stating that she would discuss the matter with her sister-in-law. In this way, she conveyed the emperor's sentiments while avoiding any implication of self-interest, demonstrating her understanding. After all, she and Fu Cheng were not blood relatives, which was why she never met him alone. This understanding brought comfort to Emperor Feng. Although the empress was merely a daughter of the Fu family, she adhered to propriety, exhibited restraint, and possessed a dignified grace. Aside from the previous incident involving the Minister of Revenue's daughter, Qian Xiangxiang, and her outburst regarding the crown prince's marriage, she had generally been regarded as an exemplary woman and a virtuous empress. Even the late empress might not have surpassed her in conduct. Reflecting on his late wife filled Emperor Feng with nostalgia and melancholy. He raised the cup of wine, unconsciously taking another sip. Beside the lake, within the grotto of the artificial mountain, tranquility descended after a flurry of commotion. Han Min clasped Fu Yuqiao tightly, heeding the external sounds, remaining steadfast until the voices waned into silence. Initially, Fu Yuqiao struggled, endeavoring to disentangle herself from Han Min's embrace, but his grip remained unyielding. Resigned, she nestled her face against his chest. "They've departed," Han Min murmured, relaxing his arms slightly, his voice gentle. The cave, once suffused with an atmosphere of amorous sweetness, had been sobered by the recent disturbance, allowing both to regain their composure. Though flustered and anxious, Fu Yuqiao remained attentive, trusting in Han Min's discretion. She knew he wouldn't risk discovery. Yet, a touch of pique arose within her, and she lightly struck his chest, chiding, "It's all your fault. You startle me. What if we had been discovered?" Han Min, freeing a hand, clasped her delicate fist, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They're preoccupied with rescue efforts. They have no attention to spare for other matters. As he spoke, he playfully tapped her nose with the hand that held hers. "Even if discovered, I would never permit anyone to lay eyes upon you. Rest assured." Intrigued, Fu Yuqiao inquired, "If we were truly found out, what would you have done?" "Escorted you directly to Father Emperor to beseech him for an edict of marriage," Han Min declared, his countenance earnest. Disappointed that he had no ingenious plan, Fu Yuqiao retorted, "His Majesty would never consent." Han Min released her, grasping her shoulders with both hands, and declared with solemnity, "I have pondered this at length and have much to impart." Observing his unusual gravity, Fu Yuqiao nodded. "Speak. Father Emperor may not be averse to our union. Previously, all assumed you were destined to be the crown princess. Yet Father Emperor betrothed you to the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, revealing a certain inclination. The Chancellor's residence seeks to perpetuate its glory. But if 3 successive empresses were to emerge from it, the imperial authority itself might be overshadowed by the Chancellor's power. This is why Father Emperor resisted all pressure to make you the crown princess. I am different. You are aware that my mother is not favored and lacks influential relatives. Marrying you to me would reassure Father Emperor, alleviating concerns about the next empress being another daughter of the Fu family." Han Min's gaze saluted, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. "However, you, Yuqiao, were meant to be the most noble and radiant woman in the world. Marrying me would indeed be a sacrifice. That is why I inquired about your sentiments in the carriage that day. After all, between being a prince's consort and the mother of a nation, any would choose the latter. I cannot disregard your thoughts. I never anticipated that my inquiry would lead to such misunderstanding, causing you undue vexation." He clasped Fu Yuqiao and Oppo's hand, raising his eyes once more, his gaze unwavering. "Yuqiao, I know I am not as esteemed as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and cannot offer you that glory. Yet, I must ask, would you consent to be my wife? You would be the sole princess of the one prince's manor, the only mistress of Yuzhuo. My heart and my side would be reserved for you alone, with no room for another. We would petition Father Emperor to allow us to depart for our fiefdom, where we could roam freely, unburdened by the intrigues of the capital, and live as a pair of celestial beings. Would you agree to this?" His ardent gaze met Fu Yuqiao's, igniting her weary soul. Ever since she realized her affection for Han Min on Mount Xiaoyun, her emotions had been easily swayed by him. She knew it was because she cared deeply that her feelings were so volatile. She realized that he had already considered matters so thoroughly. The reason for Fu Yuqiao and Appo's anger that day was Han Min and Appo's persistent questioning of her feelings. She had mistakenly believed him to be someone who shirked responsibility, never realizing that it was out of respect for her, not wanting to use his emotions to coerce or pressure her. The sensation of being respected was something new to her. Fu Yuqiao felt a warm current flowing gently through her limbs. But what about my elder brother and father? What do you intend to do about them? Reality loomed, and Fu Yuqiao could not elope again. To elope as a concubine, especially with Han Min being a prince, was simply not an option for her. In her previous life, she had failed to gain the support of her family, leading to her death far from home. In this life, she was determined to obtain her family's blessing. At the very least, if their affections were to wane in the future, she would still have the protection of her family. Out of respect for the Prime Minister's residence, Han Min would not be able to harm her, and even if they were to eventually divorce, she would still have a path to return. In this world, a woman without the support of her family was like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, vulnerable to being trampled by anyone. Fu Yuqiao dared not and could not gamble with her future. I have considered everything. As long as I am sincere towards you, and we are truly in love, General Fu will naturally wish for your happiness in the second half of your life. It was no secret that Fu Yuqiao was cherished by her brother, Fu Yumu. Even the harsh conditions of serving in the military in the southwest, he always remembered Fu Yuqiao, who was far away in the capital. Therefore, Han Min was confident that as long as his feelings were genuine and Yuqiao reciprocated them, Fu Yumu would eventually agree. As for Prime Minister Fu, I can only beseech His Majesty for an edict of marriage. With the imperial edict in hand, no matter how much scheming Prime Minister Fu does, it will be in vain. What Han Min did not say was that although Fu Chang held a high position, he still wanted to sacrifice his daughter to continue the family's glory, which showed that he did not truly care about Fu Yuqiao's happiness. Since he was not genuinely concerned about Yuqiao's well-being, there was no need to pay too much attention to his thoughts, as long as he could provide Yuqiao with true happiness. Therefore, Han Min did not feel that he was using his power to oppress others by using imperial authority as a countermeasure. Instead, he was grateful that there was such a way to fight for Yuqiao's happiness. Fu Yuqiao raised her eyebrows and smiled. Aren't you using imperial power to suppress others? Aren't you afraid that my father will cause trouble for you in the future? He is a powerful prime minister with great authority. By then, we will be far away in Yuzhuo, and even if the prime minister is angry, his reach will be limited. Han Min paused, suddenly realizing something. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Does that mean Yuqiao is willing?" He was so overjoyed that he did not know what to do. He held Fu Yuqiao's shoulders tightly, then loosened his grip, then tightened it again. In the end, all his excitement and joy were transformed into the obvious and intense rise and fall of his chest and his high-spirited smile. "Yuqiao, I'm truly overjoyed." Han Min embraced Fu Yuqiao again, lifting her slightly so that her feet were on his insteps. Their foreheads touched, and he said, "Thank you, Yuqiao. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will spend the rest of my life proving my feelings for you." Fu Yuqiao's cheeks and ears were also burning hot. "Don't be so happy yet. Even if we are in love, I'm afraid it won't be easy to obtain His Majesty's decree. The Empress has been very kind to me, and she may have already regarded me as her daughter-in-law." Fu Yuqiao did not finish her sentence. The Empress's kindness to her was genuine, so she did not want to hurt her. What can we do to make the Empress accept this outcome better, so that she won in Appo's? TB so sad. Han Min frowned. Not only the Empress, but also the Empress Dowager in the Sinang Palace. I'm afraid she won't agree either. Yuqiao, the reason I mentioned requesting to return to the fiefdom is because of these considerations. The Empress Dowager is an elder, and His Majesty, as a son, must consider her opinion. Only by requesting to go to the fiefdom of Yuzhuo can you avoid having to enter the palace to pay your respects during the new year. As time passes, they will slowly accept it. If we stay in the capital and go against the wishes of Father, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress, I'm afraid that even the New Year visits will not be comfortable. However, Being far away from the capital means being far away from family, which may be cruel to Yuzhuo. Han Min looked at Fu Yuzhuo with guilt. The road ahead may not be easy. I have nothing but a heart full of love and sincerity and a promise to have only you in this life. Yuzhuo. The rest of his words were stopped by Fu Yuzhuo's finger, as white as a scallion, which pressed against his lips, preventing him from speaking. Brother Min, you don't have to be like this. You don't have to feel so guilty and inferior. What you can give me is exactly what I want. However, before that, I would like you to promise me one thing. Chapter 85. Anger what? Han Min inquired urgently. Fu Yuchua's expression turned serious. I need you to promise me that if one day our feelings fade with the passage of time, or if your heart finds another woman, you will let me go. Upon hearing her words, Han Min could not help but exclaim, in this lifetime, my heart can harbor no one else. Fu Yuchua understood that this was indeed a moment of deep affection, and Han Min was confident in his feelings for her. However, life stretches endlessly, and the future is uncertain, especially with her memories from a previous life. Fu Yuchua grasped the complexity of human nature, realizing it best to lay everything bare. She gently held Han Min and Appo's hand, her touch both tender and resolute. I know, Brother Min, but please promise me and keep your word, all right? Han Min felt helpless. He had cherished Chua for many years, and after finally receiving her affirmation, he intended to spend the rest of his life by her side. Yet, since she sought a promise, he naturally acquiesced. Not only was he a man of his word, but his deep affection for her was self-evident. Yet, Chua remained unaware, particularly after her traumatic encounter with the deceitful Su Wan, which left her wary of love, an entirely human sentiment. Nonetheless, none of this mattered. Chor had accepted his proposal, and he would have a lifetime to prove his sincerity. Having made up his mind, Han Min spoke softly, all right, I promise you. However, this life is long, and you shall have ample time to discern my true feelings. With his commitment secured, Fu Yuchua smiled. Then I shall respond, I am willing. Her smile illuminated the dim cave like a burst of sunlight, brightening Han Min's 18 years of life, as if the shadows of those years were warmed by radiant sunshine. Unable to contain his emotions, Han Min leaned down to kiss her soft, fragrant lips, savoring this long-awaited happiness. Fu Yuchua was momentarily taken aback, then closed her eyes, allowing his breath to caress her face, their breaths intertwining. Aside from their thunderous heartbeats, the cave was filled only with their slightly ragged breaths. Miss, you have finally returned. As Fu Yuchua and Han Min emerged from the narrow path back to the engagement hall, Hua Xian rushed forward. The young master has sent people to check on you several times. He is extremely anxious. Meeting Hua Xian's worried gaze, Fu Yuchua's cheeks flushed. Brother has returned too? Her heart raced as she glanced back at Han Min, who smiled and nodded at her. Only then did Fu Yuchua turn back to Hua Xian, suppressing the unnaturalness in her voice as she asked, when did brother come back? What about you Min and Prince Hung? Han Min had just told her that he would seek the emperor's blessing for their marriage tonight, making it inappropriate for them to appear together publicly at this moment. The young master has been back for about 2 tea times, and during that time, he has sent someone 3 times. If you hadn't tea returned, I would have been truly worried. Hua Xian was genuinely anxious, and had become unusually talkative. After all, Prince Wan had taken a miss with him, using deserted paths. The miss trusted Prince Wan, and as a maid, she dared not intervene, leaving her feeling helpless. Fu Yuchua smiled and patted Hua Xian's hand, reassuring her, I have returned. So do not worry. As they reached the side door of the engagement hall, Fu Yuchua encountered Fu Yumu, who appeared distressed. Chua, you're back. Fu Yumu, filled with concern, failed to notice the unusual expression on Fu Yuchua's face due to the dim light. He looked back, but did not see Prince Wan's figure. Han Min had already left. Fu Yuchua gently tugged at Fu Yumu's sleeve, brother. Fu Yumu finally snapped back to reality. What happened? What did you see? Fu Yuchua briefly recounted. The prince took me through a secluded path, and by the lakeside, I saw Prince Hong alone in the pavilion. Then Yumin arrived. Suddenly, an unknown projectile struck Yumin, and she lost her balance, falling into the water alongside Prince Hong. Han Min scoffed. She wasn't merely losing her balance. It's likely she intentionally dragged Prince Hong down with her. Yumin did it on purpose? Fu Yuchua quickly grasped the implication. This way, she could bind herself to Prince Hong. However, the price was too steep. Her hard-earned reputation was now tarnished. Though it was an accident, the fear of public opinion loomed large. While contemplating Yumin and Prince Hong, Fu Yuchua suddenly met Fu Yumu's probing gaze. You knew it was a projectile that hit Yumin? She forced a smile. I naturally couldn't see it. It was Prince Wen who informed me. Her voice dwindled. Where were you and Prince Wen at that time? In the cave by the rockery by the lakeside, remembering the passionate kiss shared in the cave. Fu Yuchua felt a pang of guilt, uncertain if her brother had deduced anything. In a cave? Such a private and dim place. Upon hearing this, Fu Yumu grew anxious. What are you asking for? Chorter looks guilty. Her face is still flushed with lingering shyness. At this moment, he felt a mix of sorrow and anger, struggling to articulate his feelings. You two, were secretly meeting? Disregarding propriety? In their ignorance, they perceived themselves as the most ordinary of lovers. How could he reveal such an astonishing secret to Chua? As a younger brother, he was bound by decorum, yet how could he suppress his own feelings for her? Ultimately, he was overwhelmed by his own bitterness and pain, falling silent. Seeing her brother misinterpret her relationship with Han Min, Fu Yuchua hurriedly interjected, Brother, please don't be angry. We are fine. Unsure how to explain the intimate matters to her brother, she could only clumsily offer vague reassurances. Fu Yumu's hands clenched into silent fists. Chua's meaning was clear. There was no transgression, nothing untoward had occurred. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. Do you remember what I said about you and Prince Wen? It's impossible. Do you not understand what that means? Fu Yuchua shrank back, realizing her brother was angry. She decided not to stoke the flames further by elaborating on Han Min's intentions. However, she felt that Han Min's analysis was sound. If he could indeed secure the emperor's decree for their marriage, everything would be settled, and she could explain things to her brother later. Her brother genuinely cared for her, and as long as Han Min treated her sincerely, she believed he would understand. Thus, she aimed to shift the focus of the conversation. Nodding like a chick pecking at grains, I understand, brother. Rest assured, unless everything is settled, I will not act recklessly. But now is not the time to discuss such matters. What had transpired with Yumin and Prince Hong? Huaxin mentioned they hadn't returned to the engagement hall yet. Was something amiss? Chapter 86. A Path to Survival. Chapter 86. Not a glimmer of hope, though aware that Fu Yuchua was attempting to divert the topic. He felt it was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. With a hint of resignation, he remarked that King Hong had gone to the Chonghua Palace, where he resided prior to establishing his own residence, and was likely on his way back after changing his attire. Yumin was being led by a palace made to a side hall adjacent to the pavilion. He noticed a senior maid from the queen's quarters had also gone, suggesting that arrangements would be made accordingly. Fu Yuchua inquired about their father, questioning whether he was aware of Yumin and Appo's betrayal of the Chancellor and Appo's residence. Fu Yumu shook his head, asserting that they would have to wait for the queen to provide confirmation before they could be sure. Indeed, without concrete evidence, who would believe that the typically obedient Fu Yumin could commit such an act of treachery against her family, to become the confidant of King Hong, who was consistently at odds with the Chancellor's residence? She had utilized her own family as a stepping stone, a thought that was chilling. As the siblings conversed, they observed the queen's personal attendant, Aunt Su Qing, hastily exiting the main hall and heading toward the pavilion. Fu Yumu and Fu Yukuo exchanged a glance, realizing that the queen must have learned of Yumin's fall into the water alongside King Hong. Let us return to our seats. If anyone inquires, we shall claim we stepped out for some fresh air, he suggested. Understood. Fu Yuchua complied, following Fu Yumu back to their seats in the side hall. At that moment, the central area of the Xianqin Hall was alive with several dancers gracefully performing, while ministers and their families mingled within the hall, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Fu Yukuo and Fu Yumu's leaped inunautiched. Fu Cheng, upon spotting their return, asked, Why are only the two of you here? Where's Yumin? I'm not sure. Earlier, Chower mentioned feeling bored and accompanied her for a stroll. Unaware of when Yumin left, Fu Yumu replied, adhering to their prior agreement. Hearing that his eldest son was also unaware of Yumin's whereabouts, Fu Cheng furrowed his brow. This was a palace governed by strict rules. Where could she possibly go? However, he reassured himself that his second daughter was generally sensible and would likely not encounter any trouble. Perhaps she had simply paused to admire the scenery during her rare visit to the palace and would return shortly. It was his eldest daughter, Fu Yuzhuo, who often disguised herself to sneak out of the residence, a source of trouble. Fortunately, Yumu was there to keep a close watch over her. Reflecting on Su Qing's hasty departure, Fu Cheng's frown deepened, and he cast a worried glance at Fu Yuzhuo. You did not cause any trouble while you were out, did you? Fu Yuzhuo thought to herself. Why is he so distrustful of me, yet shows no suspicion towards Yumin, who is yet to appear? Is he truly my father? No, we merely went for a walk. It is not as if we went out to frolic. What trouble could we possibly cause? Fu Yuzhuo felt a surge of frustration, knowing that once they learned of Yumin and Appo's actual escapade, they would understand the true meaning of trouble, one capable of endangering the entire family. Rest assured, I am keeping an eye on Chower, Fu Yumu interjected quickly, sensing the tension in Fu Yuzhuo's tone. With his eldest son present, Fu Cheng finally sighed in acquiescence. The palace was not a place for frivolous antics. Your sister is rather wild, so do keep an eye on her. Yes, Fu Yumu replied, lowering his head, feeling a pang of discomfort. Seated nearby, their mother, Sun Shi, appeared detached from the unfolding events, her gaze fixed vacantly ahead, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Upon hearing her husband's conversation with the children, she offered no response. Father had always been stern, while mother remained perpetually indifferent. For years, Chower had lived in such an environment, feeling unloved and unappreciated within the family, which compelled her to seek solace in the bustling streets and the warmth of human interaction. Reflecting on the root cause of this emotional distance, the fateful gamble from 16 years ago, Fu Yumu found it difficult to blame his mother for her coldness. The loss of their second brother was a pain he feared he could never fully comprehend. Unable to contain his gaze, Fu Yumu glanced at his mother, following her line of sight to a row of chimes and other instruments, where several court musicians were performing enchanting melodies. The chimes stood tall and gleaming, each measuring 7 to 8 feet, polished to a mirror finish that reflected the surroundings. From this vantage point, he could see the reflection of the crown prince and Appo's seat in one of the chimes. His mother was using the chimes to observe the crown prince. A wave of indescribable sorrow washed over Fu Yumu. Despite her own son being so near, his mother could not look at him openly, resorting to such a humble and suppressed means to connect with the person she cherished most. The trajectories of Chower and the crown prince's lives had irrevocably altered 16 years prior. Fu Yumu was uncertain whether his sorrow stemmed from concern for his mother, Chower, and the crown prince, or if it was his own grief that overwhelmed him. Perhaps it was all four. Otherwise, how could such sadness surge like a tsunami, crashing against his chest with a force that felt as if the heavens were collapsing? Madam, the queen requests your presence in the side hall to discuss a matter. A palace maid approached, bowing respectfully to Fu Cheng and Sun Shi before delivering her message. Sun Shi's gaze finally lifted from the chimes, turning to Fu Cheng, who in turn glanced at the emperor and empress seated above. Moments ago, it seemed the emperor had indulged a bit too much, struggling to steady his wine cup, while the queen had stayed by his side for some time. Now, she was assisting him to rise, with eunuch Li taking over to guide him toward the back door behind the elevated throne. The emperor had left his seat, and the eunuchs did not announce his departure loudly, likely wishing to preserve the harmonious atmosphere of the banquet. The queen bowed to the emperor's retreating figure before turning to acknowledge Fu Cheng and Sun Shi with a slight nod as she made her way to the side hall. Since the empress has summoned you, you should go, Fu Cheng said, granting his permission. With his consent, Sun Shi, accompanied by a nursemaid, followed the palace maid to the side hall. Fu Cheng understood that the empress would not summon his wife unless there was a significant matter at hand. Uneasy, he decided to wait in the corridor leading to the side hall. Soon, Sun Shi returned from the side hall, her expression unchanged, yet after years of marriage. Fu Cheng could discern the weight of concern hidden beneath her seemingly indifferent demeanor. Something significant had transpired. How'd it go? Did the empress have any instructions? Fu Cheng inquired as he approached her. The empress invited the esteemed wife of the chancellor for a private discussion, so naturally, no outsiders were present. Only guards stationed at a distance. Thus, only we could hear our conversation, Sun Shi explained, her grip on the handkerchief tightening. In hushed tones, she recounted the incident of Yu Min and King Hung falling into the water, and the emperor's intention to appoint Yu Min as a servant within the King Hang's household. Fu Chang felt a surge of shock and anger, but he quickly regained his composure. Today is the double ninth festival. We have yet to formally wish the Empress Dowager good health. Let us take the children to pay our respects. Sun Shi hesitated, but Yu Min. The Empress's earlier words echoed in her mind, hinting that Yu Min might not be permitted to enter King Hang's household. And Fu Chang, her confidant, was someone she understood well. He was ruthless enough to exchange his own son for a royal, willing to sacrifice anything for power. Thus, Fu Chang would never allow Yu Min to enter the King Hang's household, nor would he permit anyone or anything to obstruct the crown prince's ascension. Exiting the side hall, Sun Shi understood that Yu Min's chances of survival were slim. If they proceeded to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager with Fu Yumu and Fu Yuzhuo in attendance, and Yu Min remained absent, any compassion the Empress Dowager might have had for her younger kin would likely evaporate. Thus, Yu Min was left with not a single path to salvation. Chapter 87. A fright. Although Fu Yumin was a concubine's daughter, Sun treated her as if she were her own. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she decided to wait a little longer. No need, just go and call Muan Appo's, or Inchuan Appo's, Fu Chang said, leading the way towards their original position in the Xianqin Hall. Sun understood that Fu Chang intentionally left Fu Yumin out of the audience with the Empress Dowager, a move to diminish Yumin's favor in the Dowager's eyes. Since the time of the Dowager, there had been few girls in the Prime Minister and Appo's residence. In Fu Chang and Appo's generation, there had only been one former empress, Fu Qianhua, while Fu Yuzhuo's generation consisted solely of Fu Yuzhuo and Yumin, leading to a scarcity of girls. Thus, the Empress Dowager doted on her two grandnieces. In this instance, although Fu Yumin had attended the banquet in the palace, she did not bow to the Dowager, which would surely lead to the Dowager harboring grievances. If anything were to happen to Yumin in the future, the Dowager would likely not be as concerned. In that brief moment, Fu Chang seemed to have blocked all of Yumin's options, a testament to his years of experience as a prime minister and long-term scheming. Though Sun felt a twinge of sympathy for Fu Yumin, she had no authority to act and could only follow along. In the Xianqin Hall, Fu Yuzhuo and Fu Yumu watched as their parents left one after another, surmising that the Empress had discovered the incident of Yumin and the Prince of Hung falling into the water and summoned their mother to clarify. Elder brother, why does father look so displeased? Why is he following mother? Fu Yuzhuo questioned, perplexed. Father is an external minister and cannot meet with the Empress in private. Since the Empress has called for mother, father must be waiting outside the hall. It seems he is reluctant to part with her. Their relationship does not appear so amicable. Fu Yimu replied with a gentle smile. Oh, little fool. Father has been in court for many years and is quite perceptive. Aunt Suqing, who serves closely to the Empress, rushed out just now. As soon as the Emperor departed, the Empress summoned mother, although we do not know the specifics. All these connections are enough to put father on high alert. What do you think father will do? Whatever benefits the Fu family, that is what he will do. As they spoke, Fu Chang and Sun returned, and Fu Yumu and Fu Yuzhuo found themselves inexplicably summoned to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Upon their return to the Xianqin Hall, they found Yumin already seated and waiting. Father, mother, Fu Yumin exclaimed, rising hurriedly to greet them. Elder brother, elder sister. She had just fallen into the water, feeling cold and shaken, and with the Prince of Hung misunderstanding her, her emotions were already in turmoil. To her dismay, upon returning to the Xianqin Hall, her parents and brother were nowhere to be found, causing her heart to race with anxiety. She hurriedly inquired among the palace attendants, but no one could tell her where they had gone. Had it not been for the attendants and Appo's assurance that her family had not yet left the palace, Fu Yumin would have thought they had abandoned her and returned home. While waiting, Fu Yumin sat alone, feeling desolate and restless. She regretted her failure to attach herself to the Prince of Hung. Today, when she fell into the water with him, the Empress would surely learn of it, and, subsequently, her parents would as well. Although she had prepared her words in advance, would her parents believe her? Yes, they would. Since childhood, she had been obedient, compassionate, and considerate. Surely her parents would trust that it was unintentional. Yes, her father would certainly believe in her innocence. Fu Yumin comforted herself. All right, let us sit down. In stark contrast to her anxiousness, Fu Cheng merely glanced at Fu Yumin, ignoring her already changed attire. He displayed no outward signs of concern, continuing to observe the performance and occasionally exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues. The lively double-ninth festival banquet concluded with the emperor and Appo's toast to the empress dowager, and the ministers gradually departed for home. Upon returning to the residence, Fu Cheng dismissed Sun and Fu Yuzhuo to their respective quarters, taking Fu Yumin and Fu Yumu to the Mingxin Hall. Mingxin Hall was Fu Cheng's private domain, containing several studies designated for discussions and study, thus rarely allowing female family members to enter. At this site, Fu Yumin realized her father was aware of her fall into the water with the Prince of Hong. She was merely uncertain of his thoughts on the matter. Throughout the journey, Fu Yumin contemplated how to find a suitable excuse while also considering another possibility. Stay calm, she reminded herself. She had a reasonable explanation to extricate herself from this predicament. Perhaps her father would show mercy, not wishing to create a rift with the Prince of Hong, and might even allow her to marry into the princess residence. Furthermore, he might want her to act as an informant within the prince's household, seeking a higher status for her to gather more information. In such a case, attaining the position of a side consort seemed feasible. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within Fu Yumin. As a side consort to the Prince of Hong, if he were to ascend the throne, she would inevitably hold a position of significance, and with the prospect of bearing children, becoming a noble consort, or even the empress, was not beyond her reach. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as her steps grew lighter. Kneel. Upon entering Mingxin Hall, Fu Cheng's voice rang out sharply. Following him were Fu Yumu and Fu Yumin, with only Fu Yumin required to kneel, as Fu Yumu was exempt from such punishment. Fu Yumin was taken aback. This was not what she had anticipated. She thought that even if her father knew, she was still a victim. Having fallen into the water on such a chilly autumn night, it was no trivial matter. Surely, he would first inquire about what had transpired before deciding on a course of action. Would he not? Why did he demand she kneel in anger right away? Though bewildered, Fu Yumin quickly knelt, uncertain of what offense she had committed to provoke her father's ire. Fu Cheng turned and sat in the grand chair, slamming the armrest forcefully. Speak. Why did you and the Prince of Hong fall into the water tonight? Fu Yumin breathed a sigh of relief. She had long prepared her answer for this question. Regardless of the circumstances, the Prince of Hong would not speak favorably, and at that moment, only he, his confidants, and Fu Yumin and He Qing were present. The palace attendants who arrived after the incident had only come after they had fallen into the water, so no one witnessed the events leading up to it. Thus, the prince would naturally smear her name for his own interests. Conversely, she could do the same. After all, without other witnesses, everything depended on their words. In response to Father, during the banquet, I wished to take a stroll to appreciate the rare beauty of the palace gardens. It was at that moment I encountered His Highness the Prince, who invited me to join him. As it would be inappropriate for a young lady to be alone with a man, I excused myself to the pavilion, only for His Highness to follow. Uttering peculiar phrases about familial ties, she implied that the prince wished to form a union with the Prime Minister's residence, thus pursuing her, the second daughter of the Prime Minister. I was frightened and fled, but His Highness would not permit it. In the ensuing struggle, we both fell into the water. Listen, she maintained her integrity, not swayed by the prince, striving to escape, and it was the prince's lack of propriety that led to their unfortunate plunge. Fu Yumin spoke with a tremor in her voice, tears glistening on her cheeks, presenting herself as a frightened young girl. Chapter 88. Embarrassment. Yet who is Fu Cheng? He is an esteemed prime minister who has navigated the imperial court for decades, the head of the Fu family with a lineage spanning a century. How could he be swayed by a few words from her? Nevertheless, she is his daughter, who for years has been obedient and considerate, a source of comfort. Fu Cheng possesses his own judgment. It is merely that Yumin has developed feelings for Prince Hong, which the prince has discerned. For years, Prince Hong has been in conflict with the crown prince, and naturally would not miss this opportunity to win over Yumin and glean secrets from the Prime Minister's residence. However, the Fu family and the prince's residence are at odds. How could Yumin be so thoughtless? Fu Cheng felt an immense disappointment in her, his brow furrowed, remaining silent. Fortunately, there is still room for maneuver. Fu Cheng mentally reviewed the factions he needed to court and solidify, contemplating to whom he might marry Fu Yumin, so as to maximize the political value of such a union and expand the Prime Minister and Oppo's connections. Such is the nature of noble marriages. Unlike Fu Cheng, Fu Yumin's blatant distortion of the truth caused Fu Yumu to frown deeply, believing his father had fallen for Fu Yumin's narrative since he did not speak. She had prepared her arguments in advance, which explained her audacity in seeking out Prince Hung. Thankfully, he had been prepared from the outset. He suggested that they inquire with the maidservant who attended to the second sister, for she ought to know the gravity of the situation. At that moment, He Qing, the maidservant attending to Fu Yumin, anxiously awaited outside Mingxin Hall. Suddenly, the eldest young master opened the door, allowing her to enter. She understood that the mistress and Oppo's affairs had been exposed and trembled as she stepped inside, kneeling and pressing her forehead to the ground. Before she could speak, Fu Yumu questioned her. Today, you accompanied the second sister. Explain how she fell into the water. As long as you speak the truth. Father is usually lenient with servants and will not blame you. Upon hearing this, He Qing trembled uncontrollably. She knew well what the second young lady had done and had received prior instructions from her. Thus, in a quivering voice, she recounted the events as per Fu Yumin's instructions. Why do you tremble so when I only ask for the truth? Fu Yumu's voice floated lightly, yet it struck He Qing's ears like a clap of thunder. Did the eldest young master already know the truth? But He Qing was paralyzed by fear, unable to raise her gaze to meet Fu Cheng or Fu Yumu, let alone look at Fu Yumin, who knelt before her. Young master, I dare not lie, He Qing stammered. You are Yumin's personal maid. How could you remain unharmed while His Highness the Prince was entangled with your mistress, and she fell into the water? Fu Yumu stepped closer to the trembling He Qing, speaking calmly. What use is a servant who cannot protect her master, allowing her to fall into danger? Father, He Qing has failed in protecting the second sister. I will summon Uncle Fu immediately to have her beaten to death, and all family members serving in the household shall be sold off. He Qing, who was willing to aid Fu Yumin in fabricating lies, had indeed received benefits from her. Fortunately, He Qing still possessed a sense of reverence and, trembling in fear, revealed flaws in her story. Her primary concern was Yumin and Oppo's Chapter 89. The truth, yes, my lord. It is rare for Fu to be reprimanded by the family head in such a manner, as he has been by the side of the old master since childhood and is considered half a master himself. He instructed his men to cover He Qing's mouth and drag her out before reporting to Fu Cheng. My lord, I have something to report. Seeing He Qing dealt with, and Fu Yumin trembling in fear, not daring to plead for mercy, Fu Cheng felt a slight alleviation of his anger. With Fu still having more to say, he listened with increased patience. Speak. Surely, nothing could be more distressing than a sensible daughter being entangled in family affairs. Recently, the old servant discovered that someone in the estate was inquiring about buying official positions. Fu Cheng stroked his beard thoughtfully. Who? The sale of official titles is commonplace in many households, some seeking profit, while others aim to place their own people in the court. The Prime Minister and Oppo's residence belongs to the latter category. Currently, more than half of the officials in the court are affiliated with the Prime Minister and Oppo's residence, creating an unprecedented momentum that greatly satisfies Fu Cheng. Hearing of inquiries within the estate, he assumed someone was seeking connections, but noticing Fu's grave expression, he grew curious about who could provoke such seriousness from the loyal servant. Fu raised his head slightly to meet Fu Cheng's gaze, the inner servant, Lin Hisheng, and the outer servant, Qin Liang. Lin Hisheng is the brother of He Qing, who was just dragged out, and Qin Liang's mother is a maid in the green bamboo courtyard. It is indeed illogical for the second young lady, a girl of the boudoir, to probe into such matters. Furthermore, Fu discovered she had sent someone to keep tabs on the movements of the Prince of Hung. Being naturally cautious, He felt compelled to reassess the intentions of the second young lady. Fu Cheng, too, understood. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Fu Yumin. Were your people in the courtyard investigating? Fu Yumin stiffened at Fu Fu's words and, when questioned by Fu Cheng, instinctively began to deny. Father, please see clearly. I know nothing. Perhaps the servants were loose-lipped during their chatter. Fu Fu, aware of her actions, straightened slightly at her slander against the servants. The second young lady jested. My lord is strict in managing the household, and the servants certainly understand the rules. Speaking recklessly about state affairs could lead to execution. Yet He Qing, the second young lady's maid, showed remarkable boldness, not only allowing her brother to inquire about court matters, but also spending money to have someone observe the movements of the Prince of Hong. Truly impressive. Fu Yumin, realizing Fu Fu was aware of this, trembled as she spoke. You speak nonsense. I did not instruct He Qing to do such things. Ignoring Fu Yumin's defense, Fu Fu bowed slightly toward Fu Cheng. My lord, a year ago, He Qing took 50 taels of silver and bribed a servant at Jinzun Lu to keep an eye on things. If anyone from the Prince of Hang's residence visited Jinzun Lu, they would inquire about what was said. Lin Hisheng would regularly collect information. If the prince himself were to visit, a messenger would be sent to notify him. Upon hearing this, Fu Cheng and Appo's beard quivered with rage. A year ago, had Fu Yumin already harbored such intentions toward the Prince of Hong? What a perceptive, obedient daughter. He had been deceived by her masquerade. Truly, the falconer had been blinded by the falcon. Even though he navigated the treacherous waters of court politics with keen insight, he had not expected to be outmaneuvered by his own daughter. Speak. When did you develop such thoughts? Fu Cheng demanded furiously. Fu Yumin, hearing Fu Fu and Appo's detailed account, panicked. Witnessing Fu Cheng's terrifying demeanor, she was left bowing her head in fear. Father, please see clearly. This was all He Qing's doing. It has nothing to do with me. She stole my silver and acted on her own. It is she. Fu Yumin insisted. She wished to soar to new heights and sought information about the Prince of Hong. I would never dare. I implore you to see the truth. Having uncovered this much, Fu Qing needed no further clarification. In a fit of rage, he swept the teacups off the table, sending one crashing to the ground before Fu Yumin. Do you still dare to deny it? What does a mere maid like He Qing have to do with inquiring about the Prince of Hong? Does she aspire to be a concubine? Yet you, the second young lady of the Prime Minister's residence, could entertain such a notion. Our house is at odds with the Prince of Hong. You harbor inappropriate feelings for him, and, instead of reflecting on your actions, you send people to inquire about selling official titles. What are your intentions? To provide him with leverage to prove your affection? As he concluded, Fu Cheng stood, trembling with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Fu Yumin. How could I have given birth to such a selfish and foolish daughter? Lin Hisheng's family had long been servants of the Fu family, bound by contracts and thus loyal, yet fearful of their masters. To inquire about the Prince of Hong must have been at the behest of their master, likely with promises of substantial rewards. Moreover, if Lin Hisheng learned that the prince was visiting Jinzun Lu, what could he do? Would he dare to present himself before the prince? Certainly not. Would he send his sister, He Qing, to entice the prince? Even the servants of the prince would not spare her glance. Only Fu Yumin, as the mistress, could hope to gain attention, her status barely equivalent. Thus, the inquiry regarding the Prince of Hong must have originated from Fu Yumin herself. How laughable that Fu Cheng, a dignified first-rank prime minister, had been so easily misled by her words, mistaking it for mere youthful folly. Who could have guessed that this daughter, who had been obedient for over a decade, harbored such grand ambitions? You tell me, what were you thinking when you did these things? What transpired at the palace banquet tonight? Fu Cheng's voice sharpened, affording Fu Yumin one last opportunity. Father, it was truly He Qing's doing. I had no knowledge of it. Fu Yumin was terrified, never expecting her most secret thoughts to be laid bare before her father, who held the power of life and death over her. She aspired to rise above. Yet she first needed to survive to pursue her desires. Now that Fu Cheng was aware of her feelings for the prince, how could he possibly spare her? The only course left was to shift all blame onto He Qing, feigning ignorance to retain some semblance of a chance for redemption. He Qing, having been dragged out for so long, surely must have been beaten to death by now. If you claim all this was He Qing's doing, why did she not accompany you tonight to swim with the prince in the water? At this moment, Fu Yumu, who had been quietly standing, interjected. If He Qing truly harbored intentions to enter the prince's residence, tonight, had she been with you and the prince during the fall into water, it would have been a win-win situation. As a maid, it would be her duty to protect you. If she had joined you in the water, it would demonstrate her loyalty and courage, earning her great honor and elevating her status significantly. Furthermore, falling into the water with the prince would have fulfilled her long-held aspiration. Yet she chose to stand aside instead. Was she waiting for you to drown, so she might rise in status? That would only be possible if you entered the prince's residence and became his person. She would then have the opportunity to claim everything you possess. And at this moment, you are still nothing, are you not? Chapter 90. The decision Fu Yumu and Appo's. S words were both logical and reasonable, shattering Fu Yumin and Appo's fleeting hopes into countless fragments. At this moment, all that remained was an overwhelming sense of dread. No, it cannot be like this. She had exerted herself to please the Prince of Hong, adorning herself in his favorite gown and wearing the plum blossom headpiece he cherished. She even possessed intelligence regarding the crown prince and Appo's dealings in selling official positions. How could she have achieved nothing? How did she find herself in such a dire predicament? It was over. Everything was finished. Her father would not spare her. What to do? Master, He Qing, is still able to speak. Fu stepped forward. Fortunately, he had taken precautions, instructing the servant not to beat her to death. Although she was gravely injured, she could still utter words. Bring her to me, Fu Cheng said angrily, tossing his sleeves as he turned to take his seat. Upon hearing that He Qing was alive and could still speak, Fu Yumin felt her strength drain away, and she could no longer maintain her stance, collapsing directly to the ground. She stared wide-eyed as Fu opened the door, her heart faintly hoping for a miracle until the servant dragged in the nearly lifeless He Qing. Fu Yumin and Appo's gaze fell upon He Qing and Appo's crimson back, her lower body stained with that glaring red, causing her to shudder. She hastily crawled to Fu Cheng's feet. Father, spare me. I shall never dare again. I will not marry the Prince of Hong, I swear. I will go to the ancestral temple, lighting lamps for you and praying for the entire Prime Minister's residence. Father. Fu Yumin's desperate cries did not move Fu Cheng in the slightest. He stroked his beard, resolute in his desire to hear the truth. He Qing, speak candidly. Who orchestrated your fall into the water tonight? It was the second Mississippi. Although Fu had forewarned her, He Qing had still endured severe beatings. At this moment, her entire body ached with a cracking pain, and even the slightest breath caused her immense suffering. Yet her mind remained clear as she observed Fu Yumin's demeanor. She understood the second Miss's fate was sealed. With a voice barely above a whisper, yet resolute, He Qing continued. The second Miss intended to befriend the Prince of Hong with information about the official appointments within the residence. Even the earlier incident of the eldest Miss going to fetch the eldest young master was instigated by the second Miss, aiming to have the eldest Miss elope. To facilitate this, the second Miss had given her personal savings to the eldest Miss, ensuring she had money and would not return. Regarding the earlier elopement of Fu Yuzhuo, Sun had concealed the truth from Fu Cheng, claiming that Fu Yuzhuo had left home to meet Fu Yumu. He Qing was uncertain whether Fu Cheng knew the truth. Thus, she adhered to Sun and Appo's narrative. In her quest to seek forgiveness for her family, He Qing confessed everything clearly. Fu Yumin listened, trembling in fear. With Fu Cheng present, she was both terrified and anxious, rendered motionless, her mind blank. She stared at the bloodied He Qing, each subtle word penetrating her ears, murmuring to herself, "No, it cannot be like this. It should not be like this." If heaven had granted her an opportunity, allowing her to approach the emperor, bestowing upon her an identity befitting the new sovereign, then surely a favorable conclusion should follow. Her fate should not end like this. She was unique in this world, favored by the will of heaven. Once He Qing had finished, Fu Yumin was engulfed in doubt. unable to believe the reality of it all. Her wandering gaze eventually settled upon Fu Cheng and Appo's fierce eyes, awakening her to the gravity of her situation. It was over for her. Regardless of how fortuitous her circumstances had been, Fu Cheng now knew of her misdeeds and would undoubtedly not spare her. Fu Yumin could only bow repeatedly, her resentment and fear transforming into tears that fell upon the marble floor of the meditation hall. I beg for my father's mercy. Not only did she wish to sell the family's favor for personal gain, but she also sought to deceive Fu Yuzhuo into leaving home, all while usurping the privileges of the legitimate daughter. How underestimated Fu Yumin had been. Such a young age, yet she schemed to this extent. Even if the emperor and empress intended to dispatch her to the Prince of Hung and Appo's residence as a minor attendant to quell the night and Appo's unfortunate events, he would still have to go against their wishes. Fu Cheng squinted at his once-beloved daughter, now having made his decision. After a brief pause, he spoke in a tone that was cold, resolute, and laced with disdain. On this chilly autumn night, Yumin has caught a chill from today's double ninth festival banquet. Have a house physician examine her, and she shall recuperate in the green bamboo courtyard. She is not to leave until fully recovered. Moreover, to prevent the spread of her illness, no attendants shall remain in the green bamboo courtyard. This was tantamount to confining Fu Yumin to the green bamboo courtyard, and with no one left to assist her, it meant she would have to handle all matters herself, no longer the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Everything was settled. Amidst the desolate autumn wind, only the sound of Fu Yumin's pleas echoed through the air. Yet neither Fu Cheng nor Fu Yumu showed the slightest sign of wavering. Chapter 91. Disaster Relief, my lord. What do you think His Majesty means by sending Lord Wen to oversee this disaster relief? Inquired a middle-aged official of modest stature, but with piercing eyes. Mind not the Emperor and Appo's intentions. Focus on your duties and ensure that this calamity passes swiftly. Safeguard your position rather than seek accolades, replied Tang Zixing. The weary governor of Binzhou, casting a glance at the speaker, Vice Minister Shikinian, cast aside such inappropriate thoughts. Whether Lord Wen seeks to profit from this relief effort or whether His Majesty intends to employ him for experience is of no concern to us. Do you understand? Shikinian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he chuckled awkwardly. With your lordship present, what can I possibly contemplate? It is merely for disaster relief. Though I fear Lord Wen may have ulterior motives, leaving us local officials to bear the blame. After all, Lord Wen had never been favored and had spent 3 years in seclusion, unlike Prince Hung Wang, who was well-connected and affluent. The concern was that Lord Wen might seize this opportunity to misappropriate disaster funds. If he were to exploit this situation, returning to the capital with his ill-gotten gains while the afflicted populace revolted, the local officials would face dire consequences. They would not only have to quell the unrest, but also conceal it. Otherwise, should it come to light, Lord Wen, as a prince, might only face reprimand from the emperor, while they would suffer far graver fates, losing their positions or even facing exile and imprisonment. Caution was paramount. Tang Zixing pondered for a moment before responding. In previous years, disaster relief in other regions was overseen by either Prime Minister Fu's associates or those affiliated with Prince Hung. This time, with Lord Wen and Appo's involvement, we shall adhere to protocol and refrain from overthinking. Shikinian bowed his head in agreement. Indeed, your wisdom is unparalleled. Even if His Majesty were to personally oversee the relief, we would still act according to established procedures. No one could object. Though Tang Zixing was not as anxious as his counterpart, he recognized the gravity of the situation. After the double ninth festival, a series of autumn rains accompanied by hail had struck, leaving many farmers' crops unharvested and damaged. Even those hastily gathered into storage were soaked by the rain. With weeks of relentless gloom and no opportunity for proper drying, countless grains had sprouted and rotted. All he hoped for was that Lord Wen would not be overly greedy, allowing the disaster victims to survive the harsh winter. He sought not glory, merely survival. Stability was the desire of Governor Tang Zixing. At this moment, Lord Wen Hanmin, whose intentions were being speculated upon by local officials, was reviewing disaster relief reports and assessing the progress of various initiatives. Chen Quan, the granary in the city is nearly depleted. Arrange for some supplies to be transported from the Su family's granary in the east. Ensure that manpower is properly organized to prevent looting, he commanded. Chun Quan complied and departed, leaving Gu Yuan to attend to him. Fortuitously, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Sun, had traveled to the capital. Otherwise, even with the funds allocated by His Majesty, procuring adequate grain for relief would have been uncertain. Han Min merely acknowledged with a nonchalant had it not been for Chao's foresight in preparing grain in Jiangnan. Even the wealthiest Su family would likely have been reluctant to part with such large quantities for relief. Thinking of the one who occupied his thoughts, Han Min felt warmth spread within him. On the day the imperial edict granting him and Chao marriage was dispatched to the Prime Minister's residence, the Ministry of Rights had also issued the disaster relief decree. As the matter of disaster relief directly impacted the populace and required urgent attention, he had been preoccupied with preparations, unable to see Chao even once before departing the capital. Fortunately, since their unspoken understanding during the palace banquet on the Double Ninth Festival, they had managed to exchange letters discreetly, eluding the watchful eyes of the Prime Minister's residence. Yet, Han Min was puzzled as to why Chao had instructed him to bring Su Wen along to Binzhou, assigning him a relaxed and flexible position. Were he not certain that Chao had long since dismissed any feelings for Su Wen, he might have mistakenly believed she still harbored affection for him. Alas, the brevity of their correspondence did not do justice to the depth of Chao's longing for Han Min or the concerns they shared for their future together. The scant few sentences regarding Su Wen's involvement felt forced and insufficient to convey their true sentiments. Recalling the yearning and apprehension expressed in Chao's letter, Han Min felt an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. However, he could not shake the memory of how close Chao had come to marrying Su Wen, which he found distasteful. In truth, each time he encountered Su Wen on the journey from the capital to Binzhou, Han Min could not help but furrow his brow. Unaware of the actual reasons behind this, other officials assumed he was merely troubled by the disaster relief efforts, secretly lauding him as a compassionate prince concerned for the welfare of the victims. Of course, Han Min remained oblivious to their misconceptions. With a sense of unease in his heart, he endeavored to avoid encounters with Su Wen. Since Chao had suggested he take it easy, he kept his distance, preferring to not see him and thereby avoid unnecessary vexation. Has Su Wen been behaving himself these past few days? Han Min inquired abruptly, startling Gu Yuan. My lord, I had thought you had forgotten about him, Gu Yuan exclaimed. Initially, Su Wen was quite eager to assist, but gradually he realized that his efforts were unnecessary. In recent days, his diligence has waned significantly, and he has merely been going through the motions. Today, he did not dine with the others, opting instead to visit a tavern. Apparently, he has become acquainted with a local maiden. Su Wen is indeed a ne'er-do-well. Upon hearing this, Han Min felt a surge of anger. He has barely been in Binzhou for a few days and is already pursuing other women. Let's see if I do not. Wait, why am I even angry? Though it was an injustice towards Chao, should it not be a cause for celebration? If Su Wen was unworthy, then Chao would never look his way again, meaning he had one less rival. A cough escaped Han Min, tinged with embarrassment as he instructed Gu Yuan to continue monitoring Su Wen, eager to see what trouble he might cause. Gu Yuan hesitated, Your Highness. We arrived from the capital with a limited number of personnel, and given the multitude of disaster relief tasks, it may not be feasible to assign someone specifically to watch over Su Wen. Perhaps it would be better for Master Jin to inquire with the Su family for assistance. Since Binzhou falls within Jiangnan, they are more familiar with the local populace and could keep a closer eye. The Su family and Appo's business is centered in Suzhou, extending throughout Jiangnan, with each prefecture overseen by a member of the Su clan. While they are all related, only the Su family in Suzhou is the main branch. The others are collateral lines. For this disaster relief effort, Su Sun had sent his steward Jin to accompany Han Min to Binzhou, intending to facilitate connections between Han Min and the local Su family, thereby enhancing the efficacy of the relief work. Han Min deemed this suggestion agreeable and nodded in assent. Chapter 92. Climbing the social ladder. Manager Jin was remarkably efficient in his duties as news began to circulate by lunchtime the following day. Your Highness, it has come to my attention that yesterday at noon, Dr. Su encountered a young lady while dining at an inn. She is the second daughter of the Su family, named Su Yuzhuo. The fact that she belonged to the prominent Su family added an intriguing layer to the situation. His eyes encouraging manager Jean to elaborate further. It appeared that the two were indeed smitten with each other, and it seemed that Dr. Su was on the verge of a budding romance. Beside Han Min, Gu Yuan was astonished, questioning whether Su Wen had come for disaster relief or for courtship. In just a few days, he had already made an acquaintance with a young lady. If only their master had met Su Wen earlier and learned how to charm a lady, he wouldn't have spent years harboring unrequited feelings for Miss Fu. Chen Quan, however, was still cognizant of the matter and inquired of manager Jean whether this was a mere coincidence or a deliberate act. The rapid pace of events was indeed thought-provoking. Manager Jean smiled somewhat awkwardly, indicating that this was no coincidence. Han Min raised an eyebrow, prompting him for further explanation. He had suspected that Su Wen was not a man of integrity. After all, he had already fathered a child with a courtesan in the capital and showed no signs of restraint while out assisting with disaster relief. Manager Jean, keeping his gaze lowered, recounted that Dr. Su often conversed with local officials during his leisure time, and given the Su family's substantial support for disaster relief, the conversations naturally revolved around them, discussing their influence and demographics. It was likely that he was indeed pursuing the Su family's daughter. As expected, Han Min clenched his teeth in irritation. Su Wen seemed intent on exploiting this opportunity for personal gain, and realizing that he could not obtain any benefits from Han Min's strict oversight, had developed ulterior motives. He appeared to be perpetually seeking a comfortable life at the expense of others. Initially captivated by Chow's background, he had gone to great lengths to pursue her. Now, it seemed he had set his sights on the financial resources of the Su family. It became apparent that Chow and Oppos had long been aware of the impending disaster relief and had discreetly arranged for Su Wen to be involved. It seemed she had already discerned Su Wen's character and was deliberately offering him a chance to stumble. With a relatively easy task at hand, Su Wen had ample time to engage with local officials, potentially leading to bribery and embezzlement of disaster relief funds. Should the situation arise upon his return to the capital, it would be inevitable for him to face dismissal and exile, and with a bit of maneuvering, a swift execution could easily serve as an example to others. Chow appeared to have orchestrated a scheme to ensure Su Wen's downfall. It was a relief that he had previously misjudged her feelings for that scoundrel. Thus, it became clear that Chow had long since severed any lingering affection for Su Wen and was merely seeking retribution. Han Min's smile broadened, as if he had fallen into a vat of honey. The very air around him seemed sweetened by the thought. Speaking of the Su family, they too were not free from scrutiny. Manager Jean hesitated, unsure how to approach the delicate subject, wanting to gauge Han Min's reaction before choosing his words carefully. However, upon looking up, he found Han Min wearing a chilling smile, which startled Manager Jean into nervously addressing him. "Your Highness?" Brought back to the present, Han Min suppressed his smile and inquired, "What is it? Is there more to this story?" Given the familial implications, Manager Jean hesitated before admitting, "Well, the Su family is also not without blame." After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that the eldest son relied entirely on the favor of his highness in the capital, which afforded him the opportunity to manage the Jinzun Lu naturally. He would prioritize his highness's interests. Having reached this conclusion, Manager Jean continued with greater ease. It was likely that the Su family had tacitly approved or even encouraged Su Yurua's actions since their eldest daughter had been sent to marry a county official in Bianzhou as a concubine. As you know, Your Highness, among the classes of society, merchants, despite their wealth, are regarded as the lowest tier. It seems the Su patriarch aims to elevate the family's standing through marriage. Additionally, alliances with officials can facilitate business dealings and yield greater profits. Han Min was taken aback, realizing that the wife of Shi Qingyang was indeed the Su family's eldest daughter. "Isn't he nearly 40? He mused. Chen Quan replied that Shi Tongji was 41, and his previous wife had passed away 3 years prior. He remarried the following year, though he hadn't paid attention to which family the new bride hailed from. After all, he was merely a county official, not a provincial governor, and thus not someone whose background would warrant scrutiny from a prince. Manager Jean confirmed, "It is indeed Su Yuzhuo, the eldest daughter of the Su family, who was only 18 at the time of her marriage." Chen Quan was taken aback, noting the significant age gap. The Su patriarch could easily have been her father. Han Min and Apos' thoughts wandered deeper. He turned to Manager Jean, his gaze heavy with suppressed anger, realizing that if the Su family harbored such intentions, they would not squander the opportunity presented by the second daughter. He wondered which suitor the Su patriarch had in mind for Su Yuzhuo. Chen Quan, ever straightforward, was perplexed. Wasn't the Su patriarch eyeing Su One from the capital, with the second daughter already in contact with him? How could that not be the case? Although Su One held a 6th rank title, one rank below Shi Qinyang's 5th rank position, he was still a capital official, young, and had a promising future ahead. Moreover, given the significance of the disaster relief effort, most officials present were seasoned, with few of them being as youthful. As Manager Jean spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly unnatural. His smile strained. "Your Highness, you are astute, just as you suspected. As I mentioned earlier, the Su family is not innocent. Upon investigation, it appears that the Su patriarch's true aim was to align himself with your Highness." Realizing the implications, Chen Quan finally grasped that the Su patriarch had initially intended to court their prince. Unable to contain himself, he spat in disdain. "The toad wants to eat swan meat." Han Min shot a piercing glare at Chen Quan, who immediately suppressed his expression and awkwardly remarked, "Though my words may not be entirely appropriate, they hold a grain of truth." Manager Jean hastily intervened. Indeed. What Shin Guardian said may be blunt, but it encapsulates the essence of the situation. The Su family learned of the court's intent to send capable individuals for disaster relief, and, upon realizing that the esteemed prince would be in charge, entertained the notion of offering the second daughter as a concubine. Fortunately, the prince was wholly absorbed in the disaster relief efforts upon arriving in Bianzhou, leaving the Su family with no opportunity to approach him. Moreover, the second daughter was proud and unwilling to follow in her elder sister's footsteps as a concubine to an older man. Aware of her merchant lineage, she understood that she could never aspire to be a prince in Apos' wife, but was equally disinclined to serve as a concubine. Thus, she devised another plan. By leveraging her family's involvement in disaster relief, she frequently engaged with the prince's entourage and soon discovered the presence of Su One, a 6th rank official of similar age who remained unmarried. This piqued her interest. Chen Quan was astonished, realizing that the second daughter had taken the initiative. Is the social climate in Jiangnan so liberal that young ladies can determine their own matrimonial fates without parental consent? Manager Jean quickly shook his head. That cannot be. In respectable families, marriages are typically arranged by parents. However, in the case of the Su family, there are unique circumstances. The patriarch, aiming to elevate his daughter's status, naturally wishes to cultivate their reputations to enhance their prospects in marriage negotiations. Previously, the eldest daughter leveraged her good reputation and family wealth to become Shi Tongji's second wife. Having tasted success, the patriarch now sought to present his second daughter, Su Yuzhuo, during the disaster relief efforts to facilitate her approach to the prince. With the prince's demanding schedule and the second daughter's reluctance, she deliberately engaged with Su when in public settings, hoping to leverage public opinion to coerce her father into compliance. On the surface, Su One, as a 6th rank official, appeared to be a suitable match for the second daughter. Young and unwed, becoming his primary consort would align with her desires. However, Chen Quan furrowed his brow in concern. Recognizing that Su Yuzhuo was no simpleton, she possessed a cunning mind and was adept at manipulating public sentiment to achieve her objectives. It was fortunate that she had no desire to become a concubine. Had she set her sights on their prince, it would complicate matters with Miss Fu back in the capital. Han Min listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation, yet his expression remained inscrutable. This left Manager Jean feeling somewhat anxious. Surely, His Highness does not perceive the Su family as frivolous individuals? Such a notion would tarnish the esteemed image of his eldest son in the eyes of the prince. Chapter 93. History has its own commentary in his thoughts. Han Min contemplated what Chao Air desired as an outcome. It was evident that Chao Air sought to take advantage of the situation to eliminate Su Wen, ensuring that he would never have a moment of peace, ideally leading to his complete downfall. Should Su Wen marry Su Yuru, it was likely that the wealth of the Su family would flow into his hands. If Su Wen were to utilize this fortune to establish connections, it would become increasingly difficult to suppress him later. However, from another perspective, if he could be allowed to rise to great heights only to experience a severe and humiliating fall, the emotional impact would undoubtedly be even more profound. It could be surmised that Chao Air would find greater satisfaction in that scenario. Han Min formulated a plan in his mind. In the capital, at the Golden Zune Tower, Fu Yuchao inquired, "Chao Air, do you enjoy the new dishes here?" As he prepared a meal for Fu Yuchao, tilting his head slightly. "It's acceptable," she replied. Since the double ninth festival banquet, Fu Yuchao had not had the freedom to step outside for 10 days. Even in the opulent surroundings of the Golden Zune Tower, she remained listless, lacking both appetite and enthusiasm. With a sigh, Fu Yuchao remarked, "Chao Air, why subject yourself to this? I do this for your own good." Fu Yuchao did not lift her eyelids, merely poking at the exquisite dishes with her chopsticks. People say they can find the sparrow in a cage for its own safety, protecting it from the predatory birds outside. With a cold gaze, she turned to Fu Yuchao and declared, "I am but a sparrow of the Fu family." Fu Yuchao paused, then sat down slowly, expressing his frustration. "Chao Air, I've already told you that you and His Highness the Prince cannot be." He urged her to distance herself from the relationship while their feelings were still shallow, to avoid excessive heartache. Fu Yuchao observed him with intrigue. "What? Is father tired of living and wishes to oppose the imperial decree? Or did you bring me out today to daze me and deliver me to the prince's bed to consummate the marriage?" 5 days prior, the imperial marriage decree had been sent to the prime minister's residence. Fu Cheng had received numerous imperial edicts throughout his life. Yet this time his hands trembled violently. He locked himself in his study for an entire night without sleep and made an early visit to the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. What transpired between them was unknown, but upon his return, Fu Yuchao was placed under house arrest, forbidden from leaving. Fu Yuchao had no desire to know their intentions. Ultimately, she and Han Min were already bound by the imperial decree. As long as they both lived and she remained chaste, the marriage could not be altered. Upon hearing her audacity, Fu Yuchao could not help but scold. "What nonsense! Do you truly believe that your father and I are such people?" Fu Yuchao nodded slightly. "Regardless, father is not a good man, and you are not yet the head of the family. Without firm wings, you cannot